Chapter 1. Do you deserve to make me your concubine? In the stillness of the night, as the world lay enveloped in slumber, a faint rustling sound pierced the silence, followed by a warm sensation that drew nearer, jolting Shen Ning. Awake from her dreams, as her eyes fluttered open to an impenetrable darkness, she felt the rapid, warm breath against her neck and a hand audaciously reaching for her collar. Shen Ning's gaze turned frigid as she swiftly seized the intruder's throat, her voice laced with an icy menace that echoed ominously in the night. "Who are you?" The man let out a muffled groan, struggling to speak, his voice hoarse and tinged with unease. "Ning. Ninger, it's me, I'm sorry I bang." Shen Ning delivered a fierce kick to the man's chest, unrelentingly sending him crashing to the floor. "Someone come." Her cold command was underlined by a barely perceptible aura of menace. "Light the lamps." As the chamber was illuminated, Shen Ning beheld a young man with gentle features sprawled awkwardly on the ground, his countenance reflecting shock and confusion. "Mississippi Miss Shen." The maid who had come to light the lamps knelt trembling beside her, completely unprepared for such a scene. "Young Master Qin, how did you end up here?" "Leave." Qin Yanshu grit his teeth as he commanded, rising painfully from the floor, his throat still stinging from her grip, his voice carrying an unusual strain. The maid glanced between Qin Yanshu and Shen Ning, and without awaiting a response, bowed her head and silently retreated. "Qin Yanshu, what are you trying to do?" Shen Ning's eyes glimmered with frost. The young master of the Qin family, renowned in the capital for being gentle as jade, has resorted to such thievery? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Qin Yanshu's face, quickly replaced by irritation. "Why must you speak so harshly? We are betrothed. If I recall correctly, the Qin family has rescinded the engagement just yesterday. That was my mother's decision." Qin Yanshu sat at the edge of the bed, an expression of regret in his eyes as he reached out to caress Shen Ning's face. "Ninger, you know I care for you, but you have lost your purity, and my mother insists on the annulment. I am powerless to change it." Shen Ning grasped his intrusive hand, her gaze laced with derision. "So, you sneak into my chamber under the cover of night, intending to consummate our union, thereby rendering your mother unable to object." Qin Yanshu averted his gaze, his voice faltering, whether from guilt or an inability to articulate his thoughts. Though I cannot take you as my rightful wife, I could grant you the status of a favored concubine. Believe me, I will treat you well and will never look down upon you for having been sullied by bandits. Make me your concubine?" Shen Ning's laughter was cold and mocking, her eyes brimming with scorn. "Qin Yanshu, do you truly believe you are worthy of such a request?" His expression shifted, anger flaring beneath his embarrassment as he suddenly gripped her shoulders. "Shen Ning, other men may touch you, but I cannot. You have lost your purity, yet you pretend to be a virtuous maiden? Do not forget, we were once betrothed." Slap. Shen Ning's fierce glare intensified as she struck Qin Yanshu across the face, then leapt from the bed, seizing the moment of his stunned confusion to deliver a forceful kick to his chest. Qin Yanshu soared into the air like a kite with a severed string. Bang! He crashed to the ground once more, with greater ferocity than before, rendering his vision dark and his bones feeling as though they had shattered, his entire body engulfed in excruciating pain. Shen Ning, draped in her garments, rose to her feet and gazed down at Qin Yanshu's disheveled state. The man who prided himself on being the scion of an esteemed family, the genteel gentleman in the eyes of the noble ladies of the capital, now found himself in such a shameless predicament. In the dead of night, he had intruded upon a latticed chamber as a thief. Shen Ning's expression turned frosty as she placed her foot firmly upon his hand, grinding down mercilessly. Qin Yanshu cried out in agony, his hand convulsing from the pain, his complexion pale. "My hand! What is happening?" At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "What commotion is that? What has occurred?" Shen Ning lifted her gaze, her heart sinking slightly. A horde of figures, impeccably dressed, approached with haste, showing no signs of having just awakened from slumber. The Shen family, from her grandmother to her parents, and even her siblings, had all mobilized, arriving at her modest chamber in unison. In this tranquil hour, when one ought to be asleep, their arrival was indeed swift. Shen Ning, the matriarch of the Shen family, entered, leaning on her cane, her countenance stern and formidable. What is the meaning of this, brother-in-law? Shun Yin, the second daughter of the Shun family, glanced at the fallen Qin Yanshu, her expression one of shock. Brother-in-law, what has happened to you? Shun Xian, her elder brother, paled slightly and hurried to assist Qin Yanshu to his feet. Are you all right? Shun Ning, the head of the Shun family, Shun Yunlin, fixed a cold stare upon his daughter. What on earth is going on? Shun Ning regarded her relatives with an impassive expression, her eyes brimming with irony. In the dead of night, Mr. Qin appears in my chamber, and should not my father inquire about his intentions instead of questioning me? Impudent. Shun Yunlin's countenance darkened. Your virtue is already lost according to the family code. You ought to take your own life to preserve the family's honor. Given the past affection Qin Yanshu had for you, he has chosen not to pursue the matter further and has promised to take you as a concubine. You should be grateful, yet you dare to lay hands on him? Madame Shin's expression was grim. Ninger quickly apologized to Mr. Qin. He has always held affection for you and will not hold it against you. Elder sister, Shun Yin approached her, speaking gently. Brother-in-law truly cares for you. Lady Qin was originally going to call off the engagement, asserting that the Qin family, being of noble standing, would never accept a woman whose virtue had been tarnished. Brother-in-law cannot defy his mother, yet he cannot bear to part with you, hence this desperate measure. Elder sister, you should acquiesce to him. Shin Ning's icy gaze bore into her, the chill in her eyes causing trepidation. Shun Yin, feeling a sense of dread, instinctively stepped back, her voice trembling. I only wish the best for you, elder sister. Even if you are unwilling, there is no need to look at me in such a manner. Shun Ning's eyes glimmered with understanding as she fixed her gaze upon her father. So his actions tonight were tacitly approved by you, she stated. The Shin family, being a prominent household, would not have allowed Qin Yanshu to easily infiltrate her chamber without their consent. Shin Yunlin, avoiding her penetrating stare, coldly replied, Yanshu will not harm you. He speaks as if she should be grateful despite the fact that he, a thief, invaded her sanctum under the cover of night with intentions unseemly towards a woman. He claims he will not bring her harm. What a farce. Shun Ning's hands, which hung by her sides, clenched tightly as her voice turned as frigid as the depths of winter. I will never become Qin Yanshu's concubine. Shun Ning. Shun Xian's eyes brimmed with disdain. You refuse to be a concubine, yet do you think anyone would still wish to take you as a legitimate wife? Do not delude yourself. You have brought disgrace upon the Shun family. If it were not for your mother's affection, you would only be left with a noose around your neck. Anger surged within Shun Ning, yet she restrained the murderous intent roiling in her heart. Get out, all of you. Shun Ning, you are being unruly. Shun Yunlin's countenance darkened, assuming the authoritative posture of the head of the household. I grant you 3 days to ponder whether to wed Qin Yanshu as a concubine or to choose the noose for yourself. The decision is yours. There will be no 3 days, the elderly matriarch of the Shun family declared, striking her cane upon the ground with a fearsome expression. As the legitimate daughter, to have one's purity sullied is a profound disgrace to the Shun family. That Yanshu, despite past grievances, is willing to take you as a concubine is already a lofty offer. Do you dare to defy? Bring her. 2 sturdy maids entered from outside, bowing in obedience. Bind the young lady, and at dawn, prepare a sedan chair to send her to the Qin residence. The matriarch commanded coldly. Should she dare to resist, deal with her harshly. Shun's mother bore a complex expression, part reluctance, part disdain, and a hint of detachment. Ultimately, she could only utter, You should heed your grandmother and father. Yanshu is a fine match. He will protect you. Please consider this carefully. Chapter 2. What are you really doing? Qin Yanshu regained her composure and hastily pleaded, Grandmother, for Yanshu's sake, please forgive Ning'er this once. She was merely overwhelmed by yesterday's shock. Yanshu, even if you treat her with the utmost kindness, she will not appreciate it. The elderly matriarch of the Shun family gazed disdainfully at Shun Ning, deeming her a woman unworthy of any virtue, suggesting that her existence was a mere waste of sustenance. In my opinion, it would be better for her to end it all. Shun Ning's eyes glinted with icy resolve. If the Shun family were to be besieged by bandits in the dead of night, could you, grandmother, single-handedly protect the family? If not, would your existence not also be a waste of food? Shen Ning, how dare you? You wretched creature. The matriarch trembled with rage, raising her cane with the intent to strike. How could the Shun family raise such a rebellious offspring? Kneel before me, kneel. Shen Ning seized the cane from her grasp, a fleeting glimmer of fury flashing in her eyes. Given the Shun family's character, it is only natural to produce such offspring. What do you intend to do, Shen Ning? Shen Yunlin's face darkened, and he turned to bellow. What are you all standing around for? Bind her. Immediately, restrain her with ropes. Two burly maidservants, no longer hesitating, brandished the ropes they had prepared, ready to ensnare Shen Ning. Caught off guard, Shen Ning released the cane, causing the matriarch to stagger perilously. Be careful, grandmother. Shun Xian steadied the elderly woman, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Shen Ning. Are you rebelling? Shen Ning, are you truly rebelling? Shen Ning had no time to heed his outburst. Grasping the rope that was aimed at her, she summoned her strength, propelling the two maidservants forward. With a swift flick of her wrist, she deftly wrapped the rope around them, circling it several times until the two maidservants were securely bound. Miss, what are you doing? Let me go. The maidservants' faces drained of color as they struggled, only to find the binds tightening with each attempt. Matriarch, help us. Matriarch, the entire Shun family, from the matriarch to Shun Yunlin and Shun Xian, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, nearly convinced that Shen Ning had been possessed. How dare she act in such a manner? Shen Ning. The matriarch trembled, pointing a quivering finger at her, her vision blurring from fury. You are inciting rebellion. Yunlin, quickly drag her out and beat her to death. Do it now, drag her out. Shen Ning pushed the two maidservants forward, her gaze honing in on Shun Xian, who was closest to her. In a flash, she seized his hair, violently pulling him toward her. Shen Ning. Shun Xian's face contorted in pain, instinctively struggling. What are you doing? Let me go. What do you want, Shen Ning? Shen Madam's complexion paled in fear. He is your elder brother. Release him. Let him go. Sister, do not act impulsively. Shun Yin stammered. Your elder brother has always cherished you. Please do not be rash. Shen Ning, should you dare to harm a single hair on your elder brother, I shall ensure your demise in the most brutal manner. Shen Yunlin's countenance darkened, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. Release him at once. Shen Ning held tightly to the ropes binding two matrons, while her other hand gripped Shun Shuren's hair fiercely, her voice cold and indifferent. My decision to return home yesterday was indeed a grave error after this incident. I ought to have leapt from a cliff to end it all. Qin Yinshu's eyes narrowed. Shun Ning, do not speak in such a manner. This is not your fault. Truly, it is not your fault. I did not choose to leap from a cliff. Instead, I returned to the Shun family, which stands as the most foolish choice of my life. Shen Ning's voice was icy as she surveyed the so-called family members present. Since it was a misguided choice, it must be rectified promptly. The old matriarch's expression was as dark as water. Her face contorted with rage, as if she wished to devour Shen Ning. What is it that you intend to do? I wish to do nothing. Shen Ning's eyes locked onto Shun Yunlin, her demeanor resolute and unyielding. Prepare a horse and 1,000 taels of silver for me by dawn. I shall depart from the Shen family. From henceforth, consider this daughter as deceased, and let us part ways, never to cross paths again in life or death. You wish for the impossible. The old matriarch hissed ominously. Even in death, you shall die within the confines of the Shun family. I will grant you 2 hours to contemplate. Shen Ning feigned ignorance to her words, coldly stating, if my demands are not met by dawn, I cannot guarantee what will happen to Shun Shuren. Shen Ning, be gone. With a chilling sweep, Shen Ning suddenly wrapped the rope around Shuren's neck, tightening it to the point of suffocation. Now leave. Shen Ning. Mrs. Shun cried out in panic, her face drained of color. Ninger, he is your elder brother. Do not harm him. Please do not harm him. We shall leave at once. Shen Ning's eyes were as dark and deep as an abyss, a chilling coldness radiating from them that sent shivers down one's spine. The old matriarch ground her teeth in fury, wishing she could devour Shen Ning alive. But with Shuren in her grasp, she could only endure her anger for the moment. Shen Ning, should you dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon Shuren, I shall make your existence a living hell." With that harsh threat uttered, she reluctantly signaled for Shun Yunlin to withdraw temporarily. "Elder sister." Shen Yan's eyes were red from weeping as she stumbled out. "Do not harm him. He is innocent." Shen Ning regarded her with cold disdain, seeing through her pretense. When only Qin Yanshu and Shen Ning remained in the room, the atmosphere seemed to still in an instant. Qin Yanshu's hands tightened slightly, an inexplicable unease stirring within him. He was uncertain whether Shen Ning's drastic change in temperament was due to some trauma or her disillusionment with her family that led her to this state. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not bear to witness her like this. The former Shen Ning was vibrant and cheerful, her eyes alive with brilliance, a stark contrast to the cold, unfeeling person before him. He felt as though he were on the brink of losing the most significant aspect of his life, that sense of dread and anxiety causing his hands to tremble unconsciously at his sides. "Ningya," he spoke softly, as if fearing to frighten her. "I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry. I will return to my mother and tell her that I will not annul the engagement. I still wish to take you as my wife. I will certainly marry you as my legitimate spouse. Ninger, will you? Will you believe me?" Ninger's lips curled slightly, yet her gaze was piercingly cold. "Or perhaps, do you wish for me to weep before you, expressing gratitude and bowing in submission?" Qin Yanshu hastily shook his head, panic-stricken and at a loss. "That is not what I meant, Ninger. I did not intend that. Leave." Ninger closed her eyes, her voice icy and resolute. "If you utter another word of nonsense, I will have you retrieve Shun Xian's body." Qin Yanshu spoke dejectedly. "Ninger, I truly care for you. If it were not for my mother's vehement opposition, I would not act this way." "You are unworthy of me," Ninger responded with an indifferent tone, her voice chillingly severe. "Leave." Qin Yanshu froze, lowering his gaze as he somberly remarked, "The Shun family can no longer accept you, the dishonored daughter. No other nobleman will take you as a legitimate wife. Ninger, I hope you will consider this carefully." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 3. What if innocence remains? Once the room was cleared of all present, Shun Ning coldly instructed the two bound maids to draw closer. The maids, tightly bound like dumplings, approached with trepidation, murmuring, "Amiss." Shun Ning silently untied the rope around Shun Shuren's neck, methodically freeing the two maids before commanding them to leave. They scuttled away in a flurry. With a chilling gaze, she grasped one end of the rope and re-wrapped it around Shun Shuren's neck, a smirk flitting across her lips. Earlier, her grandmother had accused her of being unable to defend her chastity, claiming her existence was a waste of sustenance. If that were the case, she was eager to witness whether her older brother, the legitimate heir of the Shun family, could escape from the clutches of a seemingly frail woman like herself. It seemed that the old matriarch had forgotten the merciless nature of the bandits, who vastly outnumbered their opponents. A mere woman, offering incense to the heavens, could hardly contend with their ferocity. Nevertheless, she would demonstrate through her actions that every member of the Shun family, from top to bottom, was but a useless waste of food. Shun Ning. Shun Shuren clutched the rope around his neck, his voice strained as if forced from his throat. "Let me go and I will let you escape." Where her elder brother unleashed his fury, there was indeed a semblance of authority. Shen Ning mocked him. "If only you could wield such intensity in defense of your sister elsewhere, I would commend you as a man. Alas, you are merely a coward, incapable of protecting even your own sibling, resorting only to displays of power against those weaker than yourself. Truly a pitiful and laughable state." Shun Shuren attempted to speak, but Shen Ning offered him no opportunity. She stuffed a cloth into his mouth, dragged him to the foot of the bed, and securely bound him to the bedpost before turning to stand by the window. The courtyard of Haidang was noticeably populated with guards. These sentinels were typically forbidden from entering the inner sanctum. However, with the family's prized son, Shun Shuren, in the grip of Shen Ning, neither the old matriarch nor Shun Yunlin cared for such decorum. If they possessed any privileges, they would surely summon archers without hesitation. Shen Ning stood still for a moment, her gaze lowered to her hands. A pair of slender, pale hands, with a thin layer of calluses formed from years of martial practice. As a legitimate daughter of the Shun family, Shen Ning was well versed in the art of combat. Thus, her earlier aggressive encounters with Qin Yanshu and her effortless subduing of Shun Shuren before Shen Yunlin had raised no suspicions. She raised her eyes to the inky darkness beyond the window, her deep-set eyes glimmering with a chilling light. The Shun family was the Duke of the State, with Shen Yunlin as the Duke himself, a man who had risen to prominence through military merit and the favor of the former emperor. Shen Ning, once the esteemed eldest daughter of this noble household, had encountered misfortune while journeying outside the city to pray for her grandmother, falling prey to bandits who slaughtered her attendants and leaving her as the sole survivor. When her family found her, she was disheveled and weakened, her body tainted by the effects of a drug, presenting the appearance of having been violated. Yet, only she knew the truth. Shen Ning's innocence remained intact. That group of individuals, shrouded in obscure intentions, aimed solely to fabricate a fade of her defilement, thereby fulfilling some nefarious objective. Yet, Shen Ning, with her fierce disposition, could not endure the humiliation during her fervent resistance. She had already ceased to exist, and this vessel now harbored a different essence. The present Shen Ning is not the same as the one from before. The kin of the Shen family are no longer her own. However, if the true Shen Ning were still present, confronted with such disdain from her family, she would likely find it impossible to continue living. What does her innocence matter? To be disgraced in broad daylight is sufficient to plunge a woman, raised in the grandeur of a mansion, into despair and a longing for death. Yet, if those bandits do not genuinely wish to tarnish her, but instead intend to contrive a semblance of her disgrace, what, then, is their true purpose? They have ruthlessly taken the lives of all her maids and guards, merely to orchestrate this outcome. Shen Ning's gaze turned as frigid as ice, lost in contemplation. Who is the mastermind behind this? They have crafted such a deceptive illusion, tarnishing her reputation while preserving her purity. What could their intentions possibly be? Is it to provide Qin Yanshu with a pretext to demote her from wife to concubine? To descend from the status of a legitimate wife to that of a mere concubine? Shen Ning silently closed her eyes, leaning against the window frame, reflecting on her current predicament. Since her return yesterday evening, she had assimilated Shen Ning's memories. This is the kingdom of Daong, where the young emperor had only just turned 15. According to the ancestral laws of Daong, he would not assume governance for another year. At present, the reins of power are held by the regent, Ji Yutsong. It is widely known throughout the kingdom that the regent is an exceedingly cold and ruthless individual, wielding both military and political power, with the entire realm under his control. However, the regent possesses a fatal weakness. He is poisoned and does not have long to live. Before his demise, the late emperor bequeathed the throne to the yet uncrowned young prince, fearing that the power would fall into the hands of the Empress Dowager and the Qin family. Thus, he appointed the regent to govern in the interim. Yet the regent, already in command of military might, was further poisoned by the late emperor out of concern that he would, in time, become a threat to the throne. The antidote lies with the emperor, administered monthly. As for the nature of the poison and its symptoms, only the young emperor and the regent are privy to that knowledge. In Daong, alongside the regent, there are the Duke of the State, the left and right chancellors, and the Grand Tutor Wu, forming a tripartite balance of power. Among them, the left and right chancellors hold the most substantial authority, as the regent relies on trusted generals to quell internal strife, while the Duke of the State, a military figure, has seen a decline in recent years. The Qin family, being the maternal uncle's house, is particularly influential, as the Duke of Qin is the elder brother of the current Empress Dowager and the maternal uncle to the young emperor. Thus, the Shun family clings tenaciously to this alliance, unwilling to relinquish it, even in the face of a broken engagement and Shen Ning's demotion to concubine. Especially after Shen Ning's virtue is irrevocably tarnished, they consider it a great honor that Qin Yanshu would still desire her. In their eyes, Qin Yanshu is a devoted and responsible gentleman, while Shen Ning, the victim, has become the sinner. It is truly a laughable notion of devotion and responsibility. The most insipid of promises is that of a man's affection. Shen Ning unconsciously caressed her wrist, The excruciating pain from severed tendons seems to linger, while the overwhelming sensation of her shoulder blades, pierced by iron chains, surges like a tide. Trampled in the rain, she endures a wretched existence, having suffered the brutal humiliation of being tormented before countless onlookers. From a position of superiority, she has descended into the depths of subjugation, and she has borne all the anguish and shame that accompanies such a fall. Was this trivial setback compared to her past? Shin-ning opens her eyes, her gaze resembling an unfathomable cold abyss. After a moment, she turns and leans against the bed, closing her eyes in contemplation. The night breeze whispers through. The flickering flames dance in and out of sight, casting an eerie and sinister glow upon her breathtakingly beautiful face. In less than 2 hours, dawn will break. Chapter 4. The imperial edict arrives. The members of the Shun family spent the night in restless turmoil. The matriarch, infuriated, wished she could strip Shin Ning of everything, even inciting Shin Yunlin to report her to the authorities, hoping that the government would take Shin Ning to court and punish her severely. Yet, family disgrace must not be aired publicly. Shin Yunlin, aware of the repercussions, insisted that stirring up the authorities would only make the Duke of the State a laughingstock in the capital, and might even lead to their own downfall. Nevertheless, he vowed that he would not let Shin Ning off easily for her grave transgressions. He positioned all the household guards around the courtyard of Haitang, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. As dawn broke, Shin Madam returned to Haitang courtyard. Shin Ning had donned a simple, understated outfit and was seated at her vanity, meticulously scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror. The sleepless night had left faint shadows beneath her eyes, yet it could not overshadow her beauty. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her cheeks were plump, and her skin was as delicate as a flower petal. The legitimate daughter of the Shun family was indeed captivating. It was no wonder that despite her tarnished reputation, Qin Yanshu remained infatuated, even risking his own honor to clandestinely visit her chambers. Alas, this Shun Ning was not the same as before. His hidden desires were doomed to remain unfulfilled. Ninger, Shin Madam entered the inner chamber, casting a worried glance at her son bound to the bedpost. She then seated herself at the vanity, clearly preparing for a lengthy discussion. Your father has made his decision. You must marry Qin Yanshu as a concubine for the sake of our family's peace. This matter has nothing to do with your brother. Can you not release him? In the case of a fiercely proud woman, after enduring such humiliation, she would be expected to take her own life to preserve her family's honor. Yet, since Qin Yanshu was adamant about taking her as a concubine, and the Shen family was unwilling to relinquish the match, the matriarch issued a strict decree that Shin Ning must comply. A woman stripped of her virtue becoming a concubine in the Qin household would be under the guidance of the rightful mistress, serving her husband and the matriarch within the confines of the inner quarters, avoiding the public eye, and thus escaping the onslaught of gossip. Moreover, the Qin family held the title of imperial in-laws. With the emperor's eventual political involvement, Qin Yanshu was certain to shine brightly in court, which would also benefit the Duke of the State's household, especially in supporting Shun Xian's standing in the court. Thus, this union was deemed inevitable. If Shun Ning were still the same as before, their plans might have indeed come to fruition. Unfortunately, she remained silent, coolly adorning her hair with a golden gem flower pin, her expression utterly indifferent. Mother, you have only 2 daughters, including Yenner, and naturally wish for your well-being. Shin Madam lowered her gaze, her eyes beginning to redden. But I must consider the Shun family's interests, your brother, and your younger sisters. Ningya, I understand that being wronged is not your fault. Yet in this world, a woman whose virtue is lost is forever tainted. They will look down upon you, insult you, and belittle you. I do not wish for this outcome. My purity still remains. Shin Ning turned to face her, her expression devoid of emotion. Those bandits did not truly violate me. How could that be? Shin Madam clearly doubted her words. Your guards and maids are dead. How could they have spared you? Moreover, even if what you say is true, the world is well aware of your tarnished reputation. They will not believe you. Ninger, you should agree to marry Qin Yanshu. With his protection, no one will dare to criticize you, and this matter will no longer be a source of mockery for the Duke's residence. Leave. Madam Shin paused, her voice trembling with disbelief as she looked at her. "What did you say?" Shinning's tone was icy. "Leave." "Shinning, how dare you?" Madame Shun's composure faltered. Rising abruptly, her gaze filled with anger as she stared at her. "I am your mother. How could you be so unruly and disrespectful?" Shinning stood and met her gaze with calm determination, her words resonating clearly and powerfully. "Your daughter, Shinning, ceased to exist the moment she was humiliated yesterday. The one who remains is not your daughter, nor are you her mother. Henceforth, whether she lives or dies, or who marries her, is no longer within your purview. Since no one in this household regards Shinning as a person, I am under no obligation to fulfill filial duties. They are merely strangers. Shinning has perished. I have taken possession of her body, and I shall seek out the one who caused her demise to avenge her. Everything else is none of your concern. You." Madame Shun's face turned ashen, her hand pointing accusatorily at Shinning, clearly unable to accept such a stance from her. "Shinning, you have truly disappointed me." No sooner had she spoken, a servant hurried in. Madam, a decree has arrived from the palace." "A decree?" Madame Shun's expression shifted, her attention snapping to the servant. "A decree?" "Yes," the servant nodded anxiously. "The master has commanded you to take the eldest son and the two young ladies to the front hall to receive the decree. You must hurry." Madame Shun's face turned pale with alarm. This decree must pertain to Shinning. The Empress Dowager, being the maternal aunt of Qin Yanshu, would surely not approve of Shinning marrying him, let alone becoming a concubine, as it would be a disgrace. Thus, this could very well be a decree of death. Madame Shun turned back to look at Shinning, who remained unfazed, and coldly remarked, "A decree has arrived from the palace. You must release your brother immediately and accompany me to receive it. If it is a decree from the Empress Dowager, your aspirations to marry Qin Yanshu as a concubine may become mere wishful thinking." Shinning's expression was indifferent as she silently approached the bed. Untying Shun Xian from the bedpost. Having been bound for 2 hours, he appeared pale and haggard, his hair disheveled, his mouth gagged, rendering him unable to speak. Yet, his eyes bore into Shinning with a fierce intensity, as if wishing to tear her apart. With one hand gripping his hair and the other clutching his neck, Shinning propelled him towards the exit. "Shenning." Madame Shun was beside herself with rage. "We are going out to receive the decree. You mother." Shinning's gaze was frigid. "If you utter another word, I will strangle him immediately." Chapter 5. A Marriage Proposal to the Regent? Madame Shun felt as if her very blood had ceased to flow under the icy glare of her daughter, sending a shiver coursing through her. Shinning disregarded her mother entirely, as well as Shun Shun's struggles, roughly dragging him towards the exit. The Duke's mansion was vast, with numerous guards, and the path from Haidang Courtyard to the main hall was lengthy. Should a confrontation arise, the odds would be overwhelmingly against them. Moreover, the Duke's residence housed private soldiers and weapons. Shinning envisioned a barrage of arrows raining down upon them. In an open area, she might have fought to the death for a chance to escape, yet within the confines of the Duke's estate, surrounded by walls. The prospect of continuous combat left her fearing for her stamina. Shinning pondered furiously on how to carve out a path to survival in what appeared to be a dead end. She had endured countless dire situations before. It was unreasonable to resign herself to fate in this new life. However, she did not realize that she need not seek her own salvation, for a golden opportunity was being presented to her. Upon reaching the main hall, the Duke of Zhun and the younger members of the Shun family had gathered, and the old matriarch was slowly making her way over with the assistance of a maid. The moment Shinning and Shun Shun appeared, a multitude of eyes fixated upon her face, filled with nothing but disdain and hatred, devoid of any past affection for a daughter or sister. "Elder sister," Shun Yin approached with reddened eyes, as if she had not slept a wink out of worry. "Could you please let go of elder brother? We are all family." The eunuch delivering the imperial edict was evidently taken aback by the scene before him. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Shun Ning and the brother she had firmly restrained. "Miss Shun, what is?" "Your Grace, you may not be aware, but the Shun family has produced a scourge." The old matriarch interjected hastily, her tone rife with anguish. "A scourge indeed." The eunuch's gaze fell upon Shun Shuren's face. What crime has young Master Shen committed? The old matriarch faltered for a moment before quickly clarifying, No, not Shuren. The scourge I speak of is Shun Ning. She. Sighing deeply, the eunuch understood, his gaze locking onto Shun Ning's cold, piercing eyes, causing him to flinch slightly, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. The Shen family is to receive the edict. The old matriarch stiffened and hurriedly knelt with her family. Shun Ning. The Duke of Zhen regarded her with an unyielding gaze, remaining as still as a statue, his right hand still firmly gripping Shun Shuren's neck, unable to contain his anger. Kneel. Miss Shen need not kneel. The eunuch quickly interjected, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, imbued with a hint of deeper meaning. To be candid, Your Grace, this is a marriage decree. As his words settled in, the Shun family collectively froze. A decree bestowing the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shen Ning, upon the regent. The eunuch grinned as he bowed slightly, presenting the decree to the Duke of Zhen. We shall not read it aloud. The emperor has declared that Miss Shun, possessing both grace and virtue, is most suited to the regent. Everyone in the duke's residence stared blankly at the eunuch, as though they could not comprehend his words. Grace and virtue? Gentle and humble? Is this not sheer fabrication? The old matriarch was left in shock. Bestowed in marriage to the regent? The eunuch, tasked with delivering the imperial edict, nodded. The emperor has long regarded Miss Shun as particularly suitable. However, upon learning of her engagement to the young master of the Qin family, he refrained from intervening. It is said that the engagement was annulled yesterday, leading the emperor to believe that this was fate between Miss Shun and the regent. The Shun family stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by his words. The emperor had only heard of the annulment, but not the reasons behind it. Bestowing marriage upon the regent? How could this be possible? Was this truly an edict from the emperor? Had he grown weary of his throne to dare take such liberties? And what of the regent? How would he react? Would he allow the emperor to bestow marriage upon him? Was he aware that Shun Ning had lost her purity yesterday, now deemed unclean? The Duke of Jinghua, taken aback, gazed at the eunuch with confusion, wondering if the family's reaction stemmed from overwhelming surprise. Regaining his composure, the Duke hastily inquired, Does the regent know of this marriage arrangement? The eunuch nodded. Naturally, the regent is aware. Then, does the regent consent? The eunuch smiled and nodded. He consents. However, the Duke appeared utterly disoriented, contemplating whether the regent understood that Shun Ning had been assaulted the day before. The regent had merely stated that in 3 days he would wed the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shen Ning, without elaborating further. The eunuch smile dimmed slightly, suggesting that if the Duke truly harbored doubts, he might as well visit the regent's residence personally. With that, he turned to leave, accompanied by several young eunuchs. Wait, please, Shun Ning finally spoke, her voice cold. I have something to say. The eunuch turned back, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Miss Shun, is the regent to marry me? Yes. Will he marry a living woman or a dead one? The eunuch was taken aback, instinctively replying, Naturally, a living one. And if the bride were to be dead or maimed? The eunuch chuckled nervously, realizing that if the regent perceived this as a provocation, the entire duke's household might face unprecedented calamity. Understood, Shun Ning finally displayed a hint of mercy, releasing her grip on Shun Shuren, then kicking him to the ground. Thank you, Eunuch Zhou. The eunuch stared in astonishment at her actions, and no need for thanks. Miss Shun truly was formidable. No wonder the regent had taken an interest in her. The eunuch regarded Shun Ning with newfound respect, bowing slightly. We shall take our leave now, Miss Shun. The Duke of Jinghua hurriedly stood to escort them out. Shen Ning, her expression unchanging, turned and walked toward the inner courtyard without a backward glance. Shen Ning. The old matriarch of the Shun family rose, calling out coldly, Have you met the regent? Shen Ning appeared not to hear her question, departing indifferently. What was this attitude? The matriarch, seething with anger, turned to Madame Shun. Is this the good daughter you raised, lacking any sense of decorum? Mother, please calm your anger. Madame Shun lowered her gaze in apology, although she was perplexed by the emperor's sudden decree of marriage. However, Ninger was now the fiancé of the regent prince, and if her mother's words were to be overheard, It could spell disaster for the Shun family. Just as the elder Mrs. Shun was about to unleash her wrath, she paused, held back by a sense of restraint, and returned with a heavy heart, leaning on her cane. Mother, how did this imperial edict come about in such a peculiar manner? Xinyan furrowed her brow, appearing delicate and bewildered. The regent prince held immense power and was known for his cruelty. It was inconceivable that he was unaware of the events that transpired yesterday. How could he, without warning, take my elder sister as his consort? Does mother not find this situation exceedingly strange? If Ning were blameless, it would be one thing. Yet, her reputation has been tarnished, and the news spread like wildfire within a single day. The Qin family, unable to wait even half a day, hurriedly sent someone to annul the marriage. Moreover, the regent prince, a man of great authority, could never take a woman of dubious virtue as his consort. Would that not be a farce? Madame Shun's expression grew grave. I too am at a loss as to how this transpired. Trouble may soon befall the Shun family. The Duke of the State returned, clutching the burdensome imperial edict, his face a portrait of distress. The regent prince could marry anyone, but a woman of questionable integrity was out of the question. The decree exuded an ominous aura, breeding unease. Is it truly that severe? Madame Shin questioned, her brow knitted in doubt. Given the regent prince's frail health, could it not merely be an endeavor to bring him joy? What would a woman like you understand? The Duke shot her a cold glance. Can joy remedy the regent prince's ailments? Madame Shun's complexion shifted, her tongue silenced by the weight of his words. The Duke furrowed his brow. Even if it were indeed an act of seeking joy, it would bring nothing but harm to the Duke's household. The Emperor was to assume control next year, and the power struggle with the regent prince would only intensify. Should anything befall the regent prince, Ning's demise would be all but assured. The confidants of the regent prince might even consider the Shun family the root of all misfortune. Conversely, if the regent prince were to survive, the leverage of Ning's lost virtue would inevitably lead to the Shun family's ruin. What shall we do? Shuren's voice turned cold. Is this truly the emperor's intent behind the marriage decree? Having been bound for 2 hours and silenced, he finally found his voice, rasping with difficulty, his countenance a picture of despair. The Duke remained silent, his steps heavy as he made his way to the inner courtyard. Once they reached a secluded area, he spoke softly. Without the regent prince's consent, this decree would never have left the palace. Chapter 6. Ning is a calamity. Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and questioned, what exactly does the regent mean by this? The regent appeared intent on seizing this opportunity to sever all ties between the Duke of Jinghua's household and the Qin family. The Duke's countenance darkened, his tone inscrutable. The Qin family was aligned with the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Should the Duke's household forge a marital alliance with the Qin family, it would undoubtedly solidify their position as significant ministers before the Emperor. The regent's actions directly obliterated any prospects of the Emperor's attempt to win over the Duke's household, and likewise extinguished their chance of loyalty to the Emperor. Madame Shun immediately felt uneasy. Then, what shall we do? Are we to sit idly by and await our doom? Father, I propose we marry Yenner to Qin Yanshu, suggested Shun Xian after a moment of contemplation, believing it to be a reasonably viable option. This way, the Duke's household and the Qin family could still maintain a kinship. Foolishness. The Duke glared at him coldly. The imperial decree has already been issued. It is not something you can manipulate at will. Shunyan pressed her lips together, her expression dimmed. Must we truly resign ourselves to inaction? Shun Xian spoke coldly, his gaze dark and filled with loathing. Ning's innocence is in jeopardy. Marrying her to the regent will ultimately lead to her demise. Once she is dead, the regent will accuse us of deceit, and the Shin family will undoubtedly suffer the consequences. How shall we save ourselves then? Madame Shun listened to the conversation between the father and son, each word echoing the impending doom facing the Duke's household, causing her heart to race with anxiety. She could not comprehend why the regent suddenly desired to marry Ning. Unaware of the multitude of intricate schemes at play, those noble lords wielding power were indeed not to be underestimated. A seemingly arbitrary decision could instill fear and unrest within their family. Or perhaps, Xian's gaze shifted, his eyes cold and merciless. If Shun Ning were to perish unexpectedly, could we not allow Yen'er to take her place in marriage? Madame Shin gasped. Xian, the regent desires Shin Ning. An unexpected death would be seen as treason. Did you not hear what Lord Zhou just said? The Duke of Jinghua would surely face calamity if anything were to befall Shin Ning. Shin Ning is nothing but a calamity. Shun Xian's face turned a shade of iron, his words laced with bitterness. Had it not been for this unforeseen turn of events, how could such a disaster have befallen them? The Duke of Jinghua frowned. She is your sister. Sister? Shin Xian scoffed. If it were not for her reckless actions, would the Duke's household have become the laughingstock of the city? Last night, she bound me for 2 hours. Did she ever regard me as her brother? In uttering these words, he completely forgot that prior to Shin Ning's departure to seek blessings for their grandmother, he had praised her as a dutiful and understanding daughter, a considerate sister. He also neglected to recall how he had repeatedly lauded the compatibility between Shin Ning and Qin Yanshu, declaring that having Shun Ning as the legitimate daughter was a blessing for the entire family. Now, due to a single calamity, she had transformed into a foe and a source of misfortune in his eyes. In any case, the imperial decree has been issued. Spare me your nonsensical schemes. The Duke of the State warned him, then turned to Madame Shun, saying, You should speak with Shin Ning. She is the daughter of the Shun family. Even though she is to marry the regent, she will always remain a Shun. He held no personal grievances against Shin Ning. His sole concern was the fate of the Duke's residence. Madame Shin nodded. Should I comfort her? It would be ideal if we could quell her anger. The Duke's voice grew somber. If that cannot be achieved, do not provoke her further for the time being. Madame Shin nodded and turned towards Haitang Courtyard. Mother. Shun Yin attempted to accompany her. I wish to see my elder sister. Yen'er. The Duke's tone was firm. Return to your room to rest. Shun Yin halted abruptly, lowering her head to conceal the strange glimmer in her eyes. Yes, father. In the dead of night, the Duke's residence underwent a tremendous upheaval. Shin Ning's fate also experienced a radical transformation. For now, this change was fortuitous for her. She need not risk her life to carve out a path through a sea of blood, regardless of the regent's true intentions in marrying her. Such elaborate measures could hardly be for her demise. Standing by the window, Shun Ning's expression was as frosty as her demeanor. Ninger, Madame Shun entered, her face adopting a gentle expression. Have you ever met the regent? If he has explicitly expressed his affections for you, then this marriage might hold some hope. However, if you have never encountered him, it may bode ill. Shin Ning gazed indifferently out the window, her exquisite features devoid of warmth, exuding an aura that seemed to repel others. Madame Shun felt a surge of displeasure, but restrained her temper. This marriage proposal is indeed strange. Your father and I are both deeply unsettled. If you have any thoughts, would you share them with me? Shin Ning remained silent, her brows slightly lowered, seemingly lost in thoughts unknown to others. Although the Emperor has bestowed you upon the regent, it does not mean you cease to be our daughter, Madame Shin pressed, her tone becoming progressively colder. If the regent treats you well, you will fare well. But if he does not, what then? What will you do? Shin Ning turned to her, her gaze indifferent. You dare not offend Qin Yanshu, yet you would provoke the regent? Madame Shun's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. She stared intently into Shin Ning's eyes, feeling as though her daughter had suddenly transformed, her gaze as frigid as ice. No, not ice, but like that of a vengeful spirit. How could Shin Ning possess such a gaze? Shouldn't she be heartbroken and desolate after losing her purity? Shouldn't being given to the regent provoke joy? Why did she display no emotion, her eyes becoming so fearsome since last night? Is there something else? Shin Ning's voice was cold. Madame Shun snapped back to reality, as if scalded by fire, and added with a hint of anger, Ning, I am your mother. Why do you speak to me in such a manner? Shin Ning glanced at her expressionlessly. A flicker of distress crossed Madame Shun's eyes, feeling offended by her own daughter, the flames of her anger boiling within. Contemplating the recent imperial decree, there was evidently a sense of trepidation. The lady and her maid, Xing, reported from outside that young Master Qin had arrived. Madame Shun furrowed her brow and, after a moment of silence, instructed, let him in. With the marriage edict bestowed upon her, Shin Ning ought to maintain her distance from Qin Yanshu. However, the bond they shared as longtime betrothed was not easily severed. It would be unkind to be utterly heartless. Madame Shun gazed at Shun Ning with a complex expression, saying, "You and Yanshu have indeed shared affections. Do converse with him sincerely. Even if you cannot become husband and wife, do not let animosity arise between you." Seemingly oblivious to her mother's words, Shun Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed outside. Madame Shun's complexion darkened, her anger barely contained as she turned to leave. "Ningya!" Qin Yanshu burst in like a tempest, his visage marred by distress. "Are you truly to marry the regent?" Having spent a sleepless night and suffered the pain of Shun Ning's kicks, he appeared haggard, his pallor suggesting a fragile state of health. Yet, beyond the ache in his heart and the malaise in his body, the turmoil in his eyes was unmistakable. He had not anticipated that Shun Ning would be betrothed to the regent, a reality he found intolerable. Shun Ning paid him no heed, lost in thoughts of the regent, pondering the nature of the man. Rumor spoke of his formidable military strategies and ruthless methods, with an iron grip on the political landscape of the young kingdom. The entire court trembled in his presence, while the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's faction eagerly sought his downfall. "Ninger, the regent is not a man to be trifled with. He is merciless and bloodthirsty. You cannot marry him." Qin Yanshu's face paled further, desperation flickering in his eyes. "He must have ulterior motives, perhaps. Perhaps the one who wronged you yesterday was him. Do you think me tainted, and thus the regent would scorn me as well?" Shun Ning's voice was frigid. "All men ought to disdain me. If you are willing to take me as a concubine, I should be grateful, bowing in gratitude to you." Panic flashed across Qin Yanshu's features. I did not mean that." The regent, a seasoned warrior who had witnessed countless deaths in battle, was a man devoid of compassion. Shun Ning turned slightly, her eyes glacial. To him, honor is a trivial matter. This understanding is something you so-called noble gentlemen will never grasp. Honor and dignity pale in comparison to the instinct to survive. Chapter 7. You will die before him. Qin Yanshu was taken aback, a look of alarm flickering in his eyes. "Ninger, you cannot possibly have feelings for him. He is far from an ordinary man. His intentions in marrying you are certainly nefarious. Ninger, he is too dangerous. Iredis adventure, sending interjected." Her gaze turning to him, her eyes as dark and profound as the deepest abyss, seemingly glazed with frost. "I would rather marry a brutal man than be a concubine to someone like you." Qin Yanshu's expression froze, the plea in his eyes gradually giving way to a cold disdain. "Do you think that by aligning yourself with the regent, you will bask in luxury and wealth?" "Shun Ning, let me enlighten you. The regent is a sycophant destined to meet his demise, even if he were not poisoned and in ill health. Once the emperor assumes power, he will not spare him. The regent is a thorn in the side of both the Empress Dowager and the emperor. His end is inevitable. You will perish before he does." Shun Ning coldly interrupted him. "If you doubt that, let us wager." Qin Yanshu's complexion shifted between shades of pale and green, his hands clenched at his sides, rendered speechless. The emperor cannot take power, and the Empress Dowager cannot eliminate him. Shun Ning remarked, a mocking glint in her eyes. "Qin Yanshu, your calculations are fundamentally flawed." "Ningya." Qin Yanshu, enraged and humiliated, raised his hand to strike her. "You wretched woman." Shun Ning's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly seized his wrist, twisting it sharply. Crack! "Ah!" Qin Yanshu screamed in agony, immediately curling into a ball on the ground, his face ashen and beads of cold sweat forming. "What are you doing, Shun Ning?" Shun Xian burst in, astonished, taking in the sight of the pale Qin Yanshu. Yanshu, get out." Shun Ning returned to her chair, her voice icy and piercing. "Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." Qin Yanshu, drenched in sweat, slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes directed at Shun Ning, filled not only with resentment, but also a trace of barely perceptible fear. You are not Shun Ning. You are not her at all. Who are you?" Though Shun Ning had practiced martial arts since childhood, it had only been for fitness. She had never possessed such terrifying prowess or a fearsome gaze. Upon hearing Qin Yanshu's words, Shun Xian scrutinized Shun Ning with suspicion. "Who are you?" The real Ning would never bind her brother to the bed for 2 hours or attempt to strangle him, let alone oppose her entire family. She once cherished Qin Yanshu and would never have the heart to treat him so ruthlessly. Moreover, her display of brute strength last night, and the force with which she broke Qin Yanshu's wrist. What difference is there between her and a deity of death? Even if Ning were a martial artist, she would not possess such immense strength. How ludicrous, Ning remarked, tilting her head to regard him, her gaze icy and scornful. You cannot even recognize your own sister after so many years, yet you dare to call yourselves family. Shinshan had no time for further discourse. He was unwilling to linger any longer, feeling increasingly unnerved by Ning's chilling gaze and her sinister voice, as if she were poised to commit murder at any moment. He helped Qin Yanshu to his feet and called out to the servants, "Someone, quickly summon a doctor. Bring the finest physician in the city." Ning's gaze was heavy as she silently watched Shun Shuren assist Qin Yanshu in leaving, her eyes devoid of warmth. A gentleman of refined elegance? What a farce this was. The incident of Ning breaking Qin Yanshu's wrist soon stirred a tempest within the Shun family. Shen Yunlin could scarcely believe it. Since yesterday, the Shun household had been in uproar. Before they could fully digest the news of the imperial decree for marriage, Ning had created such an enormous scandal. In a fit of rage, Shen Yunlin immediately ordered that Ning be brought forth for questioning, even contemplating invoking the family law to provide an explanation to Qin Yanshu. Simultaneously, he intended to send someone to the Qin family to apologize and make amends. However, faced with the furious and anxious inquiries from her family, Ning remained indifferent. Qin Yanshu had violated protocol and deserved his fate. The utterance of those 4 words stunned the Shen family. They had yet to acclimate to the imperial decree of marriage. And here was Ning assuming the demeanor of a regent's consort. "You may act against me if you wish." Ning coldly raised her eyes, surveying her so-called family before her, "but bear all consequences yourselves." Impudent. The head of the family, Shen Yunlin, felt his authority challenged and raised his hand to strike her. Unfortunately, his wrist was seized mid-motion. Ning grasped his hand, her eyes as frigid as a frozen lake. "Do you wish to sever your own hand, father?" You. Shen Yunlin struggled, only to find Ning's strength astonishing, fear gripping him. "Let me go." Madame Shun gasped. "Ning, what are you doing?" "Release your father." Shun Shuren shouted in fury. "Ning, how dare you?" Shen Yin anxiously exclaimed, "Sister." The entire family seemed poised to rush forward, a chaotic scene unfolding, but upon meeting Ning's icy gaze, they all instinctively froze, feeling an icy chill creep up their spines. The terror in Ning's eyes was palpable. Under her stare, their very blood felt as though it might congeal, fear gripping their hearts. Madame Shun, trembling, spoke up, "Ninger, do not disrespect your father. This is an act of treason. Quickly, let him go." After marrying the regent, "I am a member of the royal family." Ning calmly released Shun Yunlin's wrist, slowly imparting the truth to them. "If my father truly struck me, it would be a blurring of rank and an act of treason." Shen Yunlin's face turned ashen. "Even if you marry the regent, you are still my daughter. Am I not entitled to discipline you? As a father, your primary duty should be to protect your daughter." Ning replied coldly, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if regarding a worthless insect. "Yet you have failed to do so. When your daughter was humiliated, instead of seeking the truth and avenging her, you chose to belittle and humiliate her further, almost wishing her dead. Do you truly deserve to be called a father? What wrong has Ning committed? Is it a sin to venture forth to pray for her family? Should she have leapt off a cliff to preserve her honor upon encountering bandits? The fault lies not in her lack of prowess to conquer, nor her inability to protect herself, but rather in her unfortunate birth into a family devoid of compassion and humanity. Outrage! Outrage! Shun Yunlin, incensed by her probing questions, turned an ashen shade of fury and exclaimed, "Ning, cease your words." Ning pursed her lips, casting a cold and disdainful glance at her relatives, poised to turn away. "Your Excellency!" A guard rushed in, his tone fraught with urgency. "The Qin family. Madame Qin has arrived with her attendants." demanding an explanation from the Shun family. Shen Ning paused, her heart fluttering with apprehension. You have caused this turmoil. It is your responsibility to explain yourself to Madame Qin. Shen Yunlin glared at Shen Ning with disdain before striding towards the front courtyard, muttering curses under his breath. Ningya? Lady Shun forced a smile, gently advising her. When you encounter Madame Qin, sincerely apologize, claiming it was merely an unfortunate mishap. I did not err. It was my intention to cripple Qin Yanshu. Shen Ning replied with an impassive gaze, turning her back and heading towards the front courtyard. Lady Shun stood frozen, her complexion a tumultuous blend of pale and ashen hues. Chapter 8. The arrival of the regent Madame Qin arrived with a considerable entourage. All the guards of the Qin family surrounded the gates of the Shun residence, with 4 burly matrons and over a dozen maidservants, creating a formidable presence that nearly rendered the entrance impassable. As the Duke of the State hurried into the front courtyard, he wore an expression of deep regret while addressing Madame Qin, apologizing profusely for the unforeseen altercation between Yin Shu and Shen Ning. He explained that it was an oversight and that the incident was truly an accident. An accident? Madame Qin, clad in an elegant dark green satin gown and adorned with a necklace of exquisite coral beads, emanated an imposing and regal aura. A grown man like Yin Shu has had his hand broken by Shen Ning, and you dare label this as an accident? This is clearly a malicious act. My lady, I do not wish to complicate matters further, the Duke implored. Please surrender the instigator so that she may receive her due punishment before me, and we can put today's events to rest. The Duke stiffened, hastily clarifying, Madame Qin, you may not be aware, but today the Emperor has just issued a decree bestowing Shen Ning in marriage to the regent. Are you attempting to intimidate me with the regent's name? Madame Qin interjected sharply, clearly unimpressed. The Shun family has daughters aplenty. If the eldest is punished, the second can take her place. The regent desires merely a daughter of the Shun family. There is no hierarchy in that regard. Despite Shun Yunlin's readiness to make amends, she could not have anticipated Madame Qin's obstinacy. However, circumstances compelled her to persist in her apologies. Madame Qin, please temper your anger. Yin Shu and Ninger once shared genuine affection. Today's incident arose from Yin Shu's impulsive intrusion into Ninger's chamber upon hearing the royal decree. If there is blame to be laid, Yin Shu is not entirely innocent, is he? So you suggest that Yin Shu brought this upon himself? Madame Qin's countenance darkened, her voice harsh and tyrannical. Indeed, the Shun family excels at deflecting blame. I have long warned Yin Shu that Shen Ning is unworthy of his affection, yet he clings to old sentiments. This punishment is, alas, what he deserves. But Shen Ning, that wretched creature, is the true villain. The Qin family prides itself on its noble lineage, yet Madame Qin's outburst revealed her to be a foul-mouthed shrew. Shen Ning emerged from within, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly. No wonder such a disgraceful character as Qin Yin Shu, who prowls at night like a common thief, could emerge from her upbringing. Madame Qin's expression hardened. What did you just say? My meaning is clear. Madame Qin, this vile woman has raised a contemptible wretch in Qin Yin Shu, Shen Ning replied, her eyes sharp as blades. Did Madame Qin truly fail to comprehend? Madame Qin's demeanor rapidly deteriorated, her face turning ashen and her veins throbbing with fury. Shen Ning, how dare you insult me? You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Someone, execute her immediately. Why are you all standing there? Seize her at once. I want her punished to the fullest extent. Do you hear me? I want her dead. The matrons and maidservants, clearly handpicked for this very occasion, responded in unison to Madame Qin's orders, advancing toward Shen Ning. Yet, as the tension reached its peak, an authoritative voice suddenly rang out from outside. The regent has arrived. The air became dense with anticipation. Madame Qin's furious expression froze upon her face, and the matron, a mere step away from Shen Ning, abruptly halted her movements, while the maids collectively displayed expressions of terror. Shen Yunlin and Madame Shun turned their gazes toward the entrance. Shen Ning followed suit, her face devoid of emotion, her eyes tranquil to the point of stillness, betraying not the slightest fluctuation of feeling. 8 black-clad guards, armed and imposing, entered in unison, taking their positions on either side, their heads bowed, exuding an aura of utmost respect. A man clad in a dark robe stepped across the threshold, his tall and lean figure striking. His features as cold and picturesque as a painting, with eyes as sharp as a blade, concealing a piercing chill. His chiseled features radiated an innate beauty intertwined with an air of aloof superiority, emanating a chilling oppression that rendered the atmosphere tense. He was a formidable man. Madame Chin's complexion turned pale as she stammered, "The regent. The regent has arrived. Why are you not kneeling?" Startled, Madame Chin immediately collapsed to the ground, prompting all others to follow suit. With the Chin family kneeling, the Shun family had no choice but to do the same. Shun Yunlin suppressed his unease and led the group in bowing. "We pay our respects to the regent, according to the status of the Duke of the State." Even in the presence of the emperor, one could often be exempt from kneeling unless in significant circumstances. However, this regent was not one to extend favors. Wherever he went, no one had ever dared to stand while conversing with him. His 16 guards moved like phantoms, swift and lethal, with heads rolling before one could utter a warning. No one dared to risk their life challenging his temper. Yet today was an exception. Shen Ning maintained her gaze upon him, neither kneeling nor allowing her expression to shift in the slightest. "I have heard that someone dares to bully my wife." The man spoke with an indifferent tone. It was laced with a chilling undertone that instilled fear. "I find this amusing. I have come to see who possesses such audacity." Madame Chin's face drained of color. "Regent, please allow me to explain. Your explanations can wait. I have no interest in hearing them." The man approached Shun Ning, lifting her chin with his hand. "Shall I eliminate them for you?" Shun Ning fixed her gaze upon the man before her, her initial thought surprisingly noting his handsome features. He seemed a decisive and ruthless individual. Marrying him might not be a misfortune. A few insults were inconsequential. There was no need for bloodshed. In an indifferent tone, she replied, "I disregard Madame Chin entirely, but it is worth mentioning that Qin Yanshu recently sought me out. Convinced that the regent would disdain me for being a withered flower, my virtue lost, and treated me with disrespect, which led to me breaking one of his arms." "Quite right." The man's eyes glinted with intrigue. "My wife need not show mercy and must never allow herself to be bullied without retaliation." Shen Ning observed him, her expression unchanged. "Did you not hear the crux of my statement? A withered flower, my virtue lost?" Ji Yutsong's lips curled slightly, a chilling glint in his eyes. "Should those 8 words ever escape anyone else's lips again, I shall have their tongues severed." Upon uttering those words, his chilling gaze swept across the room. "Is everyone clear?" Lady Qin trembled as she knelt upon the ground, nodding. I understand. Your subordinate obeys." The 8 guards responded in unison. Lady Qin was taken aback, realizing that the regent's words were directed at his subordinates, implying that anyone who dared to slander the princess would have their tongues severed. Truly, a ruthless and unfeeling regent. The Shen family's affairs are in disarray. I have no desire to linger here, Ji Yutsong remarked, turning to leave with an indifferent tone. "Tonight, I shall have someone deliver the bridal gown for you to try on." Shen Ning remained silent, merely observing the tall, slender figure depart from the Shun residence, accompanied by the 8 guards, sharp and precise as blades. Before the multitude, none dared to utter a word. Everyone knelt like stone statues, their faces pale with fear, clearly displaying signs of lingering terror. A gust of wind swept through the air, causing Lady Qin to involuntarily shiver. How could that wretched Shen Ning have caught the eye of the regent? Is the regent blind? He disregards so many dignified and noble daughters from esteemed families, yet chooses to marry a woman who has been mistreated and is a mere remnant of her former self? Chapter 9. Whimsical schemes. Shan Yin knelt behind her mother, gazing up at the noble and austere figure of the regent. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes. What right did Shen Ning have to claim such an outstanding man? Shen Ning had already lost her innocence. If the regent sought to marry her solely for the loyalty of the Duke of Zhangguo's estate, then she too could fulfill that role. After all, they were both daughters of the Shun family. In fact, she possessed several advantages over Shen Ning. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Shun Yin could not help but softly speak. "Mother." Madame Shun, still reeling from her shock, instinctively turned to look at her, asking, "What is it?" "I wish to marry the regent." A blush crept onto Shun Yan's ears as her voice emerged gently and shyly. "I believe I would be a more suitable match than my elder sister, who has lost her purity." Madame Shin's expression shifted in surprise. Did her daughter truly wish to wed the regent? She couldn't help but glance toward Shen Ning, who was walking toward the Haitang courtyard, and then at the bashful Shun Yan. An instinctive feeling told her that the regent desired Shen Ning, perhaps even appreciating her unique temperament, so cold and chilling, as if she had just emerged from an ice cellar. No, it was more akin to a grim reaper rising from the depths of hell. Madame Shun felt compelled to immediately refute her daughter's assertion. Shen Yan was ill-suited for someone as formidable as the regent. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself unable to voice them. What if it were feasible? "Yana, the regent desires your sister," Madame Shin said, her brow furrowed and her voice lowered. "Moreover, the regent's power is merely temporary. He will not live long. Once the emperor assumes control, the regent seeks only the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua." Shun Yan interjected. "Mother, no honorable man would marry a woman who is not pure, especially not someone like the regent, who has never harbored feelings for my sister." Even Qin Yanshu withdrew from his engagement with Shen Ning due to her loss of virtue. How could someone of the regent's stature desire a faded flower? And does he not care what others say? Does that not reveal his true sentiments? And the emperor has yet to assume power, Shen Yan whispered. Someone of the regent's caliber must possess means of self-preservation. "I am not afraid." Madame Shan was taken aback, unsure of how Shun Yan had come to such a conclusion. Regardless of his means of self-preservation, how many regents throughout history have met a favorable end? Not to mention, the regent had been poisoned, suppressing her rising panic. Madame Shun steadied herself with the help of a maid and raised her gaze to the visibly shaken Madame Qin. As she prepared to speak, she caught a cold glance from Madame Qin, whose tone was laced with lingering displeasure. "Return home." Madame Shun froze, silently watching the Qin family depart. The events of the past few days had left her utterly exhausted. Once the courtyard fell silent, she wearily turned to head toward the inner chambers, with Shun Yin trailing behind. "The regent has commanded that no one utter the words faded flower again," Shun Yin remarked. "It is clear he cares about this. He only seeks to curry favor with the Duke of Jinghua by lowering himself to marry my sister." "Mother, what if the regent later recalls this matter and harbors resentment toward my sister, directing his ire at the duke's estate?" Madame Shun's heart sank, for this was precisely the concern she shared with the duke. "If I were to marry in her stead, all these issues would cease to exist." Shun Yin lowered her gaze, concealing the brilliance in her eyes. Once her daughter became the Duchess of the Regency, she would surely bring glory to the duke's residence, elevating her father's position and ensuring her brother's success in his career. At this point, her brows knitted together as a bitter smile emerged. "My elder sister now treats us as enemies, if she were to wield the power of the regent to seek revenge. Mother, the duke's residence would likely—" A shiver ran down Madame Shun's spine as she recalled Shen Ning's demeanor from earlier that day. Yenner was right. With such an attitude, how could Shen Ning possibly treat the duke's residence kindly in the future, should she wish to retaliate? "I must speak with your father." Unable to remain any longer, Madame Shun turned anxiously toward the main courtyard, only to glance back, her heart heavy. "Yenner, do not act hastily. Let us discuss before making any decisions." Shen Yin nodded obediently. "Rest assured, mother." Only then did Madame Shun leave in peace, accompanied by her attendants. Shen Yin watched her retreating figure, her mind inevitably conjuring the regent's celestial visage and commanding presence, a glimmer of determination igniting within her. Such an exceptional man must be hers. A woman who had faced brigands on a mountain and been sullied could hardly be deemed worthy of such a flawless man. She considered not only Shen Ning, but also the family's future, wishing to avoid a day when the regent might unearth past grievances. At that time, not only would Shen Ning suffer terribly, but the Shun family would also bear the consequences. Thus, marrying him was the wisest decision. A smile of cunning satisfaction briefly graced Shun Yan's lips. However, to secure this marriage, a compelling reason was necessary. Returning to her chamber, she summoned her personal maid, Xiaolan, Deliver a message to Qin Yinshu's servant, instructing him that at the stroke of midnight, Mr. Qin should send a smaller carriage to the back gate of the Shen residence, and he will have his desires fulfilled. Xiaolan, startled, replied, "Second miss this. Go as I instructed." "Yes." Xiaolan accepted her orders and departed. Shen Yin sat before her vanity, gazing into the mirror at her visage, which rivaled Shen Ning's beauty, and slowly narrowed her eyes. What did she lack compared to Shen Ning? Qin Yinshu was infatuated with Shen Ning, intent on taking her as a concubine. Was it not a win-win situation for her to marry the regent in Shen Ning's place? It would neither offend the regent nor provoke the Qin family. Shen Yin mused, finding her reasoning perfectly sound. At noon, while Shen Ning napped, Shen Yin personally brought lunch to her room. Elder sister, Shen Yin stood at the bedside, gently urging her to rise. "You haven't eaten this morning, so I had the kitchen prepare nourishing soup and some of your favorite dishes." Shen Ning opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them, startling Shen Yin to the point of retreating a step, fearful that Shen Ning might react violently. However, she quickly realized such an action was inappropriate and forced a friendly smile. "Elder sister, please get up to eat." Shen Ning sat up, and the maids from Haidang courtyard promptly entered with water to assist her. After a simple wash, Shen Ning indifferently took her seat at the table. Shen Yin placed the soup bowl before her. "Elder sister, do take a taste of this soup." Her amiable demeanor and gentle attentiveness momentarily led one to believe that their bond was indeed as profound as that of true sisters, unbreakable and steadfast. Shen Ning's gaze fell upon the dish before her, her voice devoid of warmth. "Bring me another bowl." What, elder sister?" Shen Yin stammered, taken aback. This nourishing soup was prepared specifically for her recovery. Shen Ning regarded her with a calm expression. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Shen Yin froze momentarily before hastily handing her a bowl. Shen Ning, with deliberate slowness, divided the soup in two, extending one half to Shen Yin. "Join me in eating." Shen Yin's expression turned utterly stiff, her heart racing. "Elder sister." "What?" Shen Ning lifted her gaze, her eyes dark and inscrutable, as if she were fully aware. "Is there a problem?" "I." Shen Yin chuckled awkwardly. "This soup was specially made for you by the kitchen. And besides, I just finished eating not long ago. Do you need me to feed you?" Shen Yan's complexion shifted as she recalled that not only had she added ingredients to the soup, but several other dishes bore her influence as well. Thus, no matter which Shen Ning chose, she could not escape. All she needed was a small taste to assuage Shen Ning's concerns. It should pose no significant risk. Shen Yin suppressed her unease, grasped a porcelain spoon, and took delicate bites. Shen Ning quietly observed her, her gaze profound and impenetrable, leaving one uncertain of her thoughts. After a couple of mouthfuls, Shen Yin noticed that Shen Ning remained still and offered a dry chuckle. "Elder sister, why aren't you eating?" "You eat first." Shen Ning replied coldly. Shen Yin tightened her grip on the spoon, preparing to persuade further, only to hear Shen Ning say, "Finish your soup before we continue." Chapter 10. The phoenix crown and the flowing robe. Shen Yan's movements froze, rendering her unable to drink any further. Shen Ning gazed at her with a blank expression, her eyes reflecting an indifferent hue, subtly laced with mockery. "Elder sister." Shen Yin chuckled awkwardly, attempting to push the bowl away. "I'm truly full. This restorative soup was specifically prepared for you by the kitchen. Eat." Shen Ning's voice was cold and unyielding, leaving no room for rebuttal. Shen Yan's face turned ashen, her pretense crumbling as her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Elder sister, what do you truly wish to accomplish?" "I merely felt distressed over the grievances you suffered yesterday. You have not had a proper rest or meal from last night until today. I ordered your favorite dishes. What wrong have I committed? Why must you be so?" Before she could finish her sentence, a hand clamped around her nape, forcefully pressing her down onto the table. "Will you eat or not?" Shen Yin shook her head vigorously, terror welling up as she nearly cried out. Let go of me." Shen Ning tightened her grip on Shen Yan's chin, compelling her to open her mouth, while the other hand lifted the bowl, pouring the soup into her reluctant mouth. "Ah, cough, cough, cough." Shen Yin desperately tried to evade, half the soup spraying out while the other half was swallowed down her throat. "Cough, cough." Once half the bowl was forcibly consumed, Shen Ning poured the remaining contents from her own bowl into Shun Yan, coldly releasing her and tossing the bowl onto the table. Shen Yan's face was as pale as death as she dashed outside like the wind, her fingers clawing at her throat. Unable to suppress the urge to expel the soup she had just ingested, Shen Ning silently observed her retreating figure, returning to the table to resume her meal with unhurried grace. The soup bowl was pushed aside, and a glistening bowl of white rice was placed before her. Shen Ning ate with refined elegance, wielding her chopsticks with poise. When Shen Shuren entered with a group of people, he found Shen Ning had finished her rice, having sampled several dishes, a balance of meat and vegetables. Shen Ning. Shen Shuren glared at her. What have you done to Yenner? Shen Ning turned her gaze to the trembling maid standing nearby, her voice cold as ice. Repeat what just transpired, and I shall spare your life. The maid knelt, trembling. Second Mississippi. The second miss delivered lunch to the eldest miss, along with the restorative soup. The eldest miss shared the soup with the second Mississippi. Shen Shuren's expression froze, disbelief flooding his eyes, as though doubting Shen Ning's honesty. Is that all? The maid nodded fervently. Yes, that is exactly it. Regardless of the circumstances, she is your sister. Shen Shuren's gaze towards Shen Ning bore a complex undertone, acknowledging that even as the future regent consort, the Shen family remained her maternal kin. She would need her family's support to establish herself within the regent's residence. Shen Ning wiped her lips, her tone indifferent. Clean up. The maid rose, trembling as she began to clear the dishes. Witnessing her submissive demeanor, Shen Shuren felt a surge of fury nearly bursting forth, wishing to strike her at once. However, recalling the words of the regent and Shen Ning's mercilessness when she had broken Qin Yan's wrist, he restrained himself from acting impulsively. With a cold huff, he turned and swept away. Shen Ning remained indifferent to his comings and goings, devoid of any desire to express anger or rebuttal. Perceiving him merely as an inconsequential figure, akin to a stray cat or dog, or perhaps a mere vase in the corner, a potted plant in the courtyard. In her mind, he could never be family, nor could he affect her emotions. As evening descended, the regent dispatched individuals to present a bridal gown, accompanied by 2 female officials and 4 maids, who solemnly bore the wedding attire and phoenix crown. The opulent crimson wedding gown, embroidered with golden threads depicting 9-tailed phoenixes, shimmered under the lantern light, its red and blue gemstones radiating a dazzling brilliance. Remarkably, the gown fit Shen Ning perfectly, as if it had been tailored specifically for her. The pure gold phoenix crown, resting atop her head, felt heavy yet resplendent, exuding an air of unattainable nobility. The jewelry, bracelets, earrings, necklaces, 7-tailed phoenix hairpins, ornaments, and floral hairpins, was neatly arranged in the dressing case, stirring envy and desire in all who beheld it. As Shen Ning stood before the bronze mirror, clad in the bridal attire, she gazed at her stunning reflection, her slender figure seemingly born for this gown. In her memory lingered the image of a woman adorned in a phoenix crown and fine garments, radiant and blushing, joyfully extending her hand to the one she cherished, only to be met with the venomous cup of betrayal on her wedding night, humiliation, and unending cruelty thereafter. Your Highness, one of the waiting female officials spoke respectfully. Do you not find this bridal gown to your liking? The princess appeared utterly aloof, her countenance devoid of any joy or the bashfulness typically associated with the bride. It was unclear whether her dissatisfaction stemmed from the marriage itself. Not at all, Shen Ning replied, coming back to herself, and extending her arms as the 2 female officials assisted in removing the bridal gown. I rather like it, although her words bore no semblance of genuine affection. Not even a hint of a smile gracing her lips, the officials breathed a sigh of relief. The regent said, if you are unsatisfied, we may have another gown made to your preference. Shen Ning, seemingly intrigued, inquired, is 2 days sufficient time? Indeed, the official nodded, with everyone working together. 2 days will be ample. Shen Ning replied with a nonchalant, this one will suffice. She did not inquire about the number of people involved, nor expressed any interest in the details. After all, it was merely a bridal gown. No matter how exquisite, it would only be worn for a single day. If the man was lacking, what significance did a priceless gown hold? The two officials exchanged discreet glances, sensing that the regent's fiancé was unlike any ordinary woman, though they had heard whispers of her tribulations within the palace. A typical woman facing such circumstances would either be engulfed in sorrow or shame. Upon being favored by the regent, one would either feel ecstatic or tremble with trepidation. Yet, Shen Ning displayed no reaction, as if all matters were of no concern to her, exuding an air of detached indifference. Having served in the palace for several years, they had become adept at discerning the thoughts and intentions of the previous emperor's consorts through mere words and actions. Yet, the unwed eldest daughter of the Shun family before them remained as cold as ice, revealing no warmth or emotional fluctuation, as though nothing in the world could stir her interest. However, the individuals favored by the regent invariably possess qualities that captivate him. They dare not voice their thoughts, carefully folding the bridal gown and placing it in the wooden tray, while also arranging the phoenix crown. For the next 2 days, the two maidservants would remain here to attend to the princess, ready to heed her every command. The lady-in-waiting began her introduction, stating that the maidservant's name was Lanji, while she herself was called Lanhua, assuring that they were at the princess's service for any needs. Shen Ning turned back to the bed and lay down, declaring, "I intend to catch up on sleep this afternoon. No one is to enter." "Understood," replied Lanji and Lanhua as they stepped outside, taking their positions on either side of the door. With her eyes open, Shen Ning lay on the bed, unable to suppress her contemplations. The regent of the Great Yong Kingdom wielded immense power and possessed striking beauty, standing as the most influential figure in the realm. If he were to marry, he could select from the most exquisite beauties in the world. Why then did he choose her, a daughter of a noble house whose reputation lay in tatters? Chapter 11. The agony of abdominal pain. Shen Ning contemplated alone for a moment before quickly succumbing to a light slumber. With Lan Ji and Lan Hua by her side, the Haitang courtyard remained tranquil. However, in another courtyard of the Shun residence, chaos reigned. Shun Yin writhed in agony, her stomach in excruciating pain, crying out desperately, "Mother, it hurts, I'm in pain. Yenner, what on earth has happened?" Lady Shun was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, continually imploring the doctor. She was perfectly well this morning. How could she suddenly be in such torment? "Doctor, please examine Yenner thoroughly. You must investigate her condition diligently." The elderly physician, over 50 years of age, sat beside Shen Yin, meticulously taking her pulse, seemingly oblivious to Lady Shun's pleas. "Mother," Shun Shuren finally spoke. "It appears that Yenner may have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Lady Shun's complexion paled dramatically. "How could she have been poisoned?" Shun Shuren's tone was displeased. "Yenner went to deliver lunch to Shen Ning, shared some soup with her, and then fell ill." Lady Shun was taken aback. "You mean to say that Shen Ning poisoned Shen Yin?" The physician, still taking Shun Yan's pulse, cast a cryptic glance at Shun Shuren, then stood and addressed Lady Shun. "Madam, your daughter has not been poisoned, and we have not identified a specific ailment." "Elder brother." Shun Yin curled up in agony, trembling, her face ashen. "Elder brother, save me. It hurts so much, I am in such pain." Shun Shuren swiftly approached the bed. "Yenner, tell me, did you add anything to the soup?" I did not." Shun Yin gritted her teeth, her voice trembling from the pain. "I only added a little sleep aid, nothing else." "Elder brother, Shun Ning poisoned me. She poisoned me." Shun Shuren's eyes narrowed. "Yenner, are you certain?" "Indeed, I am certain." Shun Yin clung tightly to his hand, her sharp nails digging into his skin painfully. "Elder brother, I was only concerned for elder sister. She has not rested properly since yesterday. Shun Shuren's gaze turned cold as he contemplated Shen Ning's cold-bloodedness, feeling a sudden wave of heartbreak and disappointment. Had it not been for the events of the previous day, he would never have realized how selfish and heartless Shen Ning could be, even towards her own family. What grievance could Yenner possibly have caused her to act so ruthlessly? "Doctor, is there truly no way to help her?" Lady Shun implored anxiously. "Yenner is in such torment." The doctor, with a hint of helplessness, replied, "Madam, the symptoms of the second young lady are indeed peculiar. We cannot ascertain the cause of her ailment. It does not appear to be poisoning. I'm truly powerless in this matter. I am sorry. With that, he could only take his leave. Mother, mother. Shun Yin continued to wail, clutching her abdomen and rolling on the bed. Mother, save me. Elder brother, please help me, it hurts. Lady Shun, her heart racing at her daughter's cries, responded, I will go find Shining and inquire. Do not panic, do not panic. She hurriedly made her way to the Haidang courtyard, but was met by the lady-in-waiting station outside, who informed her that the princess was resting and that no one was allowed to disturb her. Please, can you make an exception? Madame Shun, despite her status, pleaded with a pale countenance. Your honor is suffering terribly, I implore you. I beg you, princess. The two female officials stood like sentinels, their expressions gentle yet resolute, responding, Please, madam, understand our position. The regent has issued a strict order. We only heed the commands of the princess. Then please, relay my message to her. The princess has instructed us to remain here. She is not to be disturbed during her rest. You may return at dinner time. But I truly have an urgent matter. Madame Shin's face turned a ghastly shade as she implored softly. I beseech you both, could you not just convey my message? Lan Ji and Lan Hua fell silent, offering no further reply. Disheartened by their indifference, Madame Shun lamented, Though Shin Ning is wed to the regent, she remains my daughter. Am I not permitted as a mother to see my own child? Yet, regardless of her entreaties, whether cloaked in honeyed words or veiled threats, Lan Ji and Lan Hua remained unmoved. Infuriated, Madame Shun's demeanor as a dignified noblewoman faltered, and she turned away in frustration. Left with no choice, she sought out the Duke of the State, urgently relaying the circumstances to her husband. Unable to restrain her grievances, Shin Ning has become far too haughty. I must humble myself just to see her, and those two female officials are clearly leveraging the regent's authority. What good is it to speak of such things now? The Duke's expression darkened. Had I known the regent harbored intentions towards her, I would never have permitted Qin Yanshu to take her as a concubine, nor to engage in such shameless acts. Even now, he did not believe his actions were erroneous. Such was the nature of the world. A noble daughter, losing her virtue, is akin to her death. Were she truly to perish, the family might preserve its honor through her fierce spirit. Otherwise, it would jeopardize the future prospects of their daughters and the ambitions of their sons. His decisions were justified, and the mother's wish for Shin Ning to take her own life as atonement was also not misplaced. Their only misstep lay in failing to foresee the emperor's decree of marriage. It is often said that the imperial heart is inscrutable. In the current state of the Yong, the regent's intentions are the most unfathomable, much like this sudden imperial edict. Everyone knows that without the regent's consent, such a decree could not emerge from the palace. Yet none could comprehend why the regent would allow this edict to surface at the duke's residence. Why would he so readily entertain the thought of marrying a woman whose reputation had been tarnished? Yet, what good does it do to ponder such matters? The duke sighed heavily. I shall venture into the palace, sacrificing my dignity to beseech the emperor for a physician to attend to your honor. Madame Shun, fraught with anxiety, exclaimed, That back and forth alone will consume an hour. Your honor, then what do you propose we do? The duke's brow furrowed in anger. I expressly instructed her to remain in her quarters. Why must she assert her will and deliver lunch to Shin Ning? Have his servants all perished? Madame Shun flinched at his ire, hesitating to utter another word. With a scowl, the duke strode out, exclaiming, Truly, there is not a single matter that brings peace. Chapter 12 Ominous signs the Duke of Jinghua was a favored minister of the late emperor. The current young sovereign had recently ascended to the throne and, naturally, placed great trust and esteem in the favored ministers of his predecessor. Thus, the process for the Duke to request an audience with His Majesty proceeded smoothly. Within the hall of diligent governance, the 15-year-old emperor sat regally behind the dragon table, clutching a scroll, his handsome features rendering his emotions inscrutable. Was he suffering from abdominal pain? Indeed. The Duke of Jinghua knelt upon the ground, imploring the emperor for forgiveness regarding the troubles besieging the Shun family. The youthful sovereign replied in a calm tone, But are these symptoms indicative of poisoning? I do not know. The Duke responded with a wry smile. I summoned a physician, who, upon examination, declared it was not poisoning and could not identify the ailment. How peculiar! the young emperor remarked with a faint smile, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickering in his dark eyes. Let Sheng Tai accompany you. He excels at diagnosing perplexing maladies. Yes, I am grateful for your majesty's grace, the duke expressed repeatedly, before departing under the guidance of a young eunuch towards the Imperial Medical Bureau. It appeared that the duke's household was not in a state of tranquility. The young emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the steps of the hall. Watching the duke leave, his gaze shadowed with foreboding. His eldest daughter had been dishonored yesterday, and today his second daughter suffered from unexplained abdominal pain. What ill omens were these? The eunuch in attendance stood respectfully behind him, refraining from uttering a word. The capital was rife with spies and informants, many of whom were well informed. The news of the duke summoning Sheng Tai to examine his second daughter quickly spread among the princesses and noble women. At that moment, Princess Jia he was hosting several noble women in the garden, discussing the affairs of the Shun family with great enthusiasm. The eldest daughter had her purity tarnished yesterday, and today, the second daughter was afflicted with unbearable abdominal pain for no apparent reason. What was the duke's household up to? Hush! Such talk of lost purity must not be uttered again. The regent has decreed that those who mention it shall face dire consequences. A richly attired woman leaned against the railing, a cold smile gracing her lips. Once purity is lost, it is lost. Silencing all tongues does not alter the truth. How absurd! Princess, tread carefully. What is there to fear? At the wedding ceremony 3 days hence, I shall surely confront that Shen Ning, to see how she can still have the audacity to exist in this world. If I were in her position, I would have long since ended my life with a white silk ribbon. I have heard that it was she who broke the arm of the Qin family's young master. Is it possible that Xin Yan's abdominal pain is also her doing? Sibling rivalry? Who can say? Perhaps the duke's household intends for the second daughter to marry in her sister's stead, and Shen Ning, fearing her own engagement, might be usurped. Poisoned Shen Yan in a fit of rage. As twilight descended, the sun's rays filtered through the window. After 2 hours of restorative sleep, Shen Ning's drowsiness dissipated, and the shadows beneath her eyes faded considerably. After freshening up, her beauty appeared even more resplendent. Outside, the whispers had reached a fever pitch, yet she felt no desire to engage with them. She summoned Lan Ji and Lan Hua. I am hungry. Please fetch me something to eat from the kitchen. Certainly, Lan Ji responded before departing. Lan Hua remained in the room, pouring tea for Shen Ning. The Imperial Medical Bureau's Sheng Tai just arrived and meticulously examined Miss Shen Er, yet the cause of her ailment remains undetermined. Shen Ning remained silent, quietly sipping her tea by the window. The imperial physician, of course, could not discern the cause of the ailment, for Shen Yin was not ill, nor had she been poisoned. The meal she had delivered at noon contained only a soporific and a hint of an aphrodisiac, capable of inducing a brief stupor, causing one to lose their senses and engage in actions that would tarnish their reputation. As for her motives, they were undoubtedly shrouded in inscrutable schemes. Shen Yin's reluctance to consume the meal stemmed from her fear that she too might succumb to slumber, or worse, lose her composure, thereby jeopardizing her plans. However, unbeknownst to her, the modest amounts of the soporific and aphrodisiac would have little effect on Shen Ning. At most, they would merely ensure a deeper, more restful sleep. Regarding Shen Yin's abdominal pain, Shen Ning turned her gaze toward the window, an unusual glint flickering in her eyes, while a cold, disdainful curve graced her lips. Shen Ning, what is your heart truly made of? While Yen cries out in distress, you sit here, demanding food and drink. Are you even human? Shen Shuren burst in, agitated, unleashing a torrent of reproaches upon Shen Ning, his impatience palpable as he questioned the severity of Yen's condition and her cruel treatment of her. Shen Ning turned to him, her gaze icy. Would you have me escort her to the Dali Temple for an inquiry into this matter? You. Shen Shuren faltered, then gritted his teeth. If you did not poison her, why does she suddenly suffer such abdominal torment? Shen Ning replied coldly. Had she not colluded with bandits yesterday? How could I have been so publicly humiliated? What did you say? Shen Shuren stared at her in shock. Shen Ning, what nonsense are you spouting? What connection does this have with Yen? So her abdominal pain has nothing to do with me? Shen Ning's eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. Was it not you who first stirred up this chaos? Shenshur's expression froze, rendered speechless by her rebuttal. Leave. Shenshur clenched his hands tightly, inwardly convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to Shen Ning, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his claims. Even the imperial physician could not ascertain the cause of the ailment, nor had Yen been poisoned. How could he hold Shen Ning accountable? Regardless of whether it was poisoning or another cause, the truth needed to be uncovered for justice to be served. With a grim countenance, Shenshur spoke in a subdued tone. Yen is still your sister if you are willing to kneel in the courtyard for 2 days until my wedding day. Perhaps Yen's abdominal pain will miraculously resolve itself. Shen Ning's voice was calm, as if granting him an opportunity to choose. You may certainly try. So it was indeed you who tampered with the matter? Shenshur seemed to seize upon a key piece of evidence, gazing at Shen Ning with barely contained rage. How could you be so malicious? Shen Ning, you are the legitimate eldest daughter of the Shun family, and Yen is your sister. Is this truly how you treat your own kin? Shen Ning's gaze was steely, unwavering as she regarded him, her eyes hinting at a frosty tempest, a barely concealed bloodlust lurking beneath the surface. Shenshur felt a chill run through him. I get out. Shenshur tightened his grip, turning to leave with a flourish of his sleeves. As expected, when Dr. Sheng arrived, he too was at a loss. He examined Shen Yin thoroughly on 3 occasions, employing all methods of diagnosis without uncovering any indication of her malady. Amidst their exchange, there lingered an insinuation that Shen Yin might be feigning illness. Upon hearing this, the Duke of the State cast a gaze upon Shen Yin that was tinged with skepticism. Father, I am not. Shen Yin trembled with pain, each wave of agony surging through her, tormenting her to the point of wishing for death itself. I hurt, dear father, it truly hurt. Ah. The Duke furrowed his brow, observing her pallid complexion and the cold sweat beading on her forehead, which belied any notion of deceit. Reluctantly suppressing his anxiety, he personally escorted the esteemed physician away. All present were rendered helpless, merely spectating as Shen Yin writhed in distress. Shen Ning was to be wed in 3 days, and the Duke's household was preoccupied with preparations for her dowry, leaving no room for concern for Shen Yin. At a loss for solutions, Shenshur returned to Haidang courtyard that evening, gazing at Shen Ning who sat by the window, engrossed in her reading. Gritting his teeth, he implored, what must be done for her suffering to cease? Shen Ning remained silent, appearing impervious to his words. You have lost your innocence, yet Qin Yin Shu still desires you. That is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. I do not believe our parents have erred, but I acknowledge my demeanor has been less than amiable, and I apologize. Shenshur spoke coldly. If I were to kneel for 2 days, would that placate you? Shen Ning continued to read, her expression indifferent and serene. I wish for all matters to be resolved within these 2 days. Shenshur declared to himself. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to have someone whip me. I shall not resist. However, after 2 days, let all grudges be erased. You shall remain a daughter of the Shun family, and outside. You must not tarnish the Duke of the State's reputation, nor engage in actions detrimental to its interests. Can you agree to this? Shen Ning turned the page, disregarding his self-righteous demands with indifference. Young Master Shun, you must not speak disrespectfully to the princess consort. Lan Ji interjected, approaching with a stern warning. Should you continue to overstep, I shall report your behavior to the regent. Shenshur retorted coldly, I am conversing with my sister. What concern is it of the regent's? Lan Ji replied, unwavering, Miss Shun is now the princess consort. Rank precedes kinship. You. Shenshur clenched his jaw, turning to leave. He lifted his robe and knelt in the courtyard, calling out, Shen Ning, I am willing to accept punishment, and I hope you will honor your promise. Chapter 13. The death penalty for insurrection. Lan Ji turned to Shen Ning and inquired, Your Highness, shall we dismiss him? Let him be, came the reply. Indeed. Shenshur knelt outside the Haidang courtyard for 2 full days. Despite the disdain the Duke of Zhangguo's household harbored for Shen Ning, they were compelled to confront the reality of her impending marriage to the regent. Thus they dared not neglect the preparations for her dowry and wedding arrangements. During this time, Madame Shun visited Haidang courtyard several times. Upon seeing Shun Shuren kneeling there, she inquired about the reason once, but thereafter remained silent, harboring feelings only she could comprehend. No one from the Shun family dared to question Shen Ning any further, as if they all tacitly acknowledged that Shen Yan's affair had no connection to her. Or perhaps they were aware, but lacked evidence to implicate her. Moreover, with the wedding approaching, Madame Shun, as the biological mother, had to prepare a substantial dowry for her daughter. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for further entanglements regarding Shun Yan's incident, and she could only instruct the nurse to take good care of her. Shun Yan endured excruciating pain for 2 days, suffering from abdominal agony that rendered her life nearly unbearable. Shun Shuren, too, knelt in Haidang courtyard for 2 days, only rising for meals and to relieve herself, otherwise remaining in a posture of supplication. It was not until the 3rd day, on the occasion of the wedding, that Shen Ning, adorned in her phoenix crown and exquisite bridal attire, stepped out of the Shun family gate and into the flower palanquin destined for the regent's residence. That Shen Yan's suffering finally began to ease. Though the wedding preparations were rushed, the spectacle was nothing short of grand. The flower palanquin, carried by 16 men, paraded around the streets of the imperial city, with petals cascading and the air filled with fragrance. On either side, the female officials scattered copper coins and red dates, enticing children to eagerly scramble for the treasures. Within the regent's residence, the wedding banquet was exceptionally lavish. All the dignitaries and nobility were in attendance. It was the regent's wedding, and none dared to refrain from their support. The chief officiant was the Empress Dowager, while the Empress herself could only sit by her side, and the young emperor, yet to assume governance, was in no position to officiate. The wedding was bustling with activity, yet the newlyweds remained remarkably composed. Shen Ning followed the ceremonial official's instructions meticulously, completing her wedding rituals with precision. With the final declaration of completion, the sounds of celebration filled the air, signaling the conclusion of the proceedings. At last, tranquility descended upon her ears. Seated at the edge of the bed, Shen Ning began to remove the heavy phoenix crown from her head. Observing this, the officiating female official hurriedly intervened, saying, "Your Highness, you must wait for the regent to personally remove it." Unfazed, Shen Ning disregarded their protests and set the crown aside, remarking, "It is quite heavy." Although she wore it without much effort, who would not desire a moment of relief? Why must she remain seated under the weight of such a cumbersome crown? However, a commotion of hurried footsteps outside interrupted her thoughts, followed by the respectful greetings of the maidservants. "Greetings, Princess Jia." "Greetings, Princess Jiayu." "Step aside," a haughty voice commanded. "This princess has come to see what the eldest daughter of the Shun family looks like, who has captivated the esteemed regent to the point of disregarding her own purity and marrying her forcibly." Shen Ning sat at the edge of the bed, her expression impassive as she regarded the 2 elegantly adorned women who barged in, their demeanor arrogant and domineering, exuding an air that suggested they were not to be trifled with. The 2 women, both in their 20s, presented a striking contrast, one adorned in a vivid red gown that trailed on the ground, the other in a bold blue dress that exuded an air of arrogance. Following them were approximately a dozen palace maidens, standing in unison outside the door, with 2 slightly older maidens flanking them. Shen Ning, the woman in blue, strode confidently into the room and took a seat at a table not far from the new bed, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she spoke. "I have heard that you have been sullied by bandits. Might you share with this princess how precisely they tarnished your virtue?" The 2 court ladies turned pale, their faces ashen. "Princess Jia." "Silence." Princess Jia interjected coldly, her gaze fixated on Shen Ning. "How dare an unclean woman, who has managed to survive with her beauty, even contemplate marrying into the royal family? Do you not fear the scorn of the world?" Shen Ning, seated at the edge of the bed, remained eerily calm, offering no reaction to her words. Meanwhile, Princess Jiu, in the red gown, stood by the window, her expression inscrutable as she observed the unfolding scene, her dark eyes betraying a hint of disdain and mockery. Princess Jia slammed her hand on the table. "Shen Ning, I'm addressing you. Have you lost your tongue?" Shen Ning lifted her gaze to meet hers, her eyes glinting ominously. You, Princess Jia, incensed by the look, abruptly rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Li Mama, an older maid approached, bowing her head. Your Highness? Silence her. Your Highness? Li Mama's expression shifted slightly. She was now the regent princess and could not. What are you afraid of? Princess Jia shot her a glare. The regent does not truly wish to marry you. He merely seeks to sow discord between the Shun and Qin families. An unclean woman is unworthy of being the regent princess. Li Mama, trembling, nodded, Yes, Your Highness. The two ladies standing by the bed fell to their knees, pleading in terror for the princess to remain calm. Princess Jia kicked them aside in fury. This is none of your concern. Get out. Li Mama aprakid Shin Ning, raising her hand to strike her face, but her arms suddenly froze mid-air, unable to descend. Shin Ning had seized her wrist. Her gaze icy. Defying authority is a capital offense. As her words settled, Li Mama's robust form was propelled backward as if severed from its strings, crashing against a pillar with a sickening thud, blood spilling from her mouth as she perished. The air seemed to thicken instantly, the temperature plummeting. Princess Jia turned pale, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Shun Ning, her expression a tumult of shock and rage. You, how dare you? Said Ning. You are utterly audacious. Audacious? Shun Ning rose, taking deliberate steps toward Princess Jia. Without the regent's consent, you invade my new chamber and order your servants to strike me. Who is truly being audacious here? Princess Jia recoiled in fear, retreating repeatedly. What do you intend to do? Someone, stop her. Two maidens instinctively shielded their mistress. Shin Ning's brow furrowed in cold disdain, swift as a tempest. She hurled the two maidens aside with great force. Princess Jia, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, but in an instant, Shin Ning seized her by the hair, forcefully slamming her head against the table. Bang! The impact with the unyielding surface elicited a pained scream from Princess Jia. Shin Ning, release me. I swear I will have your life. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager will ensure your demise. Shin Ning resembled a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, her countenance icy and her gaze imbued with a chilling ferocity. Gripping Princess Jia's hair, she continued to mercilessly strike her head against the table, and soon, the once piercing cries of the princess began to fade into silence. The bridal chamber fell into an eerie stillness, with the maids and attendants rendered pale and aghast. Observing the dire situation from her position by the window, Princess Jiu dashed into the inner chamber, calling out urgently, Someone, protect Princess Jia. Chapter 14. Shun Ning. Your fate is sealed. The maid rushed in with a throng of armed guards following closely behind. Shun Ning slowly turned her head, her expression indifferent as she surveyed the alarming scene before her. The two princesses holding esteemed positions in the Yong kingdom wielded considerable power. Otherwise, they would not dare to brazenly invade the regent's bridal chamber on his wedding day, accompanied by male guards. Shun Ning, your end is nigh. Princess Jiayu's countenance was dark, her gaze fixed on Shun Ning with the chilling intensity reserved for the deceased. On this day of the regent's wedding, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor were all present. How dare you conspire against a princess and slay a matron? The Empress will undoubtedly have you torn to pieces. Bring her here. Bring her here. Shun Ning grasped Princess Jia's hair, her face devoid of expression as she regarded the multitude of palace maids and guards before her, her eyes glinting with a cold ferocity that sent shivers down their spines. Princess Jia's forehead was bruised and swollen, her complexion pale, hair disheveled, completely stripped of the grandeur and arrogance she had just possessed. Shun Ning. The world around Princess Jia darkened, and after a struggle, she managed to alleviate her dizziness, trembling as she pleaded, Let me go. My mother will kill you. She will surely kill you. As the guards advanced, Shun Ning finally released Princess Jia, stating, as the regent's consort, This is my greeting gift to you. I trust you will accept it graciously. Two swift maidservants hurried to assist Princess Jia away from danger. However, having narrowly escaped, Princess Jia's animosity toward Shun Ning had already penetrated to her very bones. Pointing a finger at Shun Ning, she hissed coldly, kneel down and bow to me 3 times, and perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer excruciating torment, with no hope of survival or escape." Shen Ning remained silent, her gaze frigid as it fell upon the curved dagger at one of the guard's waist, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. "Bring her here." Princess Jia, seeing Shen Ning unmoving, ground her teeth in fury and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Subdue her. Leave no room for negotiation. If she dares to resist, sever her arms and legs. I shall take responsibility for it." With her command, several armed guards surged forward. The bridal chamber was immediately filled with the startled cries of attendants, and chaos erupted in an instant. Observing this, Princess Jiyu turned and fled the room, dashing through the corridor toward the main hall. "Mother! Mother!" Her voice, filled with fear and desperation, shattered the festive atmosphere of the hall. "Mother, save me!" Silence enveloped the hall as everyone turned to gaze at Princess Jiyu, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion at her typically dignified demeanor, now so utterly frayed. The Empress, seated in the secondary position, changed her expression and turned to the panicked Princess Jiyu. "What is the matter?" "Mother!" Princess Jiayu's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees before the Empress. Shen Ning. Shen Ning has lost her mind. She murdered Matron Li, and now she intends to kill Princess Jia. A wave of commotion swept through the hall. "What?" The Empress sprang to her feet, her face shadowed with frost. "This is outrageous. Bring her here at once. I must question her audacity." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. On the day of the wedding, the bride commits murder? "Princess Jiayu, you cannot be serious." The Empress Dowager, startled, took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Princess of Jiyu, her gaze reddened, revealed her fright. She was terrified of Shen Ning, who was nothing short of a demon. My curiosity and that of Princess had merely prompted us to glimpse the woman favored by our imperial uncle, yet we were unprepared for such a revelation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Empress Dowager turned on her heel and strode towards the inner courtyard, determined to witness how bold the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhanghua had become, daring even to harm a princess. Seated nearby, the youthful emperor's dark eyes flickered with a subtle, yet discernible intensity. As the Empress Dowager sought justice for her daughter, he, as emperor, could not remain idle. And soon he followed with a retinue of high officials to the Jinlin courtyard. The Empress Dowager, initially intent on joining, hesitated, suddenly recalling something of importance, and commanded someone, "Quickly notify the regent. Inform him that his new bride has caused a calamity, and he must hasten to quell the turmoil." "Yes." A servant promptly acknowledged the order and departed. The Empress Dowager, accompanied by an imposing entourage fueled by fury, arrived at the Jinlin courtyard, only to halt abruptly as a chilling scream pierced the air. With a thunderous crash, an individual was hurled from the window, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Falling silent, the Empress Dowager, taken aback, realized that the Princess of Jiyu's words were devoid of exaggeration. On the day of the regent's wedding, the bride had engaged in a violent altercation, resulting in a fatality. Bang! Bang! 2 more figures were violently expelled from the doorway, landing on the ground, blood-soaked. One of them contorted in a manner that suggested broken bones, an agonizing sight. The Empress Dowager trembled with rage, her voice quaking. "Outrageous! This is utterly outrageous!" Protected by her attendants, Princess Jia emerged from the room, her complexion ashen, her legs trembling uncontrollably. "Do not come closer, do not come closer." A young woman, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, stepped forth. Whether she was injured or merely splattered with the blood of others remained unclear. But the crimson stains on her face rendered her an apparition, akin to a specter risen from the depths of hell. She was breathtakingly beautiful, an enchanting vision that instilled dread. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Shen Ning, do you dare to rebel?" The Empress Dowager pointed accusatorily at Shen Ning, her voice sharp. "Someone, the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, has lost her senses, daring to commit murder on her wedding day. Seize her at once, and let her face the most severe punishment. I demand her execution." Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's decree, Princess Jia suddenly turned, scrambling desperately towards her. Mother, save me. Mother, save me. She is a demon, truly a demon. Is the bride I have just wed truly a demon? A cold, detached voice resonated, tinged with an undeniable sense of authority. How could I have been unaware of this? A figure clad in a crimson robe approached, his expression impassive as he surveyed the scene before him, his handsome features exuding an icy demeanor that sent shivers down the spine. Flanking him were 2 personal guards, while outside, the familiar 16 guards stood vigilant. Regent, the ceremonial attendant responsible for the wedding protocols, faltered, her legs giving way as she fell to her knees, her pallid face reflecting her terror. I am doomed. I am doomed. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze towards him, her expression filled with fury. You have witnessed it with your own eyes. This Shun Ning is cruel and bloodthirsty, showing utter disregard even for the princess. The events of today compel me to act with impartiality, otherwise. Ji Yutsong appeared oblivious to the Empress Dowager's words, silently observing Shun Ning, his face betraying no discernible emotion, remaining utterly impassive. Shun Ning approached step by step, her cold gaze locking with Ji Yutsong's, reminding him of a pivotal truth. We are already wed. A fleeting spark of intense emotion flickered in Ji Yutsong's eyes, vanishing almost instantly. Indeed, he replied. Shun Ning asserted, I am your wife. Ji Yutsong nodded in affirmation. That is correct. On our wedding day, they humiliated your wife. Will you not protect her? Shun Ning inquired coldly. Ji Yutsong's tone remained indifferent. I will not. The Empress Dowager's voice rose in anger. Regent. Chapter 15, Regent. Will you shield her? The youthful emperor stood silently to the side, his cold gaze resting upon the strikingly beautiful yet icy countenance of the young woman before him. A tumult of emotions swirled within his eyes, and his hands, which hung at his sides, tightened instinctively. Ji Yutsong approached Shun Ning, gently brushing his hand across her cheek to wipe away the speck of blood that marred her skin. On your wedding day, to commit murder, you are likely the first. Shun Ning replied with an indifferent tone. They provoked me first. The Empress Dowager suppressed her fury, yet her voice betrayed a lethal intent. A prince is subject to the same laws as commoners. Even though you are now wed to the regent, you remain on the path to death today. Ji Yutsong tilted his head, his voice cold and unyielding. Shun Ning is my wife. It is not for others to discipline her. The Empress Dowager's expression froze. Regent, are you truly going to protect her? For a servant to defy their superior is a capital offense. Has the Empress Dowager never executed a servant within the palace? The Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless, her complexion turning ashen. Mother, the youthful emperor interjected, his voice gentle. The royal uncle speaks the truth. It is indeed a grave sin for a servant to defy their superior. It is only fitting for the royal aunt to teach them a lesson. Although those servants acted under the orders of the princess, their deaths would constitute a provocation against the royal family. Yet at this moment, such matters seemed trivial. Your Majesty? Princess Jia gazed at him in disbelief. It was Shun Ning who sought to kill me. The emperor should sentence her to a slow death. The youthful emperor's gaze fell upon her swollen forehead, his eyes deep and his tone detached. Why did the royal sister come to the new chamber instead of feasting in the front? Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager clenched the handkerchief in her grip, her brows shadowed with gloom. Is it not permissible for Jia to visit the bride? The youthful emperor concealed the turmoil within his eyes. Had they not come, this conflict would not have arisen. Are you implying that this is Jia's fault? The Empress Dowager, infuriated by his cowardice, could not help but speak carelessly. If Shun Ning were to kill Princess Jia, would you not find it justified as well? They are princesses. I shall not kill them. Shun Ning's voice remained indifferent. Let them kneel and bow to me, and I shall spare their lives. The Empress Dowager stared at her, astonished as if she had just heard the most outrageous proclamation. You demand a princess to bow to you? The entire courtyard of maids and eunuchs gazed at her in shock, unable to quell their doubt that perhaps the daughter of the Shun family had been driven mad. You are dreaming. Princess Jia shrieked hysterically, her tone that of a frenzied shrew. You vile woman deserve to be torn apart. How dare you demand I kneel? I would rather die than bow to you, the shameless wretch. No problem. Ji Yutsong replied coldly. Jiahe, Jiayu, both of you kneel and bow to your royal aunt. As his words echoed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. All present widened their eyes, unable to believe the regent's audacity. Regent, do you realize what you are saying? The Empress Dowager's face turned pale with rage, her voice trembling. Jiahe is a princess, the legitimate daughter of the late emperor and the Empress Dowager. You dare to command her to kneel before a lowly woman? Jiahe's complexion turned pale as she stared at him in disbelief. Your Highness, I am a princess, a member of the royal family, while she is merely a... I do not wish to repeat myself, Ji Yutsong interjected, his voice as cold as frost. If you wish to avoid a marriage alliance tomorrow, then heed my words. The Empress Dowager swayed slightly, nearly fainting, unable to believe that Ji Yutsong would dare to threaten her in front of so many people. He was trampling upon the dignity of both mother and child. Princess Jiahe clenched her teeth, her face a canvas of anger, humiliation, and hatred. Ultimately, she stiffened and slowly knelt before Shen Ning, bowing her head. The humiliation I endure today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Rising, Jiahe fixed a fierce glare at Shen Ning. You had better pray daily that you do not fall into my hands. With that, she stormed away, her heart ablaze with resentment. Shen Ning remained expressionless, paying no heed to her threats. Jiayu, clenching her fists, cast a cold glance at Shen Ning, knowing that with the regent prince present, continuing the standoff would yield no favorable outcome. The regent prince showed no deference even to the Empress Dowager. How could he possibly care for others? Reluctant to enter a marriage alliance herself, Princess Jia, you could only endure the humiliation and bowed her head to Shen Ning before turning away, concealing her face. The two princesses left in disarray, leaving the Jinlin courtyard in a silence so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. The Empress Dowager's expression was more dreadful than ever. Very well indeed. I have never encountered such audacious recklessness. Shen Ning, you have broadened my horizons. As she spoke, her gaze towards Shen Ning was filled with intense malice, as if she harbored intentions of dismembering her the following day. Shen Ning showed no fear, merely regarding her with an impassive expression. The Empress Dowager, her face darkened, turned coldly and commanded, "Return to the palace." A throng of people surrounded her as they departed. Before the young emperor in his resplendent yellow dragon robe turned away, he cast a deep look at the audacious daughter of the Shun family, his eyes veiled with inscrutable darkness. Once the crowd had dispersed, the courtyard fell eerily silent. Inside the bridal chamber, several corpses lay sprawled in disarray. The living maids of the regent prince's residence and a few female officials trembled in terror. Ji Yutsong commanded indifferently, "Clean this up." The guards on duty outside swiftly entered the room, efficiently carrying the bodies away. The female officials led the maids to fetch water, scrubbing the bloodstains from the bridal chamber and replacing the bedding and curtains with fresh ones. Ji Yutsong stood in the courtyard, gazing at his newlywed wife. "On our wedding night, a massacre occurs. Do you have anything to say?" "Nothing to say," Shen Ning replied coldly. "They sought their own demise, regardless of the occasion." Ji Yutsong asked, "Why didn't you call for my assistance?" Shen Ning looked at him. "Would you have helped me? What do you think?" Uncertain before, she had acted swiftly on her own. Now, she was confident he would assist her. Ji Yutsong remarked, "What if you are defeated? Once you engage, you must bear all consequences." Shen Ning spoke with a calm demeanor, accepting her fate with a resigned acknowledgement that her demise was solely her own doing, leaving no room for blame upon others. Ji Yutsong approached her, his austere countenance revealing a hint of complexity. "In such a scenario, I would be left without a wife shortly after our union. Would I not become a tragic figure?" The guards of the regent's palace appeared insufficiently vigilant, or perhaps they had been deliberately negligent. Shen Ning's gaze was icy as she retorted, "Did you not permit them entry merely to witness this very outcome?" Ji Yutsong regarded her intently, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. "Shen Ning, your intellect truly commands my admiration." Chapter 16. Summon the prince consort. Shen Ning's gaze momentarily faltered, a flicker of self-mockery passing through her eyes. Was she truly intelligent? If she had been genuinely wise, she would not have fallen prey to the insincere promises of a cold-hearted individual, landing herself in a fate worse than death. In this world, men are all devoid of affection. None are worthy of trust. Serve the lute, serve the chess. Ji Yutsong's voice was as icy as frost. From this day forth, you two shall accompany the princess consort and obey her commands. Yes, two women clad in black appeared, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to the princess consort. Shen Ning cast a wordless glance at them, and after a brief moment, she raised her head to Ji Yutsong and said, "Thank you." With that, she turned and entered her new chamber. Ji Yutsong silently observed her retreating figure, not following her inside. Only when she vanished beyond the door did he softly instruct. Since the princess consort has married into the family, she is now the matriarch of the regent's residence, her status equivalent to mine. Understood. Shen Ning heard this declaration, but showed no reaction. Once inside the room, she approached the dressing table, seated herself, and began to remove the jeweled hairpins from her hair, gazing indifferently at her stunning reflection in the mirror. On this wedding night, there were no romantic notions, no bashful excitement of a new bride. She simply knew that for the time being, she would no longer have to deal with the myriad troubles of the Shun family, nor face the dilemma of losing her purity and either ending her life to preserve her honor or becoming a concubine to the selfish heir of the Qin family, who professed his affection yet relegated her to such a fate. As for what awaited her in the regent's residence, that was a matter for another day. For now, at least, she could take the time to contemplate her thoughts in peace. The new chamber was adorned with bright red wedding symbols, and the red candles still flickered. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the room. After witnessing the earlier astonishing scene, the female officials and maids regarded the princess consort with a newfound reverence, serving her with trepidation, not daring to show any negligence. Shen Ning, uninterested in their thoughts, relished the tranquil solitude. Bang, 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 bang. That wretched Shen Ning. After a fit of hysterical rage, Princess Jia he smashed everything within her sight, yet still could not assuage the hatred and humiliation she had endured that day. Bring him here. With a darkened expression, she ordered with a venomous tone, summon the prince consort immediately. The maidservant, trembling with fear, turned to leave. Before long, a handsome young man clad in a blue robe entered, bowing respectfully, his tone distant. Your Highness, get down on your knees. Princess Jia, he seized a whip from the wall, menacingly pointing it at him. Kneel. The maids inside and outside the room lowered their heads, their faces paling in fear, none daring to utter a word. The young man merely glanced at the whip in her hand, his expression calm and unperturbed, and knelt down in silence, as if this act was one he had performed countless times before, now a matter of habit. As his knees touched the ground, the whip sliced through the air, landing mercilessly across his back, tearing through his clothing and leaving a trail of blood. The young man's complexion paled, the sharp force and acute pain making him instantly aware of the fiery wrath of Princess Jiahe. Today's trial appears to be particularly arduous. Vile creature, vile creature! Princess Jia, seemingly having found an outlet for her wrath, wore a furious expression, her countenance ashen with rage. The whip in her hand lashed down upon the man with relentless force, and she declared, I shall ensure you meet a most unseemly end. Vile creature! The whip, imbued with the fury of a tempest, struck with a severity surpassing all previous encounters. The man's complexion turned ghastly pale. Before long, he began to sway, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, his agonized groans stifled deep within his throat. As the sole legitimate daughter of the late emperor and the current empress dowager, and the elder sister of the reigning emperor, Princess Jia had long exhibited a capricious and tyrannical nature, wielding her power over the palace eunuchs and maidservants as she pleased, instilling fear in all who dwelled within the palace walls. Meanwhile, Duke Shun Huayan, a son of the Shun family born out of wedlock, had never garnered favor at home. After much effort, he persuaded his father to allow him to sit for the imperial examinations, ultimately achieving remarkable success and being appointed as the top scholar by the late emperor during the palace examination. He had hoped to alter his fate, yet, due to his striking appearance, he caught the eye of Princess Jia, leading to his abrupt downfall and coercive elevation to the position of prince consort. Shun Huayan had petitioned the late emperor and rejected the princess's advances, but fate was inexorable, and he could not escape the decree of marriage. The Shun family, eager for him to win the princess's favor and bring tangible benefits to their house, hastily dispatched him to the princess's residence. Little did they know that upon entering, he was ensnared in a hellish abyss, enduring beatings and punishments, often suffering new wounds before the old ones had healed. This torment persisted for 3 long years. Shun Huayan had succumbed to despair, uncertain how much longer he could endure. He feared that one day, in a moment of uncontrolled fury, Princess Jiahe might deal a fatal blow, and he would be unceremoniously dragged to a mass grave to be fed to wild wolves. A haze of darkness began to envelop his vision. Cold sweat had blurred his sight, rendering it indistinct, and he could vaguely perceive the whip's shadow dancing before him. He sensed that death was drawing near. The brutal release of her pent-up fury continued for an indeterminate duration until, with a thud, Shun Huayan collapsed, losing consciousness. The maidservants, trembling with fear, alerted, Your Highness, the prince consort has fainted. Princess Jiahe, as if suddenly awakening from her uncontrolled rage, stared blankly at the bloodied figure sprawled on the ground, discarding the whip as if it were a hot potato. Fetch the doctor, quickly. Fetch the doctor, she urged, hastily attempting to rouse Shun Huayan. Huayan, wake up. I shall not strike you again. Please awaken. Shun Huayan lay with tightly shut eyes, his hair disheveled, his face devoid of color, drifting in a stupor amid boundless darkness and excruciating pain. To die in this manner might offer him liberation from the interminable torment. Yet, a lingering sense of unwillingness gnawed at him. Unwillingness to accept that 16 years of diligent study had been in vain, that years of scheming had come to naught, and that his deep-seated vendetta remained unavenged while his enemies roamed freely. Each time he endured grievous injuries, it was this very unwillingness that propelled him to persevere, only to face the next tempest of brutality day after day. In his dazed state, Shun Huayan pondered when this suffering would cease. How much longer must he endure such an existence? Was his fate eternally sealed, devoid of any hope for redemption? Chapter 17. Shen Ning must die upon her return to the palace. The Empress Dowager shattered countless pieces of porcelain, yet her anger remained unabated. What manner of creature was Shen Ning? A shadow loomed over the Dowager's countenance, her fury palpable as she seethed at the audacity of a mere maidservant daring to strike a princess. The entire court was filled with trembling maidens, prostrate in fear, none daring to utter a word. The palace lamps illuminated the opulent decor of the Dowager's chambers, casting a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions of the night. The events at the regent's residence, coupled with Shun Ning's defiant demeanor, had obliterated the years of grace and poise the Dowager had cultivated, leaving only an overwhelming wrath and a visage of deep discontent. She had never experienced such disgrace even amidst the fierce rivalries of the harem. The daughter of the Duke of the State truly opened her eyes to a new level of insolence. "Curse be Shen Ning. Mother, please temper your rage," spoke the young emperor, who sat beside her, delicately offering a cup of hot tea. "Our uncle wields great power now. We cannot afford to confront him directly." Shen Ning, as the daughter of the Duke, once held sway through imperial edicts, but now she is the wife of the regent. Though she may be willful and arrogant, we must bide our time. The Dowager retorted, "As the mother of the nation, a dignified Empress Dowager, must I endure the insolence of a mere girl of tender years? Whether you wish to or not, you must," Ji Jin replied coolly. "Regardless of her age or abilities, she is now under the protection of our uncle, representing his honor. If he is determined to shield her, she may even wield the power of the regent's residence. Before the prime minister's door, a 7th-rank official holds considerable weight. A person of high standing like him has followers who rival even a county magistrate, and what of his lawfully wedded wife? Seated upon her phoenix couch, the Dowager's expression darkened. I shall tolerate them for but another year. Once you assume governance next year, both Jiu Tsang and Shen Ning must meet their demise. Not only must they perish, but their end should be most gruesome, preferably 1,000 cuts, so they may fully comprehend the consequences of defying imperial authority. Rest assured, mother, that day shall come. For now, maintain your composure. Jean sipped his tea, his tone serene. When the regent falls from grace, as your son, it will be effortless to deal with Shen Ning. Upon hearing this, the dowager envisioned the fate that awaited Ji Yu-tsang and Shen Ning, her anger appearing to subside slightly as she spoke with a hint of indifference. Jia He has suffered greatly today. Do not forget to soothe her as her brother. Jin responded calmly. There is no need for me to console her. Upon returning to the princess's residence, she has already chastised her husband, and I hear it was quite severe. The physician has been summoned. The dowager paused slightly, and what a Shun Huai Shu. Jia He is in distress, yet he cannot find the time to comfort her. Jin remained silent, lowering his gaze to sip his tea. His youthful, handsome features radiated an air of refined nobility in the flickering light, resembling a gentle and harmless young gentleman. Yet with his eyes cast down, the shadows concealed the depths of his melancholy and an inscrutable glimmer of something more profound. Shen Ning, the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, was indeed not what he had envisioned. What has become of Yen Shu's hand? The dowager inquired. The physician reports it is nothing serious, came the reply. Jin regained her composure, setting down her teacup as she spoke. Mother, there is no need for concern. Once he has healed, we must hasten to arrange his marriage to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Empress Dowager Qin held her teacup, the exquisite armor glinting coldly. Moreover, the emperor's harem is rather sparse. It would be wise to select the second daughter of the Shun family, Shun Yin, as a consort. What are your thoughts on this, your majesty? Jin was taken aback. Shun Yin? Indeed, the dowager replied, her expression turning frosty. The more the regent seeks to sever the ties between the Duke of Zhengguo's household and the Duke's, the more I shall ensure the Duke serves our purpose. Jin pondered momentarily before slowly nodding. If Shun Yin enters the palace, we can utilize her against Shen Ning. The dowager's gaze turned icy, her voice laced with a deadly intent. To dare lay a hand on the princess, there must be consequences. The young emperor remained silent, his eyes inscrutable. To deal with Shen Ning? A mere discredited daughter of the Shun family poses no threat. If the regent cannot be eliminated, even if we were to dispose of one Shen Ning, another would inevitably arise. My foremost objective is to diminish the regent's power. Once he relinquishes his regency and military command, the once formidable uncle will simply be a vassal who must bow to us. What would it feel like to see such a proud and aloof figure kneeling before him? Jin stifled her burgeoning ambition, concealing her restless desires, and calmly stated, Our immediate priority is to ensure Qin Yen Shu marries Princess Ping Yao. That is of utmost importance. For now, there is no need for further haste, mother. The dowager considered this and fell silent. As long as the regent remained in power, their other endeavors would be futile, not only ineffective but also a provocation toward him. Once Yen Shu marries Princess Ping Yao, the Qin family will have military backing, granting the emperor the confidence to oppose the regent. Next year, under the pretext of the emperor's ascension to power, they would compel the regent to relinquish his authority, further diminishing his military strength. At that point, his reign as regent would reach its limit. The dowager coldly contemplated this, glancing at the handsome emperor seated beside her, her agitation gradually subsiding. This realm would ultimately belong to mother and son. They merely needed to endure this year until the regent surrendered his regency. After that, none would dare to offend them again. Chapter 18. The endless hell of a past life as twilight descended, the banquet at the regent's residence reached a fervent peak. The clash between the two princesses and the new queen sparked unease among Sir ministers. Following the departure of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, many loyalists also took their leave. The remaining ministers predominantly belonged to the faction of the regent, with a majority being youthful and exuberant, engaging in toasts and games, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. In stark contrast, the Jinlin courtyard felt rather desolate. After Ji Yu-tsang departed, he did not return to the Jinlin courtyard that evening. Alone in her new chamber, Shen Ning did not ponder the reasons behind her husband's absence. Although she had married Ji Yu-tsang, to her, he remained a somewhat unfamiliar stranger, devoid of emotional connection between them. Perhaps he was delayed by matters in the front courtyard. as today's events were of considerable significance within the royal family, and he needed to address the aftermath. It could be that his reasons for marrying her were known solely to him. Perhaps he sought merely a consort, indifferent to feelings, the sharing of a chamber, or even her purity. He simply required a wife. Or perhaps he was suffering from a toxic affliction, enduring torment alone, unwilling for others to witness his pain and disarray. Shen Ning was oblivious and uninterested in such speculations. Under the care of her maidservants, she washed away her delicate makeup, letting her long, dark hair cascade freely. After loosening her garments, she lay down alone on the bed. As she closed her eyes, haunting memories of her previous demise resurfaced involuntarily. On that fateful wedding night, adorned in a phoenix crown and colorful robes, surrounded by festivity, a man with deep, affectionate eyes tenderly offered her a cup of wine, his gaze soft and his smile warm. Yet, upon consuming the ceremonial wine, she was met with excruciating abdominal pain, her strength gradually ebbing away. Blood poured from her mouth, and countless daggers seemed to pierce her insides, causing her to writhe in agony on the bed. The warmth in his gaze gradually turned cold, his expression shifting to one of complexity and ice. The valiant princess who once overshadowed her lord would no longer exist from this night forth. She would merely be a lowly captive, stripped of power, martial prowess, loyal confidence, and an army, even her dignity shattered beyond repair. That night, she endured torment and despair like never before. The betrayal of her beloved plunged her into an abyss. A relentless suffering that persisted for an entire day until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. She believed she had perished, unaware that it was merely the inception of her purgatory. The vicious lash of a whip struck her, blood splattering forth, the agony of crushed fingers etching itself into her very bones. And the feebleness following the severing of her tendons left her powerless. Overnight, the exalted warrior princess fell into the depths of hell, reduced to a mere plaything for others' whims, subjected to unrelenting humiliation. Hundreds of days and nights of confinement and torment obliterated her dignity and pride, leaving her akin to a wretched, wandering dog. Shen Ning slowly opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting desolation and solitude, which gradually blossomed into boundless hatred. In an instant, all weariness vanished. Shen Ning took a deep breath, rose from her bed, draped herself in a garment, and stood before the window, gazing into the pitch-black night. Flickering lights illuminated the Wangfu, while large red lanterns hung in the courtyard, heralding the joyous occasion of the day. Shen Ning lowered her gaze to her hands, gently caressing her wrist, which remained unscathed, untouched by a dagger, and her tendons intact. This was a body belonging to another, new and wholly intact. Heaven had granted her a chance at rebirth, allowing her to live on in place of the despised Shen Ning, offering her an opportunity for vengeance. A day when she could, with a heart full of hatred, overthrow that filthy dynasty and eliminate all treacherous souls with malicious intent, ensuring that those who had wronged her would suffer a fate worse than death. It was not meant for her to become lost again in the so-called affairs of love, to once more experience the bitterness of betrayal. Wang Fei, Shi Qin, her maid, stood respectfully behind her and spoke. The Wangya has sent word that he has matters to attend to tonight and advises the Wang Fei to rest. Shen Ning remained silent, reaching out to close the window, her voice calm as she inquired, "What manner of person is Princess Jia?" "She is the sister of the current emperor, the legitimate daughter of the late emperor, and the biological daughter of the Empress Dowager," Shi Qin replied respectfully. "The late Princess Jiayu's mother has passed, and she was raised under the Empress Dowager's care, thus maintaining a close bond with Princess Jia, inseparable as they are. No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. Unfortunately, it seems they have not grasped the gravity of their situation. Under the regent's control, even the Empress Dowager and the Emperor are powerless. How dare these two princesses act so recklessly within the regent's residence? Leave me," Shen Ning stated calmly. Yes, this night was destined to be sleepless. Closing her eyes conjured memories of betrayal before death, the man she had loved for a decade, so cruel and heartless in his treachery that it shattered her both physically and mentally. Indeed, emotions are the most worthless of worldly possessions. Shen Ning stood before the window all night, deepening her hatred with each recollection, casting aside all feelings, sealing her desires, and henceforth living solely for one purpose. Concubine. A maid entered to assist with her morning ablutions, accompanied by a lady-in-waiting who brought forth several newly fashioned garments for Shen Ning to select her preferred styles and colors. Shurqin and Shiqi dutifully assisted Shen Ning in dressing. Once everything was in order, a serving maid arrived with several attendants to present the meal. The preparations for her attire, grooming, and meals were executed with meticulous care, leaving no room for error. It was as if, in an instant, she had been restored to a position of prominence. The breakfast was lavish, a delightful spread of various dumplings, pan-fried pastries, soups, and congee, both sweet and savory, available for the regent's wife to enjoy. From the meal, it was evident that the regent held a respectful attitude toward this new Wang Fei. Even in his absence, her status within the Wangfu warranted utmost regard and attention. Seated at the table, Shen Ning partook of her breakfast in silence. As long as the food was free of poison, she cared little for what she consumed. After a decade of hardship on the battlefield, she had grown accustomed to all manner of adversity. She could relish delicacies from land and sea, yet she could just as easily adapt to meager fare. Having grown accustomed to difficult circumstances, she now found herself apprehensive of the softness and opulence surrounding her. In the face of adversity, one often awakens a resilient spirit. However, the allure of gentility and wealth can corrode the heart, inflating one's greed and transforming them into something unrecognizable, neither human nor ghost. The princess consort, accompanied by a matron and 4 maidservants, was bound by royal protocol to pay her respects to the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress on the day following her grand wedding, to heed the edicts of the Grand Empress Dowager before proceeding to meet the emperor. With an impassive expression, Shen Ning cast a fleeting glance at the matron, remaining silent. The matron's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Princess consort, did you hear what this old servant has said? This was Matron Wu, the stewardess of the regent's estate. Standing by, Shurqin dutifully introduced Shen Ning, explaining that the change of the estate's plaque occurred upon the demise of the late emperor and the subsequent appointment of Ji Yucong as regent, following the Empress Dowager's decree. These succinct statements encapsulated the essence of the matter. Matron Wu assumed that upon learning her identity, Shen Ning would adopt a more respectful and courteous demeanor, standing arrogantly by, waiting for Shen Ning to don a smile and engage in conversation carefully. However, as Shen Ning leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, she did not even raise her eyelids, her voice devoid of warmth. I hold no affection for that Empress Dowager and have no interest in meeting her. Matron Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily questioning her own hearing. Oh, what did you say? Chapter 19, Thunderous Measures, a lesson for the unruly Shen Ning, set down her chopsticks and, with deliberate grace, wiped her lips with a napkin before raising her gaze to Wu Mama. Her eyes were cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Knowing that I am the princess consort, you should first kneel and pay your respects, for I shall establish the rules here. She spoke with a voice as chilling as that of a reaper from the depths of hell. Those who had dared to defy her the previous night had met their demise. Did Wu Mama wish to join them? Wu Mama's expression shifted momentarily into one of displeasure. Your Highness, are you wielding the power of the Duke's residence to disregard everyone? Shen Ning regarded her impassively, her gaze sharp and merciless. I am a stewardess of the regent's household, overseeing all matters within the inner court, Wu Mama asserted, feeling her authority challenged. She looked at Shen Ning as though she were an insignificant insect. Although the princess consort was indeed the master, a newcomer could not expect to manage everything seamlessly. Shen Ning's tone remained frosty. Qin and Qi, attend me. The 2 maids lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Wu Mama, undeterred, provoked and threatened the princess consort, declaring, take her out and whip her 30 times for her insolence. Shen Ning commanded coldly, instructing all the maids and servants of the inner court to assemble for public punishment, setting an example for others. Do you dare? Wu Mama gasped, stepping back in shock. I come on the orders of the Empress Dowager. Managing the affairs of the regent's household is my duty. You have no authority to punish me. Shen Ning's voice was indifferent. Drag her out. Qin and Qi seized Wu Mama, escorting her toward the exit. "Your Highness, if you strike me, the Empress Dowager will not let you go unscathed." Wu Mama screamed, her tone now tinged with fear, realizing the gravity of her situation. "Bind her with ropes," Shun Ning ordered calmly, determined to establish her authority as the new princess consort, especially in the face of provocation. Soon, two maids brought forth a spring stool, and Qin and Qi forced Wu Mama down upon it, efficiently binding her upper body with ropes as she screamed in futile rage. Thus, her struggles left her only able to thrash her legs helplessly. Summon all the stewardesses, first and second-ranking maids, and cleaning girls of the regent's household, Shen Ning instructed as she rose and stepped outside, commanding the courtyard. Many are still unaware of last night's events in the bridal chamber. Today, we shall publicly enforce the household laws, allowing everyone to recognize who the head of the household truly is. The servants from Jinlin courtyard had already witnessed the new princess consort's methods, and coupled with the regent's words from the previous night, which had clearly bolstered her standing, even the two princesses had knelt and apologized to her. Who among the servants would dare to show disrespect to the princess consort now? At Shen Ning's command, word had spread quickly, and soon the stewardesses and maids began to arrive, even the kitchen staff summoned to the scene. The courtyard was filled with a dense crowd, all eyes fixated on Wu Mama, bound to the spring stool. Expressions of surprise, hesitation, anxiety, anticipation, and schadenfreude mingled in the air, each gaze reflecting the varied thoughts of those present. Wu Mama, the stewardess of the royal residence, boldly approached the princess early in the morning, seeking to provoke her. Shen Ning settled into her chair, accepting the warm tea offered by maid. The princess generally preferred tranquility and avoided disputes. However, when confronted with provocation, she showed no mercy. As her words fell, two maids wielding bamboo rods struck fiercely at Wu Mama's backside. A cry of agony escaped Wu Mama's lips. The two maidservants squatted beside her, firmly restraining her flailing legs. The bamboo rod continued to rain down upon Wu Mama, eliciting a chorus of pained screams. Ah! Ah! The courtyard fell silent, the onlookers pale and fearful, standing in anxious silence. The only sounds reverberating through the air being the crack of the rod and Wu Mama's anguished cries. "Ah, Your Highness, I am sent by the Empress. You cannot harm me. Ah, ah," Wu Mama shrieked, her face paling rapidly. "The Empress will not forgive you. She will never let this go, ah." Beneath her robe, she wore only a thin pair of trousers, and the heavy bamboo rod struck her with excruciating pain, akin to flames engulfing oil. Soon, blood began to seep from her rear. Originally, 30 strikes had been decreed. Shen Ning held her teacup, nonchalantly scraping the surface with the lid. Yet Wu Mama showed no sign of repentance. Today, as punishment, would continue until she acknowledged her wrongdoing. If she were to inadvertently perish from the beating, her body would simply be dragged away to feed the dogs. At these words, the servants of the royal residence trembled in fear. All eyes turned to Shen Ning, nearly unable to believe that such cruelty could emanate from a mere girl. This young lady, a direct descendant of the Duke S family, appeared so delicate and innocent, seemingly unaware of the world's harsh realities, yet she uttered such vicious words. Wu Mama's audacity in defying authority stemmed from the Empress's backing and perhaps a misguided belief that she could exploit the princess's youth and inexperience. After all, the regent was occupied with state affairs, departing before dawn and typically returning only in the late afternoon, sometimes even after dark. For the past 2 years, Wu Mama had managed the household with the Empress's support, commanding respect throughout the royal residence, emboldening her to insult the princess on the very day after her wedding. However, the new princess's decisiveness was unexpected. Perhaps her recent trauma from banditry had instilled in her a fierce resolve. Another strike fell, and a large patch of blood stained Wu Mama's garments. She was drenched in cold sweat, her face ashen, her lips bloodied from biting them in pain. "Your Highness, the Empress will not let this go." Shen Ning sipped her tea, displaying no reaction to the threats leveled against her. Managing a household, much like commanding an army, required a firm hand, an example made to instill fear and prevent chaos. Such fear would ensure order and compliance in the future. She had no desire to adopt an air of superiority, yet she detested the frequent provocations. If they dared to act thus, they must possess a defiant spirit unafraid of death. The princess had married into the royal family, and from henceforth, she would be the matriarch of the regent's household. Wu Mama, a vile servant who dared to defy her superior, deserved nothing less than the gravest of punishments. Standing beside Ning, the maid Shurqin surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. The prince had decreed that the status of the princess consort in the regent's household was equivalent to that of the prince. Thus, to show disrespect to the princess consort was tantamount to disrespecting the prince himself. According to protocol, the consequences could range from a light slap or a caning to death by the staff. If anyone is weary of life, feel free to test the law. The old servant dared not. Suddenly, someone knelt down with a thud, declaring loyalty to the princess consort, insisting that they would never harbor disrespect towards her. Pray, princess consort, discern our sincerity. The sound of kneeling echoed as all the maids in the courtyard prostrated themselves, hastily pledging their allegiance. Ning remained silent. Madame Wu, exhausted and gasping for breath, had lost the strength to roar, her body resembling a dying fish, occasionally convulsing. Madame Wu, do you acknowledge your mistake? Shurqin approached Madame Wu and inquired coldly. If you admit your fault, the princess consort may show you mercy. Madame Wu, drenched in cold sweat, clutched the spring bench tightly. Her voice trembling, I'm under the Empress's protection. You have no authority to strike me. Ning's expression was inscrutable. Continue. The several matrons in the courtyard quivered in fear. If Madame Wu had already been beaten to such a state, how could they proceed? Madame Wu, like a fish out of water, suddenly stirred with a glimmer of defiance, fixing her gaze on Ning. You dare strike me to death. The Empress will not spare you. Stop. A woman in blue, flanked by several maidservants, hurriedly entered the courtyard, rushing towards Madame Wu, calling out her name in urgency. Madame Wu, Madame Wu. Chapter 20. Are you here to inquire about my actions? Ning raised her gaze slightly, observing the woman who moved about as if in her own backyard. She turned her head towards Shurqin and inquired, Who is this? Shurqin replied respectfully, This is the cousin. The prince's maternal relative. Ning frowned. Cousin? The woman turned to face Ning, clad in a delicate blue dress, her fair complexion resembling jade, adorned with a hint of gentle reproach. Madame Wu is the steward of the regent's residence. Is it appropriate for you to act against her upon your arrival? Ning spoke in a calm tone. Are you here to inquire about my actions? No. The woman straightened her back, her gaze unwavering. I merely believe your conduct to be inappropriate. Appropriateness is determined by me, Ning replied coolly. Is the regent's residence under your command? The woman's expression shifted slightly, and she clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. I am the cousin of the regent, Gu Yanran. And what of it? Ning's gaze hardened. What connection does that have with me? You, cousin. Madame Wu struggled to speak. I will never submit. I serve under the Empress's orders. Impatience flickered in Ning's eyes, her voice growing more indifferent. Shichi, take this irrelevant person away. Princess, Gu Yanran's expression remained defiant, as if emphasizing something significant. I have lived in the palace for 5 years, and my cousin has always treated me with respect. Ning replied, Regrettably, I am not your cousin. Gu Yanran's face stiffened. If you're not afraid of death, then let it be. Ning stated as she rose and returned to her chambers. After you deal with her, ensure she is disposed of properly. Do not soil the palace grounds. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu struggled violently. No, you cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Princess, princess. Cousin, save me. Save me, ah. The increasing force of the struggle nearly brought Madame Wu to the brink of death. The darkness swirled before her eyes, and the pain only intensified her frantic efforts. 2 maidservants struggled to hold her legs down. Princess, Madame Wu is not merely a pawn sent by the Empress. She is the head steward of the inner palace. If you kill her, not only will the Empress demand an explanation, but the servants of the palace will also harbor resentment towards you. Gu Yanran's tone grew urgent. What of your cousin? Are you not concerned about your cousin accusing you of unkind and malicious deeds? The door was gradually closed, completely isolating the commotion outside. Gu Yanran stood rigidly in the courtyard, astonished by Shun Ning's impenetrable demeanor and the depths of her malice. Gazing at the tightly shut door, she unconsciously clenched the handkerchief in her hand, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. Sen Ning. Madame Wu's voice was unencumbered by any obstruction, her cries echoing like sharp whips, mercilessly striking at the hearts of those present, making the previously disdainful witnesses acutely aware of the new princess's ruthless nature. The cries persisted until silence fell. The servants kneeling in the courtyard turned pale as parchment, filled with trepidation. Shun Ning's public application of familial discipline served to intimidate them all. Regardless of their inner thoughts, from this day forth, none would dare to act with impunity before her. If there are still those unafraid of death who wish to test the law with their own bodies, accompanying Lady Wu in her fate is not a particularly arduous task. After Lady Wu's body was dragged away, Gu Yanran finally emerged from her daze, turning to leave the Jinlin courtyard, and due to the shock, she soon fell ill in bed. Gu Yanran is the cousin of the regent? Shen Ning approached the bedside and took a seat. Is she not a blood relative? Yes. Shurqin stood by, nodding at her words. The regent's mother is Lady Gu, and the young lady grew up by her side, sharing a bond akin to that of mother and daughter. However, the esteemed lady passed away 5 years ago, entrusting her cousin to the regent before her demise. And since then, Yanran has resided within the royal residence. After a brief pause, Shurqin added, however, the regent does not harbor any particular feelings for his cousin. So you need not worry, my lady. Shen Ning lowered her gaze in silence. She held no apprehension, nor did she care whether the regent had feelings for Gu Yanran. That was their private affair, unrelated to her. Yet, judging by Gu Yanran's demeanor today, enmity between them seemed inevitable. Thus, understanding one another became essential. After lunch, the regent returned. Dressed in a dark robe, he entered the Jinlin courtyard with an upright and slender figure, his countenance handsome and noble, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear. Shen Ning observed him through the window, unable to deny that he was a natural-born leader, not an emperor, yet surpassing one in presence. Ji Yucong, the regent of the Yong kingdom, renowned as a god of war on the battlefield, had once shot through the head of an enemy commander amidst thousands and single-handedly repelled the cavalry of the northern desert, quelling numerous internal strife in the Yong kingdom, instilling terror in neighboring nations. Lost in thought, Ji Yucong had already stepped into the room and seated himself before her. Do you have anything to discuss with me? Shen Ning raised her gaze slightly. What would you like to hear? Shurqin presented a cup of tea and then gracefully withdrew. Ji Yucong stated, let us first address the punishment of Lady Wu this morning. Shen Ning succinctly replied, Lady Wu admitted to being a person of the Empress Dowager and repeatedly offended the regent's consort. Should she not meet her end? Indeed, she should. Ji Yucong lifted his teacup, contemplating for a moment. Yet she has been in the regent's residence for 2 years, and many within the household are her confidants. So what? The news of Lady Wu's execution will soon reach the Empress Dowager's ears. Ji Yucong's gaze fell upon her face. Are you not concerned? Shen Ning silently regarded him, her expression intricate. You, a regent wielding immense power, allow someone close to the Empress Dowager to act with impunity within your residence? I do not frequent the royal residence often. Ji Yucong replied calmly, managing the inner chambers, although they may be aware of my movements. They are barred from the core of the residence. So what does it matter if I allow them to act freely? Shen Ning refrained from speaking. The regent, in his lofty position, was not surprised by the presence of a few spies sent by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Evidently, he was aware of who posed a problem within the household, yet he continually permitted their actions. In truth, this was hardly remarkable. The eyes of the court can be a double-edged sword. They possess the capacity to gather intelligence on the enemy, closely monitoring every move of the regent and revealing the happenings within the regent's residence to the Empress Dowager. Simultaneously, they can be employed to disseminate falsehoods, leaving both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor unable to discern truth from deception, thereby obscuring clarity. Ji Yucong, with a composed demeanor, took a sip of tea, his voice steady and unperturbed. I do not possess such intricate designs, nor do I require them to deal with the Empress Dowager. I am simply disinclined to take action. Shen Ning fell silent. Will you continue to indulge them? Ji Yutsong set down the teacup, his tone frigid. If you are interested, you may take the time to eliminate the eyes within the estate, whether overtly or covertly. It is entirely at your discretion. What about Gu Yanran? Ji Yutsong paused. Who? Gu Yanran. Who is Gu Yanran? Ji Yutsong instinctively inquired, only to suddenly recall something. Is she that Yanran? Indeed. If she does not provoke you, you need not concern yourself with her, Ji Yutsong remarked, casually adding, if she does, you may handle it as you see fit. Shen Ning gazed at him in silence. What is it? Ji Yutsong's brows furrowed slightly. Puzzled by her expression, is there still a question? The musician said she is your mother's niece, akin to a daughter. Ji Yutsong hesitated briefly. So you believe that I should expedite her presence to accompany my mother? Shen Ning. Chapter 21. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. Gu Yanran is not the issue. However, regarding the events of last night, would you care to share with us, King? Ji Yutsong adjusted himself into a comfortable position, lazily leaning against the brocade couch. The temperamental Princess Jaha is known for her ruthless methods. It is only fitting that you taught her a lesson. This king merely wishes to know what transpired once they entered. Shen Ning's expression remained indifferent. Princess Jaha requested that I recount how I was defiled by bandits, questioning what face I had left to survive in this world while harboring delusions of marrying into the royal family. I believe such inquiries should be directed at you. After all, the decree was issued by the emperor, and the one who would marry her is the regent. She merely accepted this marriage at a most opportune moment. Indeed, that question should be posed to this king. Ji Yutsong nodded slightly, acknowledging that she had sought out the wrong person and deserved a lesson for her misguided actions. Shen Ning replied coolly, is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Ji Yutsong seemed intrigued. Is it true that whatever this king asks, you will respond? The loss of a woman's purity is inherently a difficult subject to broach, yet her reaction was so calm, as if the injury inflicted upon her bore no relevance to her being. Within her capacity, Shen Ning slowly nodded. After all, you are now my husband, and my ability to seamlessly depart from the Duke of the State's residence is contingent upon your assistance. One must repay enmities with enmity and kindness with kindness. There is no need for convoluted thoughts. Ji Yutsong pondered for a moment. In that case, I wish to understand your perspective on the events that transpired in the outskirts. Are you referring to the bandits in the countryside? Shen Ning's brow furrowed, a layer of cold frost appearing in her gaze, as if ice surged within her heart. I will ascertain the truth of the matter. Those who deserve to pay the price will inevitably do so. Although she had reincarnated into Shen Ning's body after her demise, it was only fitting that she seek justice for Shen Ning. Ji Yutsong inquired, do you have any judgments in your heart? Not judgments per se, for there is presently no evidence. Shen Ning replied coolly, but there are certainly suspicions. Ji Yutsong smirked lightly. Pray, share your thoughts. Shen Ning fell silent, casting a glance in his direction, unable to suppress her musings. Is a regent of Yonghua truly so idle, despite wielding such power? Rumors suggest he is cold-hearted and bloodthirsty. Perhaps these tales are exaggerated. On the battlefield, one kills to protect one's homeland, yet privately. Shen Ning felt he was not as fearsome as rumored. Those brigands, having resorted to murder, undoubtedly possess a savage nature devoid of humanity, yet they chose not to harm me. Her tone remained calm and unperturbed. The bandits' intent was not to assault, but rather to fabricate an illusion of my defilement. Ji Yutsong responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Do you suspect that someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes? Naturally, Shen Ning nodded. Although the Duke of the State's residence may not rival your regent's palace, its influence is not insignificant. In the capital, among the powerful families, how could those bandits dare to kill and pillage so close to the city? This indicates that the mastermind behind these actions possesses a most extraordinary identity. Ji Yutsong raised an eyebrow. So it is true that the bandits are ruthless, but since they neither sought wealth nor lust, they must possess an ulterior motive. Only this individual could command such merciless bandits to slaughter numerous maids and guards of the Duke's residence, tarnishing the purity of a legitimate daughter of the house while ensuring their own safety. It is evident that such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Shen Ning's voice was as serene as snow, recounting the tale as if it belonged to someone else. They have stripped me of my reputation, yet my chastity remains intact. The thieves, aside from taking a few lives, gained no further advantage. Their sole objective was to tarnish my name from the beginning. Ji Yucong's gaze flickered with intrigue. Her analysis is astute. There are two potential motives for those wishing to ruin my reputation. As Shen Ning detailed the sequence of events, her tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation akin to narrating another's plight. The first possibility is that they harbor a grudge against me or that I have obstructed their interests. The mastermind could be a woman, aiming to prevent my marriage to Qin Yanshu. However, if that were the case, there would be no need for the thieves to deliberately preserve my chastity. After all, once a life is taken, why bother with the degradation of a woman? Ji Yucong raised an eyebrow, observing her frigid and composed countenance, his gaze inscrutable. The second possibility points to Qin Yanshu himself. As Shen Ning reached this conclusion, a chill began to manifest in her eyes. He wishes to demote me from wife to concubine, yet such an act would invite public scorn and lack a legitimate justification. The Duke's residents would never agree to their legitimate daughter becoming a concubine. The notion of a singularly noble daughter, regardless of the reasons presented, could never be reduced to a mere concubine. This is not only an affront to the woman, but also an indignity to the entire Shen family. However, once a woman loses her purity, her circumstances shift dramatically. Chastity outweighs life itself. Losing it equates to bringing shame upon the family. Headstrong women often choose to end their lives rather than endure such disgrace. Even if one survives, marriage becomes a burdensome liability. At this juncture, should Qin Yanshu, recalling past affections, still be willing to accept her as a concubine, he would be lauded by society as a man of deep feelings and loyalty. Yet, no man can bear the thought of his woman being sullied by another, even if she is a concubine. Thus, Shen Ning ultimately manages to preserve her chastity, and it is imperative that she does so. Ji Yucong rested his chin on his hand, silently observing her unperturbed face, perhaps surprised that she arrived at such an almost precise conclusion in such a brief time. Qin Yanshu has grown up alongside you, deeply invested in his feelings for you, and is often praised for his gentle demeanor and dignified conduct. Ji Yucong remarked with a faint smile. Do you truly believe he would commit such an act? To know a person's face is not to know their heart, Shen Ning replied with calm rationality, asserting that no sentiment remains immutable. So you are convinced it is he? Shen Ning's response was cautious. There is a 90% probability. You are quite astute. Ji Yucong remarked, a slow smile gracing his lips. I am pleased. Shen Ning met his gaze, her expression impassive. This is a gift from the prince to his newlywed wife, Ji Yucong said as he retrieved an item from his sleeve, placing it upon the small table before them, hoping Shen Ning would find it to her liking. Shen Ning lowered her eyes to examine it. Upon a small table rests a dagger, intricately engraved, yet evidently aged. It appears unassuming and antiquated, but only those with discerning eyes can recognize it as a weapon of considerable worth. Shen Ning lifted the dagger from its sheath. The sharp blade gleamed with a chilling light, its value immeasurable, though one could certainly assert its capacity to slice through iron as if it were mere mud. She returned the blade to its scabbard, accepting it with a simple thank you. There is no need for gratitude between husband and wife. Ji Yucong rose gracefully, brushing off his robe. I have matters to attend to. Ninger, you may allow the musician and the chess servant to show you around the royal residence, the garden, the library, the training grounds. There is no place you cannot explore. Shen Ning acknowledged with a nod and rose to see him off. Once Ji Yucong had exited the room and was beyond her sight, Shen Ning cast her gaze down upon the dagger in her hand, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. Chapter 22. Indelible pain on a languid afternoon, with nothing to occupy her. Shen Ning sauntered through the royal palace for half a day, accompanied by her attendants, Qin and Chi. The regent's residence was vast, and half a day was insufficient to explore its entirety. The Jinlin courtyard served as the main inner chamber of the palace, centrally located within the inner precincts, adorned with picturesque hills and lakes, pavilions and towers. The winding corridors connected to the palace's back garden, creating a serene landscape. Situated in the southwest corner was the Yanran residence, somewhat distant from the Jinlin courtyard, separated by corridors and bridges, with 2 courtyards and a water pavilion in between. The northwest corner housed the palace's training grounds, where numerous guards practiced, engaging in drills for at least an hour before their shifts. The area featured a row of barracks and an armory containing 99 rooms. At one end of the training grounds, several fixed targets were set up, flanked by neatly arranged weapons, readily available for the elite soldiers to utilize during their training. From a distance, Shun Ning observed a profound sense of melancholy blossoming within her. Once the military camp had been her domain. During the tumultuous years following the ascension of the new emperor of Nanzhao, frequent warfare ensued. Various feudal lords defied the emperor, flouting court decrees, and repeatedly expanded their military forces in a bid for sovereignty. In the face of neighboring invasions and internal strife, the stability of the realm hung by a thread. The generals in court were tasked with quelling rebellions, fending off foreign adversaries, and navigating the treachery of corrupt court officials, leaving them stretched thin. It was during this tumult that her soon-to-be husband, with soft-spoken charm, implored her to lead the charge for the emperor, promising that he would wait for her no matter how many years it took, unwavering in his vow. A sardonic smile crept across Shun Ning's lips. The warmth of his smile, the earnestness in his gaze, the steadfast commitment of his heart, and the precarious state of the empire left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Amidst the doubts of court officials and military leaders, she repeatedly donned the mantle of command, returning victorious time and again, bearing countless wounds, fortifying the throne for her elder brother, and securing a bright future for her nominal husband. After 3.5 years of internal strife, the formidable feudal lords proved challenging to subdue. By the time the lords were completely stripped of their power, the borders were left unguarded. Despite her injuries, she led her 8,000 elite soldiers to confront the ambitious Western Zhou, embarking on yet another 3.5 years of conflict. In the span of over 7 years, the legendary reputation of the war goddess princess spread across nations. Perhaps even she had not anticipated that such a multitude of battles would forge the tale of a female warrior. On the day of her triumphant return to the capital, the citizens lined the streets in jubilant welcome. She envisioned the land she had safeguarded poised to usher in an era of prosperity. She was 25 years old that year, wielding military power and basking in glory, inciting envy and admiration among the entire court for her influence and status. Her husband, who had sworn to await her return, prepared an elaborate wedding ceremony under the emperor's decree. Leaning against a corridor pillar, Shun Ning felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. Was it true that no matter how formidable a woman might be, she was inevitably ensnared by a man's sweet words and tender affections? Amidst the grand and extravagant wedding festivities, she believed she was on the cusp of decades of stability in Nanzhao and a tranquil later life. However, after becoming Shun Ning, she found herself bereft of time to reflect on her past during those 2 days. As memories flooded back, the excruciating pain and despair overwhelmed her, leaving her breathless, as though something had lodged itself within her chest. The one she cherished most had poisoned her on their wedding night, rendering her martial prowess null and void, reducing her to a mere shell of her former self. As if that were not enough, he bound her limbs with chains of dark iron, as though fearing she possessed the ability to escape into the skies. Before her astonished and disbelieving gaze, he ruthlessly tore away the facade of tenderness, dismantling all her hopes with venomous and mocking words. "You are my legitimate wife, now and forever. This position shall remain yours, whether you live or die. No one can ever usurp it. You are the renowned female warrior, the pride of the emperor, the pride of me, the pride of the people. How glorious you are! How could I allow another to assume the title of wife? That would be a slap in the face to the royal family. I cannot be so foolish. Yet, there are too many who wish for your demise. Your Highness, I aspire to be a powerful minister, not a consort. Do you understand? What I desire is not the title of consort. They claim that my present rank and power stem from your military exploits. On what grounds do they assert such things? I intend to demonstrate that, without you, the esteemed princess, I can still ascend the political ladder. From this moment forth, you shall remain a captive, confined to the inner courtyard, never to be seen by others again. Your generals will no longer have the opportunity to see you. Should you defy me, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. The emperor will not grant you an audience in your current predicament, were it not for his directive. Do you think I would have the audacity to act so boldly? My mother believes you have hindered me for too long, and that it is time to establish some rules for you, which shall serve as your wedding gift. 100 lashes, suffer well. The fierce whip cut through the air, striking her again and again, tearing her wedding gown, shattering her pride. Breathing became frantic, sensations of pain resurfaced, and those haunting scenes replayed vividly in her mind. Beads of cold sweat formed upon Shun Ning's forehead. Your Highness. The maid Shurchin observed her distress and looked at her with concern. What troubles you? The air grew tense, and in an instant, Shun Ning opened her eyes, returning from her reverie, a fleeting flicker of panic in her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. It's nothing. Once more, she cast her eyes towards the distant training grounds before turning to walk back. Let us return to Jinlin Courtyard. Are you not going to stroll any longer? No more strolling. If your Highness wishes to practice martial arts, the training grounds are available. I and the others can accompany you. Sending pauset momentary. During her 7 years on the battlefield, she had 8 female guards by her side. They not only attended to her needs, but also fought alongside her. Regrettably, for had perished during those years, and upon returning to the capital after the war, only 4 remained. 2 had been married off by the emperor, while the other 2 were taken into his harem. Shun Ning exhaled a breath of frustration, dismissing further thoughts, and simply stated, I still find drawing the bow somewhat strenuous. I shall start with basic training at dawn. As she remained idle in the royal residence, it presented the perfect opportunity for her to hone her skills. She possessed knowledge of martial arts and techniques, with archery being her forte. The only aspect this body lacked was greater physical stamina. Fortunately, stamina is something that can be cultivated rapidly, provided one is willing to endure hardship and fatigue. After spending half the day wandering, the sky gradually darkened. Upon returning to the Jinlin courtyard and refreshing herself, Shun Ning sat quietly by the bed, gazing out the window. Her expression was as frosty as the first winter's breath, shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured the emotions swirling within her eyes. The maidservants began to prepare dinner, yet unexpectedly, Gu Yanran, who had fallen ill with fright due to the morning's events involving old Madame Wu, would once again make her way to the Jinlin courtyard. Chapter 23. Are you more noble than a princess? While strolling through the royal mansion in the afternoon, Shurchin mentioned that this cousin of hers had remained quite composed for the past 5 years. The servants of the estate treated her with great courtesy, with some even believing that she would eventually become the regent's consort, even if she were not to be the primary wife. There was a likelihood of her becoming a secondary wife. Yet, the cousin remained tranquil, gentle, and gracious, always addressing the servants with kindness rather than arrogance or harsh reprimands. Compared to the newly appointed regent's wife, this cousin seemed almost saintly. From these observations, it could be surmised that many in the household favored her. However, for Shun Ning, this was of little consequence. Gu Yanran stepped into the room and took a seat before the couch, silently gazing at the indifferent Shun Ning for a long while before speaking. Your cousin is a prince of the Yunguo royal family, a regent of high standing, and his reputation must remain untarnished. The incense from the dragon-shaped burner curled gracefully in the air, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Shun Ning leaned languidly against the couch, idly perusing a military treatise, her profile illuminated by the flickering light, exuding an aura of cold detachment that kept others at bay. Your reputation is compromised, and by rights, you are unworthy of your cousin, Gu Yanran asserted calmly, resembling someone imparting wisdom to Shun Ning. However, since you are already wed to him, you ought to cultivate a more virtuous demeanor, demonstrating grace and humility when greeting the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Only then can you fulfill the role of a supportive wife to the regent. Shun Ning momentarily halted her reading. Although Gu Yanran was an unlikable woman, she spoke a truth. By conventional standards, a woman of compromised virtue and deed would not befit the regent. Yet, The regent did not adhere to such conventions, and the tone in which Gu Yanran spoke felt less like that of a cousin and more akin to a lecturing mother, high and mighty, steeped in condescension. You have offended many today, and in due time you shall encounter those who will retaliate, Gu Yanran said, pursing her lips with a look of pity. I am merely concerned for your well-being, hoping you might comprehend my good intentions. Shining raised her gaze slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a smirk. If you truly wish for my well-being, Miss Gu, why not seek out those bandits who tarnish my honor and procure justice for me? Gu Yanran faltered, taken aback by Shuning's audacious request. How could that be possible? I am but a frail woman without the strength to harm a chicken. Knowing yourself to be such a fragile creature, then refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. And do not utter words that a weak woman ought not to speak, Shining replied coldly. Miss Gu, I'm not like you. Gu Yanran's expression stiffened momentarily before she managed a faint smile. What differences could there possibly be? Does the fact that the regent's wife has been besmirched by bandits justify venting your frustrations upon others? The atmosphere in the room turned tense. The attending Shurchin frowned, clearly finding Gu Yanran's words excessively harsh. The cousin has always prided herself on her gentleness. How could she utter such venomous words before the wife of the regent? Gu Yanran's expression faltered, yet she quickly defended herself. I did not intend to hurt the regent's wife, but I speak only the truth. Her disdain for Shining was palpable, fueled by jealousy, as she longed to strike with the most caustic words, hoping to make her realize that she was utterly unworthy of being the regent's wife. Shurchin was a person of the regent, yet she harbored some reservations. As she contemplated speaking further, Shining raised her hand to stop her, leisurely closing the book she had set aside and lifting the teacup from the table. In the grand city of Shengjing, the powerful elite were numerous, with various factions balancing each other. Although her cousin held the esteemed title of regent, the affairs of Yonggu were not solely dictated by him. Gu Yanran remarked that no matter how illustrious a family might be, it requires a wise and understanding wife to provide support and ensure the well-being of future generations, rather than a princess who only knows how to offend others and continuously creates enemies for her cousin. Shining took a sip of her tea and replied, Your words hold merit, but why do you not share them with your cousin? I have already stated that I am not your cousin. Speaking to me is of no use. If your cousin is indifferent, I shall also remain unconcerned, while you seem to fret excessively. A hint of mockery flickered in Shuning's eyes as she added, What are you, really? Gu Yanran's face flushed crimson. You, do not presume to interject in matters between my husband and me, even if you are merely a cousin. Shining retorted coldly. Do you think I would hesitate to treat you as I did with Aunt Wu? Gu Yanran tightened her grip on the teacup. Dare you? While I typically do not relish bullying weaker women, if you wish to test me, I shall oblige. Shining maintained a dispassionate tone. I would dare to strike even Princess Jia. Do you truly believe you hold more esteem than Princess? Gu Yanran replied softly. Princess Jia is the daughter of the Empress, and Aunt Wu is a person of the Empress. Your brutality towards them would be shielded by your cousin. But as I am a relative of your cousin, there is no distinction. Shining interrupted her self-righteousness. In my eyes, you are no different from them. Gu Yanran bit her lip, her expression slightly paling. Shining set down her teacup and picked up her book again, commanding leave. Gu Yanran rose, unconsciously clenching the handkerchief in her hand, her expression a mix of jealousy and disdain. Your cousin did not visit Jinlin courtyard last night, did he? Shining remained silent. If he truly cared for you, how could he not come to the bridal chamber? Gu Yanran seemed to have finally found a vulnerable point to attack her. Though I know not your cousin's purpose in marrying you, no man in this world is indifferent to his wife's virtue. His absence last night is the best proof. Proof of what? A cold, imposing voice resonated, carrying a palpable weight. When did the affairs between this prince and the princess become your concern? Gu Yanran's complexion drained of color as she turned to face the formidable man before her. Cousin, you should be in Yanran's residence. Ji Yutsong glared at her. What brings you here? Cousin, Gu Yanran's eyes reddened, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I merely wish to get along with my sister-in-law. As the wife of the regent, she ought to be gentle, generous, and dignified, rather than act like a maniac. Such behavior would only bring calamity to the royal residence. Ji Yutsong's voice was devoid of warmth. Are you suggesting that a Grand Regent's residence could be destroyed by a single woman? I did not mean it that way. Gu Yanran quickly shook her head, her voice trembling faintly. Her cousin, holding a high position and possessing formidable skills, garnered the respect and awe of all officials in the court. Yet, precisely because of this, the princess ought to be well-educated and reasonable, thereby earning her cousin a good reputation. Otherwise, the wife chosen by this prince is not for you to criticize. Ji Yutsong's voice turned icy as he commanded, "Return to your quarters, Yanran." Gu Yanran was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. "Cousin, my aunt entrusted me to your care on her deathbed. You promised her you would look after me well. Once this busy period is over, I will arrange for someone to select a suitable husband for you," he stated. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanran's complexion turned pale. I do not want that." She shook her head uncontrollably. "Cousin, I do not wish to marry." Ji Yutsong's expression grew colder, his gaze seemingly filled with chilling intensity. The air in the room became increasingly taut. Gu Yanran felt her heart seize. Her voice caught in her throat as a wave of coldness surged through her spine. The handkerchief she held was nearly crushed in her grip as she fought to keep her legs steady. Trembling, she managed to say, "I wish to have a say in my marriage." After uttering those words, she lowered her head and turned to leave. "I will find time to accompany you home the day after tomorrow," Ji Yutsong said, turning to Shin Ning. "In the meantime, you may read books. If you wish to go out for a stroll, let the attendants accompany you." Shin Ning paused momentarily, her fingers resting on the book, then slowly raised her gaze. "Return home?" "Yes," Ji Yutsong replied, walking closer to her and gently ruffling her hair. "This is the proper etiquette, to let everyone know that you, as the princess consort, are not merely a figurehead." Shin Ning's eyes widened slightly. "Why do you always ruffle my hair?" Ji Yutsong chuckled softly. "Because you are my wife." "Does being a wife necessitate such intimate gestures?" Shin Ning pondered this question but refrained from asking further, merely responding with a quiet "You should take some time to acclimate to the palace," Ji Yutsong advised. "Recently, court matters have been hectic, and I will be returning late in the evenings. If you desire anything to eat, have the kitchen prepare it. Someone will come to measure you for tailored clothing, and you can draw silver from the treasury. There is nothing you cannot do within the palace." Shin Ning remained silent for a moment. "As the regent, you should lack for nothing." Ji Yutsong nodded. "Indeed. Then why are you so kind to me?" Shin Ning asked, not out of emotion but sheer confusion. "I currently have nothing to offer in return." Ji Yutsong fell silent, unable to resist the urge to ruffle her hair again. "You are my wife. What talk of repayment is necessary?" Shin Ning fell into silence. "I have summoned several ministers to discuss matters in the study. You should rest," Ji Yutsong concluded, adding, "If the meeting ends early, I may come to retire with you." Shin Ning remained quiet for a moment. "Court matters take precedence. It is fine if you do not come." Ji Yutsong paused, then a slight smile graced his lips. "Very well." Chapter 24. Premeditated? The front courtyard of the regent's palace was not far from the Jinlin courtyard. After traversing through the corridors, one could reach it in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Ji Yutsong exited the Jinlin courtyard and proceeded along the winding corridor to the front courtyard. A few young gentlemen stood on the corridor outside the study. Among them were a youth clad in dark robes, a young noble in splendid purple attire, a modest and reserved boy, and a 30-something advisor. As they engaged in casual conversation, they noticed the regent approaching from a distance, and in unison, they fell silent and knelt to pay their respects. The personal guard, Ling Feng, pushed open the door to the study and promptly stepped aside with a bow. Ji Yutsong entered the study, followed silently by the others. The composed chancellor, adorned in a dignified purple robe, stepped forward first, presenting two memorials before him. The first had been delivered half an hour prior by Lord Shun, the governor of Jizhou, who reported that the region had been inundated by continuous heavy rains throughout the summer, devastating the crops and leaving the populous harvest at a mere 30% of previous years. Lord Shun requested a tax exemption to help the people of Jizhou weather the upcoming autumn and winter. After a brief pause, the second memorial was delivered swiftly by a messenger from the Prince of Southern Zhao, who sought the emperor's approval to marry Princess Pingyao. Ji Yutsong opened the first memorial and regarded it with indifference, inquiring, "What is the true situation in Jizhou?" A month prior, scouts had reported that the kingdom of Yong had experienced favorable weather this year, with excessive rainfall only occurring in Liangzhou, Nanjun, and Shilin. And the overall circumstances were not dire. Yin Qingchun lowered his gaze and truthfully answered the regent's query, delivering precise intelligence with meticulous wording, ensuring there was no ambiguity in his report. Even the long disaster-stricken Shiha had managed to secure this year's harvest thanks to timely interventions. Before assuming the role of regent, Ji Yutsong had trained a cadre of elite scouts, numbering over 100, each assigned specific duties. Some were tasked with gathering intelligence on enemy movements on the battlefield, while others monitored the territories of the Kingdom of Yong. Yin Qingchun, an exceptional candidate elevated to the position of Left Chancellor by Ji Yutsong, was currently responsible for overseeing the scouts throughout various regions. Thus, Lord Qinhan's Han is fabricating reports of disaster? Yes. Yin Qingchun nodded affirmatively, stating that he had already investigated. And this year should indeed yield a bountiful harvest in Jizhou. Ji Yutsong remained silent, simply endorsing the memorial with a decisive approval. Assign a few individuals to closely monitor Jizhou. Understood. There is no need to respond to the Prince of Southern Zhao's memorial. Ji Yutsong's tone remained calm. With the year-end approaching, he needed to travel to the capital to report on his duties. Any requests could be discussed in person. Yin Qingchun nodded in acknowledgement. After the Left Chancellor had conveyed his matters, the Right Chancellor, Xie Tinglan, stepped forward to present another memorial. Southern Zhao has sent a swift messenger bearing a document expressing their desire for a union with the Kingdom of Yong, explicitly stating their wish to marry the princess to the regent. Southern Zhao? Ji Yutsong's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as he inquired sternly, "What is the current state of Southern Zhao?" In previous years, stability had been maintained due to the presence of the Long Princess, but after a decade of warfare, the court had suffered heavy casualties among its military leaders, leaving only a meager remnant. Xie Tinglan is responsible for diplomatic etiquette and possesses considerable knowledge about the international landscape. After the incident involving the princess, the Western Zhou began to rise again. The Southern Zhao has suffered 4 consecutive defeats and lost 3 cities, prompting the Emperor of Southern Zhao to urgently seek assistance from a powerful nation. The general, dressed in a black robe, Chu Yunxiao, furrowed his brow, stating that Southern Zhao's national strength is waning, rendering any potential marriage alliance valueless. Who says there is no value in a marriage alliance? Ji Yutsong shot him a glance. If Southern Zhao were to lose all its territory to Western Zhou, the latter would become a neighboring country to Daeong, capable of strengthening itself over the next 20 years, thus becoming a formidable adversary to Daeong. Chu Yunxiao was momentarily speechless and retorted, "Western Zhou's resources are scarce. Even if they were to absorb Southern Zhao, they would struggle to govern it. 20 years would scarcely suffice for them to grow strong enough to contend with Daeong. Due to the harsh geographical conditions, Western Zhou is adept at training cavalry and is accustomed to predatory practices, invading other nations for wealth and land. However, governing a country effectively is beyond their capabilities. Firstly, there are few wise ministers skilled in managing territories. Secondly, their barbaric methods of operation render civilized governance impractical. The declining strength of Southern Zhao would only weaken Eastern Zhou's military power, leading to a scattered army and ultimately proving detrimental. In Chu Yunxiao's view, if the rulers of Western Zhou were wise, capturing a few prosperous cities from Southern Zhao would suffice. Pillaging the wealth and land of a few cities would alleviate Western Zhou's economic strain, yet overextending themselves would hinder their ability to digest their gains. Ji Yutsong's voice was indifferent. "If I desired the territory of Southern Zhao, do you think a marriage alliance would be advantageous?" Chu Yunxiao was taken aback. "Your Highness means, respond to them. A marriage alliance is possible, but I require to see their sincerity," Ji Yutsong instructed, disregarding Chu Yunxiao's reaction and turning to Xie Tinglan. The 2 rightful princesses of Southern Zhao, along with 10 prominent ministers, must personally come to Yonghua to discuss the marriage alliance. Xie Tinglan nodded in affirmation. Chu Yinxiao frowned slightly, exchanging a glance with Yen Qingshen. Perplexed by sus intentions. The young emperor is set to assume power next year, and the empress dowager and her son view the regent as a thorn in their side. Eager to consolidate alliances with influential ministers to ensure they can contend with the regent once the emperor takes the throne, the prince ought to focus on state affairs, consolidating power to ensure that the young emperor remains cautious after assuming power. Pursuing a marriage alliance with Southern Zhao, or even contemplating war against them, would only stretch his resources thin. Have the two esteemed gentlemen completed their official reports? Stepped forward Song Sahan, the Minister of Rights, standing behind them. I have something to report. Yen Qingshen and Xie Tinglan instinctively stepped aside. Please, Minister Song. Your Highness, are you aware that Qin Yenshu, the legitimate son of the Qin family, is to marry the Princess of Pingyao? Song Sahan respectfully stated. The emperor summoned me yesterday to discuss matters regarding the princess's marriage, urging me to prepare in advance. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the study. Everyone involuntarily recalled the princess that their lord had recently wed, Shun Ning, the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, who was Qin Yenshu's former fiancé. Was the emperor's intention for the princess of Pingyao to wed Qin Yenshu premeditated or a sudden decision? If there were premeditated intentions, then the incident involving Miss Shun on Keishan Mountain, was it a deliberate scheme or merely an accident? Yen Qingshan pondered thoughtfully. It appears they have all set their sights on the enigmatic golden armor guards in the possession of the Princess of Pingyao. The Princess of Pingyao, the eldest daughter of the late emperor, known by her courtesy name Ji Mingxi, is the elder sister of the current emperor, now 23 years of age and yet unmarried. Her mother, the late consort Sheng, was the favored woman of the late emperor, whose affection for both mother and daughter had transcended all boundaries of propriety. Consequently, the Princess of Pingyao stands as the sole princess of her rank among the current royal lineage. Even the Empress Dowager's daughter, Princess Jia, does not enjoy such privileged status. Following the demise of the late emperor and the ascendance of a young sovereign, the Empress Dowager had twice petitioned the emperor to elevate Princess Jia to the rank of a princess of the same standing, only to be rebuffed by the regent, leaving her heart laden with discontent. Given that consort Sheng bore no sons, the late emperor, concerned for the welfare of the Princess of Pingyao, bequeathed her a contingent of golden armor guards for her protection before his passing. The precise number of these guards remains shrouded in mystery. Some say 5,000, others 2,000, and still others 500. These guards are not required to engage in battle, nor do they heed imperial commands. Their sole duty is to safeguard the Princess of Pingyao. However, it is evident that both the Empress Dowager and the Qin family perceive these guards as possessing unfathomable capabilities, not only to protect the princess, but also to shield the emperor himself. If utilized judiciously, they might even facilitate the cleansing of court intrigues and stabilize the emperor's reign. Hence, Qin Yenshu's desire to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Princess of Pingyao becomes unmistakably clear. Chapter 25. Is your mind filled with porridge? Ji Yutsong reclined against the back of his chair, his brows and eyes exuding an icy depth, lightly tapping the armrest in silence. The oppressive stillness created an intense pressure that left one breathless. Regarding the marriage between Qin Yenshu and Princess Pingyao, he had made no statements, leaving one to wonder about his true thoughts. At this moment, however, his mind was preoccupied with another matter. After a brief silence, he raised his gaze towards Yen Qingshen. Is Yen Zheng at home with nothing to do lately? The young left chancellor paused, instinctively glancing up at Ji Yutsong before lowering his eyes. There is nothing to occupy her time. She merely stays at home reading and painting birds, fish, flowers, and grass. Yen Zheng, who was 15 years old, was the sister of Yen Qingshen, and the two siblings shared a deep bond, relying on each other for support. It would be fitting to host a flower-viewing banquet at home, Ji Yutsong suggested in a tone that was devoid of embellishment. The new princess has just arrived and finds herself bored within the palace. It would be beneficial for her to have an opportunity to step outside. Upon hearing this, the others in the study were taken aback. From the issuance of the imperial decree to the conclusion of the wedding, they had been astonished by the prince's sudden marriage to a woman of tarnished reputation, which had already given rise to numerous questions in their hearts. Yet, following their master, who rarely expressed his emotions, they did not dare to display too much on their faces, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at them. What could possibly have motivated the prince to wed someone like Xinning? Yan Qingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Ji Yucong raised a hand to lightly rub his brow. Spread the word that this prince has long harbored affections for the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. But after several refusals, he resorted to forceful means to ruin her reputation, leading to the Qin family's withdrawal from the engagement, ultimately resulting in the imperial decree that brought her into the palace. My lord, this is absolutely unacceptable, Xie Tinglan exclaimed, looking at him in disbelief. Such rumors, once spread, will severely tarnish your reputation. Ji Yucong frowned. Is my reputation not commendable? Xie Tinglan hesitated, his expression still one of disapproval. The Duke of Jinghua is clearly aligned with the Emperor's faction. Even if your intentions are to protect the princess, she is still the daughter of the Duke's house. Having such a scandal attached to her would only bring harm to you, my lord. I'm not seeking your counsel. Ji Yucong replied, his gaze cold and his voice devoid of emotion. Within 2 days, ensure that this rumor circulates through every street and alley. Xie Tinglan's expression shifted, and he steeled himself to argue. I do not intend to defy your command, but truly, compared to the rumors of my supposed affections for men, how do you think this gossip measures in terms of damage? Yi Yucong interrupted. Xie Tinglan was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath, finding himself utterly speechless. After the regent had purged several corrupt officials from the court, he had promoted Yin Qingchen and Xie Tinglan to the positions of left and right chancellors, which had sparked discontent among the officials. Behind closed doors, there were even whispers that Yin Qingchen and Xie Tinglan were the regent's male lovers, and their promotions were intended to suppress the royalists and thoroughly disrupt the established order of the court. The regent offered no explanations, leading them to believe that the prince remained oblivious. To their surprise, he was keenly aware of everything. Ji Yucong remarked coolly, the rumors will simmer for 3 to 5 days before settling down. In 2 months at most, the truth will be revealed. Xie Tinglan spoke softly. Does His Highness imply that the true orchestrator behind the princess's previous tribulations can be uncovered? I entrust this matter to you to investigate. Xie Tinglan fell silent. Yin Qingshan furrowed her brows slightly, as if pondering something of great concern. Your Highness, I have something to express regarding the proposed union between Nanzhao and Yong Kingdom. Ji Yucong remained silent. Yin Qingshan continued. Though Nanzhao's strength pales in comparison to Yong Kingdom, they are still a sovereign nation. Should their princess be wed to the emperor, it would merely provide him with another ally. If they were to conspire against you, Nanzhao is too preoccupied with its own affairs to ally with the emperor. Ji Yucong replied, his expression indifferent. Is your mind muddled? The atmosphere in the room thickened. The young chancellor turned pale and knelt in silence. I am foolish, he admitted. I have my own considerations regarding this union. There is no need for further discourse, Ji Yucong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. What has the princess Ping Yao been up to lately? As soon as the question was posed, the expressions of everyone in the study became subtly charged. Xie Tinglan responded. She has been indulging in revelries with her male companions at home. With that, the atmosphere grew even more charged. How absurd! Song Sahan lamented, his heart heavy. The late emperor had showered Princess Ping Yao with such affection and even bestowed upon her a protective talisman. Yet she had become so outlandish. Though still young, merely in his 30s, Song Sahan was already an exceptional presence among the elder statesmen of the court, where such youth in a ministerial position was rare. Yet, in the current gathering, he appeared somewhat older, especially when compared to the younger chancellors. This was also the reason why the Empress Dowager viewed the regent with disdain. During the late emperor's reign, who among the court's influential figures was not over 50. However, once the regent seized power, he frequently sought reasons to purge the court, resulting in a third of the elder officials being either demoted or executed. He even disregarded the collective opposition to appoint several of his young confidants to crucial positions of power. Regardless of their knowledge or capabilities, their youth was deemed inappropriate by the others, and the Empress Dowager believed the regent was wreaking havoc in the court by deliberately placing his own loyalists intending to undermine the emperor's authority once he assumed direct control. There were also whispers suggesting that the two chancellors were favored by the regent due to their striking appearances, having been promoted out of turn for their looks. This was seen as a corruption of the court, warranting their condemnation. Thus, when Ji Yucong remarked that his reputation was less than favorable, this was the underlying reason. The affairs of Princess Pingyao hold little significance. There is no need for you to dwell on them, Minister Song. Siet Tinglan smiled lightly, acknowledging that she was the eldest daughter of the late emperor, who had indulged her to the point of becoming somewhat unruly. However, as she neither meddled in politics, nor commanded troops, nor disrupted the court, she posed no threat to the stability of the realm. Yang Sahan appeared as though he wished to articulate further thoughts, yet ultimately, he merely sighed deeply. Very well. Chapter 26. The return home for 2 tranquil days. Shun Ning resided quietly within the confines of the royal estate. Each morning, after dressing and attending to her personal grooming, she would practice her stances in the courtyard for half an hour before partaking in her breakfast. Following her meal, she would wander through the expansive back garden of the regent's palace, aware that fully acclimatizing to the vast terrain would require several days. Occasionally, she would leisurely stroll to the northwest training grounds, where she would pause to observe the drills taking place. The mornings were dedicated to physical training, while the afternoons were reserved for brief respites, during which she would sip tea and peruse military texts. She had even devised a regimen for her physical conditioning, leading her to adopt a simplified and practical style of dress over the past 2 days, with her hair tied up high for ease of movement during her martial practices. Time swiftly passed, and the day of her return home arrived. Early in the morning, her attendants, Shurqin and Shurqi, adorned her with elegant attire, draping her in a resplendent crimson gown, her hair adorned with exquisite hairpins that emphasized her striking beauty. As she gazed into the mirror, she was momentarily transported back to her days before the battlefield, when, as a royal princess, she too had exuded such grace and magnificence. Yet, after more than 7 years of warfare, the delicate allure of her former self had faded. Amidst the chaos of swords and flames, she had transformed into a formidable general, shedding the softness and gentility of her youth. The only constant remained her inability to truly discern the intentions of the one who professed to adore her. Beneath his gentle facade lay a heart potentially steeped in malice. It is said that a wise man seeks a virtuous wife, yet the prince believed that a captivating visage could bring greater joy. Ji Yucong had entered the room unannounced, leaning against the screen as he regarded Shen Ning, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The saying that elegant garments complement a beautiful woman rang undeniably true. Shen Ning turned to meet his gaze. Leaning beside the screen, Ji Yucong, clad in a dark royal robe that accentuated his tall stature, exuded an air of nobility. His striking features had attracted countless admirers from the kingdom of Yong, yet few were afforded the opportunity to approach him closely. While rumors circulated of his ruthless demeanor, he treated his wife with a respect that belied such claims of coldness. Is it truly imperative to return home after 3 days? Shen Ning inquired calmly, her voice devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if merely seeking a binary response. Aware that her family might not welcome her back, given the treatment you received from the Duke's household, do you not intend to reclaim justice for yourself? Ji Yucong's gaze flickered slightly, indicating that idleness at home was indeed unappealing. Shen Ning hesitated. Seeking justice for herself seemed unnecessary. However, considering that she now inhabited Shen Ning's body, pursuing justice on her behalf felt exceedingly vital. In her memories, Shen Ning had always been an independent and resilient woman, inherently aloof. Before her purity was compromised, she had held a respectable position within the Duke's household, where her parents had not been particularly harsh. After all, as a legitimate daughter of a duke, she was destined for a marriage to either the royal family or a marquis, or even the possibility of becoming a consort in the palace. No parent would openly mistreat their own daughter. Yet, the heart can be torn both ways. And while Shen Ning was steadfast and independent, she lacked the charm that Shen Yin possessed, which endeared her to their mother. In the eyes of the old matriarch, the eldest granddaughter was less endearing than her younger sister. Nevertheless, such grievances were bearable. Unexpectedly, Ning ventured out to pray for her grandmother, only to face calamity in return. Instead of receiving the compassion and protection of her family, or their initiative to report the crime and seek justice, she was met with disdain and neglect. It seemed as though she, the victim, bore the weight of guilt, deserving of death in the name of integrity to safeguard the reputation of the Duke's household. She was not to linger in life, subject to the judgment of others. Even now, no one from the Shun family had proposed investigating the origins of the bandits or uncovering who had instigated them. Ning found herself at a loss, unable to discern whether they were merely selfish and callous or simply cowards who preyed on the weak. Yet, while the Duke's household chose not to pursue the truth, she felt compelled to seek it for herself. Regaining her composure, she ceased to dwell on the matter and nodded slowly. Indeed, one must adhere to their role without excessive resistance, especially as she currently owed a debt of gratitude to Ji Yutsong. It would be inappropriate to constantly defy his wishes. Once her grooming was complete, Ning rose and walked alongside Ji Yutsong as they made their way outside. At the grand entrance of the Wang residence, an opulent carriage awaited them, flanked by 8 maidservants ready to serve and 32 elite guards tasked with ensuring their safety. Ning had no time to ponder whether such an elaborate display was excessive. She stepped onto a stool and entered the carriage, taking her seat within. She had anticipated that Ji Yutsong, the regent, would ride alongside her on a magnificent steed, exuding an air of authority. To her surprise, he gracefully entered the carriage after lifting the curtain and took a seat opposite her. The once spacious carriage felt somewhat constricted with the presence of such a commanding man. Ning observed him closely, noting that Ji Yutsong was not only a man of noble status, but also a formidable presence, exuding an intense aura of authority despite his relatively young age. It was difficult to comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. Perhaps years spent on the battlefield, facing life and death, had hardened his heart and amplified his commanding presence. Reflecting on her own past, Ning realized she had traversed a similar path. What occupies your thoughts? Ji Yutsong leaned back against the carriage, curiously observing the rare changes in her expression. You appear much improved after resting for a couple of days. Ning replied rather nonchalantly. Increased practice in martial arts, sweating it out, retiring early at night, and rising early in the morning will gradually enhance one's spirit. There's a matter I wish to discuss with you, Ji Yutsong stated calmly. If I were to consider taking a concubine, would you consent? Ning was taken aback. A concubine? Yes, he confirmed. Confused, she responded, it is common for men to have multiple wives, especially for someone of your esteemed rank. So how could I possibly hinder that? I would prefer to seek your agreement, Ji Yutsong replied, his tone measured, as you are the primary wife. Harmonious relations with a concubine would alleviate any concerns for me. Ning paused, sensing an oddity in his words. The regent had remained unmarried for many years, and now, shortly after marrying his primary wife, he was already contemplating a concubine. Who do you wish to marry? She inquired, suspecting it might be her cousin Yanran. Not her, he replied. The voice of Ji Yutsong is melodious. Recently, the stability of the southern Zhao dynasty has wavered, with frequent turmoil at the borders. Their emperor seeks the assistance of Daong, intending to marry off a princess to forge a union with the Yong kingdom. Which princess? Ning blurted out before realizing her reaction was inappropriate. She steadied herself, pondering the disposition of this princess. The nature of her character remains uncertain. Ji Yutsong's expression was tranquil. However, southern Zhao's current state is precarious. Since the demise of the war goddess, the crown princess, neighboring nations have begun to provoke them incessantly. They are lacking in military strength and capable generals, suffering several defeats. He paused, adding that even if the princess is willful and overbearing, she must acquiesce upon arriving in the Yong kingdom. Ning leaned silently against the carriage, unable to suppress her doubts. What does Ji Yutsong intend by seeking an alliance with southern Zhao? Ordinarily, even in an alliance, the southern Zhao princess should enter the emperor's harem as a concubine. If the emperor were disinterested, it would not be uncommon for her to be betrothed to another prince or nobleman. Yet, for the regent to take her as a secondary consort, If the Southern Zhao princess were to come to the Yong kingdom, this prince would not regard her with any particular favor. She would enter the royal residence as a secondary consort, her status beneath yours, with her fate resting in your hands. Ji Yutsong's voice was low, declaring that he could allow her to reside in the most secluded quarters of the royal mansion, left to her own devices. Shen Ning's brows twitched slightly, a peculiar thought blossoming in her mind. It was not that she felt displeasure or jealousy. Rather, she found herself perplexed by Ji Yutsong's intentions. While she perceived that being a secondary consort to the regent might be preferable to becoming a consort in the palace, such a scenario raises questions. Shen Ning fixed her gaze upon him, a glimmer of inquiry crossing her eyes. If that is the case, what harm is there in serving as a maid or servant? Chapter 27. The return after 3 days to be a servant or a maid. Ji Yutsong's expression shifted slightly. Is this your perspective? Since the prince has stated that the situation in Nanzhao is dire and has suffered several defeats, eagerly seeking assistance. They are merely a defeated nation in need of aid from Yonghua. Shen Ning spoke calmly. The military strength is lacking. If Yonghua does not intervene, they will inevitably become subjects of a fallen state. Given this circumstance, what right do they have to propose a marriage alliance? Such an alliance must be predicated on equality. The current predicament of Nanzhao indicates that they can only seek help. Thus, offering a princess along with gold and silver to solicit assistance from Yonghua is more appropriate. Therefore, with the princess sent to Yonghua, it is only natural that Yonghua holds the initiative, determining life and death, honor and disgrace at their discretion. Ji Yutsong gazed deeply at her, an unusual glimmer hidden within his dark eyes. After a lengthy silence, he nodded slowly. Very well, then let it be servitude. Shen Ning was taken aback, incredulously lifting her gaze to him. What? I merely suggested that. Shen Ning appeared perplexed by his intentions. You're the regent of Yonghua. The decision regarding a marriage alliance with Nanzhao should rest with you. Whether to assist or not should be based on the interests of Yonghua, not on my opinion. You are my wife. How could I not seek your counsel? Ji Yutsong raised his hand to ruffle her hair, only to realize that her hairstyle today was not conducive to such an action, so he naturally shifted to caressing her cheek instead. Shen Ning, since I have taken you as my princess, your status within the regent's residence is on par with mine as your husband. Your opinions are my opinions. Do not regard yourself as an outsider. Shen Ning regarded him with calm eyes. Why? There is no reason, Ji Yutsong replied. Once I have chosen you, it is only you for a lifetime. Shen Ning frowned. I may not remain in the regent's residence forever. She had her own plans for revenge. Her stay was merely temporary, and she would eventually leave. You need not stay in the regent's residence all your life, Ji Yutsong asserted. For I shall not remain here indefinitely either. His words hung in the air, creating a moment of tension within the carriage. Shen Ning understood his implication. The position of regent was never permanent, for the emperor would inevitably assume power, and once he wielded real authority, the fate of the regent could very well be death. Yet, Ji Yutsong was evidently not one to await his demise passively. Even if he did nothing, it would not be a simple task for the young emperor to eliminate him. However, this issue had to be confronted, and a plan for retreat needed to be devised in advance. After a brief silence, Shen Ning inquired, What do you intend to do in the future? Ji Yutsong raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Shen Ning remained silent. She was not a mind reader. How could she fathom his thoughts? However, based on the rumors circulating outside, she was at least certain he would not passively await death. Nor would he adhere to the foolish loyalty that dictated a minister must die at the command of his sovereign. Beyond that, it seemed the only path left was that of a sycophant. After the emperor assumed direct rule, if the regent continued to dominate governmental affairs, would it not appear to the ministers that he harbored ambitious and treasonous intentions? Shen Ning yearned to inquire whether he aspired to usurp the throne. Yet, considering she had only been married to him for a mere 3 days, it seemed premature to broach such a delicate subject. Moreover, given the sensitive nature of the topic, he might not be inclined to respond. Thus, it was perhaps best to remain silent. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Ji Yutsong disembarked, and upon seeing the regent personally escorting the princess, the attendants were taken aback, hurriedly opening the grand doors to welcome them inside, swiftly informing the Duke and his wife of their arrival. In no time, the Duke and Duchess of Jinghua, along with the elderly matriarch, emerged to greet them. Kneeling in reverence, we pay our respects to the regent. May he live 1,000 years. As Jiyu Tsong stepped over the threshold, his voice was icy and devoid of warmth, and the princess, Shun Yunlin, froze momentarily, lowering her head to add, "We pay our respects to the regent's consort. May she enjoy boundless peace and prosperity." The old matriarch's expression darkened, and today she seemed rendered mute, refraining from uttering a word and stewing in her own displeasure. Shun Yunlin quickly ushered the regent and Shun Ning into the main hall, offering them seats of honor and instructing the servants to present the finest tea available. The matriarch took her place at the first seat on the lower side, casting disdainful glances toward Shun Ning, her lips moving as if to scold, but faltering each time. Shun Ning could surmise her intent to unleash a tirade, perhaps to assert her authority as the head of the household. However, with both Shun Ning and the formidable regent present, even a domineering elder like the matriarch dared not jeopardize the safety of the entire family. Jiyu Tsong sat silently, holding a teacup, taking a delicate sip of the fragrant brew without uttering a word. Shun Ning remained quietly seated beside him, equally mute. Their expressions were both frigid, resembling two sculptures of ice. Before long, Shun Shi and Shun Yin rushed in, kneeling in the hall to pay their respects. "We salute the regent and the regent's consort." Jiyu Tsong sat impassively, his gaze cold and distant, not uttering a single word. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. With no directive from the regent, Shun Shi and Shun Yin could only remain kneeling. The Duke of Jinghua, seated nearby, wore a grim expression, yet refrained from expressing his ire. "May the regent and the princess be at peace." Lady Shun managed a strained smile, her face a blend of pallor and green. "Today's visit is of great significance, and I have instructed the servants to prepare a lavish feast. I did not intend to dine at the Duke's residence." Jiyu Tsong interjected, his gaze slightly lifting to coldly scrutinize Shun Yin, who knelt behind Shun Shiren. "I have heard that you conspired to drug the princess, intending to incapacitate her and have Qin Yin Shu escort her out through the back door of the Qin residence. Is this how you wish to see Ning heir married?" At this declaration, the entire Shun family fell into stunned silence. Shun Yin, wide-eyed with shock, turned pale. "I did not. I would never dare. I implore the regent to see the truth." Silence. Jiyu Tsong's voice was calm, yet firm. "I detest being plotted against. Elder sister." Shun Yin turned to Shun Ning, her expression pleading. "I did not conspire against you, truly. Please believe me, you must explain to the regent, elder sister." "Do I need to repeat myself?" Jiyu Tsong furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze piercingly cold. Should she slap her or have her taken out for punishment? A wave of chill surged from her feet to her spine, leaving Shun Yin pale and trembling. She raised her hand to strike her own face, weeping as she pleaded. "Sister, I truly did not scheme against you. Why do you speak of me in such a manner? I am your sister. Enough of this noise." Jiyu Tsong replied, her patience wearing thin. "Shurqin, a sister." "Yes." Shurqin stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Shun Yan's face. The sound echoed through the hall. Slap, slap, slap. Shun Yin groaned in pain as her cheeks were struck back and forth, the slaps reverberating like thunder. "Ah, please. Regent, spare my sister." Shun Shiren, recovering from a shock, prostrated himself, beseeching, "My sister is gentle and kind. She could never harbor ill intentions towards Ning. No, she would never scheme against the princess. I implore the regent to see the truth and to spare Yen'er." Jiyu Tsong sat in silence, exuding an oppressive aura. "Whoever dares to speak in her defense shall be punished as well." As her words fell, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 28. A public slap. Duke Zhanghua clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Shun Ning, his eyes filled with fury, as if questioning her. "Have you returned today to assert your dominance over us?" Shun Ning remained as indifferent as snow, casually seated in her chair, appearing utterly disconnected from the unfolding events, as if she were impervious to the atmosphere around her. The air in the hall was frigid, the atmosphere oppressive and foreboding. In the spacious chamber, the only sound was the sharp crack of palms striking flesh, a disquieting noise that sent shivers down the spine. Seated nearby, the old matriarch Shun's cheeks twitched with anger as she gripped her cane tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to speak out. In a short while, Xinyin could no longer utter a sound. Her cheeks were swollen, her lips cracked, her visage a ghastly sight. Ji Tsang, seemingly weary of the spectacle, spoke coldly. Shurqin. Shurqin retreated to the side, bowing her head in submission. Since Shun Ning has wed the prince, she is now the prince's wife, the esteemed regent consort above all. Anyone who dares to disrespect her disrespects me, Ji Tsang declared as he rose, his stature imposing, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. From this day forth, anyone from the Duke's residence must pay their respects to the princess consort. Failure to do so will be deemed an act of rebellion. The princess consort need not concern herself with my judgment. She may impose her own punishments, be it slaps, prolonged kneeling, or whipping. With that, he turned to Shurqin and Shiqi, asking nonchalantly, "Did you hear that clearly?" Both Shurqin and Shiqi knelt immediately, responding, "We understand. If the princess consort suffers any grievances and you remain indifferent, I shall make your existence a living hell," he warned. Yes. Throughout this, Shen Ning remained silent, her demeanor as frosty as ice, showing no reaction to Ji Tsang's defense of her. Her dark eyes revealed no flicker of emotion. Ji Tsang extended his hand towards Shen Ning. She hesitated briefly, staring at the elegant, pale hand he offered, with long fingers and distinct knuckles, reminiscent of a hand accustomed to luxury, visually pleasing and exceptionally beautiful. In silence, Shen Ning placed her hand in his. Only upon feeling the calluses in his palm, a hallmark of a martial artist, did she recognize the subtle strength contained within. Elegant and noble strength? Such a description might seem incongruous, yet it suited Ji Tsang perfectly. He led Shen Ning out of the hall. The old matriarch Shen remained rigid in her seat, feeling her authority thoroughly trampled. Shun Shuren hurriedly turned to look at the swollen-faced Shun Yin, reaching out to touch her cheek. "Yinner, does it hurt? Someone, fetch a doctor. Quickly." Shen Yin knelt in a daze, her eyes swollen, cheeks puffed, and blood seeping from her cracked lips, as if she had endured a tremendous shock. Remaining unresponsive for a long moment, Shen Shuren gazed at her with concern. "Yinna?" Shun Yin blinked, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry." Shun Shuren gritted his teeth, his voice low yet brimming with anger. "When the opportunity arises, my brother will surely seek justice for you. Do you worry that the Shun family won't perish quickly enough?" The Duke of the State rose, filled with rage, and delivered a fierce kick to him, his tone frigid. "Should you act impulsively again, I shall show you no mercy." Shen Shuren was forcefully knocked to the ground, his face ashen, the pain in his waist excruciating, rendering him unable to rise for quite some time. Shen Yin was petrified, gazing in terror at her suddenly furious father. Shen Yunlin cast a cold glance at her, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Have you plotted against Shen Ning?" "Father." "I did not." Shun Shuren, enduring the pain, interjected on Shun Yan's behalf. "Father, it must be Shen Ning who deliberately concocted rumors before the regent. Yinner is so kind-hearted. How could she ever scheme against her own sister?" Yet, Madame Shun harbored doubts. She recalled Shun Yan's earlier remarks, where she had explicitly expressed her desire to marry the regent, causing a chill to run through her heart. The Duke fixed a piercing gaze on Shun Yin. "Speak again. Did you or did you not?" Shun Yin felt as though her very soul was fracturing, trembling uncontrollably. I merely..." "Then you have indeed done so." Shen Yunlin's fury surged. "From this day forth, you shall remain within the inner quarters to embroider, and not venture out a single step. Otherwise, you shall face the family's punishment." With that, he swept away coldly. "Yinner, how could you be so foolish?" Madame Shen looked at her daughter with profound sorrow. "Now that you're the regent's consort, how dare you scheme against her?" Shen Yin bit her lip fiercely, her eyes reddened and swollen, the pain on her face akin to being scalded with boiling oil. The humiliation of being publicly admonished, coupled with her father's accusations, felt like needles piercing her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She clenched her fists tightly, a vehement hatred brewing within her. Hatred for Shun Ning. She vowed to seek justice for today as a front, wishing for Shun Ning to suffer beyond measure. Do not cast blame upon her any longer. The matriarch, leaning on her cane, rose and coldly fixed her gaze on Shun Yan's face, intent on applying ointment to prevent scars, lest she become unmarriageable. Suddenly, Shun Yan was overtaken by darkness, collapsing without warning. Yenner! Yenner! Madame Shun cried urgently. Quick! Summon a doctor! Is the doctor not yet here? The hall erupted into chaos. Shun Shuren, flustered, scooped Shun Yin into his arms, rushing toward the inner courtyard, while the servants scrambled to prepare ointments and fetch the doctor. Losing the calm and decorum they once maintained, Shun Ning had not anticipated encountering Qin Yinshu on the day of her return. Outside the Shun residence, Qin Yinshu stood before the carriage, his gaze fixated on Shun Ning as she emerged from the gate, his eyes filled with suppressed regret and anguish. No. His injured hand was bound with cloth, his pallor evident. In just 3 days, he appeared significantly emaciated, his face bearing visible signs of exhaustion. Impudence. The regent's personal guard, Ling Feng, spoke coldly. The regent and the princess are present, yet young Master Qin does not kneel to pay his respects. Qin Yinshu did not glance at Ji Yucong. His eyes locked on his Shun Ning, filled with profound sorrow. Ninger. Qin Yinshu, you have the audacity to call the princess by her name, Ji Yucong retorted, standing by Shun Ning's side with an imposing demeanor, his voice icy. If you wish to die, I shall gladly assist you. Shun Ning was once my beloved wife. Qin Yinshu turned, his gaze filled with animosity as he looked at Ji Yucong, an emblem of the regent's unscrupulous ambition, coveting another's affections. Shun Ning coldly remarked, Qin Yinshu, do you possess any sense of shame? Condensed, Qin Yinshu's expression shifted, hastening forward in an attempt to grasp her hand. I regret my actions, Ning. The regent is not your true match. You once favored only me. Before he could finish, an ethereal figure flashed before him, and with a single strike, Qin Yinshu was sent hurtling away, crashing against the gates of the Shun residence. Ji Yucong's gaze was icy and unyielding, a tempest of cold fury swirling within his eyes as he regarded Qin Yinshu as one might a mere insect. Should you dare to show disrespect to the princess consort again, I shall ensure you regret ever gracing this world. Struggling to rise, Qin Yinshu bellowed in fury. The regent, with his lofty status, believes he can brazenly seize another's fiancé. Shun Ning is my betrothed. We are bound by an engagement. Slap. Shun Ning approached him, bending slightly to deliver a resounding blow. Kinyan Shaf Hotsa, Ningya. The engagement was annulled by the Qin family. It was your doing to demote me from wife to concubine. How dare you turn the tables? Shun Ning spoke each word with chilling clarity, her voice devoid of warmth. If you continue to pursue me, I will ensure your existence becomes a living hell. With that, she turned and strode towards the carriage. Qin Yinshu stood helplessly as Ji Yucong entered the carriage, following closely behind Shun Ning. Jealousy and hatred simmered in his eyes. Ningar, Ishel Nutil. The carriage of the regent's residence slowly departed, indifferent to his bitterness and envy. To the noble ladies, the once genteel young master was nothing more than a jester, unworthy of their time. A guard stepped forward to assist Qin Yinshu. Young master. His expression darkened. He staggered to his feet and turned to board the carriage. To the Princess Chang's residence in Pingyao. Yes. Chapter 29. Princess Chang of Pingyao. The carriage glided smoothly, swiftly arriving before the grand entrance of the Princess Chang of Pingyao's estate. The residence boasted picturesque scenery and sprawling grounds, adorned with an abundance of exquisite flowers and rare plants. Princess Jimingshi was the only princess during the reign of a late emperor to possess an independent residence without being married, and though not the legitimate daughter, she enjoyed an illustrious status that surpassed that of even the primary heiress. Following the emperor's passing, she continued to live life on her own terms. In a flower hall by the lakeside, a woman dressed in a flowing red gown sat gracefully upon the ground, surrounded by a number of strikingly handsome young men, each more charming than the last. radiating a vibrant allure. The steward hurriedly approached, standing outside the hall to announce, "Your Highness, young Master Qin requests an audience." Princess Chong of Pingyao turned her head nonchalantly. "Your Highness." A delicate boy, with angelic features, held a white jade wine cup, playfully offering the exquisite wine to the princess's lips. "Come, drink." The young men encircling the princess cast discreet glances at the figure standing outside the hall. Qin Yinshu, eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. Qin Yinshu's expression darkened as he beheld the ludicrous scene within the hall, where the youths, flamboyantly dressed, were seated closely beside the princess. The boundaries of propriety utterly disregarded. His countenance grew increasingly somber, his voice icy. "Is this behavior befitting of a princess in broad daylight?" "Impertinence," one youth rebuked sharply. "How dare you lecture the princess, young Master Qin? Does your status even matter here?" "Indeed," another youth in a blue robe chimed in. "What are you even to question? The princess is drinking with us. What concern is it of yours?" With a playful smile, Princess Chong, her gown sprawling around her, cast a languid glance at him. "Qin Yinshu, who do you think you are? Does my conduct require your approval?" Qin Yinshu replied coldly. "We are to be wed. I shall become your husband." "Husband?" laughed a youth in pale purple, as if mocking Qin Yinshu's audacity. "You believe you will marry Princess Chong? Is that not the height of absurdity? Ha ha! It is utterly laughable. You, a toad wishing for a swan's flesh. Does young Master Qin ever look in a mirror? At your age, you still dare to covet the princess? Do you not see that every one of us here is far more appealing? Does the princess even have eyes for you? Indeed, you possess no self-awareness," another added. Young Master Qin was once a respectable gentleman among the youths. Yet look at you now, barely half of what you once were. To marry the princess? Do you expect her to lower herself to serve you? A waste of space? Listening to their relentless taunts, Qin Yinshu's face turned a deeper shade of pallor, his voice chillingly calm. "Is this the manner of conduct upheld in your princess's estate? This is how I indulge," declared Princess Chong of Pingyao, lifting her wine cup with a flourish, her broad sleeves sweeping before her, unabashedly revealing her true, unrestrained nature. "If you disapprove, you are free to leave at this very moment." Qin Yinshu's complexion turned pale as he addressed the princess. "Your Highness, do not forget that it was you who agreed to the marriage alliance with the Qin family and personally promised the empress that you would take a son of the Qin family as your husband." However, the princess of Pingyao interrupted. "In ancient times, a Huang and Nuing served one husband, and today, this princess desires that both brothers of the Qin family serve one wife." A cold smile graced her lips as she expressed her hope that the Qin family would acquiesce. Qin Yinshu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" he stammered, feeling a wave of pity for himself. Not only had he lost the use of his hand, but he also seemed to have become deaf to the words of the Long Princess. He felt that he was too old, too ugly, and too broken to even deserve to wash the princess's feet. The princess of Pingyao replied coolly, "I have spoken clearly. The two brothers of the Qin family must marry together and serve one wife. Only then will I consent to this marriage. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss." Qin Yinshu clenched his teeth. "Is this request not excessive?" "Not at all," she asserted, gesturing towards a group of young men nearby. "Which of these handsome companions is not more appealing than you? Do you truly believe I would forsake so many treasures for your sake? Absurd. It is utterly ridiculous." A rush of blood surged to Qin Yinshu's head, bringing with it a stinging sense of humiliation. He recognized the absurdity of the princess of Pingyao. Yet he had not anticipated her to be so outrageous. If he were to marry her, he would be doomed to a life of nightmares. Casting a cold glance at the lavishly chaotic hall, he turned to leave, only to be halted by the princess's languid voice. "Stop!" Qin Yinshu's steps faltered as he turned back to her. "What more do you wish to say?" The princess set down her wine cup, rose slowly, and glided towards him, her breath fragrant as she whispered near his neck. "To orchestrate the schemes of bandits against your own fiancé is such despicable tactics. Ask yourself, Qin Yinshu, what makes you worthy of my favor?" He stiffened as a wave of blood rushed through him, instinctively stepping back. "What are you talking about? Those bandits are vicious by nature. What does it have to do with me? Do not slander me. Does it not? The princess smiled languidly, taking the wine cup from a youth's hand and making a toast towards Qin Yanshu. I expect Qin Yuma, the handsome and attentive illegitimate son of the Qin family, to be delivered to me within 3 days. Furthermore, we shall choose an auspicious day to finalize our marriage. Otherwise, I have no qualms about exposing all your secrets. You, Qin Yanshu trembled with rage. You're going too far. The princess commanded, throw him out. 2 young men, who had been drinking in the hall, stood up and swiftly approached, seizing Qin Yanshu by the arms and dragging him away before he could protest. Does His Highness truly have an interest in the illegitimate son of the Qin family? Asked the remaining 2 youths, clinging to her arms with discontent. Are we not as handsome or as learned as he? Why must the princess choose a Qin as a companion? The princess of Pingyao replied nonchalantly, Do I require your permission to choose my paramour? At her words, the 2 youths stiffened and promptly knelt, no longer daring to act out of line. The princess raised her gaze to the heavens, a hint of a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. She relished the thought of the Qin family's decline, the Empress Dowager's downfall, and the emperor's transformation into a mere puppet, reveling in the prospect of power slipping away from the throne. Such notions filled her heart with delight. Chapter 30, Utterly Absurd. With a stormy expression, Qin Yanshu returned home, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear in those around him. The passing servants and maids greeted him with bows, but he paid them no heed, striding directly towards the main quarters. Mother. Upon entering the main house, he spotted his mother conversing with his sister in the inner chamber. Coldly, he declared, I do not wish to marry Princess Pingyao. Lady Qin lifted her gaze to him. Incredulous. What did you say? Brother, what is the matter? A young girl rose from her seat, looking at Qin Yanshu in confusion. What has happened? Your son does not wish to marry Princess Pingyao. Qin Yanshu inhaled deeply, his tone heavy with gloom. She is not a virtuous wife. My temperament does not align with hers. Lady Qin stood in shock. Yanshu, this marriage is the Empress Dowager's decree. And what of it? Qin Yanshu retorted angrily, fixing her with a piercing stare. Do you know the absurd demands that Princess Pingyao has made of your son? Lady Qin frowned. What demands? Qin Yanshu's face twisted with anger. She wishes for the legitimate son of the Qin family and the illegitimate son to serve one wife together. At this revelation, Lady Qin's expression froze, quickly morphing into one of uncontainable fury. That is utter nonsense. Has Princess Pingyao lost her mind? 2 brothers serving one wife? This is preposterous. Qin Yanshu closed his eyes, despondently sinking into a chair, covering his face in despair. Regret and torment surged within him. I love Xinning. She's the only one for me. Had it not been for your interference, she should be my wife, not forced into marriage with the regent. Yanshu. Lady Qin barked, do not speak such words again. Silence enveloped him, his eyes reflecting a bitter irony. He had thrust the woman he cherished most into another's embrace. What right did he have to claim affection for her now? This matter is quite troublesome. Lady Qin waved her hand, signaling the maids to leave, then settled into her chair. The regent wields immense power, and the Empress Dowager, in her haste, has resorted to such a stratagem. It is no longer a question of whether you wish to marry. The Empress Dowager commands it. Will you defy her edict? Qin Yanshu's expression turned sour. Princess Pingyao is reckless and scandalous, openly indulging in pleasures with male companions in her residence. Must my son's happiness be sacrificed for her dubious military strength? Lady Qin furrowed her brow, falling into contemplative silence. She understood all too well the injustice of forcing her son to marry Princess Pingyao. However, with the emperor about to assume power and the regent consolidating authority, the Empress Dowager and the emperor possessed less than 1/10 of the military strength held by the regent. Furthermore, the regent had infiltrated the court with numerous supporters. The Empress Dowager and the emperor found themselves in a precarious position. Should the regent and the emperor come to blows, the emperor's chances of victory were nearly negligible. If the emperor were to become a mere puppet, what fate awaited the maternal uncle's household, which was closely tied to the Empress Dowager? Madame Qin remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. You should make an effort to get along with Princess Pingyao, soothing her. As long as she agrees to marry, we will find a way to persuade her to relinquish the golden armored army. If persuasion fails, threats and temptations will suffice. As long as the emperor's reign is secure, Princess Pingyao will ultimately be at our mercy. Elder brother, mother speaks wisely, remarked Qin Jilan, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, as she approached gently to offer comfort. When there is no solid power behind the emperor, even the empress dowager becomes inconsequential. How could the Qin family expect to reap any benefits? It would merely be a hollow title of a royal uncle. The sons of officials aligned with the regent do not regard us with any respect. However, if we assist the emperor in seizing power, the Qin family will not only be relatives of the imperial family, but also credited for supporting the dragon, leading to a future of unparalleled glory. Elder brother, you will be free to marry whomever you choose. Qin Yanshu was taken aback, unaware that his younger sister possessed such foresight. He allowed a cold laugh. So, to help the emperor seize power and stabilize his throne, I must sacrifice my own marriage? I desire only Shun Ning, yet she is already wed to another. How can I ever hope to marry whomever I choose? The image of what he witnessed at Princess Pingyao's residence haunted him, making him feel that if he were to marry her, he would be no different from those young men whom merely entertained. Yanshu, endure this moment of grievance to exchange for a century of glory, Madame Qin implored, appealing to his emotions and reason. Once the emperor's position is secure and the regent is eliminated, you shall have Shun Ning. Qin Yanshu froze, a glimmer of hope blooming within him. Indeed, if the regent were to be removed, Shun Ning could still be his. If by then you still wish to be with Shun Ning, I will support your union. Madame Qin promised. Once the regent's protection is gone, Shun Ning will be at your mercy. A tumultuous wave surged in Qin Yanshu's heart. He struggled to respond. Allow me to contemplate this. Yanshu, your mother believes in your wisdom. You will surely make the best decision. Madame Qin patted his shoulder. I know your pride, that you cannot tolerate sordid matters, but consider Princess Pingyao as a mere tool. There is no need to develop feelings. It is simply a performance. With a non-committal sound, Qin Yanshu rose and said, Mother, please rest. I shall take my leave. Without looking back, he turned and departed, his mind already in disarray. Qin Jilan frowned, observing her elder brother's retreating figure. Had I known brother was so infatuated, mother should not have hastily called off the engagement that day. A true man should focus on achieving great deeds. Can infatuation provide sustenance? Madame Qin's expression was one of disdain. That daughter of the Shun family is nothing but a harbinger of doom. I would never consent to her entering our household, even as a concubine. Reflecting on the humiliation endured at the Duke of State's residence, she wished she could dismantle Shun Ning piece by piece. Shun Ning shall never set foot in the royal uncle's estate in this lifetime. Chapter 31. A stark contrast in treatment after returning home 3 days later. Shun Ning resumed her life of tranquil monotony. Her days at the regent's residence were rather dull yet fulfilling. Each day, the training grounds, designated for martial practice, were occupied by guards engaged in rigorous drills. Initially, Shun Ning merely observed from the periphery, before retreating to a secluded spot to hone her own physical prowess. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, her skills, albeit not finely tuned, served primarily to bolster her health. Consequently, the techniques and equestrian skills she once mastered proved somewhat taxing in her current physique. Understanding that haste could be counterproductive, Shun Ning resolved to strengthen her body with unwavering dedication during the absence of external disturbances. Thus, her daily regimen included half an hour of horse dance followed by half an hour of jogging and leaping. In the afternoons, with the approval of Ji Yu Tsong, she would visit the library to immerse herself in texts on astronomy, geography, the art of divination, and military strategy. The library's walls were adorned with exquisitely crafted maps of the realm, and Shun Ning often found herself standing before these maps, contemplating the territories of the southern regions of the Yong Kingdom and a capital that sprawled beyond its borders. After a week of silent observation, she first stepped onto the training grounds of the regent's estate. The guards were engaged in archery practice when her presence elicited a mix of surprise and curiosity. With steady determination, Shun Ning grasped a large bow, tested its weight, and selected 3 arrows. From a distance of 50 paces, she loosed 3 arrows in succession, each striking the bullseye with precision, leaving the guards utterly astonished. From that moment on, the training grounds became her favored domain, and as the guards learned of her identity, they gradually challenged her to one-on-one duels, their long spears dancing through the air with vigor. Her prowess in archery rapidly advanced from 50 paces to 80, and then to 100, each shot finding its mark with astonishing accuracy. The elite guards, bewildered by her remarkable talent, began to regard her as a prodigy, their admiration palpable. Every time they gazed upon this reticent and seemingly delicate princess, their eyes brimmed with unspoken astonishment, convinced that their lord had married a treasure. Despite the swirling rumors and gossip from the outside world, the elite members of the household, through a series of contests and training sessions, came to genuinely acknowledge this seemingly fragile yet profoundly capable princess. Simultaneously, the regent dispatched correspondence to Nanzhao, requesting that they send at least 2 princesses, 8 noble women from prominent families, and 10 high-ranking officials or princes of the 3rd rank or above to Yong Kingdom to discuss matters of assistance, as a gesture of sincerity. On the 16th of September, a decree was issued from the palace, announcing the betrothal of Princess Pingyao to the scion of the Guojiao family, with the auspicious date set for the 16th of October, exactly 1 month later. None of this concerned Shenning. On the evening of the 18th of September, she received her first invitation since marrying the regent. The sister of the left chancellor, Yan Zhong, was hosting a chrysanthemum viewing banquet the following day and had extended an invitation to the regent's consort. As Shen Ning examined the invitation, she turned to her attendant, Shurqin, and inquired, "Is the left chancellor in opposition to the regent?" Shurqin replied, "Not in opposition." Sen Ning noted slowly, her thoughts lingering on the weight of political power held by a chancellor. It is expected that, in the presence of a regent within the court, the esteemed prime minister would be apprehensive about the curtailment of his power, striving unwaveringly to assist the emperor or potentially be swayed by him, thus positioning himself in opposition to the regent. However, since the left prime minister does not align with the adversaries of the regent, it is evident that he is of the regentess faction. Miss Yan also sent an invitation to her cousin. Shurqin quickly remarked that tomorrow morning, the cousin might accompany the princess. "It matters not," Shen Ning mused while seated by the window, silently gazing at the sunset. "Has Ji Yucong not returned to the Wangfu? She seemed not to have seen him all day." Shurqin lowered her gaze. "I dare not inquire about the prince's whereabouts." Shen Ning acknowledged with a faint hum, refraining from further questions, and quietly observed as the darkness enveloped the surroundings, completely obscuring the light. Another day had passed. The following morning dawned with a brisk chill. Gu Yanran arrived at Jinlin courtyard in splendid attire, her gaze darkening as she beheld Shen Ning, adorned in a striking crimson gown. Is it appropriate for the princess to dress so ostentatiously when visiting Miss Yan? As this princess is still in her honeymoon phase, it is only fitting for me to wear red while stepping out, allowing others to share my joy, Shen Ning replied, her expression impassive. Her voice was cool and distant. "You may choose to dress more modestly. I shall not hinder you." Gu Yanran's countenance shifted, yet she forced a smile. "I too wish to bask in the princess's good fortune." Shen Ning chose to ignore her and turned it apart. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she paused momentarily, contemplatively glancing towards Linji courtyard before turning away. Outside the Wangfu, 2 carriages awaited. One was lavish and spacious, drawn by 2 magnificent ebony steeds, exuding an air of majesty. The carriage was adorned in the regent's exclusive purple silk, signifying nobility and grandeur. Inside, it was both spacious and elegant, surrounded by exquisite silk drapes, with a gentle fragrance of incense wafting from the burner. Within the hidden compartments lay delicacies and sweetmeats prepared by the maidservants for the journey, while a small table was set with 4 teacups and a pot of freshly brewed tea. The provisions within the carriage were abundant, truly a luxury reserved for the highest echelons of society. In stark contrast, the rear carriage appeared quite humble. It was not only smaller in size, but also lacked the refinement of its counterpart, resembling an ordinary carriage. Gu Yanran stood at the stone steps, biting her lip as she observed the conspicuous disparity in treatment, her heart aflame with jealousy and indignation. After residing in the regent's palace for so long, the servants showed no discernment, providing her with such a dilapidated carriage. Had they truly fallen to such depths of poverty? If they were unwilling to prepare adequately, why not simply provide one carriage instead of this unnecessary display of two? Disregarding Gu Yanran's thoughts, Shun Ning proceeded towards her carriage. Princess. Gu Yanran suppressed her discontent and hurried to Shun Ning's side, feigning a smile that bordered on insincerity. As we both hail from the regent's palace, should we not demonstrate our sisterly bond? May I share a carriage with you? That would not be suitable. Shun Ning, with an air of indifference, stepped onto the carriage using a stool. Shi Qi, come forth and attend to me. Yes. Gu Yanran stood frozen, her complexion shifting between shades of ashen and pale, utterly mortified. In that moment, she felt as though all her dignity had been stripped away. Clenching her fists, she lingered in front of the carriage for what felt like an eternity, before mechanically turning to retreat, her downcast eyes betraying a tumult of intense resentment and bitterness. Cursed Shun Ning! How could she wed her cousin? Why was it that she, devoid of empathy and grace, received such extraordinary affection from him? By what right did she alone bask in the most coveted accolades and privileges? A woman who had lost her purity was unworthy of the regent. As the carriage began to roll forward, Shun Ning sat within the plush confines, adorned with a deerskin velvet blanket, quietly perusing military treatises, entirely oblivious to Gu Yanran's simmering jealousy and discontent. Chapter 32. A bitter reunion. The carriage swiftly arrived at the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Upon disembarking, Shun Ning observed two exquisitely elegant carriages already stationed outside, from which emerged the familiar figures of her adversaries, Princess Jia and Princess Jiayu. The sight of these rivals ignited an immediate sense of animosity. As Princess Jia caught sight of Shun Ning, her expression darkened abruptly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Sen Ning, how dare you show your face here? Why should I not come if Princess Jia dares? Shun Ning replied, her demeanor as cold as ice. I am merely here as a guest today, and I wish to avoid any conflict. I hope you will conduct yourself with decorum and spare yourself embarrassment. With that, she strode confidently toward the entrance. The court musician graciously presented the invitation, and the attendants respectfully ushered Shun Ning and Gu Yanran inside. You, Princess Jia, trembled with fury. Pointing at Shun Ning's retreating figure, her teeth clenched. You will regret this. I promise to make you pay. The maids observed her warily. May we kindly ask the two princesses for their invitations? Have your eyes gone blind? Do you not know who I am? How dare you ask me for an invitation? Princess Jia haughtily raised her chin, glaring at the doorkeepers. I come uninvited to add luster to Miss Yan's occasion. Who dares to obstruct my path? The two maids exchanged apprehensive glances, ultimately yielding to Princess Jia's status, and bowed respectfully. Please, Your Highness, do enter. With a disdainful snort, Princess Jia strode in confidently. Princess Jiyu lingered a step behind and regarded Gu Yanran, who had accompanied Shun Ning but did not enter with her. Are you the cousin from the regent's residence? Gu Yanran paused briefly, nodding demurely. Yes, I am Gu Yanran, the cousin of the regent. You possess more sense than Shun Ning, Princess Jiayu remarked coldly. How long have you resided in the regent's household? 5 years, Gu Yanran replied. Princess Jiayu pondered for a moment. So, you have long been under the regent's influence? Gu Yanran stiffened, her cheeks gradually flushing. Your Highness, I remain unblemished. Is that so? Princess Jiayu scrutinized her, noting her appealing features. Though you may not compare to Shun Ning, surely you would not leave a man unmoved? Gu Yanran's expression paled, a wave of humiliation washing over her. Your Highness, you know nothing, Princess Jia interjected coldly. The regent is hardly a typical man. There are rumors of his peculiar inclinations. Have you forgotten? Peculiar inclinations? Gu Yanran was taken back. Who can say what is true? Princess Jiyu dismissed her, walking alongside Princess Jia toward the garden where the flower banquet was to be held. Upon entering the floral hall, Shun Ning noticed that the gathering was rather modest, comprised mostly of familiar faces. Besides the uninvited princesses Jia and Jiayu, there was also Shun Yan, who had arrived earlier. After a few days, the marks left by her slap had healed, leaving little trace behind. Upon seeing Shen Ning, a fleeting darkness crossed Shun Yan's gaze, but she quickly composed herself and rose to greet her. Elder sister. Apart from her, the garden also hosted Qin Zhilan, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family and sister to Qin Yanshu. Alongside Shen Ning and Gu Yanran, there were a total of 6 individuals present. The residence of the left chancellor was modest, lacking in grandeur, comprising the most common 3 courtyards, with a garden that was rather diminutive. When compared to the gardens of illustrious families that had flourished for generations, theirs appeared quite meager, prompting Princess Jia to scoff upon her arrival, a flower-viewing banquet, with just a few chrysanthemums. Is it worthy of such a special invitation? Yin Zheng, a mere girl of the same age as Shun Ning, possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth with a petite figure. The flower-viewing banquet was organized at the behest of her elder brother, intentionally inviting the regent's wife as a guest. While being uncertain of the wife's temperament, she only extended invitations to the cousin of the regent's wife and Shun Ning's sister, Shun Yan, with even Qin Zhilan being invited by Shun Yan. Her brother held the position of left chancellor, and while his power was still uncertain, the chancellor's residence, having been established for a short time, could not yet be compared to those families rooted for centuries. The residence was small, its foundation shallow, and thus the rules were not particularly strict. She had prepared several days in advance, selecting some relatively expensive teas and snacks. Having heard of the regent's wife's indifferent disposition and a previous conflict with Princess Jia, which deterred her from inviting the 2 princesses altogether. In fact, she refrained from inviting many ladies from noble families. To her surprise, some guests arrived uninvited. However, since they had come, Yin Zheng had no choice but to explain gently. The chancellor's residence cannot compare to the spacious and luxurious princess's abode. There are no precious flowers or rare trees. Hence I dared not invite the princesses. Presumptuous. Princess Jia shot her a frosty glare. Are you implying that I, alongside Princess Jeyu, am so brazen as to intrude uninvited? Your invitation to the regent's wife, while neglecting to invite me, is a slight against my dignity. Yin Zheng hastily shook her head. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I meant no such thing. Shen Ning glared coldly at Princess Jia. Have you come here today specifically to provoke trouble? You are the one being insolent. Shen Ning's expression turned frigid, her demeanor as sharp as ice. As the regent's wife, I am your elder, and according to propriety, you ought to kneel and pay your respects, rather than shout at me here. At this, Princess Jia could not help but recall the humiliation of being forced to kneel on her wedding night. A surge of resentment welled up within her, wishing nothing more than to mar Shen Ning's exquisite face. In your dreams, Shen Ning, you rely on the regent's power and influence, wielding it like a tiger's might. I detest individuals like you. Shen Ning replied coolly. Yet does not Princess Jia also exploit her royal status to bully others? You, regent's wife, Princess Jia, I implore both of you to temper your tempers. Gu Yanran interjected at the opportune moment, her gentle and warm voice akin to a spring breeze. Today is a flower-viewing banquet hosted by Miss Yin. Though somewhat humble, Chancellor Yin is known for his integrity in governance, maintaining an unadorned lifestyle. Given that he has not been in office for long, a certain modesty is to be expected, which I trust Princess Jia can comprehend. Her words sounded like a means of alleviation, yet each phrase echoed the sentiments of Princess Jia, pointing out the undeniable modesty of the Yin family's garden. The remark about the brevity of Yin Chengxiang's official tenure was particularly telling, subtly insinuating that his position as chancellor was more a matter of reputation than reality, hinting at the possibility of favor gained through connections. As anticipated, upon uttering these words, a malicious smile crept upon Princess Jia's lips. Yin Zheng, is your brother not a guest of the regent? Yin Zheng's complexion shifted dramatically. Princess Jia, I implore you to choose your words with care. Who is unaware of the regent's fondness for male beauty? Among the youthful ministers occupying high positions, which of them did not share a questionable rapport with the regent? Princess Jia continued, casting a scornful glance at Shen Ning. Surely our regent's consort remains unaware? Does she truly believe the regent wishes to marry her for love? He merely seeks a wife to mask his proclivities. Upon hearing this, Shun Ning remained unperturbed, calmly commanding, Shurqin, you must return to the regent's residence at once and summon your lord. I wish to inquire directly whether he is indeed of such inclinations. Yes. Shurqin responded and set off. Princess Jia's expression altered, instinctively pointing a finger at Shurqin. Stop her. A throng of maidservants rushed forward to intercept Shurqin. Senning, do you only know how to complain? Princess Jia seethed, glaring at Shenning. I uttered but a few words, and you wish to inform the regent? You are deliberately. This is not a complaint, merely a request for the regent to come forth and clarify. Shenning's face remained inscrutable as she regarded her. Should the regent indeed be of such inclinations, and if Chancellor Yan is truly a guest of his, then Princess Jia bears no fault. Otherwise, the accusation of defaming a court official could bring dire consequences, from which even the Empress Dowager and the Emperor may not be able to rescue you. Chapter 33. Sharing a wife? Qin Jilan sat quietly to the side, observing Shun Ning in silence. Due to the long-standing engagement between Shun Ning and her elder brother, Qin Jilan had once been quite familiar with Shun Ning, even bordering on intimacy. After all, the Duke's residence was no less illustrious than that of the Prince of the State. It was difficult to determine which was more prominent or affluent. One was a genuine royal relative, connected to the Empress Dowager, while the other had acquired power through military prowess. However, the younger generation of the Duke's household seemed to lack ambition, and it was feared that they would struggle to retain military authority in the future, rendering them incapable of assisting the Emperor. This predicament forced the Empress Dowager to arrange for her elder brother to marry the Princess of Pingyao. Her brother held deep affections for Shun Ning, believing that marrying the Princess of Pingyao would not diminish Shun Ning's status as his beloved. As a woman who had lost her purity, faced great difficulties in this world, what other path remained for her but to become a concubine? Sharing a husband with the princess seemed a slight indignity at present, yet once the emperor assumed power, the Qin family would undoubtedly rise to unparalleled prominence. Ultimately, who held a higher status would be determined by her elder brother. To her surprise, Shun Ning proved to be exceedingly obstinate and unyielding, severing ties with her brother and unexpectedly agreeing to wed the regent. Qin Jilan took a deep breath, eager to fathom Shun Ning's thoughts. Her elder brother was the Empress Dowager's nephew and the emperor's cousin. Once the emperor gained authority, would it not be preferable for Shun Ning to be a concubine rather than face death alongside the regent? Clearly, one could be so short-sighted as to only perceive the fleeting power at hand. Sister, Shun Yin spoke softly, her lips pressed together, attempting to mediate. Princess Jia merely made a passing comment, not intending any slander. Furthermore, why should a trivial dispute among women trouble the regent? The regent is preoccupied with state affairs. You should be more understanding. Even if you cannot assist him, at least do not hinder him. Upon hearing this, Princess Jia's eyes flickered with disdain. How could there be such a disparity among the daughters of the Duke's household? If Princess Jia is willing to apologize to Yinzheng, I shall not summon the regent, Shun Ning replied coldly, dismissing Shun Yan's words as mere nonsense. If it involved slander against a court official, it was still necessary to summon the regent. Have this princess apologize to her? Princess Jia's fury ignited. Shun Ning, you are truly deluded. Sen Ning retorted ichidi, sihing. Summon the regent. Yes, Shurqin replied, effortlessly pushing aside the maidservants blocking her path, swiftly sending them tumbling to the ground, before striding towards the front courtyard. Stop! Princess Jia's complexion shifted, her voice rising in desperation. I will apologize. Is that not sufficient? Shurqin halted, turning to look at Shun Ning. Shun Ning remained silent, calmly gazing at Princess Jia. Princess Jia's face turned a deep shade of anger, wishing to tear Shun Ning apart and execute her in a most brutal manner. Yet, meeting Shun Ning's cold, piercing gaze sent a shiver down her spine. She turned to Yinzheng, her tone frigid. I apologize. This princess should not have mocked your garden, nor should I have spoken carelessly, slandering the character of the left chancellor. I hope Miss Yin will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Jia spoke with a frigid tone, casting a resentful glance at Shun Ning. Is this acceptable? Shen replied. Shurqin, return. Shurqin turned and walked back. But Princess Jiahe could no longer endure the situation. Fueled by her deep animosity towards Shen, she swept away with her entourage of maids. Once she departed, Princess Jeyu felt no inclination to linger either, coldly exclaiming, "We should not have come today." With that, she quickly followed suit. The atmosphere in the floral hall grew slightly tense, silence so profound that a falling needle could be heard. Shen Ning's gaze shifted casually toward Shen Yin across the room. "Aren't you going to join them?" Shen Yin bit her lip. "What do you mean by that, elder sister?" "I came in response to Miss Yan's invitation. My presence has nothing to do with the two princesses." Having suffered greatly at Shen Ning's hands due to her abdominal pain and the slap, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, yet remained wary of her current status. Despite her constant scheming, she dared not openly confront Shen Ning. After all, it would only lead to her own detriment. She had initially thought Princess Jiahe could be conveniently manipulated into having her maid discipline Shen Ning in her anger. But to her dismay, they proved utterly ineffectual. What a disgrace it was for a royal princess to be so timid and incompetent. "I almost thought you had become Princess Jiahe's servant, but it seems that is not the case." Shen Ning's voice was icy. Yet it was evident from your earlier tone and expression that you resembled a sycophantic servant in the palace, wielding power through association. Shen Yan's face stiffened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Elder sister, we are blood sisters. Must you humiliate me so?" "I cannot claim sisterhood," Shen Ning replied, lowering her gaze to sip her tea. "One might think I harbor a grudge against you for coveting the regent." Shen Yin, biting her lip, refrained from speaking further, fearful that Shen Ning might expose her intentions to seize the regent for herself. "Is it truly necessary for a sister of the Duchess to speak so harshly?" Gu Yanran interjected, unable to bear the injustice. "The second young lady is your sister. Blood ties bind you. Just because you have become the regent's consort does not elevate you above your kin, forsaking familial bonds." Gu Yanran, do you yearn for marriage? Shen Ning narrowed her eyes, her gaze as cold as frost. "Shall I recommend a few young gentlemen from noble families to the regent?" Gu Yanran's complexion paled, abruptly silencing her. Yin Zhan observed Shen Ning with a hint of envy, finding it hard to believe that she could single-handedly cause those with ulterior motives to retreat. Truly, she was the one favored by the regent. Although she had resorted to complaints and threats, they had proven effective, had they not? "Your Grace." Yin Zhan shyly raised her cup. "I toast to you with tea in place of wine." Shen Ning graciously lifted her teacup and took a sip. With Gu Yanran and Shen Yin present, their conversation carried a note of caution. Yin Zhan silently noted that she would not invite Shen Yin and Gu Yanran to the next flower viewing banquet. Despite one being the sister of the Duchess and the other the cousin of the regent, both seemed to harbor hostility toward the Duchess. While they spoke sweetly on the surface, their words concealed sharp barbs, revealing their ill intentions. What was once a delightful flower-viewing banquet has been marred by their actions. Indeed, power instills a sense of audacity. Qin Zhilan smiled faintly. "Initially, I feared that the Qin family's decision to withdraw from the engagement would leave Sister Ning heartbroken. Yet, to my surprise, Sister Ning has turned misfortune into fortune by marrying the powerful regent. I genuinely rejoice for her." "Heartbroken?" Shen Ning replied with indifference. "Can Qin Yinshu truly be her match?" Qin Zhilan paused momentarily, then offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize, I should not have mentioned something that brings discomfort to Sister Ning. The Qin family's choice to withdraw from the engagement due to my encounter with bandits is not your fault, so there is no need for you to feel remorseful." Shen Ning returned a faint smile, merely noting that it is quite intriguing to hear that the Princess of Pingyao has requested the Qin brothers to share a wife. Upon hearing this, Yin Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Two men, sharing one wife? Chapter 34. The Wheel of Fortune. She had only ever heard of sharing a husband, but never of sharing a wife. Indeed, the Princess of Pingyao was audacious in her thoughts. Qin Zhilan's face flushed crimson. "Your Highness, this is merely a rumor." "I suspect it is not just a rumor," replied Shen Ning, delicately sipping from her teacup. She had imagined a scenario of shared wives, embraced on either side, but was unexpectedly met with the notion of brothers marrying the same woman, one older and one younger. How intriguing it was. The wheel of fortune turning in such a delightful manner. A soft giggle escaped Yin Zheng, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment. Yopuludisa? I did not mean to. Qin Jilan clutched her garments tightly, her fair complexion marred by a mix of pallor and crimson, utterly mortified. Your Highness, Gu Yanran said, her lips pressed together, her gaze tinged with reproach. Even if you harbor grievances against young Master Qin, there is no need to humiliate Miss Qin so. Moreover, she genuinely wishes for your happiness in finding a worthy husband. How could you repay her kindness with such ingratitude? Do you still hold a candle for young Master Qin? For Qin Yinshu? The words were indeed sharp, casting a venomous accusation that equated her to someone capricious and untrustworthy. It was the cousin, who so fervently supported young Master Qin, that truly clung to him, was it not? The maid Shichi, standing beside Shen Ning, furrowed her brow, casting an indignant glance at Gu Yanran. If the regent were to learn of your slander against the princess in front of others, I wonder if he would permit you to remain in the palace. At these words, Gu Yanran's complexion drained of color, frozen in place. Shen Ning glanced at Shichi, surprised that the usually taciturn maid could articulate herself with such eloquence. Shichi lowered her gaze respectfully. It appears I am not well liked, Shen Ning remarked lightly. In this gathering of 6, 5 harbor animosity towards me. 7, Yinjing timidly raised her hand. I count as 1 too. Shen Ning paused momentarily, then slowly nodded. Henceforth, I shall not invite anyone who disrespects me, lest it cause discomfort to the princess. Yin Zheng assured, my garden is rather small. From now on, I shall invite only the princess to partake in tea and conversation. At this proclamation, Gu Yanran, Shen Yin, and Qin Jilan became instantly rigid, their expressions mirroring a shared discomfort. Qin Jilan managed to retain her composure, as she had her own established social circle. Shen Yin, the younger sister of Shen Ning, was not favored by her elder sister. Should Shen Ning take offense, she would be barred from any gatherings attended by the regent's wife, a significant loss. However, the Duke of Zhen's residence was of noble standing, aligned with the emperor's faction, and she could still find companionship among other noble women. It was Gu Yanran who suffered the most. Residing within the regent's palace, she had previously received invitations from various noble women for gatherings when the princess was absent. They would flatter and seek to please her, and there were even some men who frequently expressed their admiration. Despite her singular desire to wed the regent, she relished the feeling of being the center of attention. At present, the regent has taken a wife, a woman whose reputation is already tarnished. And this princess exhibits an overbearing and tyrannical demeanor, utterly lacking in gentleness and grace. She presumed that in the gathering of numerous noble ladies, her notoriety and singular temperament would inevitably render her a target for criticism, especially since she had offended so many in such a brief span. Little did she anticipate that she would prove to be such a formidable adversary. With the new mistress of the regent's household established, any correspondence from outside would surely be directed to her first, although a note for the prim young lady would not be omitted. Yet, what if the princess and she were at odds? Gu Yanran pressed her lips together, acutely aware that, for the sake of her standing within the elite circles, she ought to extend an apology to Shen Ning. However, in the presence of others, she found it difficult to lower her pride, thus remaining silent with a stern expression. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Even though Shen Yin and Qin Jilan understood their unpopularity, they could not leave immediately, lest it solidify the notion of a rift with Shen Ning. Yin Zheng, the sister of the prime minister, was straightforward and unpretentious. Yet it was precisely such individuals whose simplicity in action could inadvertently provoke more avoidance from others if she were to mention anything in front of her circle of friends. Eldest sister. Ultimately, it was Shen Yin who broke the silence, rising to take a seat beside Shen Ning with a smile that bore a hint of supplication. I did not intend to create difficulties for you, eldest sister. We sisters share a bond as strong as bones connected by sinew. How could I harbor any hostility toward you? It is merely that Princess Jia's temperament is excessively domineering, and I fear that confronting her directly may lead to your disadvantage. If I have caused any misunderstanding, I offer this tea in place of wine to apologize, if that is acceptable. with the first person having initiated. The second naturally found a way to ease the situation. Gu Yanran rose, holding her teacup, and knelt before Shen Ning. Cousin, forgive me. My intentions mirror those of Yen'er. If I have inadvertently led you to misunderstand, I am willing to accept punishment, provided it brings you comfort. Qin Zhilan observed the two spineless women with cold eyes, discreetly lifting her cup to take a sip. Miss, a maid rushed in, breathless with urgency. A decree has arrived from the palace. The others in the garden instinctively turned their heads. A decree from the palace. The maid pointed outside in haste, explaining that upon learning of the regent's wife being present, the envoy had come directly to the residence and requested her to step out to receive the decree. Yin Zheng's expression shifted, anxiety creeping into her gaze as she looked at Shen Ning. Surely, Princess Jia hasn't gone to the palace to file a complaint? I warned you not to offend her, but you would not listen, Shen Yin interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. She is a princess. If she feels slighted, she will certainly report it to the empress. Shen Ning rose, meeting Yin Zheng's worried eyes, and replied calmly, Today's flower banquet has been rather unpleasant. I shall invite you to the regent's mansion another day, and I will present you with several pots of orchids as compensation. Thank you, princess. I will certainly visit. However, there is no need for flowers, Yin Zheng replied, still apprehensive. What if the empress makes things difficult for you? That is of no consequence, Shen Ning said, turning to exit. As Shen Yin watched her retreating figure, her gaze grew colder. If Princess Jia had indeed gone to the palace to complain, and the empress summoned Shen Ning, her entrance into the palace would surely be a perilous path. It is said that on the night of the wedding, Shen Ning inflicted a considerable loss upon Princess Jiahe, reckoning both old grievances and new. How could the Empress Dowager easily let her off the hook? Shen Ning, may you seek your own fortune. Chapter 35. Do you deserve my resentment? Yin Zheng, feeling uneasy, personally accompanied Shen Ning as they made their way to the front courtyard. Awaiting them was a middle-aged eunuch with a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure, holding a feather duster. His keen eyes squinted, revealing a demeanor that was far from amiable. As he caught sight of Shen Ning approaching from a distance, a smile broke across his face, and he was about to speak when a figure unexpectedly emerged from behind the moon gate, blocking Shen Ning's path without warning. Startled, he focused his gaze and realized it was Qin Yanshu, his brows knitting together in confusion. What was young Master Qin doing here? Ninger, Qin Yanshu, whose arrival was a mystery, appeared worn and haggard as he regarded Shen Ning. Have you been well these past few days? Has the regent treated you harshly? Young Master Qin, what brings you here? Yin Zheng exclaimed, casting a perplexed look his way before glancing around. My brother is not at home. I have only invited female guests today. How dare you intrude upon the residence? Qin Yanshu offered a quick apology to Yin Zheng before turning his attention back to Shen Ning. Ninger, I have come for you. Shen Ning halted, coldly regarding Qin Yanshu. Step aside. Ninger, previously, the regent had decreed that all within the Duke of Zhen's household must bow to him. Surely, the status of young Master Qin did not surpass that of those from the Duke's household. Shen Ning's gaze was imbued with an icy chill. At this moment, you should be kneeling to speak with me. Qin Yanshu was taken aback, disbelief etched across his pale face, his eyes betraying an unmasked anguish. The middle-aged eunuch, witnessing the scene, quickly approached and slightly bowed to Shen Ning. Regent's consort, the emperor requests your presence in the palace. Shen Ning turned her head, her expression impassive. Is it the Empress Dowager who requests, or the emperor? The emperor, the eunuch replied with a slight smile, his tone confident. However, please rest assured, consort, the emperor's summons is not for interrogation, but rather for a matter that requires a lady's attention. What matter? The regent's poison has struck, and he is likely enduring the most excruciating agony at this very moment. The eunuch spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if accustomed to such affairs. Just days prior, the regent had publicly embarrassed both the Empress Dowager and the emperor. The antidote had been delayed by a day. Yet the emperor understood that while the antidote could be late by a day or two, it was crucial that it be delivered, lest the regent's life be in peril. Thus, the emperor requests the consort to enter the palace to retrieve the antidote for the prince. Shen Ning scrutinized the eunuch's disingenuous smile. Refraining from questioning why the antidote could not be delivered directly to the duke's residence or why she was required to fetch it personally, she simply nodded slowly. I will go. The middle-aged eunuch smiled. The consort is indeed a wise woman. Consort, Shi Qin interjected with a frown. The prince has instructed that without his company, you need not meet anyone in the palace. Without the antidote, the regent may not survive the night. The eunuch sighed, leaving the decision to the consort. Ningya, I will accompany you, Qin Yanshu exclaimed urgently. If the Empress Dowager or the Emperor causes you distress, I shall plead on your behalf. Ningya Edabaza. Qin Jilan rushed in, her face ablaze with anger as she glared at Qin Yanshu. How could you be so foolish? The regent's consort is a woman of noble lineage. How could a mere man presume to approach her? Cease your nonsensical chatter and return home with me at once. I shall accompany you into the palace. Ignoring his sister's objections, Qin Yanshu gazed obsessively at Shen Ning, expressing his remorse. I have wronged you. I seek your forgiveness, hoping that, given our years of acquaintance, you will not hold a grudge against me. Hold a grudge against you? Shen Ning scoffed. Qin Yanshu, do you truly believe you are deserving? Qin Yanshu staggered slightly, as though struck by an overwhelming blow. Regent's consort, the eunuch, unable to overlook the situation, intervened. Young Master Qin is the nephew of the Empress Dowager, in principle. His status is esteemed and not inferior to that of the consort. Oh, Shen Ning turned her head nonchalantly, feigning curiosity. Is it because of his esteemed status that he deserves my resentment? Does one require permission to resent another? The middle-aged eunuch faltered, his expression becoming cold. It is getting late. It would be wise for the regent's consort to enter the palace soon. As Shen Ning prepared to leave, Qin Yanshu, seemingly entranced, reached out to grasp her arm. Ninger, slap. Shen Ning raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, the sound resonating loudly, filled with force. Consort. Qin Jilan rushed forward, her face a mixture of shock and anger. How could you strike someone so carelessly? I strike those who are unruly and presumptuous. What is wrong with that? Shen Ning's voice was icy, her gaze towards Qin Yanshu indifferent and disdainful. Even if you are the Empress Dowager's nephew, you have no right to disrespect a woman, let alone offend the regent's consort. Should any ordinary man dare such insolence, annihilation of his family would be the least of his worries. Why should you be exempt? Her words rendered the assembly silent. Qin Jilan, angered by her brother's lack of decorum, felt a surge of frustration but could not voice it. Recognizing that her brother had indeed acted recklessly, just as she was about to apologize for him, Shen Ning coldly stated, Qin Yanshu, did you not wish to atone? If so, kneel right here for an hour, and I shall believe in your sincerity. With that, she turned to leave. Your Highness, this is utterly unacceptable. The eunuch's expression shifted dramatically. Although young Master Qin's status may not rival that of the regent, he is still the son of a high official, a royal relative. How could the consort humiliate him so? He seeks to atone himself. Shen Ning replied, her face devoid of emotion. Is your hearing impaired, or is your intellect lacking? The eunuch's expression darkened, his demeanor turning grim. Does the consort believe that marrying the regent grants her the liberty to act with impunity, disregarding even the Empress Dowager? And if so, Shen Ning's voice was as cold as ice. You, a mere eunuch, dare lecture me? You insolent. The eunuch's complexion turned ashen if you do not comply. I shall simply refrain from going. Shen Ning stood her ground. You may return and report as you wish. The eunuch's face shifted between shades of green and white, likely never having encountered someone so audacious, even daring to threaten the decree messenger. His expression shifted dramatically as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Once he entered the palace, he would witness how the Empress Dowager would deal with her. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he raised his hand and struck his own face, concerned that Shen Ning might be dissatisfied and that it would delay their entrance into the palace. He even added a bit more force to his action, saying, Esteemed princess, this servant has erred. I would never dare to disrespect you. Please, in your magnanimity, do not hold this against me. Yin Zheng, Gu Yanran, and Shen Yin stood there, utterly astonished, speechless in their shock. They had never encountered someone so blatantly disregarding the rules. and they couldn't help but wonder if Xin Ning was truly deluded or merely overly confident, believing that the regent prince could protect her indefinitely. Was it really enough to kneel for an hour for her forgiveness? Qin Yanshu had no interest in anything else. His focus was solely on Xin Ning. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I would gladly kneel for an entire day. Xin Ning replied coolly, kneel for an hour, and I shall forgive you. From this moment on, we shall owe each other nothing and go our separate ways. Owe each other nothing and go separate ways? Qin Yanshu shook his head repeatedly. No, he did not want that with her. He knew he owed her. He recognized his mistakes, and he was destined to be entangled with her for life. He would never give up. Regent Princess. The eunuch delivering the decree lowered his gaze, concealing the cold gleam in his eyes. May we proceed now? Chapter 36. The Empress Dowager commands her kneeling Xin Ning remained silent, turning to leave. Her slender, upright figure exuded an air of cold resolve. Devoid of the softness expected of women in her time, appearing as unyielding as a block of ice, impervious and formidable. In the brief exchange, Shi had quietly departed, leaving only Shi Qin to follow closely behind Xin Ning. The imperial palace was not a den of peril, at least not for the regent. However, should the Empress Dowager and the Emperor desire someone's demise, entering the palace would be effortless, yet exiting would prove arduous, given the multitude of imperial guards within. Clearly, the combined strength of Shi Qin and Shi Qi would be insufficient to contend with such forces. After all, two fists cannot withstand four palms. Thus, Shi Qi had gone to the Wang residence to summon aid. They understood the genuine malice the Empress Dowager harbored for Xin Ning. No Empress Dowager would tolerate a courtier publicly humiliating her, especially one who had audaciously slain a princess, deserving of the most severe punishment. Regardless of whether the regent's wife was naive enough to fear nothing or possessed clever means of self-preservation as her personal guardians, Shi Qin and Shi Qi could not afford to be careless. The safety of their mistress was paramount. Xin Ning sat in the regent's carriage as it made its way to the palace. Upon arriving and disembarking, she stepped through the palace gates to find a matron waiting, her expression inscrutable, eyes scrutinizing. "This is the regent's wife," announced the eunuch with a somber tone. "I apologize for making you wait, Madame Wei." Madame Wei nodded, about to speak when she noticed the eunuch's flushed face, marked with several finger imprints, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What happened to you, eunuch who? We have offended the regent's wife, and she has punished me by striking my own face." Eunuch who replied with a sardonic smile, "It matters not. We servants are resilient. If our master wishes to impose punishment, we must endure, as is our duty and custom." Madame Wei, upon hearing this, cast a knowing glance at Xin Ning before turning to say, "Please follow me, my lady." Unfazed, Xin Ning followed her down the palace corridor, observing that all the guards stationed were eunuchs. "This is the path to the inner palace," she stated indifferently. "And what of it?" Madame Wei replied, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with authority. "The Empress Dowager wishes to see you. Do you intend to defy her summons?" Xin Ning cast a blank glance at her, choosing not to respond. Engaging in a dispute with a matron seemed futile. The Empress Dowager resided in Shoan Palace. When the current emperor ascended the throne at the age of 14, the Empress Dowager, having emerged from the harem to claim her title, was inherently formidable, with an insatiable lust for power. After her son's coronation, she had anticipated ruling from behind the curtain and elevating her maternal clan, aspiring for the Qin family to become the most illustrious lineage in Yonghua, enduring for centuries, basking in perpetual favor. To her astonishment, the late emperor appointed the then 21-year-old Ji Yuzong as regent. This youthful warrior, long hailed as a prodigy of Yonghua, had forged a legacy at the borders since the age of 12. The current strength of Yonghua was largely attributable to Ji Yuzong's contributions. Yet, such remarkable accomplishments posed a threat to the emperor's position, a reality the Empress Dowager could not abide. Moreover, Ji Yuzong had consistently been at odds with the Qin clan. During the late emperor's reign, the Empress Dowager had repeatedly suggested sending the Qin offspring to the borders to train under Ji Yuzong. Ji Yuzong had persistently declined 7 times. His response is unwaveringly consistent. He asserted that the descendants of the Qin family were of dull intellect, and that sending them to the border to fight was akin to courting death. To become a general was to doom the lives of soldiers. Even when the late emperor attempted to persuade him, he remained unmoved. At that moment, the Empress Dowager harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Before the emperor ascended the throne, the Dowager contemplated that once she seized the regency, her first act would be to have Ji Yutsong's military authority, allowing the Qin family to command the troops. At that juncture, no one would pose a threat to her son's imperial position. However, the late emperor defied expectations. Prior to his passing, he drafted 2 edicts, one appointing Ji Yutsong as the regent to assist the young sovereign in governing the realm, and the other strictly forbidding interference from the imperial harem, thereby extinguishing the dowager's aspirations to support the Qin family. The dowager was so incensed she could scarcely restrain her fury. Yet, the late emperor was also a man of suspicion. He understood that Ji Yutsong's control over the military as regent would instill fear in the court, deterring any treacherous thoughts, but that same military power also posed a threat to the new emperor. Thus, he poisoned Ji Yutsong, leaving the antidote in the hands of the young emperor. Should the poison take effect without the antidote, it would inflict unbearable suffering. The antidote was sufficient to sustain until the emperor could assume power. However, the dowager was overly impatient. She yearned to see the Qin family in the court, clutching power and becoming an omnipresent force. Therefore, even with the regent afflicted by a lethal poison, she could not contain her bitterness, wishing to eliminate him immediately. This led her to conceive the notion of having Qin Yanshu marry the princess of Pingyao. Upon arriving at the Shoan Palace, Madame Wei entered to report. Shen Ning stood silently outside the palace gates, her demeanor calm, betraying none of the anxiety one might expect when facing the Empress Dowager. After a brief interval, Madame Wei emerged, her tone tinged with condescension. The dowager was unwell and commanded the regent's consort to kneel in waiting. Kneel? Shen Ning's expression was a blend of amusement and derision, her dark eyes glinting with a chilling mockery. Perhaps Madame Wei should inquire of the dowager who held greater weight in conversation with the regent, who possessed more power. You. Madame Wei's countenance darkened, incredulous that a mere daughter of the Duke of the State would dare openly defy the dowager's command. I am not only the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, but also the rightful consort of the regent, Shen Ning retorted coldly. The regent granted me the privilege of not kneeling before the emperor. Is Madame Wei openly defying the regent's orders? A flicker of concern crossed Madame Wei's features, revealing her evident trepidation towards the regent. Indeed, no one dared disregard his words. She had not anticipated that Shen Ning, having wed the regent only days prior, would wield his name to assert her position. Momentarily at a loss, she huffed in irritation and turned back towards the Shoan Palace. Shen Ning leaned against the palace gate, mentally counting the seconds. If the dowager truly harbored ill intentions towards her, she had no time to linger and indulge her whims. Fortunately, the dowager was not so foolish as to underestimate the difficulty of bringing Shen Ning into the palace. Thus, these petty displays of authority were likely avoided. Madame Wei soon returned, her demeanor somewhat tempered compared to before. The dowager requests your presence within. Shen Ning said nothing and proceeded through the palace gates, with a zither attendant following closely behind, never a step behind. Upon entering the Shoan Palace, one is immediately drawn to the sight of Princess Zhe seated beside the Empress Dowager, her expression betraying a sense of unease, as though she were a predator lying in wait, eager to ensnare Shen Ning and bring about her demise. Her gaze seemed to convey a silent challenge. Having entered the palace, escape is an illusion. Do you still dare to act with such arrogance and audacity? Yet, Shen Ning merely cast a dispassionate glance in her direction before swiftly diverting her attention to the Empress Dowager perched regally upon her phoenix throne. This Empress Dowager appeared to be in her early 30s, her beauty radiant and her demeanor exuding an air of noble grandeur. Clad in a sumptuous phoenix robe, she occupied the principal seat, her brows and eyes commanding respect without the need for anger. Typically, women of the harem entered the palace at a young age, often between 15 and 18, with early pregnancies being commonplace. It was not unusual for them to give birth at 17 or 18. The current young emperor is merely 15, while Princess Jiahe has reached the age of 20. Considering the ages at which they entered the palace and bore children, the true age of the Empress Dowager must exceed 35. To attain the position of Empress Dowager at such a youthful age is remarkable. Had it not been for the interference of the regent, she could have seamlessly governed from behind the curtain, enjoying a life of comfort and indulgence, unburdened by the need to serve the emperor or endure the whims of others. She would have become the most esteemed woman in the realm, with the empire and its subjects at her feet. Alas, the presence of the regent shattered this dream of ruling from behind the curtain, and thus the Empress Dowager harbored a fervent desire to see him swiftly removed from power. Ideally, the day the young emperor took the reins of governance would coincide with the regent's untimely demise. Regent's consort, Wei Mama, spoke with an air of authority, reminding Shun Ning that while it may have been acceptable to refuse to kneel outside in the presence of the Empress Dowager, it was customary to pay her respects by kneeling. Shun Ning replied in a tone devoid of emotion. The regent has stated that I am not required to kneel before anyone. The Empress Dowager's gaze remained tranquil, yet a subtle aura of menace flickered within her eyes. What if I insist that you do kneel? Shun Ning raised her gaze to meet that of the Empress Dowager, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Her voice unexpectedly gentle. You would not. You. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in surprise, the fury on her face visibly dissipating as she slowly nodded. You are correct. I indeed would not. Mother? Princess Jiahe turned in astonishment. What did you just say? Chapter 37. The peculiar empress. The empress furrowed her brows and slowly turned her head to regard her expression one of discontent. As a princess, must you always react in such a startled manner? It is most unbecoming. Princess Jiahe was momentarily stunned. Lady Wei, sensing the oddity of the moment, leaned closer to the empress and whispered, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the regent's wife once struck Princess Jiahe and forced her to kneel in apology? The empress's brows knitted slightly as she cast an impassive glance at Shun Ning. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind, causing her face to pale. Instinctively, she raised a hand to her forehead, about to summon someone when the pain inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred at all. After a moment of composure, she finally spoke in a cold tone. Regent's wife, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Princess Jiahe felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thinking this was the appropriate response from her mother, she turned her gaze upon Shun Ning with simmering resentment, anticipating that Shun Ning would confess and plead for mercy, or stubbornly resist, allowing her mother to drag her away for a sound thrashing. However, Shun Ning maintained her gaze fixed upon the empress. More precisely, she met the empress's eyes with a steady, gentle demeanor. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, on the day of my marriage to the regent, Princesses Jiahe and Jiayu intruded into our chambers, mocking and insulting me. As their elder, should I not reprimand them? Princess Jiahe scoffed. What do you think you are? The empress's expression stiffened slightly, her focus wavering. Indeed, a reprimand was warranted. Mother, Princess Jiahe exclaimed in disbelief, standing abruptly. What has come over you? Lady Wei's expression shifted as she anxiously regarded the empress, exchanging a glance with Princess Jiahe filled with uncertainty. The empress's reaction was decidedly strange. They had intended to discipline the regent's wife, to make her understand that the imperial authority must not be trifled with, and that those who insulted the princesses would face dire consequences. Yet, the empress the eunuch has announced that His Majesty requests my presence in the palace to procure an antidote for the regent. Shun Ning continued, her gaze unwavering. May I go to the emperor now, Your Majesty? Perhaps it was the softness of her address, tender as a lover's whisper. But the empress found herself nodding almost involuntarily in response to Shun Ning's all-encompassing eyes. Go! No! Princess Jiahe interjected urgently, her gaze fixed on the empress with mounting desperation. Mother, what is the matter with you? Did you not vow to seek justice for your son? Shun Ning is a lawless criminal. You should command her arrest and punishment. Strip her of her nails one by one. Mother, Princess Jiahe, Shun Ning interjected coolly, her eyes narrowing. As the daughter of the empress and a royal princess, you ought to embody grace and kindness, upholding the dignity of our lineage, rather than displaying such unseemly rage before the empress. Princess Jia seethed with anger. Shen Ning, what sorcery have you cast upon the empress? You shall not conjure your tricks within the palace. Guards, seize her. How audacious! The empress dowager, fatigued by the incessant noise, could not help but rub her temples, permitting the regent's consort to depart due to pressing matters. The palace attendants and eunuchs retreated in unison, too intimidated to interject. Princess Jia was nearly driven to fury, her thoughts ablaze with confusion over her mother's inexplicable behavior. How could it be so simple for Shen Ning to enter the palace? Were it not for the regent's sudden bout of toxicity, they would have never found an opportunity to isolate her. With the regent in attendance, their plans to act against Shen Ning would prove difficult. Should she remain within the confines of the regent's residence, she would be beyond their reach. Today presented a rare and unparalleled opportunity. Should they miss this chance, who could say when another would arise? How could her mother be so misguided? I shall take my leave now. May the Empress Dowager rest well, Shen Ning declared, turning away, unfazed by the astonished expressions of the matron and palace maids. Behind her, the echoes of Princess Jia's discontent filled the air. Mother, today I endured humiliation at the hands of Shen Ning, who publicly shamed me. My dignity has been utterly destroyed. A slight smirk played upon Shen Ning's lips, a flicker of derision passing through her gaze as she stepped through the palace gates. Only then noticing the presence of eunuch who awaited her outside. Hadn't he just been absent a moment ago? Regent's consort? Eunuch who exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he addressed her. You have emerged so soon? What of it? Shen Ning responded icily, her tone laced with incredulity. Ah, that is not what I meant, eunuch who stammered, quickly backpedaling. What I meant to convey was, upon your initial arrival, did the Empress Dowager not wish to speak with you for a moment? Was it not the Emperor who sought my presence? Shen Ning replied with calm composure, prioritizing the delivery of the antidote to the regent above any conversation, knowing there would be ample opportunities for dialogue in the future. Eunuch who instinctively glanced back toward the palace doors, noting the absence of anyone attempting to impede her departure, which sparked a flicker of doubt in his mind. Nevertheless, he gestured, please this way, my lady. As Shen Ning followed him out of the inner palace, she felt an inquisitive gaze upon her from behind. Turning slightly, she met the contemplative eyes of Shurqin, whose brow arched slightly in surprise. Realizing her breach of decorum, Shurqin quickly averted her gaze, silently apologizing. Oblivious to the subtle exchange between the two women, eunuch who continued to lead the way, his pace seemingly deliberate as if he awaited a potential pursuit from Shoan Palace. After a considerable distance, assured that no one followed, he quickened his steps slightly. Shen Ning feigned ignorance, accompanying him to the Mingda Hall. The young sovereign, merely 15 years of age, had yet to assume governance. All matters of state were managed by the regent, and should he be otherwise occupied, he would delegate authority to the left and right chancellors, accompanied by several key ministers, who would then report significant matters to the regent in the evening at his residence. At this moment, Ji Jin sat before his desk, engrossed in literature. His handsome countenance bore the lingering innocence of youth, yet he often presented himself with a demeanor of precocious maturity, emanating an air of aloofness and innate nobility. Born into a family of nobility, the young prince has been enveloped in luxury from a tender age, yet the duration of this privilege remains contingent upon one's fortune. Upon receiving the news from eunuch who that the regent's consort had arrived, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed the youthful emperor's face, quickly replaced by a fade of composure as he commanded, allow the regent's consort to enter. With a nod of understanding from eunuch who, Shen Ning gracefully stepped into the Mingda Hall, where she encountered the young emperor seated behind the imperial desk. She inclined her body slightly and greeted, Your Majesty. Ji Jin's eyes darkened, displeased by the apparent insincerity and nonchalance in her gesture, though he concealed his feelings beneath an impassive exterior. Have you paid your respects to the Empress Dowager? He inquired. Shen Ning responded with a nod. I have. Ji Jin cast a sidelong glance at eunuch who affirmed her statement with a nod, prompting him to ask, "Did the Empress Dowager say anything of note?" Shen Ning replied calmly. A few words were exchanged. Ji Jin tightened his grip on the scroll he held, scrutinizing Shen Ning's composed demeanor, which exuded an air of aloofness that kept others at bay, and furrowed his brow. Has the consort not learned the proper etiquette for paying homage to the sovereign? Your Majesty implies that I should kneel? Shen Ning raised her gaze to meet his, feigning ignorance. According to royal custom, should you not address me as imperial aunt? Chapter 38. That vile woman and her sorcery. The expression on eunuch whose face shifted dramatically. Regent Princess, while it is true that the regent is an elder, the hierarchy between sovereign and subject must not be disrupted. The regent is a subject? Shen Ning tilted her head in apparent confusion. Isn't the regent currently acting on behalf of the emperor? Do you mean to suggest that the regent must kneel before the emperor as well? Eunuch who raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a glance toward the emperor, though it was not necessary still. Enough. Ji Jin spoke coolly. If you need not kneel, then let it be. Eunuch who lowered his gaze, standing quietly to the side. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Ning slightly bowed. The emperor has summoned me to the palace to retrieve the antidote. Although I do not fully comprehend the situation, I thought it prudent to come, considering the regent is now my husband. If anything were to happen to him. Thus, I request that the antidote be given to me, so I may administer it to him at once. Ji Jin remained silent, his gaze penetrating as he observed the woman before him. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, Shen Ning. How had he failed to notice the audacity she possessed? She had faced bandits, been cast aside by the Qin family, and married the regent. Among these events, which had truly caused such a profound transformation in her character, recalling the night she wed the regent, when she emerged from the bridal chamber with an expression as cold and merciless as that of a reaper freshly risen from the depths of hell. Ji Jin felt a sudden chill, an unbidden surge of murderous intent. This woman must not remain. Yet, she could not perish within the palace confines. Regaining his composure, Ji Jin instructed Zhou Feng, present the antidote to the regent princess. Understood. Zhou Feng, the grand steward at the emperor's side, received his command and shortly returned from within the inner hall, presenting a square yellow brocade box to Shen Ning in silence. Upon opening the box, Shen Ning found a glossy black pill resting within, exuding a fragrant aroma that wafted forth, potent enough to mask any other scents. Closing the brocade box, she bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Ji Jin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Are you not at all intrigued as to why the regent did not come himself to retrieve the antidote today? Shen Ning paused for a moment before speculating. Perhaps the regent was delayed by other matters? Ji Jin frowned. Why do I get the impression that you are not well acquainted with your royal uncle? You speak the truth, Your Majesty. I am indeed unfamiliar with the regent, Shen Ning replied, her tone calm and unruffled. I have been married to the regent for merely half a month, and we have only met a handful of times, exchanging but a few words each occasion. It scarcely qualifies as understanding. At her words, Ji Jin could not help but question the regent's motives for marrying Shen Ning. After all the effort to take her as his wife, how could they still be strangers? Calculating the time since she departed from Shoan Palace, Shen Ning recognized the inappropriateness of lingering further. She bowed once more. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and exited. Ji Jin remained silent, allowing her to depart, his gaze fixed on her slender, upright figure, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that rendered her elusive and difficult to decipher. Why had the regent chosen to wed her? What gave Shen Ning such audacity? Is she truly fearless, or does she merely flaunt the power of the regent, masquerading with the authority of a tiger? What transpired when the regent's consort visited the Shoan Palace? Ji Jin glanced towards the distant figure of Eunuch Hu, wondering if the Empress Dowager had caused her any trouble. In response to Your Majesty, this servant has been waiting outside the palace gates and is unaware of what the Empress Dowager discussed with the regent as consort. But I vaguely overheard Princess Jia he expressing her fury, demanding to know what was amiss with the Empress Dowager. Princess Jia he was furious? Ji Jin instinctively tightened her grip on the book in her hands, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Your Majesty. Suddenly, A boisterous voice echoed from outside. "I demand to see the emperor. Your Majesty, you cannot allow Shun Ning to leave. I implore you, do not let her go. I must teach her a proper lesson." Ji Jin frowned. "Let her in." "Yes." Eunuch who turned and exited, addressing Princess Jia. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence to speak." Princess Jia, he stormed in like a gust of wind, scanning the room with urgency. However, after searching fruitlessly for Shun Ning, she turned to Ji Jin. "Your Majesty, where's that wretched Shun Ning?" Ji Jin's expression darkened as she replied with displeasure. "Your Highness, you are a royal princess, not a common ruffian." Princess Jia, he retorted coldly. "Where is Shun Ning?" Eunuch who respectfully responded. "Princess, the regent's consort has just departed. What do you require of her?" Princess Jia, his expression shifted, her teeth clenched in anger. "That wretched woman practices sorcery." "Sorcery?" Ji Jin's heart jolted, and she instinctively inquired, "What do you mean?" "Today, Shun Ning offended me, and I reported it to Mother. She promised to teach her a lesson." Princess Jia, his face was dark with rage, clearly frustrated. Yet, after leading Shun Ning into the Shoan Palace, Mother suddenly transformed, speaking to Shun Ning with such gentleness, devoid of any anger. Ji Jin's expression tightened at her words. She had found it odd earlier. She had assumed that upon Shun Ning's arrival at the Shoan Palace, the Empress Dowager would surely reprimand her. Yet she had arrived so swiftly. Ji Jin wanted to ask, but found it impossible to confront Shun Ning directly. "Did the Empress Dowager not trouble you?" Suppressing her curiosity, she contemplated whether the regent had granted Shun Ning a protective charm, thus making the Empress Dowager hesitant to act. But Princess Jia, he claimed the Empress Dowager's demeanor was gentle. Ji Jin understood her mother well. She had always been domineering, and now, as the Empress Dowager, it was inconceivable for her to extend kindness to anyone she despised. "What do you think it could be?" Ji Jin lifted her teacup, took a sip, then set it down, raising her gaze to Princess Jia. "When Shun Ning entered the Shoan Palace, did she partake in tea or food? Did she come close to the Empress Dowager?" "That." Princess Jia hesitated. "She did not." "Then that is peculiar," Ji Jin pondered, unable to discern a rationale. "I shall inquire with Mother shortly." Princess Jia, he could not contain her frustration. Today was a rare opportunity for her to enter the palace. Must it end like this? Walls can be done. Ji Jin lowered her gaze to the book, her tone cool and indifferent. "There will be ample opportunities in the future. However, sister, I advise you to be more astute and refrain from provoking her lightly." Princess Jia's anger simmered within her. What does it mean to refrain from provoking her lightly? Clearly, it is Shun Ning who has dared to provoke this princess. That wretched woman. In the past, wherever she and Princess Jia went, which noble lady did not show utmost respect? Who would dare to disrespect her, the legitimate princess? Yet now, she has suffered humiliation multiple times before that vile Shun Ning. If she does not reclaim this affront, she will no longer be worthy of the title of a royal princess. Chapter 39. The antidote conceals poison. Shun Ning felt little inclination to fathom the emperor's thoughts. She simply quickened her pace towards the palace gates. Behind her, Shurqin, the maid, could not suppress her curiosity about the sudden shift in the Empress Dowager's demeanor during their encounter in the palace. Shun Ning casually remarked, "Perhaps she suddenly realized that my current status is beyond her reach, fearing that the regent might trouble the emperor." Shurqin remained silent, aware that this was not the true answer. However, the princess seemed disinclined to elaborate, leading Shurqin to speculate that it might be a secret technique of the princess that she wished to keep hidden, thus refraining from further inquiries. As Shun Ning approached the palace gates, she reflected on her modest practice of soul-conjuring techniques during her leisure time. These were harmless when used sparingly, causing no depletion of her essence, nor attracting undue suspicion. Yet, excessive use could prove taxing for her body and might be deemed as dark sorcery, rendering it unnecessary to disclose. Stepping out of the palace, Shun Ning encountered a young man. Unfamiliar with him, she initially intended to ignore him, but he spoke first. "Princess Regent?" Xie Tinglan regarded Shun Ning and her maid with surprise, noting their quick departure from the palace. Shun Ning paused momentarily, her expression inscrutable as she replied, "And you are?" "I am Xie Tinglan, the Right Chancellor of the court, and I have met the Princess Regent, he said, offering a slight bow. Hearing that you entered the palace, I was concerned that the Empress Dowager might cause you distress, so I rushed here. After a moment, he cautioned, the prince is unwell. It is ill-advised for you to enter the palace alone. The court teems with dangers, and one cannot be too careful. The eunuch relayed that the regent's toxin has flared up and requires an antidote. Shen Ning replied, her tone even. I am merely retrieving the antidote for him. As for the Empress Dowager, she continued, I have already met her. She was quite amiable. The emperor was also very gentle. Xie Tinglan stared at her, seemingly bemused, as if she had recounted a jest. The Empress Dowager amiable? The emperor gentle? Are you certain you encountered them? His skepticism arose. Suspecting that perhaps someone had misled Shen Ning, even doubting the authenticity of the antidote she claimed to possess. Xie Tinglan hastened to catch up with her. Princess Regent, please wait. As Shen Ning ascended into her carriage, she turned to him and asked, is there something else? I wish to see the antidote you obtained. Are you a physician? She queried. Not all. Then you need not see it. Shen Ning's tone remained impassive. Once we return to the manor, your prince will discern the truth of the antidote. Xie Tinglan frowned. What if I insist on seeing it? Shen Ning's gaze narrowed slightly, her demeanor growing colder. And what if I refuse to show it to you? Xie Tinglan was rendered speechless, unwilling to squander any more time with him. Shen Ning gracefully entered the carriage, prompting the driver to turn the vehicle and depart. Xie Tinglan stood rooted in place, bewildered, contemplating the nature of the woman his prince had wed. It was utterly impossible to communicate with her. Shen Ning sat in the carriage, opened the box to take a glance, and then brought the pill to her nose for a sniff, her brows furrowing slightly. What manner of man was the late emperor of the Yong Kingdom? He was renowned during his reign, and the strength of the Yong Kingdom bore his mark. Yet, he was a monarch of both allure and profound suspicion. Perhaps his excessive devotion to governance, compounded by indulgence, led to his untimely demise. Shen Ning could comprehend his apprehensions regarding the influence of the maternal clan in governance. For the Empress Dowager was the emperor's own mother. An emperor may eliminate any adversary, but he would never harm his own mother. Should the Empress Dowager permit her kin to meddle in state affairs, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, it was entirely understandable that the late emperor appointed Ji Yutsong as regent before his passing. However, Ji Yutsong, wielding considerable military power, posed a significant threat to the throne, which justified the late emperor's decision to poison him. After all, a royal uncle who posed a danger could only be deemed a source of relief once deceased. Yet, why had the antidote been tainted with nefarious components? Was this the late emperor's intention, or that of the current sovereign? Upon returning to the royal residence, Shen Ning did not head to the Jinlin courtyard, but proceeded directly to the Linji Hall, where Ji Yutsong resided. The hall was heavily guarded, imposing in its atmosphere, making it nearly impossible for even a mosquito to enter. As Shen Ning stepped into the courtyard, she was intercepted by two guards. Princess, please hold. I come to deliver the antidote to Ji Yutsong. Allow me entry, she replied, her expression serene yet cold, clutching the brocade box she had received from the emperor. The personal guard, Ling Feng, approached and bowed respectfully. Has the princess entered the palace? Indeed. Please allow my subordinate to take the antidote inside. There is no need, Shen Ning stated indifferently. This antidote has issues. I must speak with your master personally. Issues with the antidote. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. How could there be any problems? Shen Ning, however, appeared unwilling to elaborate, fixing him with an impassive gaze. Ling Feng clasped his hands. Please wait a moment. I shall seek the master's permission. Very well. Ling Feng turned and made his way toward the main hall. Shen Ning waited quietly, and shortly thereafter, Ling Feng emerged from within, bowing as he spoke. Please, princess, enter. Shen Ning stepped forward, and Ling Feng opened the door for her, closing it securely behind her, clearly intent on keeping the interior hidden from prying eyes. At that moment, Ji Yutsong stood by the window, his profile pale, a trace of crimson at the corner of his lips lending a touch of vibrancy to his pallid visage. Yi Yutsong, Shen Ning called from a distance. Have you been consuming the antidote given to you by the emperor? Ji Yutsong turned to face her, his once formidable presence now diminished. his countenance bearing a sickly frailty devoid of any color, as if he had recently endured a harrowing ordeal with poison. "What is it?" Sending approached, opening the box and presenting it for him to see the pill within. "Is this the antidote you've been taking?" Ji Yutsong nodded. "Yes." "How many times have you taken it?" "Twice," he replied hoarsely. "Twice." Shenning was taken aback. "Have you not been a regent for over a year?" If it were a single pill per month after becoming a regent, he should have consumed a dozen antidotes since he was poisoned. Ji Yutsong turned and approached the bedside, retrieving a box from a hidden compartment. Inside lay 12 identical antidotes, quietly resting. "Have you not taken these antidotes?" he inquired. "The poison I have endured is not lethal. It merely inflicts excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive. Without the antidote, the agony persists for 3 days. However, if the antidote is taken, it induces a deep slumber lasting 3 days." Ji Yutsong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture still regal despite having just endured the torment of the potent poison. The composition of the antidote has already been investigated, although the complete understanding remains elusive for now. Shenning remained silent for a moment, realizing that Ji Yutsong had discerned the issue with the antidote. The war god of the Yong Kingdom was not merely a figure of renown. Even if he lacked medical knowledge, he possessed the necessary vigilance. Shenning's gaze faltered, and an unexpected thought crossed her mind. Do all emperors harbor resentment towards those of great ability? When a nation is in need, they offer flattering words, eager to enshrine such individuals as guardians. Yet, once the war subsides, the military achievements and power become a death knell. How tragically ironic. Quickly regaining her composure, Shenning lifted her eyes to Ji Yutsong. "If you trust me, I can assist you." Chapter 40. The Needle's Antidote. Ji Yutsong raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at her with mild surprise. "You have studied medicine?" "I had little to do while confined in the inner chambers, so I occasionally perused medical texts." Shenning lowered her gaze to the black pills within the brocade box. This antidote contained addictive components, albeit in minimal doses, making them difficult to detect. Should one consume it more than 6 to 8 times, they would become irrevocably dependent on its control. Is it truly possible to discern the ingredients of an antidote merely by reading medical books? Yi Yutsang chuckled. "You possess quite the talent." Shenning remained silent, finding this explanation rather absurd. It was evidently implausible for a noble woman, having spent mere days in the inner quarters with medical texts, to identify the components of an antidote. Yet, she had no better explanation to offer. Fortunately, Ji Yutsong did not pursue the matter further, simply stating, "The poison I have endured is not fatal within 2 years. But without an antidote thereafter, it would likely lead to my demise." "That will not happen. I can create an antidote for you," Shenning replied, shaking her head. "You have treated me with such kindness. I am willing to do something for you." Ji Yutsong approached her, gently caressing her cheek. "Could you refrain from framing our relationship as a mere transaction?" Sending Frognet. "What else could it be? One repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. No one is entitled to kindness from another. Even kin can be unreliable. Why should one expect benevolence from a man with no blood ties? If you can concoct the antidote, then do so," Ji Yutsong sighed. "If you require any medicinal ingredients, they can be procured. Simply request the necessary funds from the treasury." "Very well," Ji Yutsong inquired. "Has the Empress caused you any trouble?" Shenning shook her head. "She cannot trouble me." Just as Ji Yutsong was about to speak, familiar, excruciating pain surged through him once more. He suddenly grasped the bedpost, the veins on the back of his white hand rising visibly. Shenning frowned, observing his agony, and grasped his arm. "How much longer will this torment last?" Ji Yutsong gritted his teeth. "You should leave." "How much longer?" Sending Preset. "This is only the first day." Ji Yutsong's complexion turned ashen, his voice strained as it escaped through clenched teeth. You should leave." Setting aside the antidote, Shenning turned and exited the room, pulling open the door. Ling Feng, "Your Highness, could you procure a set of silver needles used by physicians as quickly as possible?" Ling Feng hesitated. "Your Highness, can you do it or not?" "Yes." Ling Feng swiftly turned and rushed away. With nothing in her hands and unable to assist, Shenning could only stand at the door and wait. Inside the room, the stifled gasps were interspersed with hints of anguish. This was a man of extraordinary willpower, capable of enduring pain akin to the tortures of death when the poison struck. He could withstand the most excruciating moments. Watching the antidote, so near yet refusing to consume it, accumulating 12 pills in the process. At that moment, Shun Ning's admiration for Ji Yucong transcended any notions of status, position, or relationship. She simply felt a deep respect for this man. Every proud and resolute man is worthy of admiration. Ling Feng soon returned, not only bringing a set of silver needles, but also a dagger and a flask of strong liquor. Shen Ning was pleased with his meticulousness, yet the dagger was unnecessary. She took the silver needle from him without inquiring about its origin and turned to enter the inner chamber. There, she beheld Ji Yucong, who was curled up almost like a feeble chick, and with a swift motion, she lifted him and tossed him onto the bed. The 7-foot-tall man, a figure of noble status as the regent and a relentless god of war on the battlefield, now lay there like a fragile bird, utterly powerless. She fetched a bowl and poured out a measure of strong liquor. Dipping the silver needle into the alcohol, she then proceeded to unfasten Ji Yucong's garments. In a mere moment, his robes had become thoroughly soaked, and beads of cold sweat dampened his hair, presenting a truly pitiful sight. For a fleeting instant, Shen Ning felt a pang of compassion, a rare flicker of tenderness. However, she swiftly shook off this unsettling emotion and, with deftness, stripped Ji Yucong down to his undergarments. The alcohol-soaked silver needles found their intended acupoints, piercing precisely into his flesh, followed by the second, third, and fourth needles. Gradually, the expression of pain on Ji Yucong's face faded, his emotions settling into tranquility as he gazed silently at Shen Ning. He did not question her expertise or the method she employed. It was as if her proficiency was simply a matter of course, not warranting inquiry. A warm current surged within him. As Ji Yucong contemplated this, he suddenly rose and leaned over the edge of the bed, expelling a mouthful of black blood with a splutter. Shen Ning produced a handkerchief to wipe his lips. After a few gentle coughs, he reclined back on the bed, feeling a profound sense of cleansing and ease coursing through his meridians. Shen Ning wordlessly removed the silver needles from him. In the past year, this prince had discreetly sought out numerous skilled physicians, all of whom were powerless against this lethal poison. Yet surprisingly, a few silver needles had resolved the issue. However, it has not been entirely eradicated, Shen Ning replied candidly. The poison within your body is persistent. The expulsion of black blood merely eliminated the toxins accumulated over the past month, and more will arise next month. Ji Yucong closed his eyes and gave a barely perceptible hum of acknowledgement. Moreover, employing needles to detoxify is not the most optimal solution. It addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, Shen Ning remarked, her brow furrowing as she pondered the situation. Repeated treatments would deplete one's vitality and shorten lifespan. At the very least, it should extend your life beyond the 2-year mark before the poison claims you. I will concoct an antidote to prolong your existence a little longer. Ji Yucong slightly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon her intently. If I am destined to live only 2 years, I shall transfer all available power to you within that time. Even after my demise, you will possess the means to protect yourself. Shen Ning shook her head. That is not necessary. I was speaking hypothetically, he replied calmly. I will take the time to teach you military strategy, empowering you to wield significant force on the battlefield. In this way, you will command troops stationed at the borders of the Yong Kingdom, free from the constraints of court edicts and the emperor's will. He would be powerless against you. Shen Ning regarded him thoughtfully. A formidable army stationed at the borders requires supplies and provisions sanctioned by the court. If you disregard the emperor's commands, will he willingly provide the necessary resources? When one possesses sufficient military strength and authority, monetary concerns become trivial. Ji Yucong spoke with a tone of indifference, asserting that revenues from the border cities, under the threat of formidable forces, would deter the emperor from any attempts at confiscation. You must understand that it is often the most obstinate loyalists who fall prey to the scheming of treacherous individuals, while those who flout convention frequently find themselves afforded greater advantages. Shen Ning remained silent. a peculiar sensation taking root within her, a disquieting belief that Ji Yutsong possessed knowledge of her origins, of her past as a commander, and even of her expertise in antidotes. Such insights could not be easily explained. His unyielding acceptance of her recent actions and his suggestion that she lead troops in a battle were baffling. Historically, no woman had ever commanded an army in the kingdom of Yong, and even the most headstrong daughter of the Duke's household, at a mere 15 or 16 years of age, could hardly be deemed capable of such martial command. What led him to believe she could wield authority over hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Suppressing her sudden doubts, Shen Ning spoke slowly, "You will not come to harm." Thus all those ifs do not exist. Chapter 41. What more can she do after kneeling? Shen Ning tidied her silver needles and turned to exit. Ji Yutsong, draping a garment over his shoulders, raised a hand to gently press against his heart and lungs, discovering that the pain had entirely dissipated. He lifted his gaze to observe Shen Ning's retreating figure. The young woman possessed a slender silhouette, exuding an air of tranquility unperturbed by honor or disgrace. Her emotions as placid as a clear spring, colder than himself, devoid of any visible passions. He could not help but let out a soft sigh. To win the heart of such a woman would undoubtedly be an exceedingly protracted endeavor. Fortunately, she had already become his, impervious to the advances of others. "Master." Ling Feng stood at the door, his expression a mixture of surprise and joy at Ji Yutsong's disheveled appearance. "The princess. She'll be fine today." Ji Yutsong, coming back to his senses, spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. "The princess is highly skilled in medicine and was able to alleviate my suffering during the onset of the poison. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, for the time being." "Understood." Ling Feng acquiesced. "It is inconvenient for me to go out for now. Please keep an eye on things outside." Ji Yutsong approached the window. Should the princess require anything, have the steward of the manor arrange it. No one is to neglect her. "Yes." Ling Feng took his leave. Shen Ning instructed the maid, Qi, to fetch some silver from the treasury and subsequently returned to the Jinlin courtyard for a brief respite. Upon arrival, she discovered someone kneeling in the courtyard. Shen Ning paused momentarily, casting her gaze towards the maids busy with their chores. An elderly matron approached respectfully and bowed. "Your Highness, the cousin has been kneeling here since returning from the Yin family, claiming to seek your forgiveness." After Wu matron was punished, Shen Ning had appointed a new matron, Yu, to manage the inner courtyard affairs. This very matron was known for her fairness and dedication. "I see," Shen Ning replied calmly. "You may attend to your duties." "Yes." Shen Ning stepped into the courtyard, passing by Gu Yanran, ascending the steps towards the door. "Your Highness, sister-in-law." Gu Yanran lifted her gaze, her lips pursed in a semblance of restrained humility. "I realize my mistake. I should not have disrespected you in front of others. I ought to understand that we share both honor and disgrace. Even if my behavior was somewhat ungracious, I should steadfastly support you." "Close the door." Shen Ning's voice was cold. If the disturbance continued, she would have her thrown out. "Yes." Gu Yanran's face flushed, her gaze fixed on the closed door. The handkerchief in her grip nearly twisted into a ball. Cursed Shen Ning. She had already knelt before her. What more did she want? Did she truly believe herself to be the empress? Gu Yanran bit her lip, torn between rising and continuing to kneel, uncertain of how to proceed. Glancing around, she pointed at a sweeping maid. "Come here." The maid approached, trembling. "Cousin." Gu Yanran lowered her gaze, her voice feeble. "Go to the regent and inform him that I inadvertently angered the princess and am currently kneeling before her door to seek forgiveness. But she is ignoring me." The maid was taken aback and immediately fell to her knees, exclaiming, "I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Miss, you think too highly of me. As a mere servant, how could I presume to seek an audience with the prince? What audacity would I have to speak ill of the princess? I would not dare to do so, even if I had 9 lives." Gu Yanran bit her lip, feeling a surge of anger at the maid's timidity. Throughout her time in the prince's residence, she had always presented herself as gentle and kind. Now, with her eyes reddening, she merely gazed at the maid in silence, feeling a sense of injustice. The poor little maid usually spent her days sweeping and watering, bowing deeply upon seeing her master from afar, never daring to lift her head, simply wishing to avoid trouble. She had never anticipated being entangled by the mist today. After a moment's contemplation, she weakly murmured, "I shall give it a try." Gu Yanran nodded slowly, her face revealing gratitude. "Thank you." The little maid hurriedly rose and scurried outside. However, as she reached the entrance of Jinlin courtyard, she encountered Granny Yu, who was briskly approaching with a tray of pastries. "Xinger, why are you not properly attending to your duties in the princess's chamber? What are you doing here?" Xinger fell to her knees once more. "Granny Yu." Granny Yu frowned. The miss asked me to see the prince," Xinger stammered, trembling with fear. "I said my status is lowly and that I cannot meet the prince, but Granny Yu's brow furrowed. "The prince has instructed that no one is to disturb him today. You have neglected your duties and are being lazy. You shall kneel here for an hour, and you're not to go anywhere." "Yes," Xinger sighed in relief. "Thank you, Granny Yu." Granny Yu then entered Jinlin courtyard, calling over the maids working in the yard. "Who is in charge of Xing?" Gu Yanran's expression shifted slightly, turning to face the stern Granny Yu. A senior maid approached. "Granny Yu, it is Miss Lanhua." Upon seeing her, Granny Yu exchanged polite pleasantries. "Xinger has been neglectful and left her post without permission, so I have punished her to kneel outside for an hour. Just to inform you, Miss Lanhua and Miss Lanji were originally trained palace attendants, assigned by the regent to deliver wedding garments to Shen Ning. After Shen Ning married into the regent's household, they remained in Jinlin courtyard as first-class maids, enjoying better than before and no longer bound by palace regulations, thus experiencing greater freedom. All the maids in the princess's chamber were under their supervision, with the exception of the personal guards, Shirqin and Shirqi. Xinger had always been obedient and diligent. It was puzzling what had caused her to falter today. "I will inquire with her later," Miss Lanhua said. "Thank you, Granny Yu." "It is nothing. These pastries just came out of the kitchen. I brought some for the princess," Granny Yu replied, stepping into the room. Lunch was already being prepared, and the princess was invited to sample the pastries. Shen Ning, feeling somewhat fatigued, merely remarked upon Granny Yu's arrival. "Let them share the pastries. I am a bit weary and wish to rest for half an hour." Having just attended to the empress, which drained her energy, she hurried back after obtaining the antidote from the emperor, and administering acupuncture to Ji Yuzong had also taken a toll on her strength. She was in urgent need of recuperation to restore her depleted vitality. "Yes," came a reply. The elderly servant offered the pastries to Lan Ji, stating that she would refrain from disturbing the princess any further and would return with the lunch half an hour later. Chapter 42. Lingering shadows. Madam Yu turned and exited, closing the door behind her. Descending the stone steps, she observed Gu Yanran kneeling in the courtyard, her brow slightly furrowed. "Cousin, if you have angered the princess, simply express your sincerity in apology. There is no need for other tactics." Gu Yanran's complexion was pale, her brow knitted in confusion. I do not comprehend Madame Yu's meaning." "Perhaps ignorance is bliss," Madame Yu replied with a faint smile. "I am merely a servant and have no authority to interfere in matters concerning your mistress. However, having resided in the regent's palace for 5 years, you should realize that the prince harbors no romantic feelings for you. Otherwise, you would not find yourself in this situation today." With each word, Gu Yanran's face grew increasingly ashen, a tumult of shame and indignation washing over her, shattering her facade of gentleness. "The palace has never had a female mistress. You had no opportunity before, and now, with the princess present, do you truly believe you can vie for his affection? It is utterly unreasonable to trouble the princess." Madame Yu, with rationality and a touch of ruthlessness, laid bare the truth. The princess was the sole mistress of the regent's palace, and it was essential for Gu Yanran to grasp this reality. Having conveyed her message, Madame Yu departed without a backward glance. Gu Yanran clenched her handkerchief tightly, her face alternating between crimson and pallor, as intense jealousy and resentment consumed her rationality. In her heart, she vehemently countered, asserting that the regent's previous indifference was merely a result of her youth, not a lack of affection. Had it not been for Shen Ning's arrival, she would inevitably have become the regent's primary consort. Her aunt had once promised her this. They were bound by blood, family. She believed she was entitled to a closeness akin to that of the most intimate of couples with her cousin. Shen Ning was the interloper. She would not resign herself to fate. She would never accept such a conclusion. With a glare of deep-seated resentment directed at the door. Gu Yanran rose in silence and departed, resolute in her refusal to apologize. What right did Shen Ning have to demand her humility? When she entered the palace, Shen Ning was yet unaware of her existence. Just wait and see. She would ensure that Shen Ning would never fulfill the role of the princess. Meanwhile, within the confines of her chamber, Shen Ning lay comfortably on her bed, having succumbed to a light slumber, oblivious to Gu Yanran's animosity and her departure, entirely indifferent. After a brief half-hour nap, Shen Ning arose to freshen up, while her attendants, Shirqin and Shiqi, had prepared a sumptuous feast, a delightful assortment of dishes. Rich in flavor and presentation, Shen Ning savored the exquisite meal, and afterward, with the silver provided by Shirqin from the treasury, she took them out to explore the bustling streets. The vibrant city of Shengjing was alive with activity. The streets were lined with elegantly attired nobles, and various shops brimmed with patrons, particularly those dealing in jewelry, silks, and cosmetics. Shen Ning did not linger in the throngs of the lively crowd. Instead, she primarily visited apothecaries. She perused every medicinal shop along the route, acquiring a selection of herbs, both beneficial and not, ensuring she would not purchase more than 2 types from any single establishment. When certain remedies proved elusive or when practitioners hesitated to sell, she invoked her status as the regent's consort, wielding her authority to attain her desires. She harbored no concern that such commotion would attract the attention of those within the palace. Ji Yuzong once remarked that when one's power and capabilities reach a level that instills fear in others, even the emperor cannot impose upon them. Shen Ning recognized the truth in this statement. The establishment of rules serves to restrain the weak, when the strong choose to disregard these regulations. Who among the weak can challenge them? Thus, after half a day's work, she had successfully procured all the necessary herbs, yielding a bountiful return, though her expenditures were not insignificant. Having completed her shopping by evening, she inevitably passed through the bustling streets of the upper city on her way back to the royal residence. Once again, Shen Ning encountered Qin Yanshu. The latter's carriage obstructed her own, and when Qin Yanshu descended from his vehicle, a phrase flickered in Shen Ning's mind, an unrelenting specter. Qin Yanshu gazed intently at Shen Ning, his eyes heavy with suppressed emotions, filled with regret and anguish. "Ninger, I wish to speak with you." The long street was crowded. The scion of the Qin family and the daughter of the Shun family had once been betrothed, but after she encountered bandits and her chastity was compromised, the Qin family annulled the engagement, leading Shen Ning to marry the regent. This event was rife with dramatic flair, becoming a favored topic of gossip among the elite and common folk alike. Today, the scion of the Qin family dared to halt the carriage of the regent's wife in public, adding further intrigue to the tale. As people walked along the long street, ladies and young women emerged quietly from the shops selling clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics, watching this melodramatic scene unfold. Shen Ning sat in her carriage, observing Qin Yanshu, who stood before her. "Did you kneel for an hour at the prime minister's residence?" "No," Qin Yanshu replied, pressing his lips together, his unwavering gaze fixed on Shen Ning. "Ninger, I do not wish for us to be at odds. On what grounds does the princess consort compel my elder brother to kneel for an hour?" Qin Zhilan emerged from a carriage behind, her eyes coldly fixed on Shen Ning. "Since the princess consort has married the regent, she ought to remain in the royal residence, attending to her husband and raising children, rather than deliberately seeking to attract my elder brother's attention." As her words fell, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Indeed, the Qin family was adept at turning the tables. Shen Ning's expression hardened, her voice icy. "Is this public street constructed by your Qin family? Are there restrictions on where others may tread when your kin are present?" Qin Zhilan's complexion shifted. "You twist words and create chaos. I merely ventured out for a stroll, yet I am met with public obstruction and insolence directed at me," Shen Ning retorted with a cold smile. "Ji Qin, present. Qin Yanshu has shown repeated disrespect in my presence, addressing me by my name without permission. How should this be dealt with?" Ji Qin replied, "If the prince were present, he would command a beating with a rod. I have not brought such a retinue today," Shen Ning commanded indifferently. You will slap him 10 times and inform him that if he dares to obstruct my carriage or address me by name again, I shall break his other hand." Qin Jilan's expression darkened. "How dare you?" "Indeed," Ji Qin replied, swiftly moving before Qin Yanshu. Before Qin Yanshu could utter a word, a series of sharp cracks echoed through the air as Shi Qin mercilessly delivered 10 resounding slaps to him, the speed of which left onlookers taken aback. By the time the final slap resounded, the guards of the Qin family came rushing over, as if awakening from a dream. Shi Qin shook her hand dismissively, declaring, "The princess has decreed that henceforth, anyone who dares to obstruct the carriage of the regent without permission or audaciously calls her by name shall not blame the princess for rendering you one-handed." With that, she callously shoved Qin Yanshu aside, as if discarding a bothersome piece of refuse, then swiftly leapt to the front of the carriage, steering it around the Qin family's vehicle before speeding away. "Elder brother." Qin Jilan's complexion paled, and she hurried to Qin Yanshu's side. "Elder brother, Shen Ning has gone too far to publicly humiliate you like this. She is utterly unworthy of your regard." The onlookers murmured among themselves, one voice cutting through the crowd with a derisive laugh. "The regent's wife is simply going about her business, yet you indiscriminately obstruct her carriage and address her by name, disregarding the propriety of gender and rank. Instead of acknowledging your own transgressions, you attempt to shift the blame onto others. Truly, you have inverted right and wrong and become a laughingstock." Qin Jilan's face flushed crimson, and she turned to confront the speaker. "How dare you?" This time, the Qin family guards reacted swiftly. No sooner had Qin Jilan's words left her lips than they closed in on the speaker. Others instinctively moved aside, wary of attracting trouble. The speaker was a young man clad in blue, with a handsome visage and a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He regarded Qin Jilan with an air of nonchalance. "Allow me to remind you, should you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure your entire family comes to my door to plead for forgiveness on their knees." The crowd gasped, their gazes fixated on him in astonishment. Who was this audacious individual in the capital of Yonghua who would dare to demand an apology from the Qin family? Chapter 43. Qin Yanshu, have you lost your senses? Qin Jilan's expression darkened, although she was unaware of the identity of the individual before her. The calm and mocking demeanor of this person made her suspect that he was merely bluffing. Nonetheless, she dared not take any risks. After all, the embarrassment would reflect not only on her, but also on her brother. If this individual truly held significant standing, the entire Qin family might suffer disgrace. Turning to glance at her elder brother, she found Qin Yanshu with a swollen face, staring blankly at the carriage that had just departed, utterly lost in thought. Seemingly indifferent to the surrounding crowd, Qin Jilan felt a surge of resentment and coldly commanded, "Someone, escort the eldest young master home." With that, she turned and climbed into her own carriage. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of derisive laughter. It appeared that the once mighty duke's residence had indeed fallen from grace, rendered powerless by mere words from a complete stranger. In contrast, the regent's consort seemed rather different from the rumors, exuding the poise befitting the regent himself. It was no wonder that the regent had taken a liking to her. Whispers had circulated that he had long been enamored with this lady, only for her to refuse his marriage proposals multiple times due to a prior engagement, which led to the unfortunate incident with the bandits in the outskirts. What? Are you implying that the consort's virtue was sullied by the regent? Hush! Such rumors are not to be spread indiscriminately. Inside the carriage, Qin Yanshu's entire being trembled, unable to fathom the words he had just overheard. He lifted the curtain and glimpsed 2 women whispering to one another, who hastily lowered the curtain and exited the carriage. Approaching them, his face pale, he inquired, "What did you just say?" "That Shen Ning was defiled by the regent?" The woman who had spoken instinctively took a step back upon witnessing his demeanor. "It is merely speculation. Young Master Qin, please do not be agitated. In any case, your family has already called off the engagement. The consort is now wed to the regent, which can be seen as a win-win situation. Surely, the regent would never doubt her virtue." "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." Qin Yanshu's emotions spiraled out of control as if he had been struck. Shen Ning's purity had nothing to do with the regent. It was sheer folly. "Why are you so worked up, young master?" The woman, startled, spoke hurriedly. Regardless of the regent's involvement, many were already discussing the matter in private. Moreover, this could be seen as a positive outcome. At least there were no other men involved, right? If it truly was the regent, that would be preferable. He would certainly have no reason to question the consort's integrity. Brother, have you made enough of a scene? Qin Zhilan approached, her brow furrowed, her complexion extremely grim. Can we return now? Qin Yanshu turned to look at her, his eyes red-rimmed, filled with a despairing sense of shattering loss that tightened Qin Zhilan's heart. Shen Ning is my fiancé. She was meant to be my wife. His voice was laden with solitude and desolation as he turned away, heading back toward the carriage. I have ruined everything with my own hands. A foreboding sense of dread washed over Qin Zhilan. Brother? Qin Yanshu ascended into the carriage, leaning against the interior, lost in a daze for a considerable time before suddenly commanding the driver, increase the speed. The carriage hastened its journey back to the Qin residence. Upon returning home, Qin Yanshu disregarded the servants who bowed to him and hastily summoned several trustworthy matrons. The gossip mongers in the neighborhood have the most news. Go and inquire about the recent rumors concerning Shen Ning. What is the prevailing sentiment? The matrons exchanged glances upon hearing his words. Li Mama chuckled. Old servant has indeed heard quite a bit. Many are discussing how the bandits that the young lady of the Shen family encountered in the countryside were actually sent by the regent. The regent has long held a fondness for her. However, Shen Ning has never favored him. Thus, in a fit of rage, he sent people to teach her a lesson. Qin Yanshu was frozen in place. No, that cannot be true. Old servant believes this might not be so bad, Li Mama sighed. Miss Shen has lost her purity. Marrying the regent who tarnished it would be a fitting resolution, wouldn't it? The eldest young master need not worry that the regent would disdain Miss Shen. With great difficulty, Qin Yanshu managed to speak. Has no one questioned this matter? Li Mama shook her head. The regent is inherently cruel. Such actions are not surprising. Many find it entirely reasonable. Reasonable? Qin Yanshu lowered his gaze, a chill coursing from his feet to his spine. No, it is all false, all of it. This is neither reasonable nor just. Shen Ning belongs to him. She has always been his. How can she marry the regent? Why would the regent be fond of her? Why does he have to like Shen Ning? Qin Yanshu gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, unable to confront this outcome. Does Shen Ning harbor no feelings for him whatsoever? Does she believe that the regent ruined her purity, thus deeming it normal to submit to him? Someone, Qin Yanshu commanded urgently, rushing out, prepare the carriage. I must go to the regent's residence. Qin Yanshu, have you lost your mind? Lady Qin approached, surrounded by her maidservants, her face aflame with anger. It is one thing to embarrass yourself in public. Do you wish to cause a scene at the regent's residence as well? Are you not afraid he might take your life? Qin Yanshu was indeed frantic. He was regretting his choices to the brink of madness. He could not fathom how things had escalated to this point. Was it wrong to simply love Shen Ning and desire her hand in marriage? The one who ruined her purity was not the regent. Why must he bear the burden of this calamity? Chapter 44. You are truly stubborn. Did he wish for Shen Ning to be utterly devoted to him? No, Shen Ning would not be. With her temperament, she would undoubtedly harbor a profound hatred for the regent, loathing him for employing such despicable means to win her affection. Qin Yanshu was momentarily stunned, suddenly engulfed by despair and helplessness. The one who had committed such vile acts was none other than himself. If Shen Ning were to harbor hatred, it would surely be directed at him. Yanshu, Lady Qin remarked, observing his disheartened demeanor with exasperation. Your wedding to the princess of Pingyao is imminent. Cease your thoughts of irrelevant individuals. She's already the regent's consort, not someone you can provoke. Qin Yanshu gazed at his mother, taking a deep breath as his emotions gradually settled, yet a chill lingered in his lungs. Mother, he spoke calmly, I wish to visit the regent's residence. Not to see Shen Ning, but merely to converse with the regent. Lady Qin retorted coldly, you are not permitted to go. Qin Yanshu's demeanor turned resolute. If you do not agree, I shall terminate my engagement to the princess of Pingyao. Impudent. Lady Qin's face turned ashen. Do you truly possess no sense? Is the regent someone you can contend with? I do not intend to provoke him, Qin Yanshu replied. Lady Qin closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. It is already late. You may go tomorrow, But after your visit to the regent, you must sever all ties with Shen Ning." After a moment of silence, Qin Yinshu insisted. "I wish to go tonight." "You are truly obstinate," Lady Qin seethed, almost wishing to strike him. Yet ultimately she turned away, coldly instructing, "Arrange a carriage for the eldest son. Ensure the guards protect him well." "Understood," came the reply. Qin Yinshu bowed slowly. "Thank you, mother. I truly owe you for my past life." With that, Lady Qin left in a huff, her sleeves trailing behind her. As Qin Yinshu exited the estate and entered the carriage, he remained remarkably calm, contemplating what he would say to the regent upon their meeting. Outside, the rumors of the regent's terror were rampant, yet he had never felt such trepidation. As the nephew of the empress, he had enjoyed a life of unparalleled privilege, traversing the palace with the treatment befitting a prince. He had always known that the regent would eventually perish, while the Qin family would thrive for centuries. Therefore, if he could endure a short period of humiliation, both for himself and Shen Ning, once he married the princess of Pingyao, he would be able to contend with the regent, holding steadfast for 2 or 3 years when the regent was no longer a threat. The Qin family would have no rivals. At that point, he would ensure Shen Ning's protection and compensate her for the indignities she had suffered. He had simply not anticipated her fierce disposition. She would rather marry the tyrannical regent than accept a secondary position as his concubine. Qin Yinshu was filled with regret, lamenting deeply. Had he known Shen Ning would make such a choice, he would not have allowed his mother to withdraw from the engagement. As long as the engagement remained intact, she would forever be his fiancé, and even the regent would have no right to take her from him. With eyes tightly shut, Qin Yinshu was consumed by overwhelming remorse. The carriage gradually arrived at the entrance of the regent's residence. He disembarked and approached the courtyard. Addressing the doorman, "Please inform the regent that the legitimate son of the state duke's residence, Qin Yinshu, requests an audience." The doorman frowned, stating that the regent had pressing matters and was unavailable for visitors today. Qin Yinshu replied that he had something of great importance to convey to him in person. The doorman reiterated that the regent had instructed not to meet anyone today. Just as Qin Yinshu was about to protest, he suddenly recalled the significance of the day, causing his voice to falter momentarily. After a brief silence, he slowly inquired, "May I meet with the regent's consort instead?" "Young Master Qin," the doorman frowned again, visibly displeased. "It is rather inappropriate for you to seek an audience with the consort at this hour. Furthermore, if one were to meet with either the regent or his consort, it should have been arranged in advance, rather than appearing unannounced." The scion of the Qin family truly lacks decorum. Clenching his fists, Qin Yinshu gazed at the tightly shut gates of the regent's residence. After a moment, he lowered his head and retrieved a pouch of silver from his sleeve, extending it to the doorman. "I implore you to inform her. If the regent's consort herself expresses a desire not to meet, I shall depart immediately." The two doormen weighed the pouch, noting its substantial heft. One of them softened his demeanor slightly, saying, "Wait here. I shall go inside to inquire." Qin Yinshu exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded slowly. He stood outside for a considerable time, pondering that this period likely coincided with the regent's poison taking effect. Even if antidotes were administered, the likelihood of seeing him was slim. Though his timing seemed inappropriate, it was also fortuitous. Qin Yinshu possessed limited knowledge about the nature of the regent's affliction. He was aware that the regent had indeed been poisoned, and even with timely antidote consumption, he faced a significant chance of not surviving beyond 2 years, as the late emperor had never intended for him to live. However, the symptoms and reactions following the onset of the poison, as well as the effects of the antidote, remained a mystery to outsiders. After a lengthy wait, the doorman emerged from a side entrance, stating, "Please follow me." Qin Yinshu snapped back to reality, expressed his gratitude, and followed him inside. At that moment, Shen Ning was seated in the pavilion of the Lingji Hall, illuminated by 2 lanterns hanging above, which cast a bright glow that accentuated her ethereal beauty. Ji Yucong rested within the hall. Although he had been poisoned that day, the effects rendered him weak, requiring rest to regain his strength after a sleepless night. As the regent's consort, Shen Ning could not meet with a male visitor in the inner courtyard, especially at night when it would be even more inappropriate. Thus, she had the visitor, Qin Yinshu, brought to the Lingji Hall. Qin Yinshu approached the pavilion, gazing deeply at Shen Ning. I have something to discuss with you. Seated at the table, she sipped her tea, her tone indifferent. Please refer to me as the regent's consort. Qin Yinshu's expression tightened. Qin Yinshu, are you seeking to provoke me? Shen Ning's eyes lifted slightly, her face impassive as she regarded him. My mood has not been favorable of late. Anyone who crosses me may find themselves the target of my ire. Should you continue to address me by my name, you will forfeit the chance to speak this evening. Qin Yinshu's lips turned pale as he fell silent for a long while before finally conceding. Consort, what is it? She inquired. I wish to clarify something. Qin Yinshu approached the stone table, reaching out to take Shen Ning's hand. There is something I owe you an apology for. Slap. Shen Ning rose abruptly and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Have you forgotten the distinction of rank and the decorum between men and women? Qin Yinshu turned his head in surprise, covering his face as he bowed his head in dejection. I simply could not restrain myself. Speak plainly and spare me your ramblings. Shen Ning replied icily, taking her seat once more. Now leave at once. Within the confines of the chamber, Ji Yucong stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene in the courtyard while listening to Shen Ning's biting remarks. A smile of indulgence curled at the corners of his mouth. Though he found Qin Yinshu's presence rather distasteful, it was evident that Qin Yinshu could hardly gain favor in Shen Ning's eyes. Nevertheless, his presence afforded the princess an outlet for her frustrations, which could be deemed the only utility Qin Yinshu possessed of late. I wish to clarify something with you. Qin Yinshu murmured, his head lowered as if grappling with his words. There are rumors circulating that your encounter with bandits in the outskirts was orchestrated by the regent, who harbors an unrequited affection for you. It is said he sent assassins to eliminate your maidservants and guards, thus tarnishing your reputation. Shen Ning regarded him in silence, her gaze icy and unsettling. Have you heard this rumor? Qin Yinshu pressed, biting his lip. What exactly do you wish to convey? Shen Ning's voice was frigid. If you have become infatuated with him due to this gossip, I. Qin Yinshu stammered, his words faltering. Chapter 45. 30 strikes with a rod. Shen Ning scoffed coldly. You wish to assert that the one who tarnished my reputation is not the regent, but you? Qin Yinshu trembled, staring at her in disbelief. Do you truly believe that no one is aware of your despicable actions? Shen Ning's gaze was sharp, like a blade, cold and unyielding. Since you have come to my door, I cannot pretend that nothing has transpired. Upon finishing her words, she turned and commanded, summon the guards. The sentinels outside Linji Hall swiftly approached, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Qin Yinshu looked at the guards, astonished. Had they shown such deference to Shen Ning merely days after a marriage? Qin Yinshu has repeatedly disrespected this princess, addressing me by my name without proper title, and has conspired to ruin my reputation in the countryside. Seize him and administer 30 strikes with the rod, Shen Ning ordered coldly. Afterward, return him to the Qin residence and inform them that it was my decree. Understood. Having given her command, Shen Ning rose and exited the pavilion, disregarding Qin Yinshu, who was being dragged aside by the guards, and proceeded to the door of her chamber. Upon entering, she saw Ji Yucong standing by the window. Shen Ning furrowed her brows. Did I not instruct you to rest? One must first witness the unfolding drama if it is worthy of attention. Ji Yucong replied with a faint smile. The guards of the estate exhibit great respect towards you. Shen Ning pondered for a moment, speculating. Perhaps it is because they were impressed by my martial skills during our training sessions. Ji Yucong chuckled lightly. It is likely due to your innate talent. After all, while martial arts can be learned by anyone, few achieve such rapid progress in just a few days. Shen Ning's performance in the training grounds over the past fortnight was indeed remarkable, earning the admiration of all practitioners. She gazed earnestly at him, studying his pale, yet undeniably handsome visage, which could not conceal his striking elegance. Ji Yucong raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. What troubles you? Shen Ning inquired indifferently. Were those ridiculous rumors circulating in the streets orchestrated by you? Why would you think so? Ji Yucong responded. People claim you are ruthless and unfeeling, that you kill without a second thought. Without your consent, Who would dare to spread baseless slanders about you? At her words, Ji Yutsong fell silent for a moment. It is unnecessary. Shen Ning turned her gaze to the window. I have never placed importance on reputation. How others perceive me or this marriage is of no concern to me. The more one fixates on the opinions of others, the more anguish one invites. I act solely in my own interest, Ji Yutsong stated. I do not wish for others to look upon me with pity, to say that I married a woman of tainted virtue. If they were to discover that I am the one who sullied your reputation, they would conclude that we are destined to be together, for I have ruined your purity, leaving you no choice but to wed me. Shen Ning shook her head. In that case, those lives lost would also be attributed to your account. Thus, they merely gossip without evidence, she mused quietly, observing the scene outside, where Qin Yanshu was being punished. Qin Yanshu came tonight to clarify. He claims that everything that transpired on the mountain was his doing. Ji Yutsong's voice turned icy. Then he rightfully deserves 30 strikes with the rod. Shen Ning remained silent. 30 strikes were far from sufficient. Everyone believed that Shen Ning was merely trying to safeguard her innocence. Yet she alone understood that the true harm inflicted upon her was the loss of a life. Therefore, Qin Yanshu must also pay with his own life. As for the dozen or so innocent maidservants and guards who met a tragic end, their lives should be repaid with the demise of the entire Qin family. Only when the Qin family is utterly extinguished can this debt of lives be settled. In the courtyard, the sound of punishment echoed heavily. Qin Yanshu's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, clinging desperately to the spring bench. He raised his gaze towards the door of the sleeping quarters, as if trying to see the person he longed for through that threshold. Yet, until the 30 strikes concluded and he was dragged away by the royal guards, Shen Ning remained absent. Ningat? I was wrong. Qin Yanshu struggled to speak, his voice laced with anguish and entreaty. Come out and see me, Ninger, please. Forgive me. I love you, Ning. 2 guards forcibly pulled him away. Shen Ning remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating how many generations has the Qin family thrived in Shengjing. Ji Yutsong raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Qin Yanshu did not resemble the refined scion of a century-old noble family. Shengjing had no true aristocracy. Those individuals merely adorned themselves with pretentious titles. Ji Yutsong's tone was indifferent, remarking that the founding of Yonggu had yet to reach a century, with only 3 emperors reigning through the current sovereign's lineage. The founding heroes had met their fates, some being executed, others relegated. The ancestral emperor had numerous consorts, yet none of the daughters of meritorious officials bore heirs. Ironically, it was those of lower ranks who successfully gave birth to princes and princesses. Even my mother was the daughter of a mere county magistrate. Shen Ning furrowed her brow in contemplation. So after the former emperor ascended, were all the consorts also daughters of low-ranking officials? Not all, Ji Yutsong answered, his voice remaining detached. The founding emperor was ruthless in his purges, yet he also needed to select talent extensively. The Qin family's uncle was the top scholar in the imperial examination 30 years prior, smoothly entering officialdom, serving as the deputy minister of personnel for over a decade. And eventually, his daughter was chosen for selection into the palace, leading to their present status. Shen Ning grasped the situation. Thus, the Qin family could also be considered of humble origin, with the Qin uncle as the first generation to establish their legacy. Are you interested in the history of Yonggu? Shen Ning shook her head. Not particularly. I simply feel that Madame Qin does not seem to be of noble descent, and Qin Yanshu does not appear to be a product of aristocratic upbringing, so I inquired casually, with no ulterior motive. Ji Yutsong nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. How did you endure the poison previously? Shen Ning turned to him. Did you simply bear it alone in the room? Ji Yutsong nodded. Until the true antidote is found, one can only endure. Do you believe you can discover the antidote? One can only do one's utmost and leave the rest to fate. Ji Yutsong replied. If fate wishes to take my life, there is no resisting it. Shen Ning's gaze turned peculiar. I never perceived you as one who resigns to fate. Ji Yutsong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly recalling something, and after a long silence, he asked, if you encountered a situation, would you accept fate? Never. Shen Ning replied without hesitation. In this world, Nothing could compel me to accept my fate. As long as I breathe, I shall not abandon the chance to turn the tide. Chapter 46. Patience is a virtue, even when cornered to the brink of despair, stripped of all pride and dignity, and reduced from a position of prominence to the depths of servitude. She never relinquished her sense of self. Although she ultimately could not reverse her fate, perhaps the heavens, moved by her indomitable spirit, granted her a chance for rebirth. Shining is a believer in destiny, yet she does not take her fate for granted. In a few days, I will introduce you to some people. Ji Yutsong turned around and gently ruffled Shining's hair, saying, "Should anything happen to me, with them around, you will remain safe. I will assist you." Shining calmly declined, "I do not require your people to protect me. However, if I manage to cure your poison, I hope you will not refuse my request for help in the future." She added, "After all, your life is quite precious. Even in matters of life and death, you ought to acquiesce." Ji Yutsong's lips curled into a smirk. "Even if you do not save my life, I shall always be at your service." "Why?" Shining inquired. "You are my wife, the one with whom I shall share this life. The closest of companions does not necessarily imply the most trustworthy," Shining retorted. "In this world, only interests endure through time." Ji Yutsong's expression grew solemn, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Among the countless souls in this world, many are adept at masquerading. Some are selfish and indifferent, while others feign affection with little sincerity. You must not judge the entirety of humanity based on a single misjudgment." With pursed lips, Shining gazed out the window. If the cost of misjudging a person is profoundly searing, it leaves an indelible mark for a lifetime. I can no longer afford to trust others. The price of misplaced trust is one I cannot bear again. "You have misunderstood something," Ji Yutsong attempted to persuade her. "To believe in someone does not necessitate complete dependence, nor does it mean relinquishing all trust." Shining furrowed her brows, unable to suppress her contemplation. To have affection for someone, yet not fully entrust them with her faith, could that still be considered love? She was uncertain. What she did know was that whether before or after their marriage, she was never one to depend easily on another. She was neither weak nor blind, and she did not perceive love as the most vital aspect of a woman's existence. She had not surrendered her power merely due to marriage, nor had she resigned herself to a life of domesticity, becoming a frail housewife. Yet, she had still been schemed against and harmed. For every day a thief operates, there exists no day a guard can remain vigilant. If a confidant harbors ill intentions, it is only a matter of time before they succeed. Indeed, the world contains both good and malevolent individuals, yet some masquerade as the finest of souls. Until the final moment, one can never discern that they are truly cold-hearted scoundrels. Shining's voice fell into silence, her eyes seemingly veiled in frost. "If not for that betrayal on the mountain, I might have genuinely accepted the marriage arrangement with Qin Yin Shu. But who can guarantee that he would not reveal his true nature after marriage? Today, he schemed against his fiancé in order to marry the princess of Pingyao, and in the future, he could just as easily deceive his beloved for the same reason. To achieve his objectives, he would resort to treachery, manipulation, and demotion of his wife to a concubine. Even more troubling is that, once a woman is married off, the man is supported by a whole entourage, while the woman stands alone. If they conspire together to bully her at that point, Shining would truly find herself in despair, with neither heaven nor earth responding to her pleas. Ji Yutsong, with his thin lips pressed together, considered refuting the notion that all men are like Qin Yin Shu, that there are indeed good men in this world. However, reflecting on his own character, which hardly qualifies him as virtuous, he found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, a degree of caution is not unwarranted. After all, being entrenched in power exposes one to constant schemes and betrayals from others. Placing unwavering trust in someone can lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, he still selfishly hoped she could place a bit more faith in him. Alas, one must not act with undue haste. Ji Yutsong spoke softly, "It is getting late. You should return and rest." Shining nodded, decisively turning to leave. Ji Yutsong gazed at her departing figure, his eyes lingering long after she had vanished from view. Chapter 47. What is so special about her? In the dead of night, chaos ensued in the Qin household. Qin Yinshu, gravely injured, was hurriedly brought back home. The expression on Madame Qin's face shifted dramatically, and in a state of panic, she commanded someone to summon a doctor. What has happened? What is going on? Yinshu. Qin Yinshu, in a daze and overwhelmed by pain, could scarcely utter a word. Carried into his chamber, the guards delicately laid him upon his bed. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes. "Mother, do not worry, What has happened to elder brother?" Qin Zhilan rushed in, accompanied by her maid. Her face etched with anxiety. What on earth has happened? She hastened to the bedside and froze upon seeing the appalling injuries on Qin Yinshu's body. How could he be so severely wounded? It must be that wretched Shen Ning who caused this calamity. Madame Qin, upon witnessing her son's condition, was engulfed by a mix of anger and concern. Her voice tinged with frustration as she seethed. "I warned you that woman was no good. I told you not to see her, yet you refused to listen. And now look what has become of you. This body covered in injuries." "Mother," Qin Yinshu trembled as he spoke, his teeth chattering involuntarily. "The regent's status is noble. You must refrain from further words. Be cautious of speaking ill. You are aware of the dangers of careless speech." Madame Qin, in her fury, nearly lost control, her voice rising as she confronted the regent's wife in the street. "How could you not know the perils of your words? Shouting the regent's wife's name in public. Did you not consider the consequences? Now you're suddenly aware of the repercussions? I see you've been completely bewitched by that little vixen, utterly oblivious to your own station." A searing pain coursed through Qin Yinshu's body as if hot oil had been poured over him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his garments. Each utterance felt like it tugged at his wounds, agonizingly piercing through him. Yet every word only seemed to ignite his mother's fury further. He clutched the pillow, weak and exhausted, and chose to close his eyes, opting for silence. Madame Qin was about to say more when a voice from outside called out, "Madam, the doctor has arrived. The country uncle has returned as well." A middle-aged physician hurried in, his medicine box in hand, urged on by the servants to move quickly, nearly stumbling as he entered the room. Upon assessing Qin Yinshu's injuries, the doctor was taken aback. "Young Master Qin is gravely injured?" Madame Qin's expression darkened, and she could hardly restrain her urge to reprimand. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she recalled that the physician was an outsider. Should her words about the regent's wife reach others, the consequences could be dire. What has transpired? A tall, slightly stout middle-aged man entered, clad in a purple robe, his voice laced with repressed anger. "Why is Yinshu hurt so badly? Just days ago, his wrist was broken, and now he has been beaten again? Can the Qin family not find a moment's peace?" Upon seeing him, Madame Qin's eyes reddened, and in a fit of rage, she scolded. "What worth is your position as country uncle? Your own son can be struck at will, insulted at will, and humiliated without consequence. You might as well resign from this role and take your entire family back to your hometown to spare yourselves from such disgrace." Upon receiving such a scathing rebuke, Uncle Qin's countenance darkened precipitously. He then turned his gaze towards his son, who lay prostrate on the bed, a mixture of astonishment and fury flooding through him. "Who possesses the audacity to lay such a heavy hand upon my son? I shall ensure they meet a most untimely demise." Madame Qin retorted icily. "The audacious individual in question is none other than the regent. Do you dare to wish him ill?" "I certainly." Uncle Qin suddenly faltered, his expression gradually solidifying. "What did you say?" Madame Qin replied coldly. "Yinshu visited the regent's residence tonight and returned in this state." Uncle Qin furrowed his brows. At such a late hour, what business could he have at the regent's estate? Madame Qin seethed. What else could it be? "It is all for that wretched Shen Ning. I cannot fathom what spell she has cast upon Yinshu, rendering him utterly infatuated with her." Previously, Madame Qin merely harbored disdain for Shen Ning. However, after this evening, her feelings had transformed into an all-consuming hatred, wishing nothing more than to flay her alive and erase her existence from this world. She would not let this matter rest. Tomorrow, she would certainly petition the palace for justice. The regent must provide them with a satisfactory explanation. It is said that punishment does not extend to noble families. Yinshu, after all, is the legitimate son of the duke's residence, a member of the royal family. No matter how exalted the regent's position, he cannot arbitrarily strike a legitimate heir of the royal kin. After examining Yin Shu's injuries, the physician turned to the Qin couple, his expression fraught with difficulty. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon the imperial physician to treat young Master Qin. The injuries sustained by the eldest son are grave, and I dare not proceed without caution. Moreover, certain rare medicinal herbs are only available within the palace. Please tend his wounds first, Uncle Qin interjected, frowning. I will send someone to the palace at once, but at this hour, the palace gates may already be locked, making it uncertain whether we can summon the imperial physician. Upon hearing this, the physician could only nod and proceed with a preliminary treatment for Yin Shu's injuries. In treating the wounds, it was necessary to cut away the clothing adhered to the injuries, which undoubtedly subjected the severely injured patient to a fresh round of agony. Yin Shu writhed in pain, his visage pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and low moans escaped his lips, echoing his suffering and stirring the hearts of those present. Madame Qin, observing nearby, vacillated between furious exclamations and tears of despair, imploring the physician to be gentle while simultaneously grinding her teeth in frustration at her son's disobedience. What merits does that Shun Ning possess to so thoroughly ensnare his heart? Had I known, I would have prioritized the marriage arrangements with Princess Pingyao, securing an alliance with the Duke's residence first. Once Shen Ning was wed, they would be free to manipulate her as they pleased. Relegating her to the status of a concubine would be no great matter. Now, however, the once innocent Shen Ning has become the regent's consort, elevated to a position of power, while the Qin family has become the subject of ridicule. Amidst his painful convulsions, Yin Shu, in a haze of dizziness, perceived a white mist enveloping his vision as fleeting images from the past cascaded before him. At 13, Shen Ning had engaged him in discussions of poetry, her youthful visage radiant in the sunlight, her gaze resolute as they vowed to be lifelong companions, steadfast until death. At the tender age of 14, Shen Ning began to experience the sweet shyness of adolescence. When occasionally met with his fervent gaze, a delicate blush would grace her cheeks. She expressed her reservations about the frequent meetings of engaged couples, fearing the whispers of onlookers. By 15, Shen Ning had taken to embroidering her wedding gown, eagerly anticipating the day she would don the garment she had crafted with her own hands to wed the man of her dreams. She considered herself fortunate, for most noble daughters were bound by the dictates of parental arrangements and matchmaking. She believed that her chance to marry her ideal partner was a blessing from the heavens and a testament to her parents' enlightenment. During that time, Qin Yin Shu would gaze upon her, feeling an overwhelming surge of joy and contentment. Countless times, he envisioned the sweetness of their married life, imagining a son and a daughter, with the elder brother safeguarding his sister, forming the warmest and happiest of families. Yet, the scene would abruptly shift as his mother informed him. The Empress Dowager has decreed that you are to marry the Princess of Pingyao. The princess wields a mysterious army that can secure the emperor's reign. But mother, I love Shen Ning, he protested. She is but a delicate girl, incapable of offering any assistance. Marrying her would be utterly futile. If you truly wish to marry her, she must settle for being a concubine, his mother replied coldly. She is the legitimate daughter of a duke. How could she ever accept such a fate? You must devise a solution. With a heart heavy with despair, Qin Yinshu yearned to argue his case. Yet he felt as though he were struggling in the depths of a fiery abyss. The torment of physical anguish intertwined with the bitterness of hopelessness, leaving him adrift, engulfed in endless suffering. Chapter 48. The husband as the wife's guiding principle after a night of careful contemplation. Shen Ning ultimately resolved to assist Ji Yucong in removing the poison. Firstly, because he had once bestowed a favor upon her. Secondly, as the regent's consort residing in the regent's palace, she would inevitably require the strength of the regent in the future. Thirdly, she simply wished to thwart the schemes of the Empress Dowager and the Empress's faction. Though she had retired late, it did not hinder Shen Ning from rising early. Upon her return to the Lingji Hall, Ling Feng no longer barred her entry and respectfully opened the door for her. Ji Yucong was seated within, reviewing official documents under the bright illumination of the hall. The noble and ethereal gentleman exuded an air of coldness and authority as he sat casually. Noticing Shen Ning's entrance, Ji Tsong's profound gaze fell upon her brow, detecting the signs of a restless night. "You did not sleep well last night. How could you tell?" she inquired, noticing the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Indeed, sleep had eluded her. Shen Ning approached and seated herself beside the desk, extending her hand. "Allow me to take your pulse." Ji Tsong fell silent at her words, setting down his pen and extending his wrist towards her, thoughtfully rolling up his sleeve. "What troubled your sleep?" Shen Ning replied calmly. "The matter of detoxification is rather intricate, and I am contemplating whether to take the risk." Ji Tsong's brows slightly furrowed. "Risk? The poison you are afflicted with is unfamiliar to me, as I have not studied it, but I can discern the components of the antidote and can formulate a new remedy." Shen Ning continued. "Eliminating the toxic elements from the antidote is not difficult, but we are still lacking a crucial catalyst." Yi Tsung frowned. "Catalyst? Do you understand why, despite consulting numerous physicians, none have been able to produce a genuine antidote?" Shen Ning revealed the answer. "It necessitates the use of a goo and requires the blood of a young maiden." Ji Tsung's expression momentarily shifted. "It must be blood infused with the scent of fragrant goo." Hearing the term goo would typically pale most faces, and for a physician to concoct an antidote, a willing maiden must be present, skilled in raising goo, with the technique precisely executed to ensure the timing of the blood extraction is exact while safeguarding the maiden's life. It is easier said than done. Many physicians harbor reservations and dare not attempt it. The antidote provided by the emperor contained all the correct ingredients, yet it included an erroneous component, the aphyllon, while lacking the necessary catalyst, rendering it only capable of alleviating your suffering while deepening your poisoning, until recovery becomes impossible and all remedies are in vain. Ji Tsung's gaze lowered, his countenance calm and unperturbed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Ling Feng entered, bearing the brewed tea, and upon witnessing Shen Ning taking Ji Tsung's pulse, his face betrayed no emotion. After silently presenting the tea, he quietly withdrew. Following the previous day's silver needle detoxification, he held an increased respect for Shen Ning's abilities, finding no surprise in her proficiency. Shen Ning withdrew her hand, lifted the teacup, and sipped delicately. "My dilemma last night lay in whether to risk myself for your sake." Ji Tsung remained silent for a moment before comprehending her implication, his brows knitting together. "You intend to use yourself as the catalyst?" "Indeed, no need for that." Ji Tsung, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined, asserting that he would not allow her to undertake such a risk. "When I broached this matter with you, it was a testament to my decision, one that I had contemplated thoroughly throughout the night." Shen Ning's tone was placid. There was no room for his interference. She was not seeking his counsel, but rather imparting the outcome. Ji Tsung's lips pressed into a tight line, his dark eyes heavy with resolve. "I cannot acquiesce to your intentions." Shen Ning raised an eyebrow. "Do you not comprehend my words? I have made my decision, and you possess no authority to obstruct it." "Shen Ning, do not forget your station." Ji Tsung rose to his feet, looking down at her from his elevated position. "You are my wife, and a husband's word must be heeded." Shen Ning scoffed. "And what if I choose not to comply?" Ji Tsung regarded her with a frigid gaze, an aura of frost enveloping his eyes, a chilling demeanor permeating the air. Alas, the stern and unyielding presence of the regent could intimidate others, yet held no sway over Shen Ning. She had never been one to bend to fear. "Just moments ago, I took your pulse. Your health is relatively stable today. If you wish to practice martial arts, do so. If you wish to review documents, proceed, though it would be prudent to prioritize rest." Shen Ning stood, turning gracefully to depart, but paused at the door, glancing back at him. "I have never appreciated being compelled by others to act against my will, nor being forbidden from doing anything, as such dictates only serve to provoke my defiance." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. However, just as she was about to exit the courtyard, the steward hurriedly approached. "Your Highness." Shen Ning halted her steps. "What is it?" "Madame Qin has entered the palace early to report to the Empress Dowager." claiming that the regent has dealt with young Master Qin through excessive measures. The matter has reached the emperor, who has demanded that both the prince and princess attend the palace. Shunning frowned, taken aback by Madame Qin's foolishness. Young Master Qin had committed a heinous act deserving of public outrage. A mere disciplinary measure was only a slight reprimand. How dare she escalate this to the Empress Dowager? Was she afraid that young Master Qin's misdeeds would come to light too late? Prepare the carriage. Ji Yutsong emerged from the hall, issuing a detached command. I shall accompany the princess to the palace. Very well. The steward complied and departed. Shunning turned her head languidly to look at him, her brows slightly arched. You intend to enter the palace now? Ji Yutsong regarded her with an impassive expression, despite his tall and slender stature and the cold demeanor of his brows and eyes. To Shunning, he bore an air of pretentious hardness. She smirked slightly and retreated to change her attire. After a brief interval, Ji Yutsong and Shunning settled into the carriage, making their way toward the imperial palace. Chapter 49. Ji Yutsong, do you harbor feelings for me? The atmosphere within the carriage was somewhat delicate. Shunning sat expressionless on the left, her posture erect, her exquisite features imbued with a serene indifference. Ji Yutsong occupied the right, his demeanor austere and dignified, exuding an air of noble detachment. The carriage glided smoothly along the broad streets of the upper city, the two seeming to compete in their coolness, enveloped in a protracted silence that rendered the air palpably oppressive. In the end, it was Ji Yutsong who broke the silence. The practice of witchcraft is absolutely prohibited within the royal family. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Do not seek excuses to deter me. Shunning interrupted. You need not presume my motives are for your benefit. I simply do not wish to lose a formidable ally. You will not lose such support, Ji Yutsong replied coldly. Before my demise, I shall ensure you possess the means for self-preservation. I could even enable you to become a bastion for others. None would dare to threaten you. If one were to disregard the implications of his words and assess their dialogue solely by the tone, it would indeed sound like an emotionless negotiation. The pitch bore no warmth, and their exchange was entirely businesslike. Who would envision this as a conversation between spouses? Shunning remarked coolly, if that is the case, I must rescue you once more. After all, one should not owe a significant favor lightly. Ji Yutsong's brow furrowed. A low pressure enveloped the carriage, akin to an early onset of a bitter winter, chilling to the bone. Yet, Shunning remained unfazed by this chill, even maintaining her composure as she deliberated with him. If you obstinately obstruct me, I shall have no choice but to devise a solution alone. Whether I succeed or encounter unforeseen circumstances remains uncertain. Should you acquiesce, I would appreciate your assistance in locating several skilled and trustworthy physicians to aid me. I will inform them of the necessary preparations, allowing them to act as my assistants, thereby ensuring prompt remedies in the event of any mishap, striving for absolute certainty. Ji Yutsong's gaze darkened, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. What if I were to chain you? At those words, the air seemed to crystallize. Shunning felt a rush of blood reverse course, her dormant memories flooding back like a deluge, rendering her vision momentarily obscured. She found herself transported back to those days of confinement. In the Stygian depths of her hellish prison, her limbs were shackled by iron. Reduced to the status of a hunted creature, devoid of dignity, her pride shattered into fragments. Shunning. The taut voice of the man resonated in her ears as she was abruptly enveloped in a warm embrace. His arms encircled her waist tightly, his breath a cool whisper cascading over her head. I am sorry, Shunning. I did not mean it that way. Snap back to reality. A sharp pain pierced through her, prompting her to release her clenched fist, staring blankly at her delicate palm, where distinct red marks marred her soft flesh. I should tend to my nails, she stated calmly, lest I inflict harm upon myself again. Ji Yutsong lowered his gaze to her head, overwhelmed with regret for his previous words, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. I apologize. I would never act in such a manner. It's just... Apologizing for what? Shunning finally regained her composure, suppressing the expression on her face. You may do as you wish. I have no right to impose my will upon you. Ji Yutsong trembled slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Nor can you demand that I refrain from certain actions. Ning tilted her head slightly, gazing at the soft, cascading smoke-like drapery, her demeanor indifferent and unfeeling. Song, my marriage to you was decreed by imperial edict. Under circumstances where I am unable to defy such an order and the situation favors me, I comply. However, I wish to avoid owing you too many favors while also seeking to leverage your influence for my own convenience. Thus, rescuing you is a prudent strategy one have contemplated thoroughly. Hence, you need not impede me, nor can you. Pausing for a moment, she added, of course, if you truly wish to bind me with chains, I would naturally be powerless to resist against you. You may attempt it. Song remained silent for a long while before speaking a low voice. I want tea. Want tea what? I want tea lock you up. Song carefully held her hand. I merely believe there are other methods we can explore. It is not necessary to resort to such risks. Even if I have made a decision now, from the onset of the curse to extracting the heart's blood for the antidote, it will take at least 2 months. This signifies that you will endure the torment of poison for 2 additional months. Ning replied in a flat tone. If you continue to delay, can you guarantee that you will surely find another means of detoxification? If no other antidote is discovered, do you plan to face death in such a manner? Song stated, from the day I learned of the poisoning, I have prepared for the worst. Song, do you have feelings for me? Song was momentarily taken aback, then tightened his lips. Why do you ask this? There is nothing particularly remarkable about me. Compared to those noble ladies, I am merely a bit ill-tempered, a bit headstrong, willing to endure hardships for the sake of martial training. These traits, when found in anyone, are merely rebellious, which ordinary men cannot tolerate. Ning's voice was calm. Even if they could, there is nothing worthy of admiration. Song remained silent for a moment. Who says there is nothing to admire? It is you who underestimates yourself. It is not underestimating. It is a matter of self-awareness, Ning replied. Being ill-tempered and cold-hearted can be achieved by the likes of Princess Jiahe. Enduring hardship for martial training can be accomplished by military generals. And being unscrupulous in one's endeavors can be done by treacherous ministers. You need not think of me as particularly special. Song furrowed his brow tightly. What if I consider you special? That would only prove that you indeed harbor feelings for me, to the point of being blind. Ning turned her gaze towards him, her eyes resolute. If that is the case, you have even less reason to prevent me, do you not? Is it not the desire of one who loves to grow old together? Grow old together? Song was taken aback, suddenly unsure of how to respond. A silence enveloped the carriage. After a long while, Song regained his voice. I have never thought about these things. He did not dare to contemplate how long he could live, let alone the notion of growing old together. I had not considered it before, but perhaps I can now. Ning withdrew her gaze, her voice as light as if discussing someone else's affairs. One must live to have infinite possibilities. Once dead, everything is lost. Adversity can be surmounted, difficulties can be overcome, and fate can be contended with. Yet, death remains uncompromising. Song remained silent, yet her words began to echo in his mind. Growing old together? With her? He contemplated the night he wed, spent in the study, sleepless, as he devised numerous plans. He believed that 2 years would suffice for him to orchestrate his schemes, for her to win over his loyal soldiers, and for her to uphold the regent's estate. Before his demise, he would ensure her safe passage to the frontier territory, where she would command an army of 400,000. Emerging as the invincible goddess of war of the young kingdom, the second regent, she was not a delicate soul. It was precisely her fierce independence that alleviated his concerns about her being coerced by imperial authority or falling prey to conspiracies. It was her cold and unyielding nature that assuaged his fears of familial betrayal through the bonds of blood. Yet, she urged him to ponder deeply whether he desired to grow old with her. Growing old together, a mere 4 words, yet they stirred a tempest within him, igniting warmth throughout his very being. Do you wish for me to grow old with you? He inquired softly. Ning replied with a calm demeanor. I am merely presenting a possibility. Your existence is a prerequisite for such a prospect. Song pressed his lips together, suddenly yearning for a definitive answer. I simply wish to know, do you wish to grow old with me? If you do not exploit me, do not conspire against me, do not seek my harm. Shun Ning's voice was cool and steady, and provided you can guarantee that you will live to see that day, I believe I have no other choice. Chapter 50. You speak with malice. Regardless of what transpires in the future, at this moment, they are undoubtedly a legitimate couple. They have been wed, having paid their respects to heaven and earth. Whether or not there is affection or trust between them does not alter this undeniable fact. The carriage slowly arrived outside the palace gates. The two sat silently within the carriage. Ji Yutsong's hand had already slipped from Shun Ning's waist, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her face, unwavering. Regardless of the underlying reasons, I am now the regent princess, your wife. Shun Ning's voice was devoid of emotion, flat and steady. As long as you live, I shall remain your wife, whether we grow old together or become estranged along the way. It ultimately hinges on one thing. Life itself must endure for those possibilities to exist. Ji Yutsong fell silent for a moment, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, you actually wish for my survival? Shun Ning glanced at him, finding his question peculiar. Your death would benefit me not at all. Why would I wish for you to die? Ji Yutsong's gaze deepened, as if surrendering to the moment. Allow me to ponder this for 2 days. Shun Ning responded with a brief acknowledgement and was the first to rise, striding towards the carriage. Regardless of how he deliberated, she was resolute in her intention to save him. The most burdensome obligation in this world is the debt of human kindness. Having lived once more, she wished to owe no one anything. Others, too, should not expect to owe her. Those who had wronged her in the past, the deep-seated grudges, she would settle them one by one. Upon entering the palace, they swiftly arrived at the Chonhua Palace. After the morning court session concluded, Ji Jin remained in the Chonhua Palace, absorbed in his reading, occasionally gazing out the window, lost in thoughts known only to himself. The significant matters of state did not require his decision-making. The chancellors and prominent ministers deliberated among themselves, even during the regent's moments of ailment. Governance did not fall to this young emperor, who had yet to assume power, as if he were merely a decorative figure. The regent was the true master of the young kingdom. Were it not for the frequent visits of the Qin family, seeking this and that, he might truly forget his role as the ruler of this court. Your Majesty, we implore you to intervene on behalf of Yin Shu. Madame Qin knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down her face as she lamented the regent's misdeeds. Yin Shu had been the cherished one of the Qin family since childhood. She had never dared to lay a finger upon him, yet the regent is utterly lawless. The expression of Empress Dowager Qin was frigid. Yin Shu was such a fine child, gentle, courteous, and always measured in his conduct. How could the regent be so intolerant of him? Ji Jin's eyes slightly lowered, his handsome visage illuminated by the morning light, revealing a hint of detachment and impatience. His gaze settled upon the pages of his book, and his voice was devoid of warmth. What was Yin Shu doing at the regent's residence last night? Regardless of his intentions, the regent has no right to impose personal punishment upon him. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened with fury, a shadow cast over her features. The legitimate son of a noble house ought never to be subjected to humiliation or violence, even under the late emperor's reign. The regent has increasingly disregarded my authority. With the Empress Dowager providing her unwavering support, Madame Qin felt emboldened, her tears flowing with a mix of fury and grievance. How tragic it was for Yin Shu to be sent home last night in such a deplorable state. Even the most experienced physician dared not intervene lightly, revealing the regent's true intent to harm him gravely. The regent has arrived. The regentess has arrived. The anxious voice of Zhou Feng echoed, accompanied by hurried footsteps as they entered the hall, tinged with a sense of unexpected unease. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the regent has come. Madame Qin froze in place, her accusations abruptly silenced. Ji Jin, seated upon the intricately carved golden dragon throne, changed slightly in expression upon hearing the announcement, instinctively tightening his grip on the book he held. How could the regent possibly be here? Although he had issued a decree for both the regent and his wife to attend, was it not true that the regent, having taken the antidote just yesterday, should be resting in his chamber, languid and unable to rise? He had anticipated that Shun Ning might be too fearful to appear, or perhaps she would come alone, accompanied by a few guards for protection. Yet, the notion of the regent and his wife arriving together was utterly unexpected. As his thought crossed his mind, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure approaching, and Ji Jin abruptly looked up. The regent and his wife entered the hall, hand in hand. One exuded a noble and austere air, while the other radiated an unparalleled cold beauty, together forming a pair that seemed destined to be. Their compatibility was enough to incite envy. Still kneeling on the ground, Madame Qin instinctively averted her eyes from the regent. "Why, Your Excellency?" The Empress Dowager sat rigidly in her chair, her gaze icy as she addressed him. "I have heard that you had Yin Shu beaten last night. What is the meaning of this?" Ji Yutsang's expression was stern and unyielding, and before he could respond, Shun Ning interjected, "Your Majesty has misunderstood. It was my command to have Qin Yin Shu punished. The regent has been resting since taking the antidote yesterday. You?" The Empress Dowager's anger flared instantly. "Regentess, you possess quite a boldness." Ji Yutsang walked past Madame Qin and took his seat on the second throne, his voice cold. "Why does Your Majesty not inquire what Qin Yin Shu has done? Regardless of his actions, he should not be subject to private punishment." The Empress Dowager retorted, her gaze fixed on Shun Ning. "Do not presume that your marriage to the regent grants you impunity. Punishment does not befall a noble," Shun Ning countered, "especially considering Yin Shu is the legitimate son of the duke's household, though regrettably, he is not a noble. Furthermore, he has committed a crime severe enough to warrant the destruction of his family. 30 lashes hardly seem worthy of Madame Qin's grievance." "What did you say?" The Empress Dowager's countenance shifted, her brows furrowing as she coldly replied, "Shun Ning, do not spread your deceptive words here." Leaning back casually in her chair, as if the palace were her own, Shun Ning continued, "Firstly, yesterday on the street, Qin Yin Shu audaciously called my name, an act of great disrespect. Secondly, as I am now married, his attempt to halt my carriage in public not only disrespects me, but disregards the propriety between men and women altogether. His noble demeanor is nothing but a facade, revealing a rather despicable nature. And most importantly," Shun Ning's gaze turned frosty, her voice chilling as if steeped in ice. "Do you know what Qin Yin Shu said when he came to the regent's estate last night? He confessed that the banditry in the outskirts was his doing, tarnishing my reputation and causing the deaths of over a dozen officials from our noble house. How shall this debt be reconciled?" As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the heavy atmosphere of the Chonghua Palace, the air thick with tension. "What did you say?" Lady Qin exclaimed, her astonishment morphing into a fierce anger as she fixed her gaze upon her. "Shun Ning, you are spewing baseless accusations. Yin Shu could never. Qin Yin Shu himself has openly admitted that this deed was his doing." Shun Ning's gaze was as frigid as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing the treachery hidden within hearts. "Before you come to complain, did you ever inquire about the misdeeds of your son? You speak nonsense." Lady Qin rose abruptly, vehemently denying the claims. "Yin Shu is honorable and would never commit such an act. He holds you in such high regard, desiring no one but you. What advantage would it serve him to frame you?" Ji Yutsang's expression darkened suddenly, his voice as cold as frost. "Lady Qin." Lady Qin's complexion paled, her throat tightening. "In any case, we cannot simply take the word of the regent's wife. There must be a motive behind Qin Yin Shu's actions, perhaps his desire to marry the princess of Pingyao." Shun Ning's tone remained icy, even if he admits it. "You shall not accept this accusation. Rest assured, I will continue to seek evidence. And I hope the Duke's house can withstand the wrath of the regent's palace when the time comes." Lady Qin's face turned ghostly white as she instinctively took a step back, feeling a chill envelop her. Is this a threat? It most certainly is a threat. How dare Shun Ning brazenly threaten the Duke's house in the presence of the Emperor and Empress Dowager? Chapter 51. Surface Nobility in the Rehua Palace. Silence reigned so profoundly that a falling needle could be heard. Ji Jin's eyes bore a trace of coldness as she furrowed her brows and said, "Regent Consort, please be mindful of your position. I have heard that the Emperor intends to take up governance next year." Shun Ning tilted her head to regard him, her voice icy. "A sovereign must govern with rigor, act with fairness, and discern right from wrong. If one cannot distinguish between loyalty and treachery, it is feared that they will not fulfill the responsibilities of an emperor. Presumptuous. The Empress Dowager rose abruptly, her fury directed at Shen Ning. You dare to accuse His Majesty of being a foolish ruler? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Summon the guards. The palace attendants fell to their knees in unison, trembling as they pleaded, "Pray, Your Majesty, temper your wrath." Shen Ning regarded the enraged Empress Dowager with an impassive expression, her peripheral vision catching the detached countenance of the youthful emperor, stirring within her a peculiar sensation. Zhou Feng, Ji Yucong spoke coldly. Summon the commander of the Imperial Guards. Zhou Feng stiffened, instinctively glancing at the emperor before bowing his head in acquiescence. Yes. The Empress Dowager's face darkened like water. The pressure she had cultivated over the years in the inner palace seemingly shattered in an instant. She had always believed herself to be composed. Yet the legitimate daughter of the Shun family possessed an uncanny ability to provoke fury. She was eager to ascertain if Shen Ning would dare to be so brazen without the protection of the regent. Ji Jin frowned. Why does the royal uncle wish to summon the commander of the Imperial Guards? Ji Yucong replied nonchalantly, before marrying me. The princess encountered a bandit attack in the outskirts, an event that inflicted nearly catastrophic consequences upon her. Ji Jin nodded slowly. I have also heard of this. I was concerned that the princess might be emotionally distressed, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. I had assumed the Duke's residence would dispatch someone to investigate. Yet they have not. Ji Yucong's tone remained indifferent. Since we are on this topic today, let the Imperial Guards look into the matter. Madame Qin was taken aback. Ji Jin tightened her grip on the scroll, pondering whether utilizing the regent's personal soldiers would not be more advantageous for uncovering the truth. Why involve the Imperial Guards? Commander Liu Yin of the Imperial Guards, a formidable talent bestowed by the late emperor upon Ji Jin, was loyal solely to him. Possessing exceptional martial skills and a proud disposition, an individual not easily managed. Did the regent intend to leverage this opportunity to eliminate Liu Yin? A chill gradually enveloped Ji Jin's heart. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the Qin family and the Empress Dowager's repeated provocations against Shen Ning had likely incurred the wrath of the regent. Was he thus seeking to teach them a lesson? The Empress Dowager clearly recognized the gravity of the situation, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Regent. Yin Shu could not possibly engage in such acts. I believe either the regent consort has misheard, or Yin Shu spoke in haste. He is of royal blood, raised with the utmost care. How could he commit such a despicable act? Whether it was he who did this can be determined by the Imperial Guards. Ji Yucong's tone remained frigid, offering little regard for the Empress Dowager. Nobility is merely a faade behind closed doors. The true nature of those esteemed families remains known only to themselves. Even the palace is tainted, so how can one expect those of high birth to be any cleaner? The appearance of nobility and purity is merely for the eyes of others. Once the doors are shut, the higher the status, the more sordid the deeds within. After a brief moment, Commander Liu, clad in a commanding uniform, entered and knelt on one knee. Your humble servant, Liu Yin, pays his respects to your majesty. To the regent, and to her highness the Empress Dowager. The atmosphere within the hall fell momentarily still. Madame Qin displayed an expression of unease, sensing that she had arrived at the wrong place and, more critically, at the wrong time. Such a misstep was poised to bring immense calamity upon the Qin family. Liu Yin, the matter of my consort being assaulted in the outskirts is now entrusted to you. You have 3 days to uncover the truth. Should you fail to provide a definitive answer, you shall no longer hold the title of Commander of the Imperial Guard, Ji Yucong stated, his tone frigid and resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Your Highness, Ji Jin interjected, his expression tightening. It has been quite some time since the incident. Any trace of evidence may have long since vanished. Even should Commander Liu exert his utmost efforts, it may not be feasible. He has confessed to being the mastermind behind it all. Ji Yucong's voice turned icy. I shall not hinder you from employing any means necessary, as long as results are obtained. Regent, Yin Shu is innocent. He is truly innocent. Madame Qin's complexion turned pale as she fell to her knees with a thud, desperately defending her son. I admit he harbors lingering feelings for the consort, but he is merely a man of deep loyalty and affection. He would never conspire against the consort. I implore the regent to see reason. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth. Liu Yan, have you comprehended my words? Ji Yucong ignored Madame Qin's agitation, his cold gaze fixed upon Liu Yan. I expect results within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Liu Yan felt a weight in his heart, discreetly raising his gaze to the emperor, already sensing that the regent's assignment would not be easily accomplished and could very well lead him into a predicament. He was no fool. He understood the implications. The regent was clearly targeting Qin Yanshu. If this truly was the doing of Qin Yanshu, uncovering it would mean the downfall of the Duke of State. An outcome the regent would not overlook. Conversely, failing to uncover the truth would render him ineffective in his duties, and the regent would not spare him, potentially replacing him with one of his own subordinates. The emperor, too, would find himself in a quandary, whether to protect the Qin family or to safeguard his own commander. Liu Yan, why do you still linger? Ji Jin's voice cut through, coldly urging. Did you not hear what the regent said? Liu Yan snapped back to attention, quickly bowing his head in compliance. Yes, your humble servant shall investigate forthwith. With that, he hastily rose and departed. Ji Yucong stood, unreservedly taking the hand of Shun Ning, then turned to Ji Jin. The consort spoke wisely. As a sovereign, if one cannot discern right from wrong, nor distinguish loyalty from treachery, I shall deem the emperor unfit to govern. Perhaps the time for direct rule should be postponed. Having uttered these words, he did not wait for the emperor or the empress dowager to respond, but simply left with Shun Ning in tow. Regent, please hold, Ji Jin spoke calmly. I have matters of significance to discuss with you. Ji Yucong paused briefly, his tone indifferent. I shall await the emperor in the study. Chapter 52. An ominous foreboding having uttered his words, he strode away with resolute steps. The empress dowager remained frozen in her chair, unable to comprehend the gravity of what she had just heard. The regent indeed harbored ambitions akin to a wolf. He sought to seize power and had no intention of allowing the emperor to govern independently. The empress dowager cast a cold gaze upon her ineffectual son. As the sovereign of a nation, how could you allow the regent and his wife to trample upon your dignity in such a manner? What does mother suggest I do? Ji Jin's eyes lifted slightly, his gaze as frigid as snow. The Qin family was supposed to be my support. I had believed they would be a source of reliance. Yet recently, I have come to realize that the Qin family merely hinders me, continuously embroiling me in trouble. Pray, tell me, mother, what should I do? Madame Qin's complexion turned ashen as she knelt in fear on the ground. Your Majesty, Aunt, please return. Ji Jin slowly turned his head, his eyes radiating a hint of cold severity. If Qin Yanshu cannot control his words and actions, then should any further conflict arise with the regent's household, I implore you, do not disturb my tranquility in the palace. With that, he rose and departed. Madame Qin felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Has the emperor turned his back on the duke's household? He has yet to secure his throne, and already he has abandoned his maternal uncle's family? Whom does he expect to support him in his governance? Empress Dowager. Madame Qin raised her head, her eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Yanshu has suffered so greatly at Shun Ning's hands. Is it to be left unresolved? The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened as she silently observed the emperor's retreating figure. The youth was tall and slender, imbued with an innate nobility. Yet, despite his high birth, he was but 15 years old. The art of kingship had not yet been fully mastered, and the late emperor's untimely demise thrust the burden of state upon this young boy. Externally, enemies lurked with watchful eyes, while internally, the regent held sway over the court. Moreover, his several imperial brothers secretly awaited the moment when the emperor and the regent might mutually exhaust one another. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing that the emperor might also be weary. The constant maneuvering with the regent and the court officials had surely drained him. The tumultuous affairs of the Qin family would only exacerbate his vexation. A tide of regret surged within her. She ought not to have pressed her son further. Instead, She should have provided him with ample time and support, empowering him to confront the regent rather than inciting his wrath. Retracting her gaze, she exhaled softly and rose to leave. What on earth is happening with Yan Shu? Xin Ning is already married to the regent. Why does he continue to provoke her? Madame Qin followed closely behind, her complexion pale. He is still unable to let go of Xin Ning. Xin Ning is now the regent's wife. He must relinquish his feelings. The Empress Dowager proclaimed angrily, "Should such matters arise again, I shall not be able to save him." Madame Qin wrung her handkerchief. Are we to let this pass? The Empress Dowager certainly wished for no such resolution. Yet with the regent holding leverage over Qin Yanshu, what choice remained? To further offend the regent would only render the emperor's situation more precarious. Her expression dark as water. She recalled the words exchanged between the regent and Xin Ning, her brows knitting with severity. What has become of those mountain bandits? Mountain bandits? Madame Qin's heart sank with foreboding, as the implications of the Empress Dowager's words dawned upon her. The Empress Dowager halted her steps and turned to face her. Those bandits were not conceived by you? Not at all, Madame Qin replied, utterly bewildered. I know nothing. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden spark of realization flickered in her mind, rendering her ashen. Could it be that what Xin Ning said is true? Are these indeed the machinations of Yan Shu? The expression on the Empress Dowager's face darkened to an extreme. So, you are entirely unaware of what he discussed at the regent's residence? Madame Qin, in a daze, shook her head. I know nothing at all. The Empress Dowager clenched her teeth and coldly commanded, hurry back home and inquire of Yan Shu. If he is indeed responsible, ensure he tidies up his affairs post-haste. Madame Qin, her demeanor slightly flustered, replied, very well, I shall return immediately. Chapter 53. No one can bully her upon departing from the Chonhua Palace. Ji Jin commanded coldly, Zhou Fang. At your service, the servant replied. Summon Princess Pingyao to the palace. Yes. Zhou Fang took his leave. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Ji Jin discovered that Xin Ning had already departed. Ji Yutsong stood alone before the imperial desk, gazing at the pile of documents and the calligraphy practice sheet that Ji Jin had honed in his leisure. The ink stroke, vigorous and poised, leaped vividly upon the paper, shedding the naivety of youth, embodying the unique majesty of an emperor. It served as a constant reminder that in times of vulnerability, one must exercise patience. Your Highness. Ji Jin regarded Ji Yutsong, who stood at the desk, a slight tightening at the corners of his mouth, an unusual gleam flashing in his eyes before he averted his gaze, directing it towards the calligraphy sheet. This is my handwriting. What do you think, Your Highness? While the characters are indeed beautiful, the heart lacks sufficient strength, Ji Yutsong replied in a calm tone, unable to conceal his impatience and thoughts. Ji Jin lowered his gaze. I am still young. In a few years, I should be able to compete with you, Your Highness. For ordinary families, youth may serve as an excuse, Ji Yutsong remarked. In the imperial family, incompetence is simply incompetence. From the moment you ascended the throne, you forfeited any excuse. The fate of the inept is singular. Ji Jin fixed his gaze upon the character for patience on the desk, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. Both you and I are scions of the royal lineage, bound by blood as uncle and nephew. If you so wish, we could even be as close as father and son. Ji Yutsong stood with his hands clasped behind him, his chilling gaze resting upon Ji Jin. Were it not for the monthly need for an antidote, I might have truly believed your words. That is the doing of Father Emperor. It has nothing to do with me. Ji Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. I hold great respect for you, Your Highness. I desire to coexist peacefully, like any ordinary uncle and nephew or father and son. If I falter, you may discipline me as Father Emperor did during his lifetime. I would understand that you act for my benefit, rather than viewing me as an adversary, as is the case now. Ji Yutsong interrupted him. I'm still young enough not to have a son as old as you. Ji Jin's voice faltered, a barely perceptible pull at the corners of his mouth. If Your Highness truly cherishes the regent's consort, I shall treat her well in the future. However, you should not openly confront the Empress Dowager. This was a compromise from the nephew to the uncle, an act of weakness from sovereign. Whether the emperor wishes to treat her well holds little influence over her. Ji Yutsong moved to a nearby chair and sat down, his tone now laced with indifference and nonchalance. My wife, naturally, I shall protect. No one can bully her. Ji Jin's gaze darkened, a hint of displeasure crossing his handsome features. She is merely a woman. Is she truly worthy of such protection from you? Ji Yutsong's expression remained aloof. Does the emperor have no other matters at hand? Ji Jin pressed his lips together. I merely wish for you not to oppose me. I do not desire enmity with you. If the emperor can exhibit the demeanor and responsibility befitting a sovereign, rather than indulging the empress dowager in her antics, recklessly tarnishing the royal family's reputation, I shall consider a peaceful coexistence with you. Ji Yutsong's demeanor was calm, exuding an air of profound indifference. After all, the emperor had just stated that they were uncle and nephew, and thus there was no basis for hostility. Ji Jin fell into a moment of silence, as if seeking to elucidate. Before the emperor's passing, the empress had enjoyed unchallenged authority in the harem, with the consorts obediently following her commands. Now, with the sudden emergence of a defiant individual, the empress might find it difficult to accept, and I shall endeavor to counsel her. Besides the unruly Shun Ning, the regent's overreach was also a source of insecurity for the empress dowager. Her fury stemmed from an inner turmoil of anger and unease. Ji Jin was not oblivious to the dowager's aspirations to elevate the Qin family, wishing to position them at the pinnacle of the prominent families in Yonhua. However, as the nation had been established for less than a century, the Qin family was hardly a noble lineage, lacking the deep foundations to support such prominence. Excessive glory would only lead to their ruin. Yet, there was no need to convey such thoughts to Ji Yutsong. Regaining his composure, Ji Jin returned to the matter at hand. I have reviewed the documents sent by Nanzhao. What are your intentions, uncle? Ji Yutsong's voice was frosty. Nanzhao's current situation is precarious. They lack the qualifications to negotiate with Yonhua. We shall see how it unfolds when they arrive. Ji Jin acknowledged with a sound. Ji Yutsong's gaze bore down upon him, a weighty pressure emanating from his brows and eyes, instilling a sense of solemnity. If the emperor aspires to be a wise sovereign, he must understand that internal strife only serves to weaken the nation and grant opportunities for external foes to invade. Ji Jin replied placidly, I understand. Ji Yutsong's tone turned icy. Focus your thoughts on state affairs rather than harboring apprehensions towards me. You, a mere youth still reeking of milk, would not be seated upon the throne if I truly wished to oppose you. Ji Jin's expression shifted subtly, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts, remaining silent. Qin Yenshu must bear the consequences of his actions. Ji Yutsong stood, stating coldly, if the emperor desires to govern independently and manage the affairs of Yonhua, he must first embody fairness and rigor, rather than openly shielding others. Otherwise, even if I were to delegate power to you, the court would not yield to your authority. Ji Jin remained silent for a moment, humbly accepting. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I comprehend. Ji Yutsong chose not to elaborate further and departed. Ji Jin stood before the hall, silently observing the retreating figure, his gaze shrouded in inscrutable depths, a shadowy uncertainty lingering in his eyes. Chapter 54. The reluctance to ascend recently. Princess Pingyao welcomed a new addition to her entourage, a young gentleman by the name of Qin Yuma, a legitimate son of the Qin family. At just 18 years of age, he is in the prime of his youth, exuding vigor and charm. Polite, humble, and possessing a commendable intellect, he has quickly endeared himself to the princess. Although Qin Yuma's appearance is handsome, it pales in comparison to the more flamboyant youths often seen around the princess's court. However, over the years, the princess has often been surrounded by compliant and beautiful young men, making Qin Yuma's reserved demeanor a refreshing rarity. The princess found him intriguing, so much so that on his very first night in the palace, they shared an unforgettable evening together. I am 5 years your senior, she teased, playfully caressing his face, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Do you find me disagreeable? Qin Yuma, reclining against the couch, shook his head. I would not dare to find fault with your highness. The princess inquired, is it out of fear or inability? Neither fear nor inability, he replied, gazing into her noble features. Your Highness possesses wealth, power, and beauty. I am but a mere illegitimate son. What right have I to criticize you?" Princess Pingyao smiled with genuine delight. "Then if I were to elevate you to greatness, would you betray me?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yumor responded, "I have no desire to ascend." The princess was taken aback. "Why is that?" "Those who rise to greatness often pay a steep price." He sighed softly, as if bearing the weight of countless experiences. Reaching a higher position may breed greater ambitions and desires. Human nature cannot withstand such trials. Princess Pingyao fell silent for a moment, her gaze revealing a hint of fascination. "You truly do not resemble an 18-year-old. To me, 18 is no longer youth," Qin Yuma stated. "Not in my eyes," the princess chuckled, acknowledging the significance of their age difference. Just as Qin Yuma was about to speak, a respectful voice interrupted from outside. "Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence in the palace." Frowning slightly, the princess expressed her distaste. "Have a messenger wait." "Understood," Qin Yuma surmised. "You do not wish to enter the palace? What is there to desire in the palace?" Princess Pingyao turned his face towards her and planted a kiss on his cheek. "It is far more enjoyable to linger here with you." Upon hearing the term linger, Qin Yuma couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, perhaps it is best you go to the palace. I shall accompany you later this evening." "Very well, be a good lad and wait for me at home," she instructed, pinching his cheek playfully. "Do not wander." "Of course." Princess Pingyao rose to change into her attire, donning an exquisite deep red gown that exuded an aura of nobility, shedding the earlier mirth and casualness. Qin Yuma escorted her to the palace entrance, standing on the steps as he watched Princess Pingyao depart, surrounded by her attendants and guards, a faint smirk playing on his lips. In this world, individuals are born into varying fates. Some require little effort to enjoy a lifetime of opulence and luxury, living as exalted beings. Others struggle in the mire for a lifetime, finding it difficult to attain even the most basic desires for sustenance and comfort. Some individuals can effortlessly determine the fate of others with a mere utterance, while others languish in the dust, clinging to life, uncertain of tomorrow. The notion of superiority? Qin Yumuo scoffed at the idea. Today, one might exalt him as a paragon of virtue, yet a mere change of heart tomorrow could cast him into the mire. Given this reality, what purpose is served in indulging in impractical musings? A group of young men approached, standing at the steps of the hall, gazing up at him. "It is rumored that the princess intends for you two brothers to serve one wife together. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Qin Yumuo regarded them with a calm demeanor, a chilling curve gracing his lips. "Do I possess the authority to intervene in the princess's decree? Are you truly resigned to your fate?" The question echoed with absurdity. A flicker of pity seemed to cross Qin Yumuo's features. "Whether or not I accept my fate, what difference does it make? Must I cling to my pride, struggling and proclaiming my unyielding spirit to demonstrate my noble character? I am not noble in the least." He brushed his sleeve dismissively and turned to enter the hall. "The princess has asked me to wait for her return. You may leave now." The young men exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Qin Yumuo's demeanor, seemingly placid yet decidedly difficult to contend with. Some felt a twinge of discontent, envious of Qin Yumuo's fortunate position. Despite sharing the same status, why was it that Qin Yumuo could access the princess's private quarters while they could not even approach the door? Qin Yumuo pondered this very question. Serving one wife together? Leaning against the screen, he contemplated the phrase and suddenly chuckled. While he did not consider it a cause for celebration, he also found no reason for distress. After all, the dignity of their family seemed irrelevant to them. The illegitimate sons. It was only the head of the household and his legitimate offspring who truly cared. Circumstances often align in peculiar ways. When Princess Pingyao entered the palace, she encountered the regent prince exiting. Their carriages met, and the atmosphere fell silent. The guard stationed before the carriage reported, "Ahead is the regent prince's carriage." "Your Highness, should we yield the way? Hasn't the royal uncle always ridden on horseback? When did he take to the carriage?" Princess Pingyao reclined languidly in her carriage, her expression indifferent. "Please convey my regards to the royal uncle, inquiring if he is unwell. Should he be, I shall grant him passage. The guard's complexion paled in fear as he turned to approach the regent prince's carriage, bowing his head and inquiring loudly, "Your Highness." "The princess sends her regards to the regent prince." A cold voice emanated from within the carriage. "Well," a single word, succinct and to the point. The guard returned to Princess Pingyao's carriage, reporting, "Your Highness, the regent prince responds with well." "Then go ask if the royal uncle is willing to yield the way." "Your Highness, that is the regent prince." Of course, she was well aware of his identity. Princess Pingyao contemplated the emperor's summons to the palace, considering that the regent prince had just exited. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, prompting her to frown. Never mind. The guard was perplexed. "Your Highness the princess? I no longer wish to enter the palace," she declared. By the command of Princess Pingyao, change direction and return home. The eunuch bearing the imperial edict turned pale. "Your Highness, the emperor is still awaiting your presence in the palace. Inform the emperor that I encountered the regent on my way and, feeling disheartened, have chosen not to proceed," Princess Pingyao stated, clearly unwilling to elaborate further, and commanded the coachman to head back. The eunuch, left alone in the wind, was bewildered. Once the princess's carriage departed, the carriage of the regent proceeded smoothly. Shen Ning wore a subtle expression. This princess is indeed an intriguing figure. Ji Yucong merely grunted in response, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Shen Ning chose not to speak further. Chapter 55. The imperial decree to enshrine a consort news from outside the palace swiftly reached within its confines. Upon hearing the eunuch's report of the decree, Ji Jin remained silent for a considerable time. The eunuch knelt on the ground, his heart racing, his complexion pale with fear. The regent had said nothing, and the grand princess had returned on her own? Yes, the servant had clearly overheard. The eunuch nervously replied that the grand princess merely sent her guards to inquire after the regent's well-being, to which he responded with a single word, "Well," and nothing more. After some contemplation, the grand princess had inexplicably departed. Seated in the dragon throne behind the imperial desk, Ji Jin's eyelids drooped slightly, his profile obscured by shadows. His gaze fluctuating between light and darkness, rendering his emotions indiscernible. A chilling breeze seemed to waft through the hall, a palpable tension in the air. After a lengthy pause, Ji Jin finally spoke in a subdued tone. "You may leave." "Yes." A figure clad in black seemingly materialized from thin air, kneeling on the ground. "At your service." "Did the regent take the antidote yesterday?" "I am unaware," the black-clad figure replied, his voice taut with apprehension. It was only mentioned in whispers that the regent's consort had taken the antidote to the regent's main residence, where he was poisoned each time, but Ji Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. "But what?" "The regent's consort requested a set of silver needles." "Silver needles?" Ji Jin's brow furrowed. "What is their purpose? For testing or for alleviating the poison?" "I'm not entirely sure," the black-clad figure responded, "but the regent's consort also purchased a variety of medicinal herbs yesterday. Over 30 kinds." At this revelation, Ji Jin let out a cold laugh. Does she intend to concoct an antidote? How presumptuous. That indeed raises suspicion, the black-clad man ventured. "The regent's consort has never been known for her medical expertise, yet I investigated yesterday. Despite the multitude of herbs she acquired, 17 of them correspond to antidote formulas. It seems rather unusual for her to discern the components of an antidote in such a short time. She merely happened upon some correct choices from her 30-plus herbs. It is hardly remarkable." Ji Jin dismissed the notion, clearly unconvinced that a sheltered noblewoman could possess such medical prowess. Moreover, even if she managed to gather all the necessary ingredients, she could not possibly craft an antidote. Rather than accept the notion that Shen Ning was adept in medicine, he would prefer to believe that the regent had discreetly summoned a physician to identify the antidote's components, deliberately sending Shen Ning to procure the herbs to obfuscate their judgment. After all, the regent, with his lofty status, would find it considerably easier to seek out renowned physicians, whereas Shen Ning, as the legitimate daughter of a duke, had grown up in the inner chambers and, having no chronic ailments, had never sought out a master physician for instruction. It was unfathomable that she could possess such refined medical skills. Nonetheless, the regent's condition today was indeed abnormal. Ji Jin's eyes darkened with contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he turned and commanded, "Zhou Fang, at your service. Draft an edict at once, enshrining the second daughter of the duke's household, Shun Yin, as consort Hui. Select 2 nurturing matrons from the palace to instruct her in etiquette for half a month. On the second day of next month, bring her into the palace." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Rising, Ji Jin approached the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure tall and erect. This posture, this demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the aloof and commanding man who wielded power. The slender figure of the youth seemed somewhat frail, lacking the robust stature of a grown man, and he did not possess the calm demeanor and commanding presence of a seasoned general. Zhou Fang withdrew his gaze, lowering his eyes to draft an edict. When the imperial decree to confer the title of concubine arrived at the duke's residence, the atmosphere, which had been stifled and subdued for over half a month, suddenly burst into life. Madame Shen knelt in stunned silence, almost convinced she had misheard, while Shun Yin reacted the quickest, incredulously raising her gaze to the eunuch delivering the message. "The emperor has conferred upon me the title of concubine." The eunuch nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, congratulations to Miss Shen. How wonderful! How wonderful!" Shun Yin could hardly contain her exhilaration, promptly reaching out to accept the decree, slipping a pouch of silver to the eunuch. "Thank you, esteemed eunuch." "You are too kind," he replied, pocketing the silver, and offered his congratulations once more before taking his leave. "Brother, did you hear that? I have been conferred as a concubine." Shun Yin turned to Shun Shuren, her joy spilling forth. "I am now the emperor's concubine. Shen Ning will have to bow and kneel before me in the future. Yinner, be cautious with your words." Madame Shun interjected urgently. A concubine entering the palace must not be so reckless, displaying emotions so openly. Shun Yin immediately tempered her exuberance, realizing it was merely her overwhelming happiness. "Mother, I have become a concubine. The duke's residence is now akin to the emperor's in-laws. What nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Shun's expression darkened. "It is the empress's father who is truly the emperor's in-law. You are merely a concubine. Do not speak so frivolously." After being reprimanded several times for her indiscretions, Shun Yan's countenance soured. To avoid further missteps, she chose to remain silent. "Mother need not worry. Did that eunuch not say that a matron would come to teach my sister the palace's rules?" Shun Shuren spoke gently in reassurance. "Even if our residence is not the duke's palace, we will indeed be part of the imperial family. Should my sister gain favor in the palace, given our family's lineage, being elevated to empress is not an impossibility." Madame Shun cautioned, "Such talk is acceptable at home, but outside, it must not be uttered recklessly." Shun Shuren nodded. "I understand. Mother, you can be at ease." As the mother and son conversed, Shun Yan's thoughts lingered on Shun Ning. The regent currently wielded immense power, yet this realm ultimately belonged to the emperor. Once she entered the palace, her status would surpass that of Shun Ning, and with a mere command, Shun Ning would be obliged to come to her and pay her respects. If the regent were to fall from grace, it would be even better. Without the regent's protection, what strength would Shun Ning possess to oppose her? At that time, if she commanded her to enter the palace, she would have no choice but to comply. If she ordered her to kneel, she would have to kneel, should she remain rebellious. The thought of Shun Ning's cold and defiant temperament brought a sinister smile to Shun Yan's lips. It would be best if she continued in her obstinacy, for that would afford Shun Yan a legitimate reason to thoroughly torment her, shattering her pride and spirit, reducing her to a state of submission. Shun Yan raised her hand to caress her own face. The pain and humiliation from that day as slap still lingered. She was determined to reclaim her justice. "Shun Ning, I will ensure that all that you have inflicted upon me is repaid tenfold, 100-fold." There was an air of haste about this decree of concubinage. Something about it felt rather abrupt. Madame Shun harbored hidden concerns, ultimately voicing her unease. It was evident that the emperor wished for the duke's residence to unwaveringly support him, utilizing them to contend with the regent. However, despite the duke's illustrious standing, they paled in comparison to the regent. In recent days, Madame Shun had come to a stark realization. Even the emperor, the sovereign of the realm, found himself ensnared. So what significance did the duke's residence hold? Should the emperor successfully seize power, they would share in the glory. Yet, if he were destined to be a mere puppet, then the empress dowager and all those behind the emperor would inevitably become mere cannon fodder. With Shun Yin now in the palace, the Shun family had irrevocably crossed a threshold. "Mother, why are you so pessimistic?" Shun Yin furrowed her brow, her spirits utterly dampened by her mother's words. "The emperor is the son of heaven, the master of this world. The regent merely governs on his behalf, and, considering he has been poisoned, who can say how long he might survive?" Shun Shuren's expression shifted slightly as he sternly interjected, "Yinner, regardless of the circumstances, the imperial edict has been issued. We shall discuss this upon your father's return." Yet, Madame Shun remained somewhat unsettled. The regent's longevity was a matter for the future, but for now, he wielded significant power, and the emperor had no choice but to heed him. Whether this marriage could truly materialize was still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Shun Yin nearly crushed the handkerchief in her grasp. Did her mother and elder brother only know how to douse her hopes? When Shun Ning married the regent under dubious circumstances, they had not exhibited such anxiety. Now, with the emperor bestowing upon her the honor of becoming a consort, rather than rejoicing, they seemed to anticipate calamity. Could they not wish her even a modicum of good fortune? Shun Yin brooded darkly, determined to marry the emperor. She envisioned the day when Shun Ning would kneel before her, respectfully addressing her as Your Majesty, while humbly admitting her past transgressions, pleading for mercy. In that moment, she vowed to trample Shun Ning beneath her feet, avenging herself thoroughly. Chapter 56, Revisiting Old Accounts after the emperor's decree to bestow the title of consort was announced. It was naturally known throughout the court. Ji Yutsong received the report with little discernible reaction, merely issuing a command: "Send someone to consult the Empress Dowager," allowing her to select 2 stern wet nurses to instruct the new consort at the duke's residence. Upon the new consort's arrival at the palace, her every word and action would reflect the dignity of the royal family, and thus must not be neglected. The subordinate acknowledged and departed. Ji Yutsong gazed out at the vast royal estate for a moment before turning and making his way into the inner courtyard, heading directly to the Jinlin courtyard. At noon, Lan Ji, accompanied by her maidservants, had already begun to prepare lunch. As Ji Yutsong stepped into the room, Shun Ning emerged from the inner chamber, having changed her attire, ready to dine. "I have come at the perfect time to share lunch with you," Ji Yutsong declared as he seated himself before her. "I shall be staying in your chamber tonight." Shun Ning slowly raised her gaze. "You did not come on our wedding night. What brings you here tonight?" "I did not appear on our wedding night, nor did I hear you lament," Ji Yutsong replied with a tone of indifference. "Why are we revisiting old accounts this evening?" "This is not an old account," Shun Ning stated, taking a bite of her meal before continuing. "At this moment, it is inappropriate for us to engage in overly intimate conduct." The maidservants in the room lowered their heads, somewhat unaccustomed to the directness of the princess's speech. Matters of the boudoir were traditionally veiled in discretion, and even when discussed, they were typically reserved for private exchanges between husband and wife. Their princess, however, exhibited not only a cold demeanor, but also a remarkable lack of feminine modesty. "Why is that?" Yi Sunk inquired. "You know the answer," Shun Ning replied, dismissing the maidservants with a wave of her hand. It was not due to shyness in discussing such matters publicly, but rather that some conversations ought not to be overheard by anyone. "Firstly, I have made it quite clear today. If you wish for me to concoct an antidote, you must ensure that I remain a maiden. Secondly, if you cannot guarantee your longevity, then it is unwise for me to risk bearing children at this time." "Children?" Ji Yutsong was taken aback, surprised that their conversation had veered into such territory. Yet, after a moment of silent contemplation, he found himself pondering. If they were to have a child, it would indeed be a source of unparalleled joy and anticipation for him. Suppressing his fluttering heart, Ji Yutsong spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. "So, my marriage is akin to being unmarried?" Shun Ning met his gaze. "Are you contemplating divorce, then?" Ji Yutsong was momentarily taken aback by her calm and steady eyes, his typically rigid expression softening slightly. "I have no such thoughts at present," he replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, though his tone remained authoritative and firm. You are my wife for life. Unless I die, you shall have no opportunity to leave. Ning nodded. So you indeed wish to grow old together with me. This was a statement of fact rather than a question. Ji felt a stirring within, as hearing those 4 words in succession today had instilled in him an undeniable sense of anticipation. If that is your desire, it is acceptable, he conceded. Then you must ensure your own survival first, Ning declared, setting down her chopsticks with resolve. Ji we are husband and wife. Though for the time being, I do not regard you as the most intimate person in my life, nor do I dare to make any promises. We are allies, and I wish for your survival. Ji inquired, who is the most intimate person in your life? Ning paused for a moment, then slowly shook her head. No one. She had no one intimate. Those she once considered family and beloved had cruelly betrayed her. Not only did they forsake her, but they also harbored a deep-seated hatred that led them to torment her with the most brutal of means. In her life, there was no longer anyone she could call intimate. If I were to use your medicinal catalyst, would that make me the most intimate person in your life? Ji asked nonchalantly. After all, there may very well be your blood flowing through my veins. Ning's expression momentarily faltered, and her gaze took on a subtle nuance. Ji raised an eyebrow. What is it? Ning replied calmly. It sounds as if I gave birth to you. Ji as long as you do not betray me, conspire against me, or scheme against me, I can regard you as the most intimate ally in my life. It is likely that no woman has ever so candidly declared her husband to be an ally in his presence. A husband is akin to the heavens, and a wife should be obedient. Moreover, the regent holds a position of great power. His consort is not merely a wife, but also a noble woman who has entered the royal family, and she ought not to perceive her husband as her ally. Yet Ji surprisingly relished this notion. Very well, an ally it shall be. He nodded slowly. I understand that you harbor secrets and possess a certain distrust of men. I will grant you time to willingly accept me. Ning furrowed her brow in contemplation. May I ask, what is it that you find appealing about me? You'll come to know in time, Ji replied, picking up his chopsticks and naturally serving her some food. Let us eat. Ning refrained from pressing further. She was not the type to pursue answers relentlessly. If the other party was willing to speak, they would, and if not, she would not insist. There is one more matter. Ji voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. No matter where you are or what happens, you must ensure your own safety. In a dire situation, even if it means regicide, I will shield you. Other matters are of little consequence. Chapter 57. Vassals. Ning silently lowered her gaze to the bowl of rice, unable to discern the emotions stirring within her heart. Nor could she comprehend the thoughts swirling in Ji mind. During her time in South Zhao, it seemed her very existence was destined to protect others, with those around her depending on and gazing up at her status and power. Before she stepped onto the battlefield, she held the title of Princess Chong, and after she entered the fray, she commanded great military authority. She had never contemplated the possibility of being protected by another, regardless of Ji benevolent intentions. She could not respond to such sentiments until she avenged her deep-seated grievances. Ning deftly shifted the topic. Does the emperor not require your consent for the selection of a consort? The selection of consorts is a matter for the harem, and the Empress Dowager has the final say. Ji replied, I have no interest in meddling with his harem. Ning furrowed her brow. What if he chooses the daughters of prominent ministers? He would not dare, Ji responded, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. He would consider the dignity of his royal position and weigh carefully which women were beyond his reach. For instance, Yin Chengxiang's sister, Yin Zhang. Ning could not help but inquire. The 2 ministers are quite young. Is their rapid rise in the court not a cause for concern? Yi Yucang explained. They did not enter service through the imperial examination, but were recommended to the court by the Grand Tutor of the National Academy, possessing extraordinary talents and abilities. Ning regarded him intently. They have accompanied this prince since childhood as companions in study, their knowledge stemming from the Grand Tutor's teachings, surpassing that of the average individual. Furthermore, they have experienced the battlefield alongside this prince, thus earning their place as my vassals. So it is. This implies that the two ministers are indeed Ji Yutsong's most trusted confidants, and staunchly loyal ones at that, having followed the prince since their youth. Receiving the Grand Tutor's guidance, their erudition is unquestionable. They have likely encountered a fair share of courtly intrigue and have honed their skills on the battlefield. Truly, they are well-rounded talents. If they can command the obedience of the court officials, the emperor's ability to govern could very well hinge on the whims of the regent. Should a rift develop between the emperor and Ji Yutsong, leading the regent to refuse to relinquish power, the emperor would remain a mere puppet, regardless of being 16 or even 20 years old. Yet, precisely for this reason, the two ministers would inevitably obstruct the interests of the emperor's faction. Would not the court officials oppose this? Ji Yutsong seemed to perceive her doubts. Though Yin Qingshun is young, he is ruthless and cunning, adept at delivering fatal strikes. Those who have opposed him in the court have been reduced to ashes. Xie Tinglan excels in foreign relations, possessing precise intelligence on various nations. And aside from the Ministry of Rights, he need not engage directly with other ministers, making him somewhat distant. Shining nodded slowly, her thoughts lingering on a singular phrase, vassals. Ji Yutsong, indeed, is a man of audacious actions, boldly elevating his subordinates to the positions held by the two ministers, an unprecedented act. It is no wonder that rumors circulate, suggesting that the two ministers are the regent's favored companions, with such a demeanor. Those who harbor resentment, yet dare not protest, may seek to sully his reputation with baseless allegations. Shining wished to inquire whether he had ever contemplated the fate of the realm. Should he succumb to poison? Would the governance of the empire fall to the young emperor, or be entrusted to another prince? After all, the royal lineage of Yonggu is notably prolific. The current emperor, though the legitimate son, does not hold the highest rank among the princes, as he is preceded by 3 elder brothers and followed by 2 younger siblings. The eldest brother is already 22, while the youngest brother is merely 9, still nurtured under the care of the palace matriarchs. Might the 3 elder princes harbor aspirations for the throne as well? As the words hovered on her lips, Shining realized her curiosity might be overstepping boundaries. Given the strategic intricacies surrounding Ji Yutsong, he might not be inclined to divulge everything to an outsider. Furthermore, delving into sensitive topics could easily lead to accusations of treason. Shining slowly nodded, proclaiming, "After our meal, I shall commence the preparation of the antidote. There are no pressing matters in the coming days, so please refrain from allowing anyone to disturb me." Chapter 58. What does the Qin family amount to? Qin Yanshu had been in a deep slumber for 2 days, yet his rest was far from tranquil. Each night, he found himself unable to escape the vivid dreams of cherished memories that lifted him to ethereal heights, filling his heart with sweetness and warmth. However, these visions would swiftly shift to the haunting image of Shining, disheveled and pale, discovered by her family, her face etched with despair and devastation. This sight filled Qin Yanshu with profound regret. He lay on his bed, his body aching as if subjected to a searing hot surface, the torment of pain intertwining with the desolation in his heart. In a state of half-consciousness, he was enveloped in a fog where only the pain remained as his constant companion. Qin Jilan visited him thrice daily, each time unable to restrain her wrath towards Shining, the source of their misfortune, especially when she heard her elder brother murmuring Shining's name in his dreams. Her frustration deepened, truly bewitched. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from outside. "The Princess of Pingyao has arrived." Qin Jilan's complexion paled, and she hastily shook her brother awake. "Brother, awaken. The Princess of Pingyao is here. Cease your delirious mutterings." Qin Yanshu's face was ashen, his brow furrowed, and he remained silent with his eyes closed. It was too late. The sound of approaching footsteps resonated, and Qin Jilan turned to greet the visitors, her eyes narrowing in apprehension. The Princess of Pingyao, resplendent in her splendid garments, entered with great pomp, trailed by over 20 maidservants. Most disconcerting was the presence of someone Qin Jilan wished to avoid. Qin Yuma, the illegitimate son of the Qin family. Qin Jilan bowed her head in respect. "This humble daughter greets the princess. Be exempt from formalities." The princess of Pingyao replied with a fleeting glance, striding into the chamber. How is Qin Yinshu faring? He is still in a deep sleep. Qin Foren, his mother, followed her into the room, gesturing for the princess to proceed further within, her smile strained. Yinshu has sustained quite a serious injury. And what does his affliction have to do with me? The princess of Pingyao frowned, her expression icy. To visit his beloved in the middle of the night and be reproached by the regent is a consequence of his own making. There is no need for you to burden me with such tales, which only serve to aggravate. Qin Foren's countenance shifted slightly. Although the empress had long wished for an alliance between the Qin family and the princess, the latter's demeanor was intolerable. Not only did she compel two brothers to share a wife, but today she audaciously brought along the illegitimate son of the Qin family. Qin Foren felt her discomfort rising. She had not anticipated that even a visit to inquire about his health would be met with such veiled disdain. Even a figure made of clay possesses a modicum of pride. Moreover, Qin Foren, who had always been revered, found it exceedingly difficult to endure such condescension. Yinshu was previously betrothed to Shun Ning. His visit to the regent's residence was merely to bid farewell to the past, she said quietly. I hope the princess will not misunderstand. Unresolved affection is simply that. Unresolved. What is there to misunderstand? The princess took a seat nearby, her expression tinged with scorn. Even if I could tolerate my future husband harboring thoughts of another, the regent would surely not endure his wife being coveted by someone else. As Lady Qin was about to speak, a murmur arose from the bed in the inner chamber. No. Ninger is mine. She is not the wife of the regent. She is not the wife of the regent. Lady Qin's expression changed dramatically, nearly wishing to knock him unconscious with a single blow. Qin Zhilan anxiously approached the bedside, desperate to cover his mouth. Elder brother, elder brother. Qin Yinshu struggled to open his eyes, finally breaking free from the haze of torment. Zhilan, it's me. Qin Zhilan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly instructed the servants to fetch water to assist the eldest son in washing up. The maidservants busily attended to their tasks. Princess Pingyao sat comfortably on the couch, observing the scene before her with keen interest. Qin Yinshu, your thoughts linger so persistently on the regent's consort. What were you contemplating at the time when those bandits were dispatched to harm her? As her words fell, both Lady Qin and Qin Zhilan's expressions shifted dramatically. Your Highness, you have mistaken the matter, Lady Qin hastily clarified. This incident was not orchestrated by Yinshu. I had someone inquire around noon, and they all said it was the regent who wished to marry Shen Ning, but was thwarted, thus orchestrating that unfortunate event. It was not Yinshu's doing. No. Qin Yinshu's voice was hoarse as he interjected. The rumors outside are false, mother. The true culprits are not the regent. Yinshu. Lady Qin's pupils constricted sharply as she sternly interrupted him. Have you lost your senses? Everyone outside claims it was the regent who acted, and besides, Shen Ning is now wed to the regent. Is that not a perfect resolution? Why do you speak out? Princess Pingyao was genuinely irritated and nonchalantly raised her hand. Qin Yumuo. Your Highness. Qin Yumuo knelt before her. I find you more pleasing to the eye than Qin Yinshu, and you seem more agreeable. Why not become my consort? Princess Pingyao lifted his chin, examining his face with scrutiny. You are more to my liking than Qin Yinshu. Qin Yumuo knelt before her, allowing her to raise his chin. Suddenly, a loud thud. Wretched scoundrel. Lady Qin could no longer bear the absurdity unfolding before her and kicked at Qin Yumuo, exclaiming, Unashamed wretch. Go kneel in the ancestral hall this instant. Lady Qin. You are being unreasonable. Princess Pingyao's expression darkened as she regarded Qin Yumuo, who had been knocked to the ground. She coldly glared at the suddenly enraged Lady Qin. Do you dare to lay a hand on my people? Lady Qin wished she could drag Qin Yumuo away to feed the dogs. However, in the face of Princess Pingyao's wrath, she could only suppress her indignation. Your Highness, the Qin family is related to the royal family and holds a prestigious position. Even with your esteemed status, it is unbecoming to humiliate us in this manner. Is that so? Princess Pingyao smiled faintly, rising to her feet and looking down upon her. In that case, I shall not humiliate you. The engagement between me and Qin Yinshu is hereby annulled. On the 16th of October, I shall marry Qin Yumuo and take him as my consort. Lady Qin's complexion paled. Impossible. That wretched spawn, Qin Yumuo, is utterly unworthy of being a consort. The Empress's marriage decree is, my marriage is not subject to anyone else's decision. Princess Pingyao's gaze was as icy as winter's chill. As for your esteemed family, it seems only the Qin clan holds themselves in high regard, basking in the glory of their royal connections, oblivious to the fact that even the emperor must navigate the whims of others. You, the Qin family, amount to nothing. With that declaration, she stooped to assist Qin Yumuo, stating, I have no desire to linger in this dismal place any longer. Let us return to the palace. Qin Yumuo rose, lowering his gaze to follow her side. Qin Yumuo, you treacherous wretch. How dare you seduce the princess and usurp your brother's position as consort? You shall meet a dire fate. I will ensure your reckoning. Enough, commanded Princess Pingyao, raising her hand. Madame Qin has shown disrespect to both myself and the consort. Aji administered 10 slaps to instill a lesson in her memory. Understood. The lady-in-waiting Aji approached, seizing Madame Qin and delivering a swift series of 10 resounding slaps. Mother! Mother! Qin Jilan gasped in horror. Mother! Princess Pingyao cast a cold glance at them, declaring, from this day forth, Qin Yumuo shall be recognized as my consort. Should anyone dare speak ill of him again, I shall not be lenient. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, her luxurious gown flowing majestically, instilling both awe and fear in those who beheld her. Qin Yumuo silently followed, for the first time experiencing the warmth of protection, his heart a tumult of emotions, though his typically placid countenance revealed little. Madame Qin stood frozen, stunned by the harsh reprimand, unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded. She remained dazed, clutching her face, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. The personal maid and attendants were equally paralyzed by the scene, hesitating to approach. Mother, Qin Jilan cautiously inquired, are you all right? Madame Qin looked towards the direction of Princess Pingyao's departure, her eyes reflecting shock, resentment, and ultimately despair. She numbly retreated to Qin Yinshu's chamber, gazing blankly at her son, who lay on the bed, calling out for Ninger. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly struck him with great force, exclaiming, what sins has the Qin family committed to raise such a wretched creature? Wretched being! Mother, please calm yourself. Qin Jilan's face turned pale with fear as she rushed to embrace Madame Qin. Elder brother is gravely injured. I implore you to remain composed. What have I done to deserve this? Madame Qin fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Qin Jilan stood in disarray, watching her brother, who, though lucid, remained obstinately delusional, and her mother, who was spiraling into despair. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. How had circumstances deteriorated to this point? Who had orchestrated this turmoil? Sen Ning, or Princess Pingyao? Chapter 59. Requesting the regent to officiate the wedding upon departing the Qin residence. Princess Pingyao boarded her carriage and commanded it to head directly to the regent's estate. Qin Yuma entered the carriage, bewildered, and inquired, Your Highness, what business do we have at the regent's residence? Of course, to request a wedding officiant, Princess Pingyao replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. I have little affection for the courtiers, yet one cannot marry without the presence of elders. Although I am of a similar age to the regent, he is nonetheless my royal uncle, and his esteemed position makes him a suitable choice to officiate. Suitable? Qin Yuma settled beside her, lowering his gaze in silence. Had it not been for the princess's patronage, he doubted he would ever have the chance to speak before the regent. Yet, the princess could effortlessly seek the regent's assistance for her wedding. Indeed, within the entire realm of Yong, it was rare to find a woman who lived as comfortably and freely as Princess Pingyao. Even among men, few had the autonomy to dictate their own matrimonial affairs. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Qin Yuma ventured, Your Highness, what you just mentioned is true. True about what? She responded, arching an eyebrow. Qin Yuma's voice was subdued as he continued, about calling off the engagement with my elder brother to marry another. Indeed, it is true, she scoffed lightly. Do you suppose I was merely frightening them? Qin Yuma remained silent. It was not that he believed she was attempting to intimidate anyone. Rather, he found the situation utterly astonishing, akin to a farce or a dream. What is it? Princess Pingyao tilted her head, casually observing him. Do you not wish to become the imperial consort? Qin Yuma cast his eyes downward. My status is too humble. Isn't the Qin family renowned for its noble lineage? Princess Pingyao interjected, her tone nonchalant. Though you are a son of a concubine, you still possess the bloodline of the Qin nobility. Your origins are not insignificant. Qin Yuma replied with a hint of resignation. In families like ours, status is derived from one's mother. If a mother's lineage is lowly, the children are deemed lowly as well. One need not explain the distinctions of legitimacy and status to me. Princess Pingyao interrupted. Do not forget, I too am the daughter of a concubine. Qin Yuma quickly shook his head. It is not the same. Though your highness's mother was not the empress, she was one of the 4 consorts and thus held a noble rank. I, on the other hand, am the true offspring of a mere concubine. How could I dare to compare myself to your highness? Such a peculiar theory. Princess Pingyao chuckled, her laughter laced with a hint of sarcasm. If you continually emphasize your lowly origins, it suggests you are often oppressed in your household, leading a rather arduous existence. If I were in your position, I would seize any opportunity to escape my fate, rather than hesitating and evading, as if fearing someone might rescue you from the depths of despair. Qin Yuma pressed his lips together in silence for a moment before kneeling within the carriage. Your Highness, have you ever contemplated the reasons behind the Empress Dowager's desire for the Qin family to ally with you? If I could not fathom the intentions of the Empress Dowager, I would have perished long ago, Princess Pingyao retorted coldly. However, her schemes are her own and bear no relevance to me. Not even if Qin Yanshu were to send all his brothers to my residence would I relinquish an ounce of military power. All of her sons? Qin Yumiao's expression stiffened slightly, and he instinctively wanted to inquire if she could endure it. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back in time. The person before him was the Long Princess of noble status, whom he could not dare to offend. I do not wish to put anyone in a difficult position, the Long Princess of Pingyao remarked, her demeanor growing more reserved. If you have any reservations, you are free to reconsider before entering the regent's residence. I shall not compel you. Qin Yumiao pressed his lips together, hesitating. Or perhaps you wish to return to the Qin family, where you are not regarded as a person, where your brother is to wed me, and where Madame Qin continues to torment you. The Long Princess cast a cold glance at him. If this is your choice, I shall respect it. Indeed, Qin Yumiao harbored some reservations. Yet compared to those concerns, returning to the Qin family was something he vehemently opposed. Life there had been arduous, devoid of hope. Now, having finally grasped the chance to break free, if he were to return, he feared he would plunge into an abyss of despair for the rest of his days. After today's events, Madame Qin would undoubtedly not let him off easily. He quickly responded, I shall defer to the Long Princess's decision. The Long Princess scoffed. You are unwilling to accept the title. It truly baffles me what you are thinking. Qin Yumiao fell into silence. A woman of such noble stature as the Long Princess could not possibly comprehend the hesitations that plagued someone of his standing. Yet, she did not need to understand. Upon their arrival at the regent's residence, the Long Princess did not disembark but instructed her attendants to communicate with the gatekeepers. The gatekeeper cast a glance at the opulent carriage parked nearby, then turned and entered through the side door to report to the steward. After consulting with the regent, the steward personally came out to welcome the Long Princess. Ji Yucong was in his study discussing matters with the prime ministers. Upon hearing of the Long Princess's arrival, he appeared somewhat surprised and promptly sent someone to inform Shen Ning. Take the Long Princess to the front hall for tea. I shall join shortly. Yes. I wonder why the Long Princess has come unexpectedly? Xie Tinglan furrowed her brow, for the Empress Dowager had recently been scheming against her. The Long Princess's status was not solely due to the late Emperor's favor. Yen Qingchun smiled faintly. The Empress Dowager cannot manipulate her. Xie Tinglan nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. As the discussions paused, Ji Yucong rose and made his way outside, followed closely by the 2 prime ministers. They arrived together at the front hall of Lingji Palace, where they bowed to the Long Princess. The Long Princess inclined her head slightly. I pay my respects to my imperial uncle. Qin Yumiao did not dare to be as perfunctory as she. He knelt properly and greeted, I am Qin Yumiao. the illegitimate son of the Qin family, here to pay my respects to the regent. Ji Yutsong's tone was indifferent. What brings you here? On the 16th of next month. I am to wed Qin Yumiao. I invite my imperial uncle and aunt to preside over our marriage. Ji Yutsong's gaze swept over Qin Yumiao, who appeared humble and reserved, exuding a demeanor of quietude without much remarkable about him. I recall that you were betrothed to Qin Yinshu, the legitimate son of the Qin family. The Long princess's face reflected distaste. I have no affection for fickle and capricious men. This statement elicited subtle expressions from everyone present. Yin Xingqian's lips twitched slightly. If I recall correctly, the idioms the Long princess used are typically employed to describe women. Princess Pingyao declared, I shall speak as I please. As long as you comprehend my meaning, that suffices. Yin Xingqian nodded in agreement. Indeed, my words are excessive. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager merely desires for me to wed Qin Yinshu without any imperial decree of marriage. Princess Pingyao swiftly cast her gaze upon Ji Yutsong, adding, even if there were a marriage edict, I may not heed it. The absence of such a decree is preferable, for I need not listen at all. Yi Yutsong inquired, then why do you wish to marry a mere son of the Qin family? Why must there be so many reasons for a desire to wed? If I wish to marry, I shall, replied Princess Pingyao as she lifted her teacup. Uncle, go arrange my marriage. I shall present a gift to the little empress. What gift? The dragon whip bestowed by Father Emperor. Princess Pingyao remarked nonchalantly, it serves little purpose in my possession. Perhaps it may prove useful to the empress. Yin Xingqian and Xie Tingshan gazed at her in astonishment. Could it be that the princess intends to provide the regent's wife with a legitimate reason to confront the Empress Dowager and the emperor? It is said that the dragon whip can subdue tyrants and treacherous ministers alike. Even if it were to be misused, the recipient could only submit quietly. How could she so readily part with such a formidable gift? Chapter 60. The regent's princess, Shun Ning, established a pharmacy in the Jinlin courtyard and instructed Ling Feng to procure several kinds of poisons from the outskirts. The preparation of medicinal materials is a tedious and laborious task. While it may appear effortless, it demands exceptional concentration, with precise dosages being crucial. Simultaneously, Shun Ning commenced self-administering tonics, primarily brewed from ginseng and snow lotus, consuming a bowl each morning. Ling Feng returned with the necessary poisons, and Shun Ning nourished them with blood extracted from the ginseng and snow lotus, allowing them to engage in a brutal struggle within their jars. The fragrant worm is the most valuable and easiest to nurture among all worms, thriving rapidly due to its rich sustenance. However, rearing such worms is strictly forbidden in the Yong Kingdom. Should one be discovered, the punishment could extend to the annihilation of entire clans, rendering the practice nearly non-existent. Even if it were to occur, it would be concealed within the secluded, backward tribes, far from public knowledge. After a busy morning, Shun Ning stepped outside for a respite and encountered Yin Zhang seated in the garden. She was somewhat surprised. When did Miss Yin arrive? Your Highness, Yin Zhang rose, a shy smile gracing her face. I came with my elder brother. He is in the front courtyard discussing matters with the regent. Sending understood. I was just about to send you an invitation to join me for tea tomorrow. No need, Your Highness. If you wish to see me, simply send someone to notify me. There is no need for an invitation. Yin Zhang quickly waved her hand. My brother is always at your beck and call. As am I. Shun Ning chuckled softly. That day at your residence, the flower viewing ended on an unpleasant note, and I have been meaning to apologize. That incident was not your fault, Your Highness. Yin Zhang interjected hastily. I was concerned about how the Empress Dowager might treat you upon your entry to the palace. Yet I was pleasantly surprised to see you emerge unscathed. Shun Ning nodded in acknowledgement and instructed Lan Ji to brew tea, sitting with Yin Zhang in the garden pavilion for a while. If you wish to visit in the future, you are always welcome, Shun Ning remarked. Then turned to instruct the attendants to inform the gatekeepers that Miss Yin should not be turned away in the future. Yes, Your Highness. What are your preferences? Yin Zhang inquired. Shun Ning shook her head. I do not have any particular preferences. I usually practice martial arts to maintain my health. Yin Zhang responded with a slight hesitation. Well, I believe you should keep an eye on Shun Yin. Although she is your sister, her intentions towards you do not seem benevolent. Shun Ning nodded. I am aware. After you entered the palace, young Master Qin appeared utterly despondent, while Miss Shun stood by making disparaging remarks, claiming you were unworthy of his affections and that he deserves better. Yin Zhang frowned, her tone laced with disdain. While I too believe young Master Qin is unworthy of you, Miss Shin's comments are indeed ill-timed. Moreover, with the decree of your consortship arriving at the Duke's residence the day before yesterday, I fear she may exploit her newfound status to undermine you. Sending Skofetlikli. The decree had been issued, and Shun Yan's ascension to the palace as a consort was practically a foregone conclusion. However, they were gravely mistaken to assume that being granted the title of consort would elevate her to a position of nobility. Given Shun Yan's character, once she successfully entered the palace, it was inevitable that she would seek to provoke and suppress Shen Ning. Yet, whether she possesses the capability to accomplish this is beyond her control. The two conversed for a brief moment when a matron from the front courtyard arrived to convey a message, stating that the Princess of Pingyao had come to visit, and the prince requested the presence of the princess. Shen Ning raised her brows slightly, inquiring about the purpose of the princess's visit. The old servant admitted ignorance. Shen Ning instructed Yin Zhang to remain seated while she herself proceeded to the main hall of the front courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld Ji Yucang seated at the head of the table, flanked by the two prime ministers on his left and the Princess of Pingyao on his right, accompanied by a refined and courteous gentleman standing beside her. Shen Ning's gaze lingered on the face of the princess for a moment before she silently took her seat at the head of the table. The two prime ministers rose and bowed, greeting her as the princess. The Princess of Pingyao inclined her head slightly, acknowledging her as the royal aunt. No need for such formalities, Shen Ning replied in a calm tone. The princess was indeed a distinguished guest, and with lunchtime approaching, she inquired if the princess would care to stay for the meal. The Princess of Pingyao regarded Shen Ning intently, her eyes reflecting contemplation. You are rather different from before. Just as Shen Ning was about to lift her teacup, she paused at the remark and slowly regarded the princess. In what way am I different? You were once a proper lady, suited to be the lady of the house, the princess noted with a slight smile. Yet now, you bear a resemblance to the empress. One could not deny that the Princess of Pingyao possessed keen insight. Shen Ning indeed felt somewhat ill at ease in her role as the lady of the house, which was evident in her manner of asking whether the princess would remain for the meal, differing from the customary demeanor of a typical hostess. However, the princess could effortlessly discern the subtle changes within her, indicating her perceptive nature. Shen Ning could not help but regard this woman with newfound respect. Do I resemble the princess? She mused with a faint smile, interpreting the princess's words as a suggestion that she was unsuitable to be the regent's wife, but rather should assume the role of a princess. Unless the royal uncle acknowledges you as an adopted daughter or sister, you cannot become a princess. The Princess of Pingyao stated boldly. Nevertheless, since the royal uncle values you so highly, perhaps it is best for you to become the regent's wife. Shen Ning replied coolly. I am already the regent's wife. You should comprehend my meaning, the princess retorted, seemingly unfazed by the presence of other men, unabashedly stating. The current regent's wife is merely the wife of the regent. While the term I employ refers to a wife who possesses the authority to govern, though they share the same title, their actual powers diverge. The prime ministers exchanged astonished glances at her words. Princess, this may not be entirely appropriate, one of them stammered. The Princess of Pingyao countered. Whether it is appropriate or not, why not inquire of the royal uncle? Yan Qingchun turned to Ji Yucang, anticipating a reprimand for the princess. Yet to her surprise, he affirmed, I indeed have such intentions. Yan Qingchun remained speechless. Xie Tinglan was equally taken aback, and even Shen Ning found herself momentarily speechless as she turned to look at him. However, there is yet to be a woman in power within the court. Thus a precedent must be established, Ji Yucang stated calmly. I shall grant you the role of chief wedding planner, and you will oversee the Ministry of War on my behalf. The expression of the Princess of Pingyao shifted, her delicate brows knitting together slowly as she asked, You wish for me to enter court? Chapter 61. I never joke, Ji Yucang spoke with a tone of indifference. Are you unwilling? The Princess of Pingyao showed no signs of reluctance, remarking, Isn't it a bit premature for the Minister of War to retire at such a young age? You will not hold an actual position, Ji Yutsang replied, with the imperial fan bestowed upon you by the late emperor. You may take a nominal position at the Ministry of War. Each day, you can report there to familiarize yourself with the daily workings of the officials, holding a title while wielding real influence. The Princess of Pingyao smiled lightly. If I were to go, I fear chaos would ensue in the court. Those ministers would likely wish to tear me apart and consume me. Are you truly so easily bullied? Of course not, she scoffed. But why would I abandon a life of luxury to stir trouble at court? Even if I did attain real power, it would be a thankless endeavor. There is no joy like indulging in life at the princess's estate. Ji Yutsang gently tapped the armrest of his chair. The Empress Dowager has long desired to govern from behind the curtain. If I were to meet with misfortune in 2 years, would you be willing to watch her seize control? The Princess of Pingyao replied, in 2 years, the emperor will be of age to govern. Even if an accident were to befall my uncle, it would not lead to the Empress Dowager ruling in his stead. The emperor is her own son. Regardless of who wields power, once they strengthen their wings, the throne will become increasingly secure. Within 5 years, they will be capable of ruling Yonghua entirely. She smiled faintly. And so, even if they secure the throne, they would not dare to touch me. Do you wish for the Empress Dowager to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and power, passing peacefully into the afterlife? The princess fell silent. All her previous indifference was merely a fade, shattered by his words. The thought of the Empress Dowager living in perpetual opulence was but a dream. Very well, I shall comply, she nodded. But may my uncle enlighten me as to why I must go to the Ministry of War? Yen Qing Chun elucidated. During wartime, the ministry is responsible for the soldiers' salaries and the transport of provisions to the borders. Although funds are allocated by the Ministry of Revenue, many officials in the Ministry of War profit from the process. While such profiteering is not overly severe, if there are schemers who tamper with the supplies, it directly endangers the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. The regent desires a trustworthy individual to supervise, to prevent any ill intentions from arising. Currently, the regent wielded both political and military power, causing the emperor and the Empress Dowager to regard him with deep suspicion, with their greatest desire being the removal of his formidable generals. It would not be surprising if schemers took advantage of the situation. The Princess of Pingyao's eyes narrowed slightly. The regent would clearly not be heading to battle anytime soon. The Empress Dowager and her son viewed him as a mortal enemy. The late emperor had appointed him as regent, and now he held the emperor's authority, unlikely to abandon the capital easily. Even if conflict arose at the borders, he would dispatch capable subordinates to combat, and with him stabilizing the court, who would dare manipulate the provisions, unless they wish for their entire clan to perish slowly. However, the greatest uncertainty lay with the regent's health. The princess understood the treachery inherent in the power struggle and ceased her inquiries, slowly nodding, very well. The matter was thus settled, and Princess Pingyao did not linger any longer, quickly rising to depart. Yen Qingshun and Xie Tinglan silently observed the figures of Ji Yutsang and Shun Ning seated in the principal positions, their hearts filled with a vague apprehension, their expressions imbued with gravity. Xie Tinglan furrowed his brows. Next year, the young emperor will assume power. The poison plaguing our lord remains unremedied. Even if we suppress the Empress Dowager and the Qin family, what difference will it make? Shen Ning replied calmly. I have already discovered a method to formulate the antidote. Within 2 months at most, the poison will be resolved, freeing us from the emperor's control. What? Yen Qingshun and Xie Tinglan rose in astonishment. Is the princess jesting? Shen Ning regarded them silently. I never jest. This is utterly implausible. Xie Tinglan evidently held skepticism. Over the past year, we have consulted no fewer than 10 renowned physicians, all of whom are powerless to assist. Shen Ning frowned. So you wish for your lord to remain without a solution? Xie Tinglan hesitated, responding, of course not. But wishing does not equate to reality. Shen Ning, a sheltered maiden who had scarcely stepped beyond her threshold until the age of 14, had never studied medicine nor encountered anyone of extraordinary skill. How could she possibly discover a method to counteract the poison? Moreover, The poison afflicting the regent was not of the common variety. Those esteemed physicians had remarked on the complexity of the antidote and the rarity of the medicinal ingredients, asserting that only a divine healer could remedy such a plight. However, how many divine healers existed in this world, and how easily could they be found? What the princess claims is true. A steady and respectful voice emerged from the hallway. It was Ling Feng. Just a few days prior, when the prince suffered from the effects of the poison, it was the princess who temporarily alleviated his condition using silver needles. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingshun and Xie Tinglan exchanged incredulous glances, their perception of Shun Ning shifting dramatically. The princess could indeed counteract poison, were it not for Ling Feng's unwavering honesty. They would scarcely believe it. Yet, they remained perplexed. From whence did the princess acquire such abilities? My lord, is what the princess said true? Xie Tinglan's gaze fell upon Ji Yucong, questioning whether the antidote could indeed be found. Ji Yucong refrained from answering, as he had yet to decide whether to allow Shun Ning to treat him. This matter could be deliberated at a later time. The emperor's health has been waning of late. Do not burden him with state affairs. Ji Yucong's voice was cold, tinged with a barely perceptible air of menace. The Qin family currently controls the Ministry of Revenue. Find an opportunity to impeach them, for I wish to see them utterly ruined. Understood, Yin Qingshun acknowledged. Shall we personally interrogate the bandits captured in the outskirts? Send them to the Ministry of Justice and instruct the jailers to employ severe interrogation methods, Ji Yucong commanded, his tone devoid of compassion. Not a single one must escape. If they fail to reveal the mastermind behind this, they shall be interrogated unceasingly for 12 hours a day. Yes. Chapter 62. The Rules of Hierarchy. Upon returning to the Jinlin courtyard, Shun Ning received an invitation, delivered by a servant sent by Madame Shun. The message indicated that Madame Shun would bring Miss Shin Air to pay their respects to the princess consort the following morning. The matron respectfully reported that the maidservants from the Shun family expressed that the princess consort was akin to family, bound together by blood and kinship. They lamented that previous misunderstandings were merely to safeguard their family's reputation, necessitating their strict demeanor towards the princess consort. They hoped she would exhibit magnanimity and appreciate their earnest intentions. Shin Ning set the invitation aside and coolly instructed, "Inform the doorman that I am unwell and shall not receive guests tomorrow." In the ensuing days, Shun Ning devoted herself to formulating an antidote. After consuming a nourishing soup in the morning, she would engage in physical exercise, then immerse herself in the pharmacy during the afternoon, showing no interest in matters beyond the estate. Over these days, numerous invitations arrived at the outer courtyard, some for tea, others for floral appreciation, but Shun Ning disregarded them all. As time passed, the regent prince became increasingly occupied, often absent from sight. By the end of September, only 3 days remained before Shen Yan's ascendance to the palace as a consort. The Duke of the State dispatched a messenger, conveying that Madame Shun missed her daughter and wished for Shen Ning to return home for a small gathering. This time, Shun Ning did not decline. After a simple adornment, she took a carriage back to the Shun residence. Madame Shun personally greeted her, warmly ushering Shun Ning into the household. Today's invitation comes at the behest of your grandmother. It serves both as an apology and an expression of our longing to converse with you. Madame Shun led Shun Ning towards the Fushaotang, the Hall of Longevity. Your grandmother is advanced in years. Her previous strictness was, after all, to uphold the family's honor. Ninger, can you find it in your heart to forgive us? Shen Ning remained silent. Forgiveness? The one who could have offered it had long since departed. As a newcomer, she held no authority to grant such absolution. Whether it be the regent prince or the emperor, both were of noble birth. Madame Shun attempted to grasp her hand, saying, Ninger, the Shun family rises and falls with the royal family. You, Shun Ning evaded her touch, coldly retorting, with whom does the Shun family rise and fall? Madame Shun was taken aback. Ninga, with the regent prince, or with the emperor? Shen Ning's gaze was icy, her tone laced with sarcasm. Does the emperor wish to share in your rise and fall? Madame Shun frowned. Ninga, allow me to return for a visit. To share a meal or partake in tea. Those are acceptable. Beyond that, do not expect more, Shun Ning stated, her demeanor aloof, as if to keep her distance. Madame Shun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated, then ultimately smiled. "Let us first pay our respects to your grandmother." Upon arriving at the Fushaodang, the servants knelt in respect to the princess consort. As the Shun family crossed the threshold, they beheld Shun Yin nestle beside the old matriarch. After half a month of learning court etiquette, Shun Yin appeared markedly more dignified, her gestures graceful and composed, shedding her previous air of frivolity. Upon noticing Shun Ning's entrance, she stood and performed a respectful bow, addressing her as elder sister. Yet, compared to Shun Ning's austere and formidable presence, Shun Yan's gentle grace seemed to lose some of its impact. "We are all family. There is no need for formalities." Madame Shun spoke first, urging Ninger to take a seat. Two maidservants brought a chair and placed it beside the old matriarch of the Shun family. With a stoic expression, Shun Ning sat down and accepted the cup of tea offered by the matron, delicately brushing the rim with her gaze lowered. "Ninger," Madame Shun's tone was notably gentler than usual. "In just a couple of days, your sister will enter the palace as a consort. Although you two will have different ranks henceforth, marrying into the royal family is an unavoidable circumstance. I only hope that you sisters will cherish your bond and live harmoniously together, thus upholding the dignity of the Shun family." Shun Ning remained silent. The old matriarch's expression darkened as she scrutinized Shun Ning for a while before speaking with a measured tone. "For a young woman to lose her virtue is a matter of grave consequence among noble families. My demeanor the other day was uncharacteristically harsh, yet it stemmed from concern for our family's reputation. You are now wed to the regent prince, a member of the royal lineage. Henceforth, every word and deed of yours must be mindful of the royal dignity, as well as the honor of the duke's household." Shun Ning gazed down at her teacup, offering no response. The old matriarch's countenance soured further. "Shun Ning, since you speak of maintaining the royal dignity and the Shun family's reputation, why do you fail to uphold it yourself?" Shun Ning raised her eyes to meet hers, her expression cool and indifferent. "I am the regent prince's wife, regarded here as a member of the royal family, while grandmother, mother, and sister are merely ladies and daughters of a ministerial house. Where then is the decorum of hierarchy? Where is the propriety of sovereign and subject?" As her words hung in the air, the old matriarch's face froze, shifting from pale to flushed with indignation. "Shun Ning, what do you mean by that? Do you wish for me, your grandmother, to kneel before you? You yourself have stated the necessity of preserving royal dignity," Shun Ning interrupted. "Yet in such a grand estate as the Duke's, how can the rules you impart to your granddaughter be ones you do not even follow yourself? Wouldn't that invite ridicule and paint the Shun family as a humble, insignificant household?" The old matriarch's face flickered with a spectrum of emotions, anger barely restrained. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Eldest sister, Shun Yin interjected with a frown, disapproving of the exchange. "Grandmother speaks of external protocols. Today we are among family, and filial piety should take precedence. If there were outsiders present, both grandmother and mother would, of course, adhere to the established customs. But if even among kin we rigidly observe rank and propriety, does that not seem a touch inhumane?" Shun Ning regarded her with a wry smile. "What is your haste? I merely challenge grandmother's notion of royal dignity and family reputation. As for what my sister chooses to uphold upon entering the palace, whether filial piety or the decorum of sovereign and subject, that is entirely your affair, one in which I have no desire to meddle." Shun Yin pressed her lips together. "Eldest sister, we will also be sovereign and subject." "What did you say?" Shun Ning arched an eyebrow. "When the emperor ascends to power, I will be the emperor's consort, and the regent prince will also be a minister, will he not?" A sardonic smile graced Shun Ning's lips. "You wish to debate the matter of sovereign and subject with me?" Shun Yin bit her lip. "It is not my intention to debate, but the emperor and the regent prince are inherently. Let us defer that discussion until the emperor takes the throne," Shun Ning suggested. Shun Ning cast a detached glance at her. If the Duke of the State were truly formidable, he would have long been able to assist the emperor and reclaim the political power from the regent, at which point the entire realm of Yong would heed his command, rendering further speculation unnecessary. After uttering this statement, she set down her teacup and continued, I believe that your invitation for me today is not a gesture of contrition, but rather an attempt to remind me of my place. Henceforth, when you encounter Shun Yin, you expect me to treat her with deference and politeness, for she shall soon be the emperor's consort, while I remain merely the consort of the regent. Am I not? Matams hen, failing anquart, repliet, ning teres hen ning grosse. Turning her back and departing without a glance. Elder sister. Shun Yin hurried after her, calling out, Elder sister, wait for me. Shen Ning paused momentarily, her expression unreadable as she regarded her. What more do you wish to say? Elder sister. Shun Yin stepped before her, her tone subdued. We are family, sisters by blood, and I have no reason to make things difficult for you. The events of those days, whether concerning grandmother, mother, or myself, were all driven by family and personal interests. I was also concerned that your loss of reputation might hinder your future prospects. I had hoped you would understand. And then? Shen Ning nodded slowly. I can indeed understand. But what do you wish to convey? Shen Yin fell silent for a moment before speaking. You are now wed to the regent, and the emperor has bestowed upon me the title of consort. The repercussions of your former loss of virtue are no longer pertinent. Thus, I hold no grievances against you. I hope we can continue to relate as we once did, preserving the bond of sisterhood. Shen Ning regarded her with disdain. You wish to maintain the bond of sisterhood, and I must acquiesce to your wishes? Shen Yin, would you care to take a moment by the riverside to reflect upon yourself? Shen Yan's countenance froze. Shen Ning turned and departed, leaving her standing alone, her expression darkened as if poisoned. Chapter 63. Heretical Rebellion on the 2nd day of October. The emperor welcomed the new consort into the palace, granting her residence in the Chonglu Palace. She was accompanied by 2 matrons, 2 personal maids, 2 inner court maids. For outer court maids, 1 chief eunuch, and 2 outer court eunuchs, along with a generous gift of 10 bolts of fine silk and 2 sets of head ornaments. On the same day, Princess Pingyao arrived at the Ministry of War for an inspection, leaving the officials in a state of confusion. She immediately rebuked them with righteous indignation. The Ministry of War is a place of grave importance, not a playground for women. I implore your highness, the princess, to uphold your dignity. Historically, no woman had ever set foot in the court. Although Princess Pingyao possessed privileges granted by the late emperor, she could not. I merely came for a leisurely stroll, she declared, holding an elegant jade-boned folding fan, her demeanor relaxed. There is no need for all of you to be so tense. The Minister of War, along with the deputy ministers and lower-ranking officials, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they fixated on the fan in her hand. They were acutely aware that when the fan was unfurled, the words "as if I were present" were clearly visible on its surface. Thus, despite their righteous protests, they dared not confront Princess Pingyao openly. From this day forth, I shall hold a nominal position in the Ministry of War, she added with a faint smile. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives regarding the positions of minister or deputy minister. I merely hope that you, esteemed officials, will act with prudence and refrain from pursuing matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, this fan in my possession could very well prove fatal. With that, she gracefully turned and exited, seemingly indifferent to the implications her words might have on the officials of the Ministry of War. However, as Princess Pingyao departed, she was intercepted midway by an elderly matron. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. With an expression of indifference, Princess Pingyao followed her without uttering a word. In the Grand Hall, the Empress Dowager regarded the headstrong princess with a look of disapproval. What business do you have at the Ministry of War? Princess Pingyao entered the hall and unceremoniously took a seat. I shall go wherever I please. Can the Empress Dowager dictate my movements? Such impertinence. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Do you not have the slightest regard for propriety? Princess Pingyao raised an eyebrow slightly. If that is all you wish to convey, I shall take my leave. Upon making this declaration, she feigned a move to rise. Stop. The Empress Dowager's voice was sharp. Have you not checked on Yin Shu after his injury? Indifferently, Princess Pingyao nodded. I did visit him once. The Empress Dowager replied coldly. Your husband has been humiliated in such a manner, and you do not seek to redress this injustice? Husband? Justice? Princess Pingyao regarded the Empress Dowager's feigned authority with a mocking smile. Qin Yanshu's injury is of his own making. It bears no relation to me. I have plenty of beautiful and obedient attendants in my household, and I can hardly find the time to concern myself with a foolish man who has yet to assume any responsibilities. Her words were merciless, effectively trampling the dowager's maternal lineage before her eyes. The Empress Dowager's face turned a deep shade of anger, her expression a tempest of fury. Ji Mingxi, moreover, the purpose of Qin Yanshu's visit to the regent's palace is well understood by the Empress Dowager, as it is by myself. The Princess of Pingyao scoffed disdainfully. Such shamelessness. I refuse to acknowledge him as my husband. With that declaration, she rose to her feet. Empress Dowager, you should abandon those thoughts. I am 23 this year and still unmarried. You ought to know that I am inherently a rebel, unbound by any constraints, and your status holds no sway over me. Should I be provoked, I would not hesitate to bring ruin upon the entire Qin clan. With that audacious threat left hanging in the air, the Princess of Pingyao turned and departed, embodying the saying that one leaves as swiftly as they arrive. The Empress Dowager trembled in fury, while the palace attendants, stricken with fear by the princess's audacious words, knelt in terror upon the ground, their spirits nearly shattered. Chapter 64. Assassinating the regent's consort. As Princess Pingyao departed from the Shoan Palace, she was met by a throng of individuals, with the foremost being Eunuch Zhou, a close aide to the emperor. It appeared that everyone was awaiting her arrival. Your Highness, Princess. Eunuch Zhou bowed respectfully, his demeanor exceedingly humble. The emperor requests your presence at the Chonhua Palace to discuss some matter of great importance with you. Princess Pingyao regarded him with a smile that barely concealed her skepticism. Eunuch Zhou, it must have been quite the endeavor for you to intercept me here. Is it that the emperor insists on seeing me today? Zhou feigned a smile. I am merely a messenger. I beseech you, your Highness, do not make things difficult for me. I shall not trouble you, but I reserve my ire for the one who dispatched you. Princess Pingyao replied coldly. Lead the way. Zhou's expression shifted subtly. His head bowed in silence as he guided Princess Pingyao to the Chonhua Palace. As usual, Ji Jin sat by the window engrossed in a book, his youthful countenance exuding an air of refined gentility that was both appealing and deceptively benign. Yet, that facade of harmlessness was merely superficial. She chose a seat nearby. Her curiosity piqued. What does the emperor wish to discuss with me? Ji Jin's gaze darkened slightly. Although he had grown accustomed to the rudeness of his elder sister, the recent encounter with the equally audacious regent's consort had left him feeling as if his imperial authority had been rendered utterly insignificant. Everyone seemed to disregard him. What distinguished him from a mere puppet? He gently closed his eyes, suppressing his rising irritation, and placed the book aside, exuding an air of composure and elegance. Did my sister visit the Ministry of War earlier? Princess Pingyao replied. Your Majesty is well informed. What business did I have there? Not only the Ministry of War. Perhaps I shall visit the Ministry of Revenue tomorrow, followed by the Ministry of Rights the day after, she continued nonchalantly. There is no particular motive. I merely wish to ascertain whether these officials are diligently performing their duties, whether they engage in factionalism, whether they accept bribes, and if corruption is rampant. As she spoke, a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. Worry not, your Majesty. As a woman, I harbor no interest in your throne. After a prolonged silence, Ji Jin finally spoke. I summoned you to discuss certain matters. What matters? What is your opinion of the regent's consort? Princess Pingyao raised an eyebrow, contemplating her response. Your Majesty, pray do not tell me you have developed feelings for your own aunt. Ji Jin replied coolly, that is not the case. The regent's consort is of no concern to me. I do not care for her, Princess Pingyao stated plainly. We are siblings, bound by blood. Do you seek to appeal to my emotions? She retorted, a cold smile gracing her lips. I believe you have forgotten how my mother perished. Your elder sister is Princess Jiahe, not me. There is no need to feign closeness. If I were to inform you that General Fengyang is still alive, I wonder how you would react. Ji Jin's voice cut through the air, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. Princess Pingyao narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze intently upon Ji Jin. What did you say? General Fengyang lives, Jin stated matter-of-factly, but only I know of his whereabouts. The princess of Pingyao was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, yet she endeavored to restrain her feelings, coldly remarking, "The emperor is jesting." "Inevitist," Jin replied in a calm tone. "If you agree to a single request, I shall arrange for you to meet General Fengyang." The princess of Pingyao paused in silence. "What is your request?" Jin turned to gaze out the window, his voice steady as if discussing a matter of little consequence. "Eliminate the regent's consort." The princess of Pingyao narrowed her eyes slightly. "Isn't that request rather unreasonable? What grounds do you have for such an act?" Jin replied indifferently. "Do I require justification to wish for someone's death? That person you wish to see dead is the wife of the regent." The princess of Pingyao shattered his illusions, asserting that although the emperor was sovereign, he had yet to assume direct control, and thus could not enforce the sovereign commands the minister to die, and the minister must comply. Furthermore, had the emperor contemplated the repercussions of slaying the regent's consort, even when he does assume control? Jin remained silent for a moment. "What do you think the consequences would be? Do you believe the regent would simply let it go? It's merely a woman," Jin dismissed. "Would he really commit regicide for the sake of one woman? Who can say?" The princess of Pingyao replied coolly, "In any case, I shall not risk myself for your sake." Jin furrowed his brow. "Does General Fengyang not wish to meet? Although I once held affection for him, that phase has passed. I find greater joy in having multiple suitors," the princess of Pingyao said with a faint smile. "Yet, I cannot help but wonder how you managed to keep him alive all these years. Or perhaps you have been conspiring against me all along." Jin's expression darkened. "Sister, had he appeared 2 years earlier, I might have truly accepted your terms." The princess of Pingyao stood, leisurely adjusting her attire. "I have embarked on a new chapter of my life. The ladies of the princess's residence are all beautiful and docile, and my new acquisition from the Qin family is rather commendable. I intend to set aside Qin Yenshu and marry Qin Yama, making him my consort." Jin's grip on the scroll tightened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Since you care so little, may I conclude that I need not expend further effort on General Fengyang's life? The emperor may decide for himself." With a sigh, the princess added, "However, I wish to meet him once, for I harbor many unanswered questions. If the emperor is willing to facilitate this, I would be most grateful. If not, I shall not press the matter." Jin raised his gaze slightly, his eyes resting on the serene visage of the princess of Pingyao, seemingly weighing the credibility of her words. Could one truly relinquish a love so profound? Considering the poison within Ji Yutsong's body and the purpose behind Shinning's procurement of those medicinal herbs, an inexplicable unease stirred within Jin. Though he doubted her ability to concoct the antidote, one must remain vigilant. The most reassuring course of action would be to ensure her disappearance. Yet, there was no need to rush. Jin took a deep breath. Within at most half a month, the crown princess would meet General Fengyang. At that time, you could choose to acquiesce to my conditions or disregard his life or death. The princess of Pingyao said nothing, rising abruptly to leave, without a moment's hesitation or uncertainty, as if indifferent to Jin's proposition. However, upon returning to the princess's residence, she sequestered herself in her chamber, forbidding even the most favored Qin Yumiao from approaching. The ethereal young man felt a sense of unease, glancing at Qin Yumiao, who was confined outside, and one spoke up with a furrowed brow. "What has happened to His Highness?" Uncertain of the situation, they had initially believed that young Master Qin had soared to prominence, but now it appeared that hope was waning. Was it possible that the princess still preferred legitimate sons over illegitimate ones, intending to rekindle her affections for the esteemed young Master Qin? With Qin Yenshu's age, would the princess not find him too old? Over the years, the princess had favored youthful beauties, those of 16 or 17, or 18 or 19. Qin Yenshu had long surpassed the age of youth. How could the princess possibly hold him in regard? Qin Yumiao stood silently beneath the corridor, his brow knitted, a peculiar feeling stirring within him, while he paid no mind to the jest from those nearby. Throughout his life, he had endured countless scornful remarks, long since desensitized to their sting. Yet, The princess's current unusual demeanor inexplicably unsettled him. Chapter 65. Betraying the Emperor, General Ling Fengyang of Fengyang. Adopted son of the Shang family and nephew of the late imperial concubine Shang, had grown up alongside the Princess Pingyao, sharing a bond forged in childhood. At the tender age of 16, he accompanied his adoptive father to the border for military training, while the princess, merely 14, followed suit. They spent 6 years at the frontier, where the gallant young general and the noble scion of royalty, both remarkably matched in beauty and intellect, deepened their affection amidst the blessings of the soldiers, with their wedding date already set. Once, they had loved each other with an intensity that left a lasting mark, and both the late emperor and imperial concubine Shang had favored this union. However, fate can be cruel. In the midst of a fierce battle, General Shang fell victim to a treacherous plot, ensnared in an ambush, while Ling Fengyang met a tragic end, struck down by a hail of arrows while attempting to save his father. The Princess Pingyao witnessed his last moments, personally escorting her uncle and Ling Fengyang's coffin back to the capital. How could he possibly still be alive? The hall was enveloped in a heavy silence, akin to the stillness of death. Princess Pingyao sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, the dim light filtering through, casting a hazy shadow on her face, obscuring the thoughts swirling within her eyes. This oppressive tranquility lingered for an indeterminate length of time, until the sound of barely audible footsteps broke the stillness. The princess seemed to awaken from her reverie, slowly lifting her gaze to the handsome man who stood close by. "Who permitted you to enter?" "I am concerned for your highness," Qin Yumuo replied, his eyes clouded with worry. "Does your highness harbor some unresolved troubles?" After a brief silence, Princess Pingyao gestured for him to sit. Qin Yumuo took a seat opposite her. "If there is something troubling you, do not hesitate to share. Perhaps I can. Do you believe that a person can return to life after death?" "What?" Qin Yumuo was taken aback. "Return to life after death? Do you find it equally implausible?" The princess smirked mockingly. "It is absurd to suggest that someone who has been dead for 3 years still exists, as the emperor claims." "Dead for 3 years?" Qin Yumuo felt a stir in his heart, suddenly reminded of a certain individual. If anyone could sway the princess's emotions, it would likely be him. Unconsciously, Qin Yumuo tightened his hands, resting on his knees. The notion of resurrection seemed improbable, yet if it were true, then perhaps the circumstances surrounding the initial death were far more intricate. More intricate. During the solitary contemplation of the past half hour, Princess Pingyao had arrived at the same conclusion. If the regent was unaware of this matter, yet the emperor was informed, then the earlier enigma was likely orchestrated by the emperor himself, or perhaps by the late emperor, with the current emperor being the one in the know. Princess Pingyao's lips curled into a cold smile. They say her father favored her and her mother most. Yet the reality was that the Shang family had been obliterated. Her mother had passed away prematurely, and her fiancé had perished on the battlefield. Such favoritism was indeed a burden too heavy to bear. "Your Highness," Qin Yumuo hesitated. "Should we consider canceling the wedding set for half a month hence?" "Who said anything about cancellation?" Princess Pingyao replied, perplexed as she met his gaze. The wedding date was firmly established. There was no rationale for cancellation. "Very well." Rising to her feet, she declared, "I shall visit the regent's residence. You need not accompany me." "Understood." Upon arriving at the regent's residence and having her presence announced, Princess Pingyao was smoothly ushered into the study to meet Ji Yutsong. The regent was still engaged in discussions with several ministers. In recent days, the affairs of the court had been particularly hectic, and after the court sessions, the regent would have documents delivered to his residence. For pressing matters requiring immediate resolution, he would summon ministers for deliberation. The 2 prime ministers were regular visitors to the regent's residence and acted as executors of his mandates within the court. "Your Highness." Princess Pingyao stepped across the threshold of the study, her tone composed. "I wish to inquire about something." The individuals in the study bowed to the princess. Ji Yutsong responded with indifference. "What is it? Have you ever investigated the truth behind the death of Ling Fengyang on the battlefield?" Upon her words, a wave of astonishment washed over those present. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Yutsong's eyes. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Today I visited the Ministry of Justice and, unsurprisingly, was summoned by the Empress Dowager for a few words. Afterward, I was called to see the Emperor. Princess Pingyao seemed oblivious to the concept of discretion, swiftly divulging that the Emperor had ordered her to kill the regent's consort, claiming that Ling Fengyang was still alive. Her delivery was unervingly casual, lacking any semblance of remorse for betraying the Emperor or the gravity of her intended act against the regent's consort. The faces of those listening to her shifted subtly, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Ji Yutsong's expression darkened, an icy demeanor radiating from him as he questioned, "The Emperor commanded you to kill Xinning?" "Yes." "Why?" Princess Pingyao nonchalantly took a seat. "I didn't ask. I simply acquiesced to his demand." However, the Emperor used General Fengyang as leverage. Yin Qingchun instinctively interjected, only to frown. "Is General Fengyang truly still alive?" "I have heard that the Prime Minister is particularly astute." Princess Pingyao raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps you could analyze for me the credibility of the Emperor's claims?" Yin Qingchun instinctively glanced at Ji Yutsong. "Were you not a witness to Ling Fengyang's death?" Ji Yutsong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "To witness with one's own eyes does not necessarily preclude hidden truths," replied Princess Pingyao. "If the Emperor is not lying, then the circumstances surrounding his death may have been a conspiracy." Yin Qingchun was once again taken aback. The princess's calmness astonished them greatly. Ling Fengyang had once been her most cherished companion, and they had nearly become betrothed. At the time of Ling Fengyang's reported demise, Princess Pingyao was just 20. Subsequently, she had taken numerous male lovers, leading many to speculate that she had been deeply affected by her loss. Yet now, when recalling her former acquaintance, her demeanor was remarkably tranquil, as if discussing an inconsequential figure. Chapter 66. This prince once loved someone regarding the demise of Ling Fengyang. Ji Yutsong had never harbored any doubts, nor had he made any deliberate effort to uncover the potential intricacies surrounding it. For 3 years prior, when Ling Fengyang perished in the southern territories, Ji Yutsong was entrenched in the frigid expanse of the northern wastes, commanding his troops in battles that echoed with cries of despair. At that time, the late emperor had not yet passed, and the affairs of the court held no interest for him. Now, upon hearing the words of Princess Pingyao, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. If indeed there were more to Ling Fengyang's death, it suggested that the late emperor had orchestrated a scheme while still alive. The specifics of this plot warranted further investigation. Should Ling Fengyang still be alive, would you still marry him? Princess Pingyao shook her head, responding no. Yin Qingchun and Xie Tingshan exchanged surprised glances. Was it not said that women were typically infatuated? Noticing their expressions, Princess Pingyao chose not to elaborate further and soon took her leave. The question of Ling Fengyang's survival was one she intended to have investigated, yet this did not imply she would be subjected to intimidation. 3 years was ample time for many things to change. Regardless of the truth behind the emperor's words, his calculations were fundamentally flawed. A heavy silence enveloped the study. With Princess Pingyao's departure, the matter of Ling Fengyang's fate seemed to lose its significance to them. However, the emperor wielded this issue as a means to threaten the princess, with the ultimate aim of eliminating the regent as consort. Undoubtedly, this decision infuriated Ji Yutsong. No man could tolerate someone intent on harming his wife, even if that person were the emperor. Xie Tingshan pondered, what could have instigated the emperor's animosity towards the consort? If it were mere jealousy of the regent, that might be understandable, as the regent's presence indeed posed a threat to the emperor's authority. However, the consort is merely a woman, no matter how audacious. Her disrespect is superficial. In the emperor's current predicament, no rational individual would harbor murderous intent towards a woman. If he possessed the power of life and death, he could easily execute the regent as consort on grounds of disrespect rather than resorting to the princess's involvement. Yet at this juncture, he lacked such absolute power, and killing the consort would only incite the regent's wrath, complicating his future governance. Based on Xie Tingshan's understanding of the emperor, though young, he was far from impulsive or thoughtless. It was inconceivable for him to make such an irrational decision. Ji Yutsong's demeanor turned frigid, his gaze reflecting a chilling intensity. At that moment, his patience with the young emperor had reached its limit. Contemplating Xin Ning, who had been diligently crafting an antidote, Ji Yucong felt a surge of emotions and rose to leave. The apothecary was thick with the pungent scent of herbs. Xin Ning had been toiling alone within the confines of the pharmacy for an extended period. When she finally glanced up, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Ji Yucong standing just outside the window. "What brings you here?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. "To see you," he replied. "What is there to see?" Xin Ning replied, tidying her belongings before washing her hands. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Walk with me," Ji Yucong proposed. Without uttering another word, Xin Ning silently accompanied him as they strolled leisurely towards the rear garden, where the scenery was serene, adorned with rockeries, pavilions, and the gentle sound of flowing water. The voice of Ji Yucong sounded somewhat surreal. "I once cherished someone." Xin Ning was taken aback, not anticipating such a revelation. Instinctively, she inquired, "Was it Xin Ning?" "No." As Ji Yucong stepped onto the corridor, his profile revealed a hint of solitude. The one I adored was exceptionally talented, both in literature and martial arts, free-spirited, noble, and radiant. Xin Ning's heart fluttered with an inexplicable thought, and she hesitantly asked, "Was it a man or a woman?" Ji Yucong's lips twitched slightly as he turned to look at her with a subtle expression. Naturally, it was a woman. Xin Ning acknowledged with a soft mm. She was not from the Yong Kingdom. Instinctively, she responded with another mm, then, realizing, turned to gaze at Ji Yucong's aristocratic and austere face. "Not from the Yong Kingdom?" "No." Ji Yucong's voice remained steady, yet it betrayed a hint of melancholy. "She has already passed away." Upon hearing this, Xin Ning involuntarily halted, her mind racing with the peculiar notion. A foreigner, female, talented in both arts and arms, noble and radiant? She tilted her head. "Who is the person you speak of?" Her name was Yin Jiuli. Xin Ning, her identity before her rebirth. Although she had harbored some suspicions after Ji Yucong's choice of words, the answer still caught her off guard. She had never met Ji Yucong before, and moreover, the southern Zhao and Yong Kingdom had little interaction. Merchants traversing various nations might expand their commercial reach, but since her memory began, southern Zhao and Yong Kingdom had maintained a relationship akin to water and oil. How could Ji Yucong have developed feelings for her? Ji Yucong scrutinized her. "Do you know her?" Xin Ning collected herself, her tone uncharacteristically uncertain. "Do you think I should know her, or not?" Ji Yucong raised his hand to ruffle her hair. "You shouldn't, after all. A lady of the Shun family rarely steps beyond her threshold. How could she possibly know a princess?" Xin Ning offered a faint smile. But you are proficient in medicine, possessing talents beyond those expected of a legitimate daughter of the Shun family. Thus, if you were to claim acquaintance with Yin Jiuli, I would not be surprised." Xin Ning fell silent for a moment, then inquired softly, "How did you come to like her? Was it mutual admiration or a case of love at first sight?" It was a sudden infatuation, a haunting longing, the sorrow upon learning she had wed, and the anguish upon hearing of her demise. Ji Yucong's demeanor hardened, his voice tinged with a chilling intensity, reflecting a profound hatred for her adversaries and an unwavering desire to bring her back, no matter the cost. Xin Ning was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Ji Yucong ceased his steps, fixing his gaze upon her. "Are you surprised?" "Indeed," she nodded. "It is quite surprising that a man like you could fall for a woman at first sight." Ji Yucong pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a considerable time. Affections are inherently devoid of logic. "Perhaps you have misunderstood something." Xin Ning spoke softly, suggesting that the prince's admiration for a woman might stem solely from her valor on the battlefield, where she proved herself as courageous as any man. He respected her ability to protect her homeland, showcasing skills that rivaled those of men. However, she believed the prince remained unaware of her true nature. Had he been fully acquainted with it, his affection would likely wane. What did she mean by true nature? She was superficial and foolish, overly gullible, causing harm to herself and others. Her blind faith in men's sweet words led to her own downfall, resulting in a tragic fate. Ji Yucong pressed his thin lips together, a shadow passing through his eyes. "Is her fate truly tragic?" he inquired. "Very tragic," came the reply. Ji Yu-tsang continued. If those who harmed her were to be subjected to 1,000 cuts, would that alleviate her resentment? Shen-ning fell silent, her gaze fixed on the rockery outside the corridor, her mind a tumultuous sea, unable to find calm. Did Ji Yu-tsang possess some knowledge that eluded her? If he was so enamored with Yin Jiuli, why was he so eager to bring Shen-ning into his household? When he spoke to her, did he already know the truth of her rebirth? But how could he possibly be aware of such a thing? On the day of her return to her family, he had mentioned the proposal of a marriage alliance with a southern Zhao and expressed his desire to take a concubine. It was only then that Shen-ning realized he might have known her identity all along. Or perhaps, from the very day she became Shen-ning, Ji Yu-tsang had been aware of it. Yet how could that be? The Shen family's brows furrowed in confusion. He was indeed the god of war of the Yong nation, but he was merely a mortal man, not a master of arcane arts. How could he possibly possess such knowledge? Chapter 67. Iron-willed, a deep and melodious voice echoed in her ears, drawing Shen-ning back from her drifting thoughts. Were you contemplating? Shen-ning turned her head, gazing at him with a hint of curiosity. Why have you suddenly chosen to share this with me? His demeanor was peculiar, unabashedly revealing to his newlywed wife that his heart harbored another woman, discussing her traits and abilities with an unsettling ease. Strangely, this revelation did not diminish his feelings for Shen-ning. Rather, his excessive candor and trust deepened her suspicions, leaving her with an unsettling certainty that she struggled to accept. I wish for you to trust me wholeheartedly. Ji Yu-tsang's voice was steady, imbued with a persuasive sincerity. There are matters you comprehend, and I understand as well. I need not ask, nor should you deny anything. However, I hope you refrain from harboring any reservations towards me. You are aware, and I understand. The meaning behind his words was clear to Shen-ning, prompting her to inquire how he had come to this conclusion, yet she found no reasonable justification for it. They were united in safeguarding a secret unknown to others. Shen-ning etalet softly, nodding slowly. I have accepted the marriage proposal from Nanzhao and requested that they bring 2 legitimate princesses and 10 esteemed ministers. Yi Yu King spoke in Nakamtone. I trust they will comply without bargaining. 10 ministers? Shen-ning mused, sitting alongside Ji Yu-tsang in the pavilion. Will they arrive? The situation is urgent. They should reach Yong country next month, Ji Yu-tsang replied nonchalantly, though it is possible they may arrive even sooner. Gazing at the serene beauty of the garden, Shen-ning's mind wandered to intriguing thoughts. Ji Yu-tsang, do you not desire to be emperor? His expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. This prince cannot become emperor. Shen-ning was taken aback. Why? After a brief silence, he looked at her with an impassive countenance. Because I'm destined to have no offspring. Childless? Shen-ning echoed in disbelief. Ji Yu-tsang nodded. It is a predetermined fate, one that cannot be altered. A tempest of emotions surged within Shen-ning, and for reasons unknown, she instinctively linked her rebirth with Ji Yu-tsang. It was absurd. Reason told her such a notion was utterly impossible. Yet, the world is rife with impossibilities. Why should this one be any different? Had she not experienced the extraordinary phenomenon of rebirth firsthand, she would never have believed in it. And yet, the reality of it existed. But to be destined for childlessness, as husband and wife, if you were fated to have no children, did that imply she would also be childless? Shen-ning turned her gaze toward the depths of the garden, falling into a lengthy silence. A subtle tension brewed between them, quietly evolving in the stillness, never to return to its former state. To be unencumbered by worldly ties is, in fact, rather appealing. The hidden truths within this conversation were understood by both, yet they tacitly chose not to address them. In the time that followed, Ji Yu-tsang became increasingly occupied. In the early court assembly, he exerted a formidable pressure, utilizing his iron-fisted authority to elevate the left and right chancellors he had supported, while also favoring the newly risen officials recommended by them, assigning them to significant positions within the court. Although the entire court of civil and military officials harbored discontent, none dared to oppose him. The young emperor, still uninitiated in governance, sat upon the dragon throne, helplessly observing the regent's rampant cultivation of new power within the court. On the 7th day of October, Lu Yin, the commander of the Imperial Guard responsible for investigating cases, was dismissed on the spot for his incompetence. The court officials knelt, beseeching the regent to reconsider, arguing that investigating cases was not within the purview of the Imperial Guard, and imploring him to show leniency. Yet, under the cold and ruthless grip of Ji Yucong, Liu Yin was ordered to receive 30 strokes of the cane and stripped of his command, with Princess Pingyao temporarily appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guard. This decision caused an uproar among the court officials. "Regent, please reconsider." The Minister of War was the first to step forward and kneel, asserting that there had never been a precedent in Yonghua for a woman to hold power. The princess had recently been frequently inspecting the Ministry of War, which already contravened the law. Today, the regent's appointment of her as the commander of the Imperial Guard was even more improper. They implored him to rescind his decree. "I second that." The Duke of Jinghua interjected, bowing respectfully. "Princess Pingyao is a woman, and it has been a long-standing tradition in Yonghua that women do not engage in governance. We beseech the regent to withdraw his order." The uncle of the Qin family echoed, "We implore the regent to retract his decree." Xie Tinglan, Yi Yucong, seated upon the royal throne, spoke indifferently. "What of the investigation into the ambush in the outskirts that I tasked you with? Has there been any conclusion?" Responding to the regent, "I have acquired testimonies from several mountain bandits," Xie Tinglan replied. "They admit to being instigated by Qin Yanshu, the legitimate son of the Qin family, with the intent to tarnish the reputation of the regent's consort, aiming to reduce her status to that of a concubine, thereby facilitating his courtship of Princess Pingyao." What? This revelation left the Qin uncle in a state of shock, his fury palpable as he turned to glare at Xie Tinglan, his gaze icy and terrifying. "Impossible. The Right Chancellor is spouting nonsense. This is pure slander. Yanshu has always been upright and honorable, deeply devoted to the daughter of the Shun family, and would never commit such a vile act." Minister Lin, Ji Yucong's gaze shifted to the Minister of Justice, Lin Qingfeng. "You have been assisting in the interrogations. Do your findings align with those of the Right Chancellor?" Bowing, Lin Qingfeng replied, "In response to the regent, I have indeed interrogated the bandits alongside Lord Xie, and they have confirmed that it was instigated by the legitimate son of the Qin family." "Utter nonsense! Utter nonsense!" The Qin uncle's face turned ashen, his emotions on the verge of eruption. "You are all fabricating lies." He turned to the emperor, kneeling with a thud. "I implore your majesty to see the truth. Yanshu is upright and cannot possibly commit such absurd acts. Someone is deliberately attempting to frame him. Bring him in." Ji Yucong raised his hand, his voice cold and unyielding. "Go to the Qin residence at once and bring Qin Yanshu here." Yes. Several Imperial guards accepted the command and departed. The hall fell into a profound silence. Ji Jin sat upon the dragon throne, his complexion as pale as paper, his right hand instinctively clutching the armrest of the throne, his gaze lost upon the anxious face of the Qin uncle, his heart sinking into an abyss of despair. He clearly understood the regent's intentions today. First courtesy, then force. The initial proposal to appoint the Long Princess as the commander of the Imperial Guard met with fierce opposition from the court, a reaction the regent had anticipated. Consequently, he chose to set this matter aside for the time being and instead focused on addressing the incident involving the Shun family and the bandits on the outskirts. Catching everyone off guard. If his suspicions proved correct, Qin Yanshu was likely the mastermind behind this unexpected event, and the regent was undoubtedly already in possession of evidence linking him to the crime. Following this, he would wield his authority with an iron fist, targeting the Qin family directly. Although Qin Yanshu's actions might not warrant the extermination of his entire clan, their malicious nature necessitated a severe punishment to quell public outrage. A chill crept into Ji Jin's heart. Qin Yanshu, as the legitimate son of the Qin family, remained the nephew of the empress, regardless of his transgressions. Should the regent choose to execute Qin Yanshu today, the status of the Qin family in the court would undoubtedly plummet. With such a stark lesson in mind, would anyone dare oppose the proposal of having the Long Princess lead the Imperial Guard? I will update another chapter first. There is still more to come. I apologize for not informing everyone yesterday, as I took a leave of absence. Chapter 68. You fools. Ji Jin loosened and tightened her grip on the handrail repeatedly. taking a long moment before turning her head to speak. "Your Highness, the virtue of a woman is of utmost importance. Some matters, once past, should remain in the past. Each mention only serves to inflict further damage upon a woman of compromised integrity. I implore you to see this clearly." Ji Yutsong replied coldly, "Indeed, the damage to a woman's virtue can be profound. If such a situation were to befall a more delicate woman, given the Qin family's disdainful withdrawal from the engagement and the disapproval from the Duke of the State, her path would be nothing but a dead end." The Duke of the State stood in silence, feeling uneasy about the implications of the regent's words, yet convinced he had not erred. The societal demands regarding women's virtue were undeniably harsh, a reality beyond his singular control. He understood Shen Ning's innocence, yet he had to consider the interests of the entire family. In the aftermath of the incident, the discourse surrounding Shen Ning's tarnished reputation overshadowed any condemnation of the ruthless bandits responsible for the attack. Ji Yutsong's gaze settled on the Duke's face. "Shen Yinlin, as the Duke of the State, have you ever contemplated seeking justice for your daughter?" The Duke choked momentarily, rendered speechless. Though the attack on Shen Ning had stirred considerable uproar, the victim's family had not reported the crime, leaving the authorities with little impetus to conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, with certain individuals obstructing progress, public discussions predominantly revolved around Shen Ning's innocence, with scant attention paid to the perpetrators and their due punishment. Before Shen Ning's marriage to the regent, he had contemplated the family's reputation, wishing only for her to marry Qin Yanshu as a concubine in modesty. After her union with the regent, he sought to quell the escalating rumors, wishing to silence external critiques. As for the pursuit of the assailants, although he had not formally reported it, he had discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate, yet no definitive information had surfaced thus far. He never anticipated that the regent would bring such matters to the court. "The princess I have married possesses a formidable spirit, unyielding to societal censure, and does not punish herself for the transgressions of others. Yet this does not imply that she remains unscathed by this ordeal." Ji Yutsong surveyed the grand hall with a cold demeanor, acknowledging the prevailing societal norm that upheld male superiority and imposed stringent demands upon women as chastity. "I currently have no intention of altering your perceptions, yet all present in this court have diligently studied the teachings of the sages. Have the sages ever instructed you to bully the weak or to lay the blame for the crimes of others solely upon women?" "Your Highness." Yin Qingshun stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I believe that individuals must bear the consequences of their own actions. The deeds of those bandits stem from their heinous nature and utter disregard for the laws of Yong Nation. I assert that they must be apprehended promptly and subjected to the harshest penalties, to restore public faith in the justice of the law and to give women their due justice." Pausing briefly, he continued, "However, the stringent moral codes imposed upon women have persisted for far too long. When a woman's virtue is compromised, even if it is not her fault, the world is quick to gossip. I fear that this cannot be entirely eradicated. If we truly wish to halt such injustices, we must employ a firm hand to suppress it and consider easing the constraints placed upon women within these doctrines. Though one may acknowledge that suppression is but a fleeting measure with little enduring effect, and that relaxing constraints is a delicate endeavor fraught with challenges, especially in the face of public scrutiny. Nevertheless, the formal edicts of the court will, to some extent, bear influence. Moreover, the true torment that renders existence unbearable is not merely the idle gossip that pervades society, but rather the disapproving gazes and attitudes of one's own kin. If only some restrictions could be eased, the powerful men would at least refrain from brazenly coercing women to sacrifice their purity. In times past, when a woman faced disgrace, many chose to end their lives to demonstrate their fortitude and to honor their families. Yet, I fail to comprehend the nature of their transgressions. Xie Tinglan stood forth, resolutely declaring that if noblemen and women disregard decorum and engage in clandestine exchanges, treating propriety with contempt, then stringent punishment is indeed justifiable. However, excessive reproach, which fosters a pathological standard of the virtuous woman, is utterly unacceptable. Such a stance will only deepen society's harsh expectations of women, demanding that they bear no blemish. not even a hint of error in their conduct. Yet, who among us is infallible? Qin Guizhou sneered. Are you suggesting that the demands of ancient sages are erroneous? Xie Tinglan countered. The sages may not be at fault. Rather, it is the foolishness of individuals over centuries who, in the name of familial honor, have constricted the living space of women, narrowing it to an intolerable extent. This is not adherence to the ancient sages. It is wielding their words as a sword, recklessly striking down the vulnerable and innocent. They have no means of resistance and, under such oppression, become increasingly helpless and subservient. This is not the outcome we wish to witness. Yan Qingshan nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed his sentiment as well. Ji Yucong sat silently upon the throne, his countenance cold and detached, betraying neither pleasure nor displeasure. Your Highness, Ji Jin interjected, furrowing his brow. Women are but vassals, their existence solely for the purpose of procreation. Nonsense. A sharp voice rang out as Princess Pingyao, adorned in a crimson gown, strode into the grand hall with urgency, her beauty striking and her demeanor frosty. Is it truly the case that the emperor, in his exalted position, views women solely as instruments for reproduction? Is this the absurd ignorance that accompanies your status as the son of heaven? I lament the presence of such progeny within the imperial lineage. Ji Jin's visage darkened, his anger palpable as he retorted, This is the grand hall of the court, not the residence of the princess. Who permitted you to enter uninvited? I have come by imperial decree to bring Qin Yanshu for questioning, Princess Pingyao declared, gesturing for several imperial guards to escort Qin Yanshu into the chamber. Qin Yanshu appeared pale and frail, still recovering from illness. Qin Guizhou's face turned ashen. Princess Pingyao, there is no room for your words here. Princess Pingyao fixed her gaze upon Ji Jin. The exalted status of men and the subservience of women is a result of the incessant oppression exerted by you and your contemptible ilk. Women are merely to bear children? If that is so, does the emperor dare issue a decree that allows women to participate in the imperial examinations, to serve in the military, and to step forth in the world with dignity? You dare not, for you fear that women will eclipse your glory, usurp your power, and diminish your status. You go to great lengths to suppress women, while condescendingly belittling their standing. It is you who are the shallow and ignorant fools. I should truly make you experience the taste of being trampled beneath someone's feet. Chapter 69. Defiance. The hall was thrown into turmoil by her astonishing declarations, leaving all the officials in a state of shock. Your Highness, the princess. What sheer absurdity. The woman, by nature a delicate flower, was expected to support her husband, raise children, and propagate her family's lineage, serving as a virtuous assistant to her spouse. How could she compete with men in examinations, let alone take to the battlefield? It was utterly preposterous. Was the princess truly intending to dismantle the traditions established by our ancestors over millennia? But what if she did? Standing resolutely in the grand hall, Princess Pingyao, with the force of her singular presence, confronted the assembled ministers, her icy demeanor striking fear into their hearts. Not only do I intend to wield military power, but I shall also attend court daily. I wish to see whether your ignorance or my words carry greater weight. The ministers, taken aback, trembled as they pointed at her in disbelief. Are you inciting rebellion? The princess is inciting rebellion. We implore the regent to take severe action against her. Otherwise, the kingdom of Yong may well fall into ruin at her hands. The minister of war knelt, raising his voice in supplication. We beseech the regent to deal harshly with the princess, to uphold the dignity of the imperial authority. Following suit, Duke Qin also knelt. The princess's actions are treasonous. Duke Qin, Princess Pingyao interjected calmly, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. Do not forget that the Qin family is still bound by a marriage contract with me. Are you now advocating for a righteous betrayal of kin? Duke Qin froze, his complexion a tapestry of green and white. What did it matter that the princess's defiance was intertwined with the Qin family? Would he support the Qin family, or would he side with the emperor? Moreover, she had repeatedly humiliated Yanshu and had brazenly displayed her affection for the illegitimate son. Qin Yuma, in front of the matriarch and the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, undoubtedly treading upon their dignity. What use was such a daughter-in-law? As he prepared to speak, Princess Pingyao raised her gaze toward the front, her voice cold. Does my uncle believe I am in rebellion? Prince Ji Yutsong replied indifferently. I do not discriminate between genders in my selection of officials. I assess solely on merit. As long as your capabilities are sufficiently robust, I have no objection to your wielding power. Uncle. Ji Jin's expression turned frosty, panic flickering in his eyes. This is my empire. You, as regent, manage national affairs, not to usurp imperial authority, nor to overturn the patriarchal system. Your words and actions today are already treasonous, even if you are reluctant to take action against her. You could command her to relinquish military authority and return home for self-reflection, never to set foot in the palace again. Ji Yutsong tilted his head, an air of dominance enveloping him, his gaze inscrutable. Since your majesty is aware that I am serving as regent, you should remain content to listen quietly, rather than critique my decisions. As his words fell, the ministers collectively gasped, the grand hall suddenly enveloped in an icy chill, causing shivers to run down their spines. They hardly dared to glance at the emperor's expression. Was the regent truly prepared to sever ties with the emperor? The emperor was the sovereign ruler of the nation, destined to reclaim authority in due time. No matter how immense the regent's power, it was but a temporary condition, and a delicate balance had long existed between the regent and the emperor. Even if the emperor cannot govern the state, the regent would at least appear to respect him. What has transpired today? Ji Jin's complexion drained of color as he gripped the armrest tightly. In front of the entire court, does the regent truly disdain even the fa of courtesy? As of today, the position of commander of the imperial guards is temporarily entrusted to the grand princess. Ji Yutsong's tone was frigid, leaving no room for error. The grand princess of Pingyao slightly bowed, exuding composure and grace. Thank you, imperial uncle, for your trust. I shall safeguard the peace of the court and ensure the safety of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor is never compromised. Ji Yutsong disregarded Ji Jin's pallid visage and the shocked, furious expressions of the ministers, his gaze lowered to the kneeling Qin Yanshu, his eyes as cold as a frozen pond. Qin Yanshu, Ji Yutsong's voice was sharp as frost. I have brought you here today to inquire about matter. You would do well to answer truthfully. Having only recently endured 30 lashes, Qin Yanshu still bore the marks of his injuries. Kneeling in the hall with a pale and despondent expression, his eyes betraying a barely perceptible despair. Was the regent inquiring about the ambush on Shening Jiao? It seemed Qin Yanshu anticipated the purpose of this audience, calmly raising his head to meet the gaze of the emperor and the regent. Where there is an assailant, there is a victim. I wish to see the regent's consort. If the regent agrees, I shall reveal everything. Yanshu. Qing's eyes narrowed in disbelief, fury coursing through him as he exclaimed, the regent's consort is a lady of the inner court. How can you, an outsider, presume to meet her? Moreover, this is the hall of discussions, not a private garden. Qin Yanshu lowered his gaze silently, enveloped in a shroud of desolation. I confess that all of this was my doing. I wish to apologize to the regent's consort in person. What? A clamor erupted among the ministers. They gazed at Qin Yanshu in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yanshu. Qing was face-hardened, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. What are you saying? Have you been muddled by your injuries or bewitched? Qin Yanshu's expression was sorrowful. Father, I am not confused. Every word I have spoken is the truth. Since the regent has already found evidence, denying it would be futile. Qin Gua trembled with rage, abruptly standing and kicking him to the ground. You speak nonsense. I see you are possessed. Guards! Guards! Drag him out at once. Qin Gua bellowed in the hall, losing all decorum before the emperor. Ji Yutsong's voice was cold. Drag him out and give him 20 lashes. The grand princess of Pingyao raised her hand, signaling the imperial guards who had previously escorted Qin Yanshu to step forward, one on each side gripping Qin Gua's shoulders, forcibly dragging him away. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Qin Gua shouted in fury. The regent and the grand princess of Pingyao are conspiring to rebel. They seek to eliminate dissent and completely usurp the emperor's power. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, ah. Ji Jin sat in the dragon throne, seemingly in a daze, listening to the cries of anguish echoing from outside. A chill seeping from his feet up his spine, as if a shiver of dread coursed through him. Is my uncle truly serious about this? Does he genuinely seek to usurp my throne? Why? In the past, although he was often aloof and difficult to approach, he never allowed himself to be put in an awkward position during the morning court sessions. What then was amiss today? Ji Jin pressed his thin lips together, his complexion as pale as parchment. Was it because he had incited the princess of Pingyao to eliminate Shen Ning, finally provoking his ire? Chapter 70. The concealed thoughts in his relentless pursuit to marry Princess Pingyao, Qin Yinshu incited his subordinates to locate a band of mountain bandits, deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the legitimate daughter of the Shun family to achieve his nefarious goal of demoting her to a concubine. He callously murdered all the maidservants and guards surrounding the Shun family's legitimate daughter, employing the most brutal and despicable methods imaginable. Ji Yucong's voice, cold as ice, commanded, "Bring Qin Yinshu and imprison him in the dungeon. He shall be dealt with on a chosen day." Without any resistance, Qin Yinshu was taken away, his fate sealed. As for the manner of his demise, the ministers fell silent, their hearts filled with trepidation. The envoy from Nanzhao was already en route, and the prime minister in the Ministry of Rights had made preparations to receive the envoy. Ji Yucong rose, his tall and slender frame exuding an air of authority that intimidated all present. Today's court session concludes here. Should there be any other matters for discussion, send your memorials to my palace. Dismissed. The ministers knelt and bowed, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor, long live the regent." Seated upon the dragon throne, Ji Jin stared blankly at the ministers who fervently shouted their praises, an ironic glint in his eyes as an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. They were a collection of feeble, inept individuals. The regent wielded immense power, consolidating authority without opposition. He promoted his loyalists and eliminated dissenters, and they dared not resist. The regent broke established protocols to appoint the princess as the commander of the imperial guard, and they remained silent. He ruthlessly eliminated royal relatives, even treating the Empress Dowager's nephew with disdain, yet they chose to turn a blind eye. This cadre of ineffectual sycophants, could he genuinely expect their support for his ascendance to power next year? His father had bequeathed him a cadre of steadfast ministers. Ji Jin staggered to his feet from the dragon throne, his right hand gripping the armrest. Turning back, he cast a downward glance at the magnificent golden chair before him, a symbol of the highest authority in the realm. It is said that the one seated upon the dragon throne reigns supreme over all, possessing the power of life and death, commanding the populace with a single decree. Yet, at this moment, he felt anything but an emperor. He was but a puppet, a marionette, a wretched insect fortunate enough to be born into royalty but devoid of imperial resolve. Concealed within him was an unacknowledged ambition, a yearning for power, a desire to conquer that seemingly unattainable figure. Ji Jin subtly lifted the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. He was a man shrouded in darkness, harboring a restless beast longing to break free from its cage, filled with clandestine thoughts, yet never pondering the welfare of the common people, nor contemplating truth and justice. From the moment he ascended to the throne, his mind was solely occupied with how to suppress the regent, devising strategies to compel the regent's compliance, never once considering the management of state affairs. Thus, he was utterly unfit to be an emperor. A singular, obsessive, sinister thought began to take root in Ji Jin's mind. "Uncle, since you desire power so fervently, let this kingdom be yours to govern. I only hope you can maintain your grasp on it." Injured, Qin Guizhou was sent back home, inciting a wave of anxiety throughout the entire Guizhou residence. Lady Qin turned pale with fright, her voice trembling as she inquired, "What has happened? What transpired? Where is Yinshu? Why did the eldest son not return with you?" The face of the Duke of Qin turned pale, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. In a flurry, Lady Qin commanded her servants to summon a physician and hurry to the main courtyard, where she inquired of the guards accompanying the Duke. What transpired? The personal guard, bowing his head, replied, The master raged in the hall, behaving inappropriately before the emperor, and was ordered by the regent to receive 20 strikes. Lady Qin felt darkness envelop her vision, nearly fainting. How could the esteemed duke, a royal relative and brother to the Empress Dowager, be punished with the cane in the Grand Hall? Suddenly recalling that Yin Shu had also been taken into the palace, Lady Qin anxiously questioned, "What has become of the eldest son? Where is he? Why did he not return with you?" The guard responded, "It seems the eldest son has been imprisoned." Lady Qin stumbled, losing her balance, and collapsed into unconsciousness. "Madam, madam." The personal maid quickly supported her, urging her to remain calm. Only by maintaining composure could they devise a means to rescue the eldest son. Lady Qin, overwhelmed by dizziness, managed to speak, her face devoid of color. Why was Yin Shu imprisoned?" The guard replied. "The eldest son admitted in the hall to framing the regent as consort. He confessed that the bandits were indeed under his command, aiming to make the legitimate daughter of the Shun family a concubine, so that he might successfully marry the princess of Pingyao." Lady Qin's face drained of color, rendered speechless in shock. "Duke," a maid suddenly called out, "have you regained consciousness?" Lady Qin hazily turned her gaze towards Duke Qin, who struggled to open his eyes. "That scoundrel Yin Shu, the ungrateful child. He seeks to bring ruin upon the Qin family." Lady Qin lunged forward, nearly distraught. "My lord, what has happened to Yin Shu? Can he still be saved? Can he truly be saved? He is my only son." Duke Qin, pale and trembling, his face devoid of any color, spoke in a quivering voice. Whether from pain or fury at Yin Shu's actions, he is a fool. Before the entire court, he confessed to the charges. How can we possibly save him? The wayward son of the Qin family. The sound of despair echoed through the chamber as Lady Qin collapsed to the ground, engulfed by hopelessness. Before the entire court, he admitted to his crimes against the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, and with the regent applying pressure, who could possibly save him now? In her despair, Lady Qin suddenly remembered someone. "Father, what has happened?" Upon receiving the news, Qin Zhilan rushed over, and upon seeing her father gravely injured and lying on the bed, her complexion changed dramatically. "Father! Father!" Duke Qin trembled in pain, taking a deep breath. Qin Zhilan's face turned as pale as snow, her eyes reddening. "What has befallen the Qin family recently?" "Father, are we Zhilan?" Lady Qin suddenly seemed to recall something, gripping her daughter's arm tightly as if clinging to a lifeline. You must find Qin Yuma. Ask him to plead with the princess of Pingyao. She is the only one who can save the Qin family now." Zhilan mother. Tears streamed down Qin Zhilan's cheeks, her face a portrait of anxiety and unease. Qin Yuma had not returned from the princess's residence, and even if I were to seek an audience at the princess's palace, there was no guarantee of being received. Moreover, the princess of Pingyao had never been particularly amicable towards the Qin family. Could we truly hope for her assistance? In a state of extreme agitation, Madame Qin spoke sharply. "Whether it is possible or not, we must try. Do you intend to stand by idly while your elder brother faces execution? He has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice by the regent, and should they resort to torture, he may not withstand it. Your brother cannot endure such torment." "Mother, please do not be hasty," Qin Zhilan quickly reassured her. "Shall we seek an audience with the Duke of Zhenghua? If my brother has been apprehended due to the matter concerning the daughter of the Shun family, as long as the Shun family does not pursue the charges, there may yet be a chance for his survival. I can attempt to negotiate." Chapter 71. Choosing a more suitable emperor. Madame Qin, being the head of the household, quickly regained her composure upon her daughter's reminder and nodded involuntarily, exclaiming, "You are right. We must seek mercy from the Duke's residence. As long as they agree not to pursue the matter, Yin Shu will still have a chance." A maid led in a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, who knelt to report, "The physician has arrived." Supported by others, Madame Qin rose, her thoughts drifting to her son, still imprisoned. Glancing at her husband slumped on the bed, she understood she could not falter. She promptly rallied herself, requesting the doctor to attend to the injuries of the Duke. Yet, she was merely a woman. The recent punishment of 30 strikes upon Yin Shu, followed by the Duke's 20 strikes today, weighed heavily on her heart, as if an unseen hand were squeezing her heart tightly. inducing a profound sense of unease. It seemed that only now did she truly comprehend that although the Empress Dowager held a seemingly exalted position, she possessed no power to protect the Qin family under the dominance of the regent's authority. The emperor resembled a fledgling eagle, yet to sprout its wings. Far from wielding power, he might struggle even to safeguard himself, let alone protect the Qin family. The Qin family's seemingly splendid status in Shenyang was, in truth, precariously fragile. With the duke punished and Yen Shu imprisoned, the Qin family found itself enveloped in a shroud of despair. Meanwhile, Shun Ning, residing in the regent's palace, remained oblivious to the recent happenings in the court due to her self-imposed seclusion. She was a woman of action, one who would immediately set her plans into motion upon resolution. Determined to concoct an antidote for Ji Yutsong, all her thoughts were consumed by the task at hand, indifferent to the tumultuous winds and rains outside. However, her indifference did not shield her from the timely reports of her attendants, Shurqin and Shurqi. Today, the Grand Princess exerted her influence in the court, Shurqin exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. It is said that her presence changed the complexion of the entire court, as ministers rallied against her. But with our Lord's support, she is well equipped to withstand them all. Shun Ning, initially absorbed in her herbal studies, finally looked up, slightly delayed, and asked, "The Grand Princess exerted her influence? Why?" It is rumored that the regent ordered the commander of the Imperial Forest Army to investigate the truth behind the attack on the princess. However, due to Commander Lu's negligence, he failed to uncover any leads. Consequently, the regent dismissed him and appointed the Grand Princess as the acting commander in his stead. Shurqin elaborated, emphasizing the main points. The ministers opposed her, arguing that a woman should focus on supporting her husband and raising children. And the emperor publicly declared that women are merely the appendages of men, their sole purpose being to bear offspring, which earned him a fierce reprimand from the Grand Princess. Shening fell silent for a moment, an odd sensation blossoming in her heart. While it was true that women's status was generally inferior to that of men in this era, the world was filled with various kinds of women, intelligent, beautiful, rational, and gentle. Even those scholars who became obsessed with the teachings of sages merely espoused that a wife should assist her husband and manage domestic affairs, ensuring her spouse could pursue his career without concern. Yet, the emperor himself so deprecatingly belittled women, stating they were only fit for childbearing. A chill flickered in Shun Ning's brow. The emperor is the exemplar of the realm. With Ji Jin harboring such prejudices, should he truly seek to govern the future, the women of Yonghua might find themselves ensnared in even greater shackles. The oppression of women by men would only grow fiercer as he inherently disdains them. The actions of those in power invariably shape the behaviors of the populace, leading to a gradual suppression of women and a constriction of their existence. When Ji Yutsong returned that evening, Shun Ning had already completed her ablutions and had instructed servants to prepare a meal, awaiting his company for dinner. Ji Yutsong affectionately ruffled her hair, his demeanor softening. "Have you not yet dined? I was waiting for you," Shun Ning replied candidly. "I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Today, I heard from the court musician that Princess Pingyao made quite the scene in the imperial court, causing a stir among the officials." Ji Yutsong nodded. "Indeed. What are your thoughts on Princess Pingyao?" Ji Yutsong furrowed his brow. "She is unrestrained, living rather freely. I find her quite bold." Shun Ning replied coolly, "To disregard societal opinions and flout conventions, merely withstanding the reproaches of ministers and the slanders from outside, is ample proof of her courage. Yet, it remains to be seen whether she possesses the heart to advocate for the common people." "Advocate for the common people?" Ji Yutsong's brow twitched, as if suddenly grasping her implication. "What are you suggesting?" "Ji Jin is not a suitable candidate for the throne," Shun Ning stated flatly. "Since you are destined for a childless fate and lack the desire for the imperial seat, it would be wiser to select a more fitting successor. Should Princess Pingyao's conduct be attributed to a man, he would be deemed impeccable, devoid of the gentility and modesty expected of women, unrepentant in her choice to take a consort, unbound by affection for any single individual, and audacious enough to publicly insult the emperor, actions that even most men would not dare to undertake. Such courage is commendable. Moreover, she displays a fierce disdain for the likes of Qin and Shu, those who are duplicitous and lack responsibility, living on her own terms, so resolute that she would prefer to choose a commoner as her consort. Each attribute she exhibits endears her to Shen Ning. She admired her sincerely. Even in her own time of wielding military power and achieving great feats, she had not possessed such carefree abandon. Ji Yutsong gazed deeply in her eyes. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am serious," Shen Ning affirmed with a nod, devoid of jest. "However, the decision rests with you." Ji Yutsong paused in contemplation. "In truth, I have been reflecting a great deal these past few days. It might be more prudent to place military authority in your hands, ensuring your safety throughout your life, than to have you ascend to that position. I have already begun to devise a plan." Shen Ning looked at him in astonishment. "What has prompted such thoughts?" "I cannot be excessively selfish," Ji Yutsong replied calmly. "If I am destined for a short life, you ought to have a vibrant existence of your own." Shen Ning slowly shook her head. "I lack the energy for such ambitions, feel no sense of belonging to Yonghua, and harbor no grand aspirations. Her sole aim is vengeance, to ensure that those treacherous souls from Nanzhao pay the price they deserve. A heart filled with hatred cannot harbor the weight of a nation, especially when she recognizes herself as an outsider, devoid of profound emotional ties to the kingdom of Yon. Even with the support of Ji Yutsong, she is reluctant to invest excessive time and energy in outsmarting the ministers of Yon, engaging in a battle of wits that could span decades, only to conclude her life with endless toil." Ji Yutsong gazed intently at her, his brow furrowing slightly. "Are you truly unwilling?" "Indeed," she replied. Ji Yutsong lowered his gaze. "Then could you grant me a request?" Shen Ning, perplexed, inquired. "What request?" Ji Yutsong took her hand gently. "Once you have accomplished all that you desire, I wish to travel the world. Would you accompany me?" Chapter 72. The Emperor's increasing audacity. Shen Ning lowered her gaze to his hands, which were elegantly shaped with distinct knuckles, undeniably beautiful. She pondered thoughtfully, realizing that, apart from her quest for vengeance, she had yet to establish any concrete aspirations for her future. In fact, she was uncertain about what she truly desired: to traverse the world. If life could indeed be so carefree and delightful, why not give it a try? However, wandering the globe was no trivial endeavor. It required substantial financial backing and a guarantee of personal safety. Regardless of who ascended to the throne, it was imperative for them to possess the means of self-preservation. "If we were to survive, I might consider it," Shen Ning mused, slowly nodding. Yet, rather than journeying aimlessly, she proposed the idea of becoming a royal merchant. Ji Yutsong raised an eyebrow in surprise. "A royal merchant?" Shen Ning nodded, offering a faint smile. "After all, if one wishes to live freely, it is essential to amass considerable wealth. In that case, we can expand our business across nations, allowing us the liberty to travel wherever we desire, free from financial worries." A smile crept onto Ji Yutsong's lips. "You are indeed correct. With your current status as regent, it should not be difficult to gather a few capable merchants to work on your behalf, clandestinely generating profit." As Shen Ning spoke, her tone took on a subtle nuance. While this arrangement might appear to blur the lines between authority and personal gain, as long as the pursuit of wealth did not lead to morally reprehensible actions, such as aiding the impoverished during calamities or providing disaster relief, her conscience would remain clear. Ji Yutsong regarded her with soft eyes. "Even in leisure, you are mindful of the common people. I believe you are well suited to be a ruler." "Your perception is misguided," Shen Ning replied, her tone unembellished. "Compassion for the populace stems from a mere flicker of pity. It is a sentiment that any decent individual might possess. However, governing a realm is no simple task. Firstly, I harbor no ambitions for power. Secondly, I detest a life of incessant toil. And thirdly, I abhor treachery and despise unnecessary complications." Ji Yutsong remained silent, lowering his head to take a bite of his meal, lost in contemplation. "When will the southern Zhao emissaries arrive?" "After the grand wedding in Pingyao. By the end of this month," Ji Yutsong replied. "The loyal and brave Marquis Han Sun will also attend." Sending momentari di frose. The loyal Marquis Han Sun, her childhood companion in southern Zhao, Her husband, the man who had cast her into despair after their marriage, was now her enemy. Loyal and brave. What a commendable title. Do you truly believe the Marquis is loyal and brave? Shen Ning inquired calmly, her tone devoid of emotion. I suspect he is merely a man of hollow reputation, lacking both loyalty and courage. Yu Tsang gradually nodded. If he were genuinely loyal and brave, there would be no need for him to seek assistance in Yonghua. Shen Ning fell silent once more, surprised by her own composure, which felt genuine rather than superficial. She wondered if she could maintain such tranquility when she finally encountered him. Is he one of the 10 esteemed ministers you mentioned? Ji Yucang let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, saying, I have heard that he is one of the most trusted individuals of the Emperor of Nanzhao, and was once the husband of the late Princess Chang. It is rumored that their marital bond was unbreakable after the princess's untimely demise. This loyal and valiant marquis was engulfed in profound sorrow, isolating himself and refusing sustenance for 3 days. It was only through the emperor's imperial decree that a tragedy was averted. Shen Ning listened in silence, feeling as though she were merely a spectator to someone else's tale. This loyal marquis had already declined the proposals of 3 esteemed noblewomen, determined to uphold his wife's honor. Ji Yucang's tone remained indifferent. Do you find this credible? Regardless of its veracity, it seems most people have chosen to believe it, Shen Ning replied. Ji Yucang's expression darkened. I am quite curious to ascertain the depths of his loyalty and the weight of his affections. Shen Ning smiled faintly, though her eyes revealed no mirth. I too wish to know. For reasons unknown, the emperor exhibited an unusual quietude in the following days, remaining silent during court sessions, his demeanor serene, yet inscrutable, as if the anger from that day had dissipated, rendering him a sovereign of unfathomable depths. On the 14th of October, merely 2 days remained until the wedding of Princess Pingyao, and the day of the regent's poisoning drew near. After court, Ji Jin summoned Ji Yucang, requesting, I invite you to the Chonghua Palace for a discussion. Upon his arrival, Ji Jin instructed Zhou Fong to produce the antidote. Alongside the antidote lay an imperial edict. Ji Jin picked up the edict, saying, Please take a look, Your Highness. Uncertain of Ji Jin's intentions, Ji Yucang unfolded the edict only to find it blank, save for the clear words, abdication. His gaze lifted, revealing a depth of inscrutability. What does this signify? Your Highness's eagerness to seize power suggests a desire to ascend the throne, does it not? This is merely a blank decree for now. Yet you should comprehend what I intend to inscribe upon it. Ji Jin's gaze was unwavering, determined not to miss a flicker of emotion on Ji Yucang's face. If you agree to my 2 conditions, the throne shall be yours. Ji Yucang's expression hardened. What are your conditions? First, you must eliminate Shen Ning. Second, you must consume this antidote. Ji Jin smiled faintly. I can draft the abdication edict to transfer the throne to you, provided you fulfill the condition of killing Shen Ning and consuming the antidote in my presence. Ji Yucang grasped his intent, his gaze shifting to the ornate box containing the antidote, his eyes icy and inscrutable. There are 24 antidotes in total. You have already used 15, leaving 9 here. As I speak, it is as though I am discussing the most mundane of matters. Once you consume all 9 antidotes, I shall immediately abdicate in your favor, ensuring you are spared the dilemma of whether to continue seizing power or to relinquish it to the regent. The emperor often fancied himself clever. Ji Yucang raised his hand to take the ornate box, his gaze lifting slightly, his expression indifferent, as if he were regarding a foolish child. What I desire, I shall pursue myself. Whether you grant it or not, it shall not alter the outcome. Your Highness. As Ji Jin's complexion shifted, he clenched his jaw in indignation. I have abdicated the throne to my imperial uncle. Thus, he may ascend to the throne with rightful legitimacy. However, should the emperor seize power unlawfully, no matter how sagacious or unparalleled he may be in expanding territories and achieving great feats, he will forever be condemned in the annals of history. The emperor has become increasingly audacious of late, utterly foolish beyond redemption. Ji Yucang coldly concluded, Summon the guards. The armed imperial guards stormed in with urgency. Ji Jin, feeling a chill run through him, stared incredulously at Ji Yutsong. "Uncle, are you plotting a rebellion? Do not forget that you are merely the regent, not the sovereign. Such actions are no different from treason." With a demeanor shrouded in frost, Ji Yutsong's voice pierced the air with a chilling sharpness. "You shall remain on the throne until your demise. No one will usurp your dragon seat. But the emperor will possess nothing but this throne for the remainder of his life." Having uttered this statement, he turned and departed, an aura of formidable menace surrounding him, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Chapter 73. The rumors run rampant. The imperial guards, standing with swords drawn, knelt respectfully as Ji Yutsong departed, maintaining an orderly presence outside the Zhonghua Palace, forming layers of defense that rendered the area as secure as a fortress. Ji Jin's complexion was pale, his gaze fixed blankly on the retreating figure of Ji Yutsong, as if every ounce of strength had been sapped from his body, leaving him to collapse weakly onto the dragon throne. "Your Majesty," Zhou Feng stood by anxiously. "The regent seems to be serious. What shall we do?" Ji Jin stared vacantly at the blank imperial edict on the table. Was shunning truly that significant to him? Zhou Feng was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes before he seemed to comprehend the situation, lowering his gaze uneasily. "Your Majesty, since the regent disregards public opinion and the criticisms of others to marry the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, it should be evident that he harbors feelings for the princess. Even if your Majesty believes the regent's wife has lost her virtue and is unworthy, a more tactful approach should be taken to remind him, rather than confronting him head-on." "Head-on?" Yi Yin scoffed coldly. He had lived in the shadow of this uncle since his princely days. When had he ever been so bold? Previously, with the late emperor at his side, he and his uncle had maintained a cordial distance. As long as he did not dwell on it, he need not fear being suppressed. But now, with his father deceased and unprepared to ascend the throne, he was forced to confront the regent daily. This feeling. Ji Jin's eyes lowered slightly. No one could possibly understand. Let it be enraged. He was curious to see how far this uncle would go. Ji Yutsong's actions were swift and decisive. After leaving the Zhonghua Palace, he summoned officials from the 6 ministries to the Qingjin Hall for discussions, issuing commands that clearly established him as the true ruler of the nation. In just a few days, new faces appeared both within and outside the court. During this time, Madame Qin exhausted every means to save her son, practically begging for assistance, yet she found no way in. At the Duke of the State's residence, Madame Shun claimed she could not make decisions regarding Shenning, while the Duke stated that the regent's decree was not easily altered. Qin Jilan sought out Qin Yu Mo, but could not even gain entry to the princess's residence. The family was engulfed in sorrow, while the prominent families in the capital avoided them like venomous snakes, eager to distance themselves as much as possible. A wave of rumors surged through the streets, branding Qin Yanshu as a scoundrel, a heartless man, and a base individual. In his pursuit of marrying the princess of Pingyao, he sullied the reputation of his fiancé, and even took a life, thus deserving of retribution. The law treated princes and commoners alike. Moreover, he was not even a prince. The regent's mercy in not annihilating the Qin clan was already a profound act of grace. Yet Madame Qin still dared to seek connections to rescue her son, truly a family devoid of shame. As the rumors grew louder, some began to connect the dots, declaring that the previous gossip about the regent seeking to ruin the princess's reputation had fallen apart on its own. They attributed this blame to the Qin family, accusing them of being the ones to cry thief, deliberately tarnishing the regent's name. Now the truth has come to light, and the public holds the regent in high esteem for his sense of responsibility, even when besmirched by slanders. He has never attempted to defend himself for the sake of the regent consort's reputation. He truly embodies the essence of a regent. In summary, the capital has been abuzz for several days. Even within the palace, whispers have surfaced, and the ever-enthusiastic Princess Jiahe, upon hearing these tales, was infuriated. Nonsense. Pure nonsense. What absurd gossip are those gossips spreading? The regent possesses responsibility? Qin Yanshu schemed to commit murder, tarnishing his fiancé's virtue, intending to reduce his wife to a concubine? Utterly ridiculous. Fuming, Princess Jiahe sought an audience with the Empress Dowager, embellishing the rampant rumors. The more they spread, the more absurd they become. It is clear that Shun Ning is to blame for her own shortcomings, having lost her virtue, yet shamelessly marrying. Now, she has become a celebrated victim. What despicable means they employ to conspire against the Qin family? Conspire against the Qin family? The Empress Dowager froze, disbelief etched on her face. Jia, what are you saying? What has happened to the Qin family? Recently, due to a series of blows, the Empress Dowager's spirits had plummeted and her health had deteriorated, confining her to bed for several days while she consumed calming herbal concoctions. Though rumors from the previous dynasty had faintly reached the inner palace, no one dared mention them in her presence, fearing further distress. To her astonishment, Princess Jia's outburst had inadvertently revealed everything. The Empress Dowager fixed her gaze on the princess. The regent is targeting the Qin family? Her son had been staying at the princess's residence, and only today did she catch wind of some unsettling news. Jia's expression shifted slightly as she hesitantly spoke. I heard that my uncle has been assaulted, and Qin Yanshu has been imprisoned. The Empress Dowager felt darkness cloud her vision, her body swaying slightly. Your Majesty, please do not distress yourself, Lady Wei murmured, her head lowered in fear. I too worry that the sudden news might provoke your ire, which is why I refrain from speaking. What is truly happening? The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth. Speak plainly. It is true that the eldest son of the Qin family has been imprisoned, and the royal uncle has received 20 lashes for his outburst in the Great Hall. Your Majesty, it seems the Qin family. The Empress Dowager collapsed on her phoenix chair, her complexion as pale as parchment. How could this be? How could this be? Does Ji Yucong truly dare to inflict such harm upon the Qin family? This is outrageous. Is he plotting a rebellion? Send for Concubine Hui, the Empress Dowager commanded, propping her forehead with her hand, urgently requesting Concubine Hui's presence. Yes. As the Empress Dowager sat in her chair, a chill coursed through her. She had misjudged Ji Yucong's temperament, believing that his dire affliction would render him compliant, or at least circumspect to a degree. To her astonishment, he resorted to such ruthless measures, determined to oppose the Qin family. He was indeed a cruel and unscrupulous minister. How utterly incompetent and foolish had the late emperor been to entrust the regency to such a man. Chapter 74. Such foolishness Princess Jia sat by, observing her usually regal mother in a state of despair, a sense of foreboding welling up within her, and her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Mother, do you think the regent will act recklessly? The Empress Dowager replied coldly. How would I know if he will act recklessly? Hasn't he, the regent, been poisoned? The antidote is in the emperor's possession. How could he dare? Princess Jia anxiously interjected. He is the regent now. If he acts recklessly, he becomes a traitor, and the royal family and the common people will never tolerate him. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, remaining silent. If things come to a head, let us seek the assistance of the Empress Dowager, Princess Jia urged. Mother, the regent has always respected the Empress Dowager. We should appeal to her. Silence. The Empress Dowager shot her a cold glance. In this moment of uncertainty, you are in such a state of panic. If the regent truly becomes ruthless, do you plan to kneel before him, weeping and begging for mercy? Startled, Princess Jia recoiled and quickly defended herself. The ministers left by father are utterly incompetent. The eldest daughter of the Duke of the State is married to the regent, and the second daughter to the emperor. Who knows where the Shun family's loyalties lie? Moreover, even if they wish to be loyal to the emperor, the Duke's military power has been dismantled over the years, rendered virtually non-existent. They are left with only the title of Duke. Do they dare to oppose the regent? What loyalty to the throne, what noble literary spirit. If the regent harbors thoughts of usurpation, the only force that will matter is military power. Can those so-called noble literati in the court even draw a bow or wield a sword? You speak the truth. The Empress Dowager leaned back on her phoenix throne, a cold, somber expression settling on her brow. It is futile to gather these families who possess only titles without military strength. Our current strategy must involve discreetly winning over several generals within the court. Your Majesty, Lady Hui has arrived. The Empress Dowager returned to her senses. Let her enter. Yes. Shun Yin entered, surrounded by palace attendants, adorned in splendid royal garments that exuded opulence. Even the vermilion hairpin on her head seemed to radiate an elegance previously unseen. "I pay my respects to your majesty," Shun Yin said respectfully. "Did your majesty summon me?" The Empress Dowager replied coolly. "Have you heard of the events unfolding outside?" "Events outside?" Shun Yin queried, glancing instinctively at Princess Jia. "What is happening outside?" The Empress Dowager frowned. "Have you not paid attention to the significant matters occurring beyond the palace during your days here? Interference in state affairs is forbidden in the harem. Has your majesty forgotten?" Shun Yin furrowed her brow, looking at her with innocent eyes. "Besides, since my arrival in the palace, I have not even seen the emperor. The maidens attending me are as mute as statues. I wish to bring my elder sister into the palace to reminisce, but they offered nothing but excuses. Impudence." The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened, her voice heavy with anger. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Shun Yin pressed her crimson lips together, kneeling anxiously. "I acknowledge my fault. Having only recently entered the palace, she was still familiarizing herself with the environment and the unmastered rules. How could she have time to concern herself with matters outside?" The Empress Dowager coldly fixed her gaze upon her. "Tomorrow, send someone to summon Shun Ning into the palace, claiming she is unwell and longs for her family. She needs to have a heartfelt conversation with her elder sister." Shun Yin hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, my elder sister has recently changed completely, viewing me, her own sister, as an adversary, disregarding even the reputation of my grandmother. I fear she may not respond to the summons." "Think of a reason yourself," the Empress Dowager retorted angrily. "I have merely requested a trivial task. Yet you are so reluctant?" Shun Yan's complexion turned pale, her head bowed in silence. "I have a plan," Princess Jia has sneered. "Isn't Shun Ning on good terms with the Left Chancellor's sister? We can first summon Yin Zheng to the palace for a conversation, and then call for Shun Ning." "I refuse to believe she would not come." Shun Yin recalled the last time at the Left Chancellor's residence, where Yin Zheng had indeed treated Shun Ning quite well, and Shun Ning also held a certain fondness for Yin Zheng. A shadow of gloom passed over her. It seemed that her closest kin could not compare to an outsider, confirming that Shun Ning was indeed a heartless wretch. "Princess Jia speaks rightly." Shun Yin slowly nodded. "I am willing to give it a try. Please, your majesty, instruct me on what to say when my elder sister arrives. Yin Shu has been imprisoned by the regent." Shun Yin was taken aback. "Qin, Yin Shu has been thrown into jail? Why?" "It pertains to your sister," the Empress Dowager replied coldly. "Regarding the ambush your sister faced outside, some believe Yin Shu was behind it." Shun Yin was shocked. Was Qin Yin Shu the mastermind? If such was the truth, did it imply that from the very beginning, his intention was to make her elder sister a concubine? Shun Yan's thoughts drifted to the impending marriage between the Qin family and Princess Pingyao, a chill running through her. Thus, the Empress Dowager summoned her elder sister to persuade Shun Ning to intercede, seeking the regent's mercy to release Qin Yin Shu. "Shun Yin, what are you daydreaming about?" The Empress Dowager's piercing gaze turned upon her. Shun Yin snapped back to reality, speaking in a flustered and anxious manner. Then, "What connection does this matter have with young Master Qin? How could there possibly be a connection?" The Empress Dowager retorted in anger. "The legitimate son of the Qin family is honorable and upright, with a clear conscience. He would never stoop to such despicable deeds." "Indeed," Shun Yin replied, her demeanor stiffening, and she lowered her gaze. "What does your majesty wish for me to do?" "When Shun Ning enters the palace, you must converse with her, asking if she could, in light of her past affections for Yin Shu, persuade the regent to show leniency and spare Yin Shu's life." So it was indeed. Shun Yin suppressed her astonishment and quietly spoke. "If Qin Yin Shu is truly innocent, shouldn't the truth be sufficient? Why must we involve my elder sister in this plea?" The Empress Dowager was furious, nearly inclined to strike her. She could hardly believe that the second daughter of the Shun family could be so naive. If the truth could be uncovered, would Qin Yin Shu still need to be imprisoned? She genuinely doubted whether Shun Yin was truly foolish or merely pretending to be so. The emperor had welcomed her into the palace, and thus far, she had proven utterly ineffectual, failing to win the emperor's heart or compete for favor. She questioned how she could have made such a foolish decision. Growing impatient, the Empress Dowager coldly commanded, "Proceed as I direct." Understood. As Shun Yin departed. Seated in her palanquin, she could not help but ponder whether Qin Yin Shu's imprisonment signified the impending downfall of the Qin family. The Empress Dowager must have found herself at a loss, and thus sought a way to summon her presence. Given this, shouldn't she strive to secure some advantages for herself? Contemplating this, she commanded the eunuch, "I wish to see His Majesty." Turn back and head to the Chonghua Palace. The eunuch who accompanied her hastily replied, "Your Highness, you may be unaware, but the Emperor has recently been unwell and is not receiving visitors." The news of the Emperor's ailment caused Shun Yan's countenance to change dramatically. "Then it is all the more imperative that I pay him a visit. As a consort, it is my duty to attend to His Majesty in times of illness. Is it not? Quickly turn around." The eunuch, left with no choice, redirected their path towards Chonghua Palace. However, upon arriving at Chonghua Palace, the sight of the heavily guarded imperial army, forming layers outside, enveloped Shun Yin in an oppressive and daunting atmosphere. The palanquin came to a halt, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally descended. Yet, as she stepped into the courtyard, several members of the imperial army stepped forward to block her path. With a faade of authority, Shun Yin declared, "I have come to visit His Majesty. Step aside." One of the guards responded, "The regent has issued a decree. The Emperor requires tranquility, and no one is permitted to disturb him." Furious, Shun Yin retorted, "How dare you?" The towering figures of the imperial army loomed before her, resolute and imposing, like an impenetrable wall, preventing her from advancing even a single step. As her complexion gradually paled, she pondered in despair. Had the entire court truly fallen under the sway of the regent? If the regent harbored ambitions of usurpation, could he not easily accomplish it? What purpose did her presence in the palace serve? Was she destined to live in solitude or merely to be a scapegoat? Chapter 75. The invitation from the wise concubine suddenly. A crisp and cold voice echoed. "What is happening here?" "Your Highness, the Grand Princess." The imperial guards knelt in unison, offering their respectful salutation. Shun Yin turned her gaze, and her expression shifted. The Grand Princess of Pingyao, draped in dark garments with a crimson cloak, approached with a graceful poise, her slender figure radiating authority. A hint of a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Ah, it is the newly arrived wise concubine. Do you wish to see His Majesty?" Instinctively, Shun Yin took a step back. "I have heard that His Majesty is unwell. As his concubine, it is my duty to remain by his side." "The wise concubine is truly virtuous," remarked the Grand Princess with a smile that was both mocking and serious. "However, a concubine must adhere to the rules of her station. The Chonghua Palace is the Emperor's private quarters. Entering without summons is an overstepping of bounds. Should you be favored, it may be permissible, but should you not, you risk severe consequences." With defiance, Shun Yin lifted her chin, unwilling to show weakness. "I have yet to even see the Emperor. How can you presume to know my standing?" The Grand Princess responded with a cool smile. "If you were indeed favored, would it not be more appropriate to summon the Emperor to meet you?" Furiously, Shun Yin retorted you. Turning her attention to Shun Yan's maid, the Grand Princess commanded coldly, "Escort the wise concubine back. Ensure she does not wander about recklessly in the future. Otherwise, there will be repercussions." The attendants trembled as they assisted Shun Yin into the carriage. With a wave of her hand, the Grand Princess instructed, "Continue your watch. I must return to the palace to prepare. A wedding is to take place the day after tomorrow, and I have no time to linger here." It was indeed vexing. She should have been indulging in the company of handsome suitors at the Grand Princess's residence. Yet her uncle insisted she assume command, forcing her to traverse between the Grand Princess's estate and the palace. Witnessing the foolishness of those around her, truly a waste of time and a detriment to her mood. Whether Shun Yin would become a scapegoat remained uncertain. However, the following morning, as she sent word, Shun Ning was attending to Ji Yu Tsang's pulse when she received a report from the matron. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. As the anxious eunuch, who had come to deliver the edict, arrived at the Lingji Hall and stood outside the door, he humbly addressed her, "Esteemed regent's wife. Today the wise concubine has summoned Miss Yin Zhang from the left chancellor's residence. expressing a desire for you both to enter the palace for tea and conversation, to alleviate the solitude within the palace. His words were well articulated, delivered with respectful caution, devoid of any arrogance. Yet, he pointedly mentioned Yan Zhang's presence, which gave Shen Ning pause. After all, within the confines of the regent's estate, a mere eunuch dared not speak loudly. His life was precarious, and he knew not when he might be crushed. Inside the room, Shen Ning's expression turned ice-cold. My sister has likely enjoyed a few days of comfort, and now believes herself to be a lofty royal concubine. Ji Yutsong, clad only in a snow-white undergarment, leaned against the bedpost. Do you need to undress? Shen Ning gently pressed his wrist, and, after a moment, withdrew her hand and turned to retrieve the silver needles she had borrowed from Ling Feng. The Empress Dowager likely anticipated that today would be the day your poison would manifest, she said, settling on the edge of the bed and meticulously cleaning each needle with alcohol-soaked cotton. I suspect it is related to the matter of Qin Yanshu. Ji Yutsong remained silent, quietly removing his garments and lying down upon the bed, uncertain whether it was the poison administered by Shen Ning with silver needles last month. The current episode was not particularly fierce. The pain was bearable, yet the discomfort of the toxin's resurgence was undeniable. He felt languid, disinclined to engage in conversation. Shen Ning's gaze fell upon his robust, yet lean physique. Last month's situation had been perilous, and in her focus on detoxification, she had scarcely observed his body. Now, as she scrutinized him closely, she sincerely remarked, "In this world, the physiques of martial artists are the most aesthetically pleasing, and your highness possesses a form that surpasses the ordinary warrior. Every inch is perfectly lean, devoid of excessive and intimidating musculature. Neither the stocky build of a short man nor the frailness of a weakling, but rather a tall and powerful frame, with a firm chest and a narrow waist, as if every inch contained an undeniable strength. Does this vessel of mine meet your approval, my lady?" Ji Yutsong noticed her scrutinizing gaze and turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Is there any flaw?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ning displayed no hint of bashfulness. Instead, she unabashedly continued to appraise him. "While there may be no apparent flaws, even the most perfect appearance can grow tiresome over time. At this moment, I find myself somewhat envious of the fortunate Princess Pingyao." "Is that so?" Ji Yutsong's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering that the royal family serves as a model for all. He had previously overlooked her audacious behavior, but perhaps it was time to impose some restraint, lest all women emulate her. If all women could follow her example, it might indeed be a blessing for them. Shen Ning interrupted, delivering a sharp needle to his heart's acupoint. "Alas, women have been suppressed for too long. They cannot rise on their own, and rather than learning, they would likely join in the condemnation of Princess Pingyao's audacity. It is customary for men to have multiple wives, while women are expected to be gentle and virtuous, devoted to one man. As a royal offspring, Princess Pingyao has been shielded by the late emperor, yet her behavior has attracted considerable criticism. Were she an ordinary woman, she would have long since met a tragic fate. The world is rife with inequities. No one can choose their gender. Both men and women emerge as innocent lives. Yet the moment they leave their mother's womb, they are destined to endure vastly different fates. It is a notion that borders on absurdity." Ji Yutsong fell silent, refraining from comment. The belief that men are superior to women has been ingrained for millennia, a notion not easily altered. Even as a regent, wielding power to compel obedience, he could not change the deeply entrenched perceptions of society. Only Princess Pingyao stood as an exception. Her mother had always been a nonconformist. Pingyao was raised under her influence. Naturally, she inherited her mother's temperament, and being the favored daughter among all princesses, her rebellious nature is hardly surprising. Shen Ning pondered. It seems that this esteemed noble consort is indeed an extraordinary woman. Ji Yutsong responded with a non-committal sound, as discussing the deceased was delicate. Shen Ning focused intently on her acupuncture, while outside, the eunuch delivering the edict interjected, "Regent Princess." Do not speak yet," she interrupted. Shen Ning raised her voice, instructing her attendant to wait outside, assuring them that she would join them in the palace once she had completed her tasks. The eunuch, tasked with delivering the imperial edict, opened his mouth to speak further, but his gaze fell upon the dozen guards stationed outside the Lingji hall, particularly resting on the familiar figure of Ling Feng, the personal attendant of the regent. He immediately refrained from pressing further, opting instead to wait patiently. This wait extended for nearly half an hour. It was not until Ji Yucong expelled a mouthful of dark blood that Shen Ning, with deliberate calmness, organized her silver needles before rising to open the door and returning the needle case to Ling Feng. The eunuch, anxious to convey the message, sighed in relief upon seeing Shen Ning emerge. He hastily spoke. The Hui consort must be quite worried. Please, Your Highness, allow me to escort you to the palace. Shen Ning regarded him coldly and inquired, Has Yin Zheng entered the palace? Chapter 76. You are truly insolent. The eunuch quickly lowered his head, afraid to meet her gaze. Yes. Shen Ning sincerely believed that Shan Yin had not yet endured enough hardship, which was why she persistently tested her patience. Having already issued warnings before, it baffled her why Shan Yin displayed such a lack of wisdom. Shen Ning turned and re-entered the room, observing Ji Yucong. Who is dressing? Is the palace entirely under your control? Ji Yucong replied affirmatively. You may do as you wish. Without further ado, Shen Ning returned to Jinlin courtyard to change her attire, accompanied by Shi Qin and Shi Qi as they took a carriage into the palace. Yin Zheng had indeed been brought into the palace. With Prime Minister Yin absent, the gentle Yin Zheng, being a girl of little ambition, lacked the courage to confront the palace consorts, unlike the bold princess Ping Yao and Shen Ning. Unbeknownst to her, Hui Fei summoned her to intimidate Shen Ning, so she obediently entered the palace. At that moment, she sat before Shen Yin, having already sipped 2 cups of tea. Their conversation dwindled into an awkward silence, and as Yin Zheng observed Shen Yan's visibly darkening expression, she realized the situation was rather unusual. After a moment's consideration, she rose to take her leave. I shall not disturb your highness's rest any longer. I bid you farewell for now. Who permitted your departure? Shen Yin slammed her teacup down, regarding her with haughty disdain. Shen Ning does not regard me, and neither do you? Yin Zheng was taken aback. I did not mean to kneel. Shen Yin barked sharply. Yin Zheng frowned slightly, recalling her current station, although displeased. She chose silence and knelt down. Strike her, Shen Yin commanded, unleashing her pent-up fury towards Yin Zheng, demanding she receive 10 slaps. Yin Zheng's expression changed slightly as she looked up at her. I fail to comprehend my offense, that the esteemed Hui Fei would be so incensed. I strike you because I wish to. I need not justify my actions. Shen Yin glared coldly at her, adding, Furthermore, are you not currently retorting against me? Am I mistaken in my judgment of you? Yin Zheng surmised that Shen Yin bore a grudge from the previous flower viewing banquet. Gradually standing up, she met Shen Yan's gaze. My brother is the prime minister. Even though you hold the title of Hui Fei, it is unjust to bully whomever you please. Impudent. Shen Yin seethed with rage. Yin Zheng, you are defying imperial authority, an unforgivable crime. Guards, restrain her and strike her. I shall see who dares. A formidable voice suddenly echoed, imbued with a chilling aura. Shen Yin, do you believe there is nothing left in this world for you to cherish? Which is why you act so recklessly. Shen Ning strode in, her expression frosty, her gaze upon Shen Yin as though she were an apparition. Yin Zheng turned to her, her emotions softening. Princess. Shen Ning, you are insolent. Shen Yin stood, fury radiating from her, as she pointed at Shen Ning. You, slap. Shen Ning swiftly advanced, striking Shen Yin across the face. How dare you? Shen Yin clutched her face in disbelief. You dare strike me? I am a consort bestowed by the emperor. How would you lay a hand on me? Shen Ning was followed closely by Shi Qin and Shi Qi, as a few palace maids instinctively stepped forward to protect their mistress. Shi Qin cast a cold glance that halted them in their tracks. Come here. Shen Yin covered her face with one hand while furiously pointing at Shen Ning with the other. Seize her. I intend to teach her some manners today. Did you hear that, ah? Shen Ning raised her hand and grasped Shen Yan's neck with such force that it rendered her nearly powerless to resist, while her other hand ruthlessly struck Shen Yan's face. Slap, slap, slap. You are nothing but a wretched creature, without a lesson, You will never comprehend your own worth. Shenning pressed her down onto the chair, her icy eyes filled with a chilling malice. Shenyan, must you truly perish before you can behave yourself? Regent Princess! The maids knelt in unison, their faces pale with fear, pleading for her mercy. Shenning, you are audacious. Shenyan grasped at Shenning's hand desperately, her face turning blue from lack of air. I'll let go of me, please. With a frigid glare, Shenning delivered 4 more resounding slaps, transforming Shenyan's once delicate face into a swollen mess. Regent Princess, please remain calm. We implore you to calm down. The maids continued to plead. Calm down? Shenning tightened her grip on Shenyan's neck, lifting her and throwing her to the ground, then stepping on her chest while yanking her hair. Shenyan, I have truly given you face. Ah, kook, kook, kook. Shenyan clutched her neck, coughing agonizingly. Are you all dead? Quickly, pull this madwoman away. Get her off me. Shenning lifted her head, casting a cold, sweeping glance around. If anyone dares to move, I will snap her neck immediately. The palace attendants stood frozen, engulfed by an overwhelming chill. Shenning looked down at Shenyan's swollen face, her voice piercing like ice. Shenyan, you are an utterly hopeless fool, believing that entering the palace elevates you above others, who bestowed upon you such misguided confidence, leading you to this foolish perception, a mere concubine achieving what the emperor and empress dowager cannot. Why you must release me, sister, I understand my mistake, I truly do. Shenyan's eyes welled with fear as she faced Shenning. It was not my intention, the empress dowager. She is the one who urged you to enter the palace. She wishes for you to plead on behalf of Qin Yanshu, claiming he is innocent and desires the regent to release him. Innocent? Shenning seized Shenyan's flesh with a fierce grip, coldly observing her pain as she screamed. The Qin family will be extinguished, and that will be the end of it. Having uttered this, she slowly stood up, straightening her attire, and looked down at the trembling Shenyan on the ground. Before you act foolishly again, consider whether you can bear the consequences. Yin Zheng, witnessing such a fierce regent princess for the first time, stood by in awe, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. This is the final warning. Shenning's voice was like a chilling blade. Should there be a next time, you shall accompany Qin Yanshu to meet the king of hell. With that, she nodded to Yin Zheng and turned to leave. Outside the hall, Princess Pingyao stood casually, exuding an air of authority in her magnificent cloak. Upon their emergence, Princess Chong of Pingyao nonchalantly commanded, effective immediately, Her Highness, Concubine Hui, shall retreat to her quarters for rest, unless in the event of extraordinary circumstances. She is not permitted to wander aimlessly. Chapter 77. The Grand Wedding of Pingyao. Fengyang's appearance, the emperor has been confined, as has the Hui concubine. In a certain sense, they have shared both joy and suffering. Only the empress dowager, a solitary figure, is left fuming, unable to see her son or command her new daughter-in-law, and powerless to rescue her nephew imprisoned in the dungeon. Moreover, the perimeter of the inner palace has been fortified, leaving the empress dowager with limited space to exercise her authority, which only fuels her anger, anxiety, and unease. Despite her steadfast belief that the poisoned regent would not dare to usurp the emperor's power, even if he now wields immense influence, she knows that he must eventually relinquish control upon the emperor's ascendance. Yet, Ji Yutsong's methods have evidently surpassed her expectations. Now, with the unpredictable princess of Pingyao involved, the empress dowager feels an uncontrollable fear. Ji Yutsong alone is enough to trouble them, and the princess of Pingyao incites their fury. Watching these two seemingly allied figures, the empress dowager cannot help but regret her past decisions. However, her regrets are solely connected to Ji Yutsong and Shenning, with no bearing on the princess of Pingyao. They have far too many matters to attend to, leaving them no time to indulge an elderly woman desperate for power. On the 16th of October, the princess of Pingyao is to be wed. Guests arrive in droves, creating a festive atmosphere. Firecrackers burst and drums resound, marking the first breaking of societal tradition since the founding of the Yong Kingdom, as the princess marries her husband in a ceremony that defies convention. The princess, in her regal attire, parades through the streets in a floral sedan chair, akin to a royal procession, basking in glory as her husband becomes the object of envy among the populace. Attendants clad in crimson scatter dates, peanuts, and coins, while children eagerly scramble to collect them. And the townsfolk extend their heartfelt blessings for the couple's enduring happiness and fruitful progeny. Enduring happiness? The princess of Pingyao turns to her husband, Qin Yuma, seated beside her. Do you believe we could indeed have a lasting union? Today, Qin Yuma dons a splendid red wedding outfit, accentuating his youthful features and exuding an ethereal charm. His previously reserved demeanor is now imbued with a vibrant brilliance under the crimson fabric, prompting the princess to gaze at him more intently. If the princess desires it, it can be so. Qin Yuma responds with a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Are you attempting to charm me? The princess teases, narrowing her eyes. Qin Yuma is momentarily taken aback, quickly suppressing his smile. No, I was just jesting. The princess continues to admire his red attire. You look quite handsome in red. You should wear it more often. Qin Yuma remains silent. I shall have several more red garments made for you, she declares. After a brief pause, he nods softly in agreement. As evening descends and the sun sets, the floral sedan chair comes to a halt before the gates of the princess's estate. She disembarks, holding the end of the red silk, and smiles gently at Qin Yuma. Come, my esteemed husband. Qin Yuma grasped the other end of the crimson silk as she walked alongside Princess Pingyao down the lengthy red carpet. Adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant motifs of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of festivity and blessing. Upon entering the grand hall, the two approached the jubilantly decorated space. Ji Yuzong and Shen Ning sat regally at the main seats. As the officiant's commanding voice echoed, proclaiming the auspicious hour had arrived, the newlyweds were beckoned to honor heaven and earth. Princess Pingyao and Qin Yuma stepped into the joyous hall. They bowed to the heavens. They bowed to their ancestors. The couple exchanged vows. Suddenly, the harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the clattering of hooves, accompanied by a fervent shout. Halt! Princess Pingyao frowned, turning her gaze toward the entrance. Qin Yuma's hand, still holding the crimson silk, trembled imperceptibly, her lips pressed together in silence. Today was a day of great celebration. Had not the defenses outside been meticulously arranged? Only invited guests were to approach, while suspicious individuals were strictly prohibited. Ji Yuzong raised his eyes to Princess Pingyao, questioning how such a lapse could have occurred. Yet, Princess Pingyao remained unfazed. Does your highness not wish to know who this person is? Yi Yuzong replied solely. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Outside the grand doors, commotion ensued, accompanied by heated arguments. Princess Pingyao commanded, go inform them outside to let the guests in. Yes. A maid hurriedly rushed out, but upon seeing the face outside, she momentarily froze. General Fengyang, a young man, clad in a brocade military uniform and appearing travel-worn, stormed in. Looking to be in his mid-20s, his face a portrait of anxiety and urgency. He forcefully pushed aside the guards and attendants blocking his path. Bursting forth into the hall, Pingyao, you cannot wed him. I am your betrothed. Qin Yuma's complexion paled, disbelief flooding her as she turned to gaze at the approaching man. Dressed in a striking brocade uniform, he radiated an overwhelming presence. His features were well-defined and strikingly handsome. He was none other than Ling Fengyang, the once celebrated young general of Yong country, who had been childhood companions with Princess Pingyao, only to tragically perish on the battlefield. Qin Yuma lowered her gaze. It was evident whom Princess Pingyao would choose over a mere ineffectual scholar, such as herself. Stop him. Princess Pingyao raised her arm, her voice cold and resolute. Today is my wedding day. Anyone who dares to disrupt it shall face my wrath. With her command, a throng of black-clad guards materialized from all directions, forming a formidable barrier that effectively halted Ling Fengyang's advance. Pingyao. Ling Fengyang stood stunned, gazing from afar at the princess adorned in bridal attire. I am Ling Fengyang. Do you not recognize me? Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence as guests, drawn by the unusual commotion, trickled out to witness the spectacle. As some among them laid eyes on Ling Fengyang, their expressions morphed into astonishment. General Fengyang, you You were supposed to have perished on the battlefield. It had been 3 years since his demise. How could he suddenly reappear? Could he be an imposter? What on earth was happening? In the wedding hall, Qin Yuma unconsciously clutched the crimson silk, feeling utterly like an outsider. It seemed that today's grand wedding might require a last-minute substitution. Although this princess was uncertain whether you were indeed Ling Fengyang or from whence you had suddenly appeared, she resolutely declared that no one was permitted to disrupt her wedding festivities. Princess Pingyao coldly stated, "Even if you are the genuine Ling Fengyang, burdened with grievances and secrets, any dialogue must await until after my wedding." With a commanding tone, she ordered, "Seize him. Do not allow him to approach even a step closer. Should anyone dare to jeopardize the auspicious moment of my marriage, let them not blame me for severing their head to use as a ball." With that, she turned to signal the officiant, "Proceed." Qin Yuma looked up, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Princess Pingyao, stammering, "Your Highness? What is it?" Princess Pingyao frowned. Qin Yuma hastily shook his head, a hint of panic in his demeanor. "And no," the officiant then called out. The couple bows to each other. Qin Yuma and Princess Pingyao faced one another, both bowing, with Qin Yuma inclining slightly lower, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Ceremony complete, proceed to the bridal chamber. "Pingyao, Pingyao," Ling Fengyang shouted urgently, "you cannot marry him. You are my betrothed. We are meant to be husband and wife." Pingyao. Princess Pingyao, indifferent to his pleas, held onto the red silk as she was escorted to the bridal chamber alongside Qin Yuma. Ji Yutsong raised his hand, signaling, "Bring him over." The black-clad guards roughly restrained Ling Fengyang, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Shen Ning's gaze fell upon him, her pupils narrowing as she spoke icily. "What you wear is the attire of a general from the southern Zhao kingdom." Chapter 78. I am Ling Fengyang. Ling Fengyang was taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Shen Ning's. I am Shen Ning, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, and now the princess consort of the regent." Shen Ning replied in a tone devoid of warmth. "What else do you wish to know?" Ling Fengyang found himself forced to kneel, struggling to rise, but failing. He spoke coldly. "I have matters to discuss with the Grand Princess." Before addressing the Grand Princess, "You ought to clarify with the regent why you are adorned in the attire of a general from Nanzhao," Shen Ning interjected, pointing at the patterns on his sleeves and collar. "Only a second-ranked general from Nanzhao is permitted to wear such garments. The distinctions between a first-rank and a second-rank general are merely ornamental. You are unmistakably from Nanzhao. Why do you masquerade as General Fengyang?" As her words fell, the guests surrounding the joyous hall began to murmur among themselves. This person is actually an impostor posing as General Fengyang? It was no wonder the Grand Princess had ignored him, for she was aware of his deception. Indeed, when General Fengyang met his demise on the battlefield, the Grand Princess of Pingyao witnessed it firsthand, hearing that he was struck by a multitude of arrows. How could he possibly be alive? This individual, donning the guise of General Fengyang, had chosen to stir trouble on the very day of the Grand Princess's wedding. One could only speculate on his ulterior motives. Perhaps he was a spy from a rival nation, intentionally approaching the Grand Princess of Pingyao under the pretense of being General Fengyang to steal secrets of Yong Kingdom. A chorus of hostile inquiries and accusations reached his ears, painting him as a scheming infiltrator. Ling Fengyang's complexion paled, and he fixed his gaze on Ji Yutsong. "I am Ling Fengyang. If the regent does not believe me, I demand to be taken to see the emperor at once. The emperor will affirm my identity." "Oh." Shen Ning's voice was coolly detached. "Are you implying that the emperor is aware of your wearing Nanzhao's attire? The people of Yong Kingdom are well aware that you have been declared dead for 3 years. If you truly are General Fengyang, why have you not returned to Yong Kingdom in all this time? Have you been residing in Nanzhao these past 3 years? Have you betrayed your own country and become a general for Nanzhao? I will divulge nothing to you." Ling Fengyang struggled to rise, his tone icy. "I demand to see the emperor. Take me to the emperor at once." Ji Yutsong's expression remained indifferent. "Constrain him in the Ministry of Punishment's prison. He shall await the Grand Princess's interrogation on the morrow." "Yes." The black-clad guards firmly restrained Ling Fengyang, dragging him away. "I am Ling Fengyang. I have my reasons." He bellowed. "Regent, you have no authority over me. I demand to see the emperor. I demand to see the emperor. Your emperor is already in dire straits. Do you still wish to see him? The Grand Princess of Pingyao stepped forward, observing the once magnificent figure of Ling Fengyang, now reduced to a prisoner. This evening, I shall be occupied with my wedding. I have no time for irrelevant matters. Come the dawn, I will visit the Ministry of Punishment's prison to reminisce with you. With that, she turned to the onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Return to your feasting. Do not linger here watching the commotion, lest the dishes grow cold. The guests, taken aback by her command, began to disperse. However, not all were so keen to heed her words. Humanity is diverse, and a few obstinate souls were determined to mar the atmosphere. Such behavior from the Grand Princess is most inappropriate. A woman should remain loyal to her commitments. Although General Fengyang is unaware of the reasons behind his resurrection, it is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The kingdom of Yong gains yet another formidable general. Furthermore, General Fengyang's fervent desire to meet the emperor suggests that there are undisclosed matters that warrant investigation. Perhaps the emperor himself is privy to the truth. Why then, does he not afford General Fengyang an opportunity? Princess Pingyao coldly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Cast this foul-mouthed wretch out." The speaker was a man in his 30s, likely of modest rank, or perhaps entirely without official position, a mere remnant of ancestral favor. In any case, Princess Pingyao had never encountered him before and had no interest in making his acquaintance. She commanded that he be ejected without delay. Henceforth, he was to be forbidden from appearing before her again. With that, she turned on her heel and returned to her chamber, unwilling to endure the nonsensical prattling of a dimwit. Meanwhile, Ling Fengyang was taken to the dungeon under the pretense of being a spy from an enemy nation. Shackled heavily, as Shan Ning observed his retreating figure, she was inexplicably reminded of her own 2 years of imprisonment. Prior to her marriage, she had never heard of such a figure. On the night of her wedding, she was ensnared in a plot, losing her freedom and remaining oblivious to the events outside. Was Ling Fengyang the one who ventured to Nanzhao during that time? What compelled him to go there? Was he gravely wounded and rescued? Or was his death merely a ruse, a cowardly escape from the battlefield to Nanzhao? Upon Princess Pingyao's return to her chamber, she discovered an unwelcome presence. "Elder brother, you are the Qin family. We have committed many wrongs against you in the past, and I acknowledge my mistakes. I humbly apologize and implore you to save our elder brother. Please plead with the princess to spare him. He is the only legitimate heir of the Qin family. And if he were to be executed, how could our mother endure such a loss?" Princess Pingyao leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene with keen interest, as Qin Zhilan wept and begged Qin Yuma. Clad in festive attire, Qin Yuma sat at the table, his tone indifferent. "The affairs of the Qin family do not concern me. You should leave promptly. The princess will arrive shortly." "Elder brother, can you truly be so heartless?" Qin Zhilan gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes filled with accusation. "You too are scion of the Qin family. What benefit would it be to you if our elder brother were to fall? Do you think that if he were to fall, you would be the sole heir of the Qin family? That is a fanciful notion. It cannot be. Our father hath a mistress outside, and you cannot outmaneuver them. Elder brother, if you merely speak a kind word to the princess, I shall regard you as my true elder brother henceforth, and our elder brother would embrace you as his younger sibling as well. What advantage would there be in being your true elder brother?" Princess Pingyao interjected, entering nonchalantly. "Could it possibly exceed the benefits I could offer him?" Chapter 79. Do you prefer an entire garden? Qin Zhilan was startled, turning her head to gaze at Princess Pingyao, her complexion paling. "Your Highness, what is it?" Princess Pingyao inquired casually. "What benefits can you offer Qin Yuma? Will you elevate him to the status of a legitimate heir of the Qin family, or bestow upon him the authority to govern the family in the future?" Qin Zhilan's face flushed with indignation. "He is merely a bastardo. Leave at once." Princess Pingyao surveyed the surroundings. "How dare you allow an unrelated person to enter the new chamber without my consent? What kind of conduct is this? Your Highness, spare us. We are at fault. Tonight is my wedding, and I wish to avoid bloodshed. I shall grant you a reprieve this once." Princess Pingyao said coldly, "Cast the women of the Qin family out. From this moment forth, No one from the Qin family shall approach the gates of the princess. As you command. Princess Pingyao stepped closer, observing Qin Yuma's silence, then lifted his chin with her hand. What are you pondering? Qin Yuma's gaze lifted slightly. Was that person truly General Fengyang? Princess Pingyao raised an eyebrow. I expected you to clarify first why Qin Jilan would appear here. Qin Yuma replied. She came of her own accord. Those outside recognized her as my sister and dared not obstruct her. Princess Pingyao snorted softly. That should be the case. She nodded nonchalantly. Her stature, appearance, and voice are indeed quite similar. Qin Yuma tightened his grip slightly. Does the princess not intend to? To do what? Princess Pingyao raised an eyebrow. Rekindle old flames? Resume past affections? Qin Yuma remained silent, his gaze lowered. These past 3 years, I have thrived splendidly without him. Princess Pingyao scoffed. Even if he is indeed Ling Fengyang, so what? He comes and goes as he pleases. Am I to remain tethered to him? Qin Yuma still did not respond. How naive of him to think so. Princess Pingyao chuckled coldly. I shall never be foolish enough to forsake an entire garden for the sake of one solitary flower. With that, she leaned down and kissed his cheek. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Tonight is our wedding night. Let's share a cup of wine. Qin Yuma's eyes softened. Does the princess truly favor an entire garden? Of course, Princess Pingyao replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Do you not? Qin Yuma was momentarily at a loss for words. I lack the right to have preferences. A single flower, no matter how breathtaking, will eventually wither. Princess Pingyao remarked. But possessing an entire garden ensures that when one blooms fades, countless others are blossoming. Besides, new flowers emerge each year. I can indulge whichever I prefer, and there shall never come a day of weariness. The peony is luxurious, the plum blossom is elegant, the orchid is refined, the lotus rises unsullied from the mud. And even the rose has its own charm. This year, I might favor the peony. Next year, who knows, perhaps the orchid will capture my heart. Today, I may feel inclined to stroll through the peony garden, while tomorrow, a sudden whim may lead me to the plum garden. And on the day after, sitting in a lakeside pavilion, admiring the lotus flowers in full bloom, would be delightful as well. Only a fool would forsake all flowers to choose but one. The lotus may be admired from afar, but should not be desecrated. The peony, resplendent and noble, ought not to be trampled. The plum blossom, pure and lofty, possesses its own elegance. Qin Yuming's expression was tranquil, and as these flowers graced the garden, each displayed its own charm. Would it not be more delightful to appreciate them quietly? Would daily plucking not mar their inherent beauty? Princess Pingyao arched an eyebrow slightly, inquiring what he wished to convey. Do you truly desire to be the sole object of my affection? Qin Yuming pressed his lips together, stating that was not his intent. Irrespective of your intentions. Princess Pingyao commanded the attendants to bring forth the ceremonial wine, asserting that those who seek exclusive favor must possess the capability to earn it, rather than merely voicing their desires. A lady-in-waiting approached with a tray bearing 2 wine cups. Princess Pingyao accepted one and offered the other to Qin Yuming. Then they locked arms and drank deeply together. After setting down her cup, Princess Pingyao waved her hand dismissively. You may all withdraw. One attendant, hesitatingly, replied, Your Highness, I still need to assist in the marriage ceremony. Princess Pingyao interrupted. Those superfluous steps may be omitted. The lady-in-waiting paused, then bowed her head to exit. As you wish. Princess Pingyao lifted her hand to remove her bridal gown. Though your brother shall soon face the consequences of his actions, this will not affect your standing in the princess's estate. Henceforth, disregard those who are irrelevant. Qin Yuming replied, I have never contemplated interceding on his behalf. Whether Qin Yinshu lives or dies has no bearing on me. Should he perish, I would not covet the inheritance of the Qin family, for it is of no concern to me. I am acutely aware of my humble origins and would not dare to aspire to it. Should Qin Yinshu survive, I would not plot against him or seek to ensnare him. His fate is inconsequential to me. That is well, Princess Pingyao remarked, as she began to unfasten his garments. From this moment forth, you shall be solely my prince consort, and all honor and disgrace shall reside within this abode. Whether the Qin family flourishes or declines is of no concern to you. Qin Yumeng, feeling a flutter of anxiety, grasped her hand. Your Highness, I. What is it? Princess Pingyao inquired, her gaze teasing. Are you shy? I shall manage myself. Qin Yumeng, feeling flustered, edged away and began to unbutton his own garment. Observing this, Princess Pingyao did not press him further. She leisurely removed her bridal attire, clad only in her undergarments, and seated herself on the edge of the bed. Shall you take the initiative, or shall I? Qin Yumeng's hand trembled, his handsome face aflame. Your Highness, truly innocent. Princess Pingyao slipped beneath the covers, beckoning. Once you are undressed, come in. Should you lack knowledge, I shall instruct you. Qin Yumeng's cheeks burnt, feeling as if he were a boiled shrimp, hesitatingly shedding his outer robe and slowly lifting the covers to lie beside her. Princess Pingyao, disinclined toward tedious formalities, had ensured that the bed was devoid of any distracting items before the maidservants departed. In the silence of the new chamber, Qin Yumeng lay upon the bed adorned with a bright red wedding quilt, his heart pounding fiercely. A gentle hand reached towards his heart, followed by a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Qin Yumeng, is your heartbeat perhaps a tad too rapid? Qin Yumeng trembled with anxiety. Your Highness. The Princess of Pingyao chuckled softly, propping herself up to gaze at her. Qin Yumeng, Your Highness? We are now husband and wife. Qin Yumeng was taken aback, instinctively nodding. Yes, the bond of husband and wife is one of unity, the most intimate connection in existence, even surpassing that of parent and child. The Princess of Pingyao remarked, You should learn to adapt. Unity as husband and wife? The most intimate of relationships? A warm current seemed to flow through Qin Yumeng's heart. He gazed intently at the princess's exquisite and noble visage, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 80. Your words hold no weight. The carriage came to a halt outside the gates of the regent's residence. As Shen Ning crossed the threshold, her mind lingered on matters concerning Ling Fengyang, and a chilling thought began to surface. Ji Yutsong's voice echoed in her ears. What captivates her thoughts so deeply? Shen Ning regained her focus. Ling Fengyang bore neither broken limbs nor injuries. He remained unscathed. He did not return to Nanzhao for 3 years. There could only be one explanation. The individual who perished that year could not have been him. Did the prince believe he had fled in a moment of cowardice? Or had the late emperor dispatched him to Nanzhao? Turning her gaze, she regarded him with a subtle expression. Ling Fengyang had made his intentions clear at the Grand Princess's residence. He was adamant about meeting the emperor. One could reasonably deduce that the emperor was indeed aware of his existence, and had even used Ling Fengyang as leverage against the Grand Princess of Pingyao. Upon hearing this, Ji Yutsong's brow darkened slightly. The late emperor had indeed orchestrated numerous meticulous plans to secure the current emperor's throne, yet the unpredictability of fate rendered those efforts futile. His son was not as promising as he had hoped. Though the late emperor appeared to have calculated every possibility, he ultimately could not contend with the unforeseen. Administering poison to Ji Yutsong, believing it would ensure his control over him, was a miscalculation. The late emperor had anticipated that after the young emperor assumed power, he could seamlessly reclaim authority over the court, thereby neutralizing the threat Ji Yutsong posed to the imperial power. Regrettably, Ji Yutsong proved impervious to such threats. The late emperor had thought to place a pawn in Nanzhao, hoping to secure a military backing for the emperor in the future. Ironically, Nanzhao had only weakened over the past 3 years, unable to support the emperor and now reliant on Yonghua. If the late emperor were to witness the current state of affairs, one could only imagine his sentiments. The concerns we ponder, surely Pingyao would also contemplate. As Ji Yutsong accompanied her to the entrance of Jinlin courtyard, a sudden realization seemed to strike him, his gaze turning icy. What is it? Shen Ning raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Ji Yutsong quickly regained his composure. The hour grows late. You should freshen up and rest. Ji Yutsong. Shen Ning looked up at him, pondering Ling Fengyang's arrival in the attire of a Nanzhao general. It was likely he had hastened to the capital upon hearing of the Grand Princess of Pingyao's wedding. Had he traveled with the envoy from Nanzhao? Ji Yutsong nodded. It seems so. Seems so. Shen Ning arched an eyebrow. Haven't you sent someone to investigate? Ji Yutsong fell silent for a moment, then gently ruffled her hair. I shall inquire with Ling Fengyang myself. You will ask him personally? Shen Ning was taken aback, clearly grasping the implications of his statement. Did you not say you would leave Ling Fengyang for the Grand Princess of Pingyao to interrogate? Ji Yutsong replied coolly. Interrogation is one matter. Inquiry is another. Shen Ning contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Whether it was interrogation or inquiry, to her, the distinction was negligible. Since the regent was personally involved in the questioning, he would undoubtedly seek a definitive answer, and in the dungeons, dealing with uncooperative prisoners typically required but one method. Yet, these were matters that did not concern Shen Ning. She turned and entered the Jinlin courtyard, her mind still preoccupied with the matter of the antidote. A month had passed, and the concoction was ready, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She would be able to retrieve the medicine within 15 days at most. Contemplating this, Shen Ning felt a tangle of emotions. She had initially believed that once she resolved Ji Yutsong's poison, she would have repaid him a favor. Yet, recalling his recent words, she sensed the debt might be considerably larger. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Justice's prison, Ji Yutsong approached the cell where Ling Fengyang was confined. His limbs were shackled with heavy iron, restricting his movement to a mere corner of the cell. In a short span of less than 2 hours, Ling Fengyang appeared significantly more despondent than when he had been at the princess's residence. A prison guard brought a chair. Ji Yutsong brushed his sleeve and seated himself leisurely. Speaking with deliberate calmness, Ling Fengyang, I wish to discuss something with you. Ling Fengyang looked up at Ji Yutsong, his eyes narrowing. Yet his voice was resolute. I want to see the emperor. The emperor has not yet assumed power and cannot make decisions. Ji Yutsong replied indifferently. You may speak with me. Ling Fengyang insisted. I want to see the emperor. Ling Fengyang. Ji Yutsong's expression hardened, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. 3 years ago, you deserted your post, resulting in the annihilation of our troops. You fled the kingdom of Yong and took up the mantle of a general in Nanzhao, committing treason. Even if your family is no longer in existence, the law dictates that you should face the death penalty. Ling Fengyang's gaze flickered. I did not desert, nor did I betray. Your words hold no weight, Ji Yutsong replied coldly. Bring him in. 2 guards entered, bowing to receive orders. Break one of his legs. Yes. Ling Fengyang's pupils dilated as he watched the guard approach with a solid wooden club. Not a whip for interrogation, but a weapon capable of shattering bones. He shouted hoarsely, Regent King, you cannot treat me this way. I am the Grand General of Yong, sent by the late emperor to Nanzhao for the sake of the emperor. To assist him in securing Nanzhao, a blow landed brutally on his knee, causing Ling Fengyang to cry out in agony. Stop, Ji Yutsong commanded coolly. The guard stood by, holding the club. Ling Fengyang's face turned pale from the pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his leg twitching uncontrollably from the excruciating sensation. I will not tolerate deceit. Ji Yutsong's voice was devoid of warmth. Should you utter a single lie before me, you shall regret ever entering this world. Ling Fengyang bit down hard on his teeth, the chains clanking violently in his struggle, yet they failed to mask his labored breaths. Ji Yutsong disregarded his suffering and inquired, was a person shot by arrows 3 years ago, you? Ling Fengyang clenched his jaw, cold sweat streaming down. No. Ji Yutsong pressed further. Were you one of the 10 envoys sent from Nanzhao? Ling Fengyang nodded. Yes. Aside from the late emperor's verbal agreement, what other evidence do you possess to prove that you acted in accordance with his will and did not betray your country? Ling Fengyang leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his voice barely escaping through his clenched teeth. There exists a decree penned personally by the late emperor, which is not in my possession. It must await my audience with his majesty before I can present it. What is your relationship with the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, who accompanied you? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor? Ling Fengyang's face turned ashen, and with a sluggish motion, he raised his gaze to Ji Yutsong. Why would the regent have any interest in such an individual? Ji Yutsong's eyes turned frigid, and he gestured with a hand. The jailer lifted his club and struck again. Ah! Ling Fengyang's anguished cry nearly shattered the prison walls. The sound of bones breaking was sharp, yet it was nearly drowned out by his heart-wrenching wails. Ji Yutsong remained unhurried, displaying remarkable patience as he waited. Ling Fengyang appeared as though he had been pulled from water, his right leg trembling uncontrollably, spasming in agony. The excruciating pain causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. "I ask, you answer," Ji Yutsong stated coolly. "There is no need for you to inquire further." Chapter 81. His legs were rendered useless. Ling Fengyang gritted his teeth, enduring for an extended period before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "Lord Zhongyong, I had a rather ordinary relationship with him, yet over the past 3 years, I have heard many things about him." Ji Yutsong's tone was devoid of warmth. The South Zhao once had a war god, the Princess Chong, who is said to be the wife of Lord Zhongyong. Is she still leading troops? No, she has passed away. Ling Fengyang shook his head slowly, suddenly struck by a realization. An involuntary thought of Princess Pingyao surfacing in his mind, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. "I was betrothed to Princess Pingyao. She cannot marry another. I must see her. I must see her." The South Zhao's princess had departed from this world? Indeed. Ling Fengyang's voice emerged as if forced through clenched teeth, each word betraying his immense anguish. "I must see Princess Pingyao," Ji Yutsong inquired. "What was the cause of her death?" Officially, it was announced as due to illness. Ling Fengyang inhaled deeply, trembling hands wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. However, those in the know say that the wine served during her wedding was poisoned, and since that night, the South Zhao has lost its war god princess. Is that so? Ji Yutsong's voice carried a chilling undertone. If we consider the timeline, it was after you went to South Zhao that the war god princess married Lord Zhongyong, and thereafter she fell silent, only for news of her demise to resurface. Ling Fengyang, can you assert that you were unaware of this matter? Ling Fengyang flinched, perplexed by how Ji Yutsong was so well informed, and even more baffled as to why, knowing the war god princess was dead, he would pose such questions. At this moment, the excruciating pain had clouded his mind. Otherwise, his usual acuity would have discerned some unusual undertones in Ji Yutsong's words. Yet, in his current state of agony, only superficial doubts surfaced. Had Ji Yutsong acquired knowledge of princesses from other realms? Ling Fengyang was fervently eager to meet the emperor. Everything must await the emperor's presence to be unveiled. Thus, he could not perish, nor could he allow himself to become incapacitated. He could only comply as best as he could, tremblingly responding to Ji Yutsong. The death of the South Zhao princess is advantageous for the Yong state. Ji Yutsong's brows knitted in cold skepticism. Is it? Ling Fengyang failed to notice the change in his expression, gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply. Nodding stiffly, the princess commanded many elite soldiers. They are formidable in battle. With her death, the troops are left leaderless. Those elites were schemed against by Lord Zhongyong, divided and slain. Ling Fengyang, what I wish to hear is not this. Yutsong's gaze sharpened, concealing the bloodthirst lurking within. Did you play a part in the death of that princess? Ling Fengyang instinctively wanted to nod, but belated awareness finally kicked in. He lifted his head, his eyes clouded with cold sweat as they met Ji Yutsong's gaze, his pupils contracting. Regent, what do you mean by this? You entered South Zhao as a military general. The princess married, and soon after met an untimely demise. Ji Yutsong's voice remained indifferent. This cannot merely be a coincidence. Ling Fengyang bit his lip, and a dreadful thought finally surfaced in his mind. Do you know that esteemed princess? Ji Yutsong did not respond to the inquiry, but instead fixed his piercing gaze upon him, his eyes cold and forbidding. Ling Fengyang, what agreement have you made with the Emperor of Nanzhao? Did you assist him in eliminating the princess in exchange for his protection in Nanzhao? A surge of fear welled up within Ling Fengyang. Regent, who are you truly? How do you know that esteemed princess? Or is it that the Emperor of Nanzhao intends to dispose of her while worrying about the stability of the borders, thereby sending you to lead his troops in a battle? Ji Yutsong's voice grew increasingly frigid, akin to being submerged in an icy abyss. For what reason does the Emperor of Nanzhao place such unwavering trust in you? Merely due to a decree from the late emperor? Ling Fengyang, in a fit of desperation, shouted, Who are you really? What connection do you have to Nanzhao? How can the region of Yonghua possess such intimate knowledge of Nanzhao's affairs? You are not the region of Yonghua. You are an impostor. are you not? You're a spy infiltrating Yonghua from Nanzhao, are you not? Ji Yutsong, you have no right to interrogate me. I demand to see the emperor. I must see the emperor. Ji Yutsong rose, regarding him with an indifference akin to watching an insect, and turned to leave, issuing a cold and unyielding command: break his legs. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the jailer raised his staff and brought it crashing down upon Ling Fengyang's legs. A piercing scream echoed through the dungeon, chilling to the bone. Ji Yutsong, hands clasped behind him, exited the cell with a tall, steady gait. Even in such a filthy and sordid place, he emanated an air of unparalleled nobility, rendering it impossible to associate him with the brutal command he had just given. Upon emerging from the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Ji Yutsong instructed Ling Feng to deliver a message to Princess Pingyao. Inform her that this prince has just interrogated Ling Fengyang. Should she wish to know what he has disclosed, it would be permissible to relay the truth to her. Yes, I shall do so at once. Ji Yutsong entered the Zhao Palace as if traversing an uninhabited realm, stepping into the imperial chambers. Ji Jin was seated before a book as usual, appearing remarkably composed despite having been confined for merely 2 days. There was little sign of despair or self-destruction about him. However, Ji Yutsong's arrival clearly took him by surprise. Ji Jin's fingers tightened imperceptibly around his tome, his gaze lifting slightly to fixate on Ji Yutsong's noble features. His first words were, "Did the emperor take the antidote?" Ji Yutsong seated himself beside him. Given the emperor's concern for the antidote, is there an issue with it? Ji Jin maintained his calm demeanor. Whether there is a problem, my uncle should already know. Ji Yutsong replied coolly. Today marks the grand wedding in Pingyao, and an uninvited guest has arrived at the princess's residence. An uninvited guest. Ji Jin's heart raced slightly as he suddenly comprehended the identity of the individual in question. Where is he? In the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Ji Yutsong did not conceal the truth. I have just ordered his legs broken. Ji Jin's expression turned icy, and he sprang to his feet. Uncle. Chapter 82. The unfortunate incident. Ji Yutsong gazed at him with an impassive expression. Your Majesty should remain composed and not display emotions so easily. How can you expect the officials to respect you if you lose control so readily? Ji Jin stiffly seated himself, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With my uncle scheming for power, does it still matter whether the officials hold me in awe? Indeed, it did not matter. Ji Yutsong replied indifferently. However, Ling Fengyang insists on seeing His Majesty. He claims to be acting on the orders of the late emperor to go to Nanzhao. I find this matter somewhat perplexing and seek clarification from Your Majesty. Ji Jin picked up a book again. I have nothing to clarify. You may bring Ling Fengyang before me, and I shall question him myself. If Your Majesty does not cooperate, I shall accuse him of treason and have him executed by slow slicing. Before he draws his last breath, Your Majesty will not have the opportunity to see him. Uncle, you cannot do this. Ji Jin's expression changed abruptly, anger flashing in his eyes as he regarded Ji Yutsong. Ling Fengyang went to Nanzhao on the orders of my father, not as a traitor. What purpose does he serve in Nanzhao? Is he to act as a spy, or is he there to gain the trust of the Nanzhao emperor, thereby assuming control of their military? Ji Yutsong's gaze was cold and unyielding. The Nanzhao emperor is no fool. He would not easily trust a foreigner without substantial leverage. What benefits has Ling Fengyang promised him? I do not know. This is a secret between my father and Ling Fengyang. Before his death, my father only informed me that Ling Fengyang was a pawn he had placed in Nanzhao to be utilized when the opportunity arose. Ji Jin lowered his eyes, his emotions inscrutable. As for the rest, let my uncle allow him to present the truth before me. Ji Yutsong regarded him coldly, rising from his seat. You will not have the chance to see him. With that, he turned to leave. Uncle. Ji Jin's voice turned frigid, laced with menace. Do not forget that Ling Fengyang was the beloved of the Grand Princess. If you dispose of him so easily, do you not fear that the Grand Princess of Pingyao will resent you and become your enemy? Without turning back, Ji Yutsong responded, should Pingyao learn the truth, she would likely despise him even more than I do, wishing to exact 1,000 tortures upon him herself. As the words left his lips, his tall, slender figure had already crossed the threshold of the hall, departing without hesitation. Ji Jin's face paled uncontrollably. He hurried outside the hall, watching Ji Yutsang's retreating figure, and shouted, "Uncle, do not forget that you are of the royal bloodline of Yonghua. Are you truly willing to turn against me for the sake of a Shenning? How will you account to our royal ancestors a century hence?" Regrettably, Ji Yutsang had already gone far, indifferent to whether he heard these words or not. The thought of how to face the ancestors was never within his contemplation. By the time such matters arose, those so-called ancestors might have already reincarnated elsewhere, rendering the question of meeting them moot. On the night of her wedding, upon learning that her former lover had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice and had both legs broken, what feelings would the Grand Princess of Pingyao have? She would declare that she felt nothing at all. Perhaps this is what it means to be cold and unfeeling. After a fierce tempest, she luxuriated in a warm bath, languorously reclining on the freshly made bed, relishing the tender and attentive massage from her newlywed husband. Her long, fair thighs rested on the knee of the prince. While the Princess of Pingyao cast a sidelong glance at his profile, her voice tinged with a raspy quality. Reminiscent of the aftermath of rain, one would not expect someone so delicate to possess such stamina. Qin Yuma's handsome face flushed slightly as he focused on massaging her thigh, replying, "As long as your highness is satisfied." Quite satisfied, the Princess of Pingyao closed her eyes, finding the servant's touch to be just right. It seemed that this princess had indeed chosen a fitting consort. Qin Yuma remained silent. He was now entirely alone, having severed all ties with the Qin family, though not officially. The Princess of Pingyao forbade him from returning home, providing him with a legitimate excuse to cease communication with his family. Henceforth, anything concerning the Qin family was no longer his concern. His only path forward was to remain in the princess's residence. Whether to garner her favor or to maintain the harmony of their marital relationship, he had no other options. Should the day come when the Princess of Pingyao grew weary of him, "Your Highness," Qin Yuma turned to look at her, his tone gentle and respectful. "If, in the future, your Highness were to find me displeasing, might you kindly inform me? It would allow me to plan for my future." "What plans do you wish to make?" The Princess of Pingyao raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. "Do you intend to pursue a scholarly career or abandon literature for martial pursuits? Perhaps journeying to the frontier?" Qin Yuma's expression shifted subtly. "I doubt I possess the prowess to defend our homeland. Rather, should that day arrive, I would inevitably need to contemplate how to secure my own livelihood. Instead of worrying about such matters prematurely, it would be wiser to ponder how to win my affection." The Princess of Pingyao smiled. "Though I enjoy the company of many, I am not a fickle-hearted individual. As long as you remain obedient within my residence and refrain from misconduct, our marital bond shall endure until old age. Should I bear a son or daughter in the future, you shall be their father. Who could challenge your standing?" A flicker of thought crossed Qin Yuma's mind. A son or daughter. He had never contemplated such a notion. Even now, he felt as though he were in a dream, unable to fully accept his role as the prince consort of the Princess of Pingyao, let alone as her husband. He perceived himself as no different from the other young men in the royal household. Yet, at this moment, the princess spoke of possibly having children with him, envisioning him as a normal father, his offspring destined to be the heir or princess of the royal residence. What of Ling Fengyang? Ling Fengyang? The expression of the Princess of Pingyao dimmed slightly. On such a joyous occasion, why bring up that unfortunate matter? I have already annulled your brother's betrothal, alleviating the awkwardness of sharing a wife. Do you lament this and wish to share a spouse with Ling Fengyang? Qin Yuma's expression stiffened. "That is not my intention." "Your Highness, your Highness," a respectful voice called from outside the door, belonging to an elderly matron. "The regent has just sent word that Ling Fengyang is imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, where the regent has gone to interrogate him, having commanded that his leg be broken." As the words fell, the air in the new residence became tense. Qin Yumiao's movements abruptly halted. "Interrogation?" The Princess of Pingyao inquired curiously. "Has the regent managed to extract useful information from Ling Fengyang?" The maid replied, "I am unaware." The matron suggested, "The messenger is in the front courtyard of the princess's residence. Would your highness like to question him in person?" "Never mind." The Princess of Pingyao, disinterested and rising, thought to herself, On this night of nuptial celebration, I do not wish for an ill-omened matter to dampen my spirits. I shall refrain from inquiring for now. Send him back. Very well. The matron turned to leave. The princess of Pingyao lifted her delicate, porcelain-like foot and playfully nudged Qin Yumiao's chest, speaking with enchanting allure. A spirited prince consort, would you care for another round? Qin Yumiao's breath quickened suddenly as he grasped her foot and bent down to kiss the arch of it, replying, As you wish, your highness. Chapter 83. The deceased wife Ling Fengyang had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon for 3 days, his legs utterly broken. Despite the imperial physician's efforts to attend to his injuries, it was impossible for him to restore his legs to their former state in such a dire environment, where he had no opportunity for proper recuperation. His condition would progressively worsen, and without an audience with the emperor, he feared he might perish in this place. The impending arrival of the southern Zhao envoys only heightened his anxiety. I demand to see the regent. I must speak with the emperor. Ling Fengyang cried out in agony. Bring me the regent. I have matters to discuss with him. A jailer struck him with a whip, scoffing, What an impertinent fool. You should have spoken when the regent was present. Do you truly believe he is available to see you at any moment? I must see the regent. I must see the emperor. Stay quiet. A head jailer approached, casting a cold gaze upon him. The regent is preoccupied with receiving distinguished guests from afar and has no time for you. You may speak after the envoys depart. I demand to see the regent. I must see the regent. I must see the regent. The head jailer, observing his half-dead demeanor, merely snorted in disdain and chose to ignore him. On the 18th of October, the envoys from southern Zhao finally arrived at the royal capital of Yonghua. The Right Chancellor, Xie Tinglan, accompanied by officials from the Ministry of Rights, went out to greet them. Meanwhile, at the regent's residence, Ji Yuzong personally dressed Shining in a deep crimson gown and draped a dark robe over her shoulders. Silently, Shining stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection in the dark robe and red dress, and momentarily envisioned the southern Zhao princess who once dominated the battlefield. Though their appearances, ages, and statuses differed, she understood in her heart that they were, in essence, the same person. Ji Yuzong had her don this attire for the palace banquet, and she vaguely grasped his intentions, feeling no resistance. After all, some owed her far too much, and she sought not to engage in pretense, but to reclaim her justice through the most decisive means possible. Will the Empress Dowager attend the banquet today? No, Ji Yuzong replied, nodding. Her presence would only cloud the emotions of those in attendance, serving no other purpose. Xin Ning remained silent, yet she recognized that the Empress Dowager was, in fact, more deserving of attendance, being the legitimate mother of the emperor. Historically, both the emperor and empress would host the envoys together. Though the emperor had yet to assume direct governance, power resided with the regent, who was not the sovereign, and the regent's wife was not the mother of the nation. Their status lacked legitimacy. Regrettably, neither Ji Yuzong nor Xin Ning were bound by conventions, especially on this particular occasion. Regent, princess, a matron approached, bowing respectfully. The carriage of the long princess has already entered the palace. Ji Yuzong said, Let us proceed. Xin Ning nodded and turned to walk outside. The banquet was set in the Fengtian Hall. The left and right chancellors were present, and the Minister of Rights, along with other officials, warmly welcomed the visiting dignitaries. A loud voice rang out, Princess Pingyao has arrived. Everyone in the hall turned to look. An elderly minister frowned. Why has Princess Pingyao come? Yin Qingshan smiled gently. Is it so surprising that the Princess of Pingyao, a woman of considerable authority, attends the palace banquet today? The presence of a ruling princess? A question arose among the envoys from Nanzhao. Can women in Yonggu hold official positions like men? Xie Tinglan casually smiled. Though there are few precedents, the Princess of Pingyao is indeed an exception. As her words resonated, the Princess of Pingyao entered the grand hall, her tall figure and noble demeanor exuding an air of regal authority, surveying her surroundings with a condescending gaze, reminiscent of a queen surveying her realm. Even in her femininity, she commanded a presence that silenced the men who typically belittled women. It was said that Nanzhao was in dire straits, having traveled a great distance to seek assistance from Yonggu. The Princess of Pingyao's gaze shifted, resting on a row of Nanzhao envoys. How would they seek aid? Through marriage to a princess? On the right, there were 9 prominent officials from Nanzhao, alongside one imprisoned in the criminal department, making a total of 10. 2 beautiful women adorned in red veils sat in the second row, attended by 8 maidservants clad in crimson. Their guards remained outside the palace gates, rendering the current scene rather peculiar. Is this how Yonggu treats its guests? The leader among the Nanzhao envoys was a man in his late 20s. Clad in an intricately embroidered purple robe, his status evidently elevated far beyond that of an ordinary envoy. The princess of Pingyao's gaze fell upon him, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. What is your name? Were you to question the etiquette of Yonggu? The man, enraged, turned pale. How could a mere woman dare to make such demands in the presence of the emperor of Yonggu? Unbeknownst to the loyal and brave marquis, Xie Tinglan swiftly intervened, warmly and sincerely introducing the identity of the princess of Pingyao, the favored eldest daughter of the late emperor, wielding military power and now holding a position in the court. Ranking far above the marquis, her words were measured, neither hurried nor humble. The final statement was the crowning touch, causing the loyal marquis's expression to stiffen and pale. He wished to be angry, but could only force a smile and clasp his fists in apology. Is that so? I was blind to the greatness before me. I beg for the princess's forgiveness. No harm done, the princess of Pingyao replied as she took her seat at the foremost position on the left, directly opposite the loyal marquis, able to meet his gaze effortlessly. I hold great respect for capable men. Since you disdain women, I presume your abilities far surpass ours, and I would like to engage in some friendly competition with you shortly. Before the marquis could respond, another envoy from Nanzhao interjected. It is indeed a twist of fate. The loyal marquis once had a wife, our valiant princess of war, a woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with men. I wonder if the princess of Pingyao has heard of her? At this utterance, Han Sun's expression instantly hardened, turning coldly towards the speaker, Lord Ji. My apologies. Lord Ji suddenly seemed to grasp the implications, his face filled with regret. The mention of Princess Zhaohua was a sore spot for the marquis, and he should not have broached the subject. It turned out that the loyal marquis was indeed a member of the royal family. The princess of Pingyao raised an eyebrow and inquired, Your Excellency, is your title a marquis attributed to your marriage with the esteemed princess? The loyal and valiant Marquis Han Sun's expression darkened. My wife has passed away. I would appreciate it if the princess refrained from bringing it up. Passed away? The princess of Pingyao expressed mild surprise before quickly apologizing. You mentioned once. I mistakenly thought that the esteemed princess had abandoned you. I had no idea she had departed from this world. My sincerest apologies. A shadow of bitterness flickered in Han Sun's eyes, compelling him to grip the wine cup more tightly. He despised the insinuation that he had risen to prominence solely through the connections of the late Princess Zhaohua. Now that she was no longer among the living, his marquisate was firmly established, a testament to his own merit, entirely unrelated to that wretched woman. Chapter 84. Truly absurd. I distinctly recall that the envoys from Nanzhao have come to Yongwu seeking assistance. Yet, at this moment, it appears as though we are the ones in need. Princess Pingyao turned her gaze towards the right chancellor, Xie Tinglan. Are you certain that the defeated party is not us? Xie Tinglan, composed, clasped his hands in salute. Rest assured, Your Highness, I would never deceive the regent and the princess regarding the safety of our nation, and if we were in need, it would be our envoys who should approach Nanzhao. Oh, Princess Pingyao scoffed. I had thought Nanzhao's 800,000 troops were poised to demonstrate their might against us. That is not the case. Their interplay was seamless, drawing attention to the Nanzhao envoys, whose expressions turned awkward as they glanced at the loyal and valiant marquis. Han Sun's countenance darkened further. Once adept at disguise and concealment, he had not ventured into battle since the marriage of Princess Zhaohua, which had rendered him a mere shadow of his former self, no longer needing to exist in a radiance or endure in silence. After 2 years of regaining his composure, he had not anticipated. My lord is a man of simple words. I ask for your highness's understanding. The chastised minister Ji interjected, offering an apology. We genuinely seek to foster goodwill with Yongwu and would never show disrespect to your highness. Han Sun inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, I spoke rashly. I hope for your highness's forgiveness. Your highness, I bear no ill will. Princess Pingyao replied with a faint smile that carried an air of condescension. Since he is a man of simplicity, let us resolve this matter in a straightforward manner. The venue is yours to choose, and the weapons are yours to select. How about a contest of 300 rounds? Han Sun tightened his grip on the wine cup. I would be remiss to refuse. The regent is here. The regent consort is here. The resounding calls echoed throughout the hall. All officials set down their cups and rose in respectful greeting, the Nanzhao envoys following suit. It was uncommon for the main host to arrive late to a state banquet, leaving the envoys waiting in formation. Han Sun's dissatisfaction deepened. Although he understood that Nanzhao's current strength paled in comparison to Yonghua's and they had come seeking assistance, they ought to adopt a humbler stance. Yet, the regent of Yonghua exuded arrogance. The Duke of State, standing alongside the Right Chancellor, lowered his gaze in respectful welcome of the regent and his consort, his eyes briefly meeting Shun Ning's, revealing a flicker of complexity. Ji Yucong and Shun Ning approached side by side, traversing the center of the hall. Ji Yucong's countenance was stern and noble, exuding an imposing presence, draped in a dragon robe that accentuated his formidable stature. Shun Ning, breathtakingly beautiful, carried an air of chill sophistication. Though her form was delicate and petite, her aura rivaled that of Ji Yucong. How could a woman of such youth possess such gravitas? The Duke of State's eyes reflected contemplation, feeling that Shun Ning had transformed significantly during this time. No longer the daughter he once knew. Han Sun's gaze fell upon Shun Ning, his pupils narrowing, equally sensing her overwhelming presence, accompanied by an inexplicable and uncanny familiarity. Without uttering a word, Ji Yucong and Shun Ning took their seats at the foremost position. The moment Shun Ning laid eyes on Han Sun, her hands, which were hanging in her sleeves, clenched tightly, and a wave of hatred surged within her, almost overwhelming her impulse to rend him to pieces. "Please, have a seat," Ji Yucong said, casting a fleeting glance over Han Sun's face. "Is this not the renowned, loyal, and valiant Marquis of Nanzhao, the husband of the legendary war princess?" The atmosphere in the grand hall became palpably tense. Han Sun's expression stiffened, an inscrutable discomfort washing over him, although none could fathom the cause of his unease. But the Princess Pingyao understood. "Your Highness," she languidly began, "this esteemed loyal marquis from Nanzhao is indeed well known. Yet he mentions that his wife has passed away and prefers not to speak of it. That statement strikes at his sore spot. What is the matter?" Shun Ning raised her gaze slightly, her eyes piercing like blades directed at Han Sun. Does speaking of his wife evoke a sense of shame? Does the loyal marquis not wish to acknowledge that his title was bestowed upon him through his wife's merit? The sarcasm and malice in her words were no longer veiled. The Nanzhao envoys looked on in astonishment at Shun Ning, perplexed as to why the regent's consort of Yong State harbored such animosity towards them upon their first meeting. Did they not wish to assist Nanzhao? The Duke of Zhenghua also appeared taken aback, gazing at Shun Ning with disbelief, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Did she truly comprehend the gravity of the occasion? With high-ranking officials from both nations present, was it her place to utter such nonsensical remarks? "You are mistaken, Your Highness," Han Sun replied, his countenance a mix of pallor and anger, his smile appearing exceedingly forced. "I do not wish to downplay my late wife's accomplishments. Rather, I seek to grant her peace. Is that so?" Shun Ning replied coldly, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. "The war princess's renown is widespread, and leaders from all nations have heard of her glory. Even if the loyal marquis refrains from mentioning her, he cannot prevent others from bestowing accolades upon her." A flicker of anger crossed Han Sun's eyes as he lowered them, retorting coldly, "What the princess says is true. I have indeed been narrow-minded. Your Highness and I are both women," Shun Ning continued, her gaze unwavering and sharp enough to pierce through the defenses of his heart, seeking to shatter his fragile pride. "If the loyal marquis truly loved his wife, I implore you to answer this question truthfully. Was your title earned through your own merit or through the achievements of Princess Zhaohua?" Anshun's Fui Baka, utterly bewildered as to why they relentlessly pursued the topic of Princess Zhaohua. That wretched woman is dead. She is gone. What is there to discuss about a corpse? He tightened his grip on the wine cup, daring not to openly confront the regent of Young State, forcing a semblance of a smile. My late wife was remarkable, having fought valiantly for 7 years, achieving great feats for Nanzhao. However, after years of warfare, injuries compounded. How laughable! Princess Ping Yao suddenly scoffed. It appears that the loyal Marquis of Nanzhao is incapable of understanding human speech, not even grasping the essence of the question posed by the regent's consort. Such a person is sent to negotiate a marriage alliance with us? Esteemed envoys, it would be prudent for you to pack your belongings and commence your journey home. If such individuals are to be honored with the title of loyal and brave, I fear that after the demise of the war god princess, the southern Zhao will be left with a mere assembly of aged warriors and ineffectual leaders, rendering any prospect of matrimonial alliances entirely unnecessary. As the words echoed, Han Sun's expression froze in utter disbelief. The other envoys from southern Zhao exchanged uneasy glances, feeling as though they were seated on pins and needles. Yet, in their moment of need, they would not allow themselves to be provoked into anger by such mockery. A middle-aged man clad in black armor set down his teacup and spoke to alleviate the tension. Your Highness, the regent's consort, may not be fully aware that Princess Zhao Hua has distinguished herself through remarkable military achievements, making her one of the rare, exceptional women of southern Zhao. However, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery is not without merit. Otherwise, Princess Zhao Hua would not have taken notice of him. It is merely the case that, when compared to Princess Zhao Hua, the Marquis might appear somewhat lacking. After a brief pause, he continued, yet in the entirety of southern Zhao, few possess the prowess of Princess Zhao Hua. Moreover, since the Marquis and the Princess are united in matrimony, there is little need to measure their respective strengths. Chapter 85. Does Young State harbor animosity towards Nanzhao? Shen Ning's gaze swept across the familiar faces, and a wave of hatred surged within her, making her wish she could rend these individuals to shreds at that very moment. I have heard that the loyal and brave Marquis is a remarkable young man. The most trusted minister of the Emperor of Nanzhao, Ji Yutsong's voice was cold and ruthless, laced with an imperceptible chill. Might I have the fortune to witness the prowess of the loyal and brave Marquis? Han Sun's expression momentarily faltered before he humbly replied, I possess only some rudimentary skills and would not dare to flaunt them before the regent prince. Rudimentary skills? Yen Qingqian's eyes narrowed in confusion. Hadn't the general just remarked that the loyal and brave Marquis was only slightly inferior to the war god princess? As those words hung in the air, Han Sun froze completely, left speechless. The envoys from Nanzhao were both anxious and genuinely perplexed. What on earth was happening with the officials of Young State? Did they bear a grudge against Nanzhao, or was it specifically against the loyal and brave Marquis? Why did they target him right from the outset? Shouldn't they first discuss the matter of the alliance through marriage? Regent Prince, a middle-aged general, spoke up, his demeanor respectful and humble. We have come at the behest of our emperor to establish a friendly alliance with Young State and to request military assistance. To demonstrate our sincerity, we have specifically offered 2 princesses, and we hope Young State will agree to send troops, since you are in need of assistance. You ought to adopt a posture befitting one who seeks help. Ji Yutsong's voice was cold and unyielding as his gaze bore into Han Sun's face. Confronted with his frigid stare, Han Sun felt an involuntary chill run through him. He was almost certain that the regent prince and his consort were directly targeting him, as was the princess of Pingyao. Yet, he could not fathom why. What enmity did the regent prince hold against him? The middle-aged general continued, The regent prince is right. We are indeed in need of assistance, and the term should naturally be set by your esteemed nation. We humbly request the regent prince to clarify. Ji Yutsong turned his attention to Shen Ning. My lady, do you have any conditions? The ministers of Nanzhao were taken aback. What did the regent prince mean by this? In matters of national alliance, he was soliciting the opinion of a delicate lady? Regent Prince, the Duke of Jinghua could no longer contain himself. Diplomatic relations are of great importance between our 2 nations and should be discussed by the Regent Prince and the 2 chancellors representing Young State and Nanzhao. Shen Ning is merely a woman of the inner chambers. Although she is married to the regent prince, she should not easily interfere in matters of state. I hope the regent prince will exercise caution. Ji Yutsong did not even grant a glance in his direction, treating him as though he were invisible. I have no conditions. Shen Ning replied indifferently, as if she had not heard the duke's words. Before discussing the alliance, there are two matters that need resolution. Minister Ji of Nanzhao respectfully inquired. Regent Prince Consort, please proceed. First, I request a contest with the loyal and brave Marquis. Should you prevail, we can then discuss the matter of military assistance, she stated. Second, I urge the envoys to provide a satisfactory explanation concerning General Ling's disruption of the Grand Princess's wedding. If we do not receive a reasonable account, we shall likewise refrain from any discussions of a friendly alliance. As her words fell, she slowly rose from her seat, casting a cold gaze upon Han Sun, who sat among the guests to her right. Please, she said. Han Sun furrowed his brow. Your Highness, the alliance between our two nations is a matter of great importance. How can you allow your emotions to dictate your actions? Shen Ning, what are you doing? The Duke of Zhenghua, agitated, stood up, his voice rising in intensity. You are but a delicate flower. What strength do you possess to act so boldly? Sit down at once. Han Sun turned to the Duke, his gaze sharp. And who might you be? I am the father of the regent's consort, the Duke replied, bowing slightly. Your Highness is still quite young. The Marquis of Loyalty and Valor need not engage with her on such matters. The Duke of Zhenghua. Ji Yutsong observed him with a stony expression, his eyes glimmering with a piercing chill. I have yet to speak. Why are you in such a hurry? The Duke's expression shifted slightly. Your Highness may not be aware, but although Ning-er has dabbled in the arts of combat since her youth, she is merely stronger than the average delicate woman. Faced with a seasoned fighter, she stands no chance. Her reckless bravado could bring shame to the kingdom of Yong. I implore you to reconsider. The Duke's concerns seem excessive. The Princess of Ping Yao interjected at an opportune moment. The regent's consort is but a fragile woman. Even if she were to lose, it would not be a significant loss. This is merely their first meeting. Representatives from Yong and Nanzhao are still unfamiliar with one another. It is simply a friendly exchange to enliven the atmosphere. There is no need for alarm. Han Sun grasped the wine cup, discerning from their dialogue that the regent's consort likely possessed only a fade of strength, relishing in the display of authority before others. Thus, it should not be a matter of great concern. The alliance between our two nations is indeed a grave affair, and thus the consort wishes to test whether the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor is worthy of our negotiations, Ji Yutsong stated. Since the consort has proposed this, I hope you will comply. The middle-aged general's expression soured. Even he, despite his dullness, could perceive that the regent and his wife were indeed targeting the Marquis, without even the slightest pretense. Their motives seemed to stem from the Princess of Zhaohua. Yet what connection did she have with the kingdom of Yong? Regent, Lord Ji rose, bowing respectfully. We have come sincerely seeking assistance. Whatever conditions the kingdom of Yong desires, we shall endeavor to fulfill. However, I must confess my confusion. Has the Marquis ever offended the regent or the consort? Or perhaps this esteemed princess? Ji Yutsong's gaze was icily sharp. Since the terms are open to us, why this hesitation? Will you accept or not? Han Sun set down his cup, rising gracefully from his seat. He clasped his hands towards the regent and his wife. In that case, I shall defer to your wishes. However, as a man, I find it somewhat unfair to contend with the consort. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind sliced through the air. Realizing the danger, Han Sun instinctively looked up and hastily attempted to dodge to the left, but it was too late. A powerful kick struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Han Sun's sturdy form was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. The air seemed to come to a standstill. To the left, the civil and military officials of the Kingdom of Yong, and to the right, the emissaries of Nanzhao. Nearly 100 individuals collectively widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Chapter 86. Complete domination of the defeated as if in slow motion. The crowd gradually turned to gaze at Shen Ning, this young princess, merely 15 or 16 years of age. Even witnessing the event firsthand, they could scarcely believe that she could so effortlessly kick a 7-foot man out. Yet, they soon realized their astonishment had come prematurely. What did it matter to send someone flying? The subsequent scene was truly chilling. Han Sun crashed onto the hard palace floor, pain surging through him as if his internal organs were dislocated. His head struck the ground, rendering him momentarily dazed, struggling to regain his senses. He endeavored to prop himself up and maintain his consciousness. However, before he could rise to confront her, a heavier kick followed, landing squarely on his abdomen with merciless force. An object soared through the air. Unconsciously, the onlookers raised their heads, watching Han Sun's body ascend into the air, arcing gracefully before crashing heavily onto the bluestone outside the hall. The envoys of Nanzhao, taken aback, stood up in alarm. "Princess, what are you doing? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor is a trusted minister of the Emperor. We implore you to show mercy. This is sheer bullying. Is this a contest? This is nothing short of brutal assault." The envoys of Nanzhao, now awakening from their stupor, angrily pointed fingers at Ji Yutsong. Of course, the shock was not limited to the Nanzhao envoys. The ministers of Yonhua were equally astonished, with even the Duke of National Stability finding the scene before him surreal and utterly unbelievable. How could Shen Ning possess such formidable prowess? Princess Ping Yao elegantly sipped her wine, casually observing the flustered crowd across from her. Didn't you just claim that the Duke of Loyalty and Valor was only slightly inferior to the Goddess of War? He himself expressed concern about winning unfairly. Well, now he has lost without even a chance to fight back. The envoys' faces blanched in a tumult of emotions, rendered speechless by the blatant mockery and humiliation. This kind of contest was unprecedented, and it was no wonder Nanzhao had traveled such a distance seeking assistance. Xie Tinglan remarked with a knowing smile, "With combat prowess like that of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, I fear that before long, the iron cavalry of the Western Zhou will breach your imperial city, seizing your homeland, your palace, and your women." How pitiful indeed. Yin Qingshan nodded. In such a case, wouldn't Ti all present today, including the Emperor of Nanzhao, the Empress and all the concubines and maids, as well as the ministers of civil and military affairs, be reduced to prisoners and slaves of a fallen nation? General Yang of Nanzhao wore a grim expression, forcing a stiff smile. The regent princess is indeed a hidden gem, truly remarkable. The situation for Nanzhao was undeniably dire. Without external support, while it may not lead to immediate ruin, it was a cause for concern. The envoys dared not retort, as they desperately needed the support of Yonhua. Yet they were equally apprehensive about Han Sun's safety. The group made an excuse to go check on the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, hastily moving toward the exit, unwilling to remain in the hall and endure further humiliation. At the foot of the stone steps outside the hall, Han Sun spat out blood, trembling as he rose to his feet, clutching his chest, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain in his chest made it painfully clear that he was not dreaming. Indeed, he had not even had the chance to strike back before being defeated by a mere girl. Enduring the agony, he gazed at Shen Ning with shock and unease, asking, Who are you really?" Shen Ning remained silent, unsheathing the whip from her waist and leaping forward. "No need for words," she declared. Han Sun hastily retreated, but his sluggish movements could not match the speed of the whip. With a sharp crack, the whip struck his back, slicing through his robes like a sword and leaving a ghastly scar of blood. Staggering, Han Sun found himself at the mercy of Shen Ning, whose whip danced in her hands like a nimble serpent, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Princess Pingyao rose and approached the hall's entrance, her expression contemplative as she observed Shen Ning's fierce movements. After a moment, she turned her head towards the regent. "Your Highness, I had no idea that a woman from a secluded chamber could possess such remarkable skills. Did you know of her formidable prowess all along? Which is why you chose to marry her?" Ji Yutsong remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the scene unfold. Han Sun was utterly flustered, dodging like a headless fly, yet the whip in Shen Ning's hand seemed to possess its own will, striking him regardless of his evasions. Before long, he was in a pitiful state, fleeing with his head cradled in his arms. "Your Highness, show mercy." I am no match for you. I concede, I concede. Concede? Shun Ning's brow hardened as she leaped forward, entwining the whip around his neck. With a swift tug, Han Sun was thrown to the ground with a thud. The envoys gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Your Highness, show mercy." General Yang instinctively moved to intervene, but someone stepped in front of him just in time, leisurely smiling. In a duel between two, it is best not to allow a third party to interfere before it concludes, lest it be deemed a true act of cowardice. His expression darkened. "You are being excessively unreasonable. It is you who lack skill," Xie Tinglan replied with a slight smile. "A man of stature cannot best a girl of merely a few years. I wonder how your emperor would react if he learned that his loyal and brave marquis is so incompetent. The marquis of loyalty and valor is indeed lacking, we concede." Minister Ji, a civil servant, deeply bowed to the regent, stating, "If I have offended in any way, I humbly apologize to the regent and the regent's wife. I hope you will temper your anger and not hold it against us." Temper my anger? Ji Yutsang's gaze was cold as it fell upon him. The enmity between the princess and Han Sun runs deep. This grievance is unlikely to dissipate. At this, both Minister Ji and General Yang were taken aback, their hearts racing in disbelief. Even the Duke of the State, who had been following behind, felt a chill. How could Shining harbor such profound enmity towards the people of Nanzhao? What did the regent mean by that? Minister Ji quickly inquired. "This is the Marquis's first visit to Yonhua. Has your esteemed princess ever been to Nanzhao? How did this hatred arise? Is there some misunderstanding?" General Yang fixed his gaze upon Shun Ning, observing her foot planted firmly upon Han Sun's face, while she tightened the whip in her hand, poised to strangle him. He hastily interjected, "Regent Princess, let us converse civilly." Han Sun clutched the whip desperately, his complexion turning an alarming shade of purple. Let me go." With a cold glint in her eyes, Shun Ning's voice dripped with icy disdain and loathing. "Han Sun, without Princess Xiaohua, you are not but a shadow of a man. Why you?" Han Sun's pupils constricted in horror as he stared at Shun Ning, managing to force out a sound from his throat. Who are you? What is your connection to Xiaohua? You are." At this moment, Ji Yutsang descended the steps with measured strides, positioning himself before Han Sun and surveying his pitiful state from a vantage point. "Did you know that Princess Xiaohua once took on an apprentice? What did the regent just say?" A flustered Minister Ji hurried down the steps. "This lady is the apprentice of Princess Xiaohua. Her remarkable skills are all a result of the princess's tutelage." Chapter 87. Internal Strife in Southern Zhao. Han Sun. "Were you not rather pleased while dealing with Princess Xiaohua?" Shun Ning disregarded the reactions of those around her, her eyes resembling those of a grim reaper. Cold and unyielding, the whip in her hand tightened relentlessly, mercilessly allowing Han Sun to experience the suffocating sensation of impending death. "Where is your pride and spirit? Did you not hold your self-esteem above all else? How does it feel now, with your dignity shattered into a million pieces?" "Ack!" Han Sun's desperate cries were stifled in his throat, his pupils dilating as he fixated on Shun Ning, the fear and shock in his gaze unmistakable and bare. The envoys of Southern Zhao felt a chilling dread, acutely aware of Shun Ning's hatred, her vengeance toward Han Sun. Was she seeking retribution for Princess Xiaohua? "Your Highness." A refined strategist hastily approached, attempting to wrest the whip from Shun Ning's grasp. "The death of Princess Xiaohua has nothing to do with the loyal and brave Marquis. She succumbed to illness. Her passing has grieved us deeply. Were it not for her untimely demise, Southern Zhao would not find itself in such dire straits." Yet the Marquis, he shared a mutual affection with the princess and would never harm her. Shun Ning lifted her gaze to meet his. The darkness of her eyes was pure, devoid of any emotion save for hatred and disdain. The young strategist found himself frozen in place, his outstretched hand trembling as it retreated. How could such a worthless creature presume to share affection with Princess Xiaohua? Shun Ning was uncertain whether she was cursing Han Sun or herself. It was her own blindness, both in vision and heart, that had led her to become enamored with such a cold-hearted, self-serving, foolishly hypocritical individual. Han Sun gasped, seizing the moment when Shun Ning's grip on the whip loosened, greedily inhaling the air. The dizziness and excruciating pain in his chest experienced a fleeting reprieve. Shun Ning's emotions began to calm in that instant. She slowly retracted the whip, but did not remove her foot from Han Sun's face. Instead, she turned her attention to the envoys of Southern Zhao. If you wish for the Yong Kingdom to send troops in aid of Southern Zhao, I shall impose an additional condition. Han Sun is to be at my disposal, and none shall interfere. This cannot be allowed. General Yang was the first to protest vehemently. Absolutely not. He is a general promoted by the loyal and brave Marquis. His honor and disgrace have been intertwined with the Marquis's house. If anything were to happen to Han Sun, what worth would I, as a general, still possess? Yet, Minister Ji and several other scholars hesitated. Your Highness, this is truly preposterous. The Duke of State stepped forward, his countenance stern as he rebuked. Shun Ning, you have already displayed your might today. Your moment in the spotlight has passed. Should you not cease this folly? Diplomatic relations between our nations are of utmost importance. Even the Empress Dowager lacks the authority to intervene, let alone you, a mere princess. Release the loyal and brave Marquis at once. Duke of State, you speak too much today. Ji Yutsong turned to face him, his dark eyes radiating a chilling pressure. I am still standing here. When did it become your place to reprimand my princess? The Duke of State's expression stiffened, instinctively responding, Regent, diplomatic relations are no trifling matter. I hope. Is it your place to occupy the seat of the regent? Yu Tsung interrupted. The Duke of State's face paled, and he lowered his head, murmuring, I would not dare. The conditions set by the princess are precisely those of this prince. Ji Yutsong's gaze subtly shifted, surveying the assembled envoys. If you agree to hand over Han Sun for the princess's disposal, I shall consent to dispatch troops for support. No, General Yang firmly opposed, asserting that if Marquis Zhongyong were to come to harm, they would have no explanation upon returning. Otherwise, you may return first and discuss matters with your emperor before coming back, suggested Princess Pingyao, her tone measured. However, she added, it is uncertain whether the elderly weak and sick among the Southern Zhao forces can endure the time it takes for your round trip. Her words were undeniably cutting. If Southern Zhao were indeed left with only the frail, then even offering Han Sun, let alone the entire household of the loyal and righteous Marquis as hostages, would be a bargain for Southern Zhao. Is the agreement to hand over Marquis Zhongyong contingent upon the regent's promise to lend troops? Inquired a young official. If the regent promises immediate assistance, we shall agree. Linny, you are seeking personal vengeance. General Yang retorted angrily, turning to shout. Even if you have enmity with Marquis Zhongyong, this is not the time to strike him when he is down. Does General Yang truly believe that the life of Han Sun is of greater value than the survival of the Southern Zhao state? Lin Yi coldly questioned. Since the Marquis has been conferred the title of loyal and brave, he ought to serve the nation and the people, sacrificing himself if necessary. Only then can he live up to the Emperor's expectations. Another envoy concurred, stating, Lord Lin speaks wisely. Since Marquis Zhongyong lacks the ability to lead troops or devise strategies for the Emperor, he is indeed unworthy of the title loyal and brave. Given that he can exchange his own life for the assistance of Southern Zhao, we should feel grateful. Surely, the Marquis would wish to repay the Emperor's grace by ensuring the stability of Southern Zhao. The ministers of Yong country observed in silence, their expressions of blend of intrigue and peculiarity. It was unexpected that the mere mention of Han Sun could incite discord among the envoys of Southern Zhao. If such division occurred on the battlefield, would it not constitute a defeat without a fight? Regardless of whether their motivations stemmed from true concern for the nation or were driven by self-interest, it held little significance for Yong country. What mattered was the revelation that Shun Ning was, in fact, a disciple of the Southern Zhao princess. I was not aware of this, whispered the Minister of War as he discreetly approached the Duke of Jinghua, lowering his voice. Your daughter has likely never strayed far from the inner chambers. When did she become a pupil of the Southern Zhao's goddess of war? The Duke of Jinghua furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Shun Ning, slowly shaking his head, equally perplexed. As time quietly passed, after a brief, hushed discussion with the other envoys, Lord Ji soon agreed. We accept the princess's conditions. May I inquire when the regent will provide the troops? Ji Yuzong turned to instruct Ling Feng. Go to the Ministry of Punishment and fetch a set of shackles. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Shackles? Were they intended for Marquis Zhongyong? Was the regent truly intending to place the loyal and righteous Marquis in shackles before everyone? Indeed, Ling Feng replied, accepting the order. The envoys from southern Zhao wore expressions of fear, grappling with the open humiliation, daring neither to express their anger nor to speak. They could only await with trepidation, inadvertently casting glances at the two princesses standing at the back, their brows furrowing in response. It is evident that a union was intended to forge a friendly alliance, followed by a request for military assistance from the Young Kingdom. Yet, how could the matter of the marriage be left unaddressed while the loyal and valiant Marquis was already entangled in this predicament? Is it conceivable that a commander lacking in military prowess could possess greater allure than two princesses? The Minister of Rights wished for everyone to return to the hall to engage in discussion. However, the regent stood outside the palace, leaving the others to stand in silence, none daring to speak. Time ticked away slowly. Shen Ning's foot remained planted firmly on Han Sun's face. General Yang's countenance was dark and foreboding, nearly avoiding eye contact with Han Sun, who lay helplessly on the ground. The loyal and valiant Marquis, a man who valued his reputation above all else, was now in an exceptionally dire and disheveled state, a rarity in his life. His dignity had been utterly tarnished, and his very life seemed uncertain. Could their quest for assistance from the Young Kingdom yield a favorable outcome? What if it turned out to be a lamb entering the tiger's den? After an indeterminate passage of time, Ling Feng, clad in black, returned bearing a set of heavy shackles made of dark iron, weighing 60 pounds. Your Highness, Ling Feng offered the shackles, their weight considerable. What purpose do these serve for the princess? Yi Yuzong frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the filthy Han Sun on the ground. Such a wretched object did not merit the princess's personal involvement in affixing the shackles. You place them on him, she commanded. Ling Feng hesitated. If such a filthy item is unworthy of the princess's touch, must it then be I who bears the burden of placing them? Chapter 88. The captive Ling Feng harbored his own disdain. Yet he was bound by the master's command and had no choice but to comply. He resignedly knelt down, personally fastening a pair of dark iron shackles on a Han Sun. Anger flickered across Han Sun's face, and he instinctively attempted to struggle. However, Shen Ning's foot, pressing down upon his face with the weight of a boulder, left him utterly powerless. The envoy from Nanzhao felt a profound embarrassment and averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Only when Ling Feng successfully secured the shackles did Shen Ning slowly withdraw her foot. Coughing violently, Han Sun propped himself up, clutching his chest as blood trickled from his lips. You of Young Kingdom are far too oppressive. Far too oppressive. Is this what you call oppression? Shen Ning retorted coldly. Han Sun, this is merely an appetizer. The true feast lies ahead. With that, she turned and ascended the steps. From this moment forth, Han Sun shall be the captive of this princess. Ling Feng, keep watch over him and make him kneel here for 2 hours until the council concludes. Yes, the Nanzhao envoy, trembling with fear, cast an anxious glance at Han Sun's pitiful state. Though displeased, he was at a loss to voice his grievances, as he had needs that compelled him to remain silent. One by one, the group returned to their seats within the hall, while Han Sun was stripped of even the privilege to enter and listen, forced to kneel outside. Nanzhao had yet to face ruin, yet this loyal duke had already become a captive. Prior to departing from the imperial city of Nanzhao, he had been brimming with confidence, scarcely imagining that Young Kingdom would transform into his hell. After the commotion caused by the regent princess, the Nanzhao envoys were left devoid of their former bravado. During discussions, they feared that any misstep in their words might provoke the royal couple, leading to a fate akin to Han Sun's. Even when speaking to Princess Ping Yao, they approached with trepidation, weighing their words with utmost care. Bound by shackles weighing 60 pounds, Han Sun found himself in a disheveled state, his arms too heavy to lift. With Ling Feng overseeing him, he was deprived of any semblance of freedom. Yet amidst the excruciating pain and dizziness, he could not help but recall the look in Shen Ning's eyes, one that sent chills down his spine. A disciple? No. How could Shen Ning possibly be a disciple of Zhao Hua? That gaze, the seething hatred within it, was unmistakably that of Princess Zhao Hua herself. Zhao Hua had a fiery temper. Even when gravely injured and on the brink of death, she had never once shown signs of submission. The look she had given him was steeped in profound animosity. A cold wave surged through his limbs, and Han Sun was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror. He understood better than anyone that Zhao Hua was dead, tragically so. For 2 long years, he had poisoned her, dismantled her martial prowess, and methodically broken her bones, subjecting her to relentless torment until her demise. After 7 days of mourning, her body had grown stiff. The emperor had personally decreed a grand funeral for her, and the entire city mourned her loss. Even in death, her tragic end only solidified her status as the fiercest warrior in the hearts of the people. Shen Ning could not possibly be the reincarnation of Zhao Hua. Yet the terror in her gaze was undeniably haunting, and her methods were ruthlessly severe. It was precisely due to his apprehension of her martial prowess that he, on the night of their wedding, cunningly employed the mingling scents of incense and wine to mask the poison he had surreptitiously added to her drink. Although the toxin was colorless and tasteless, he remained excessively cautious, fearful of her discerning any foul play. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. He took utmost care in all matters concerning her. The chains binding her were never unfastened before her demise, and even after her martial abilities were rendered null, he ensured that her body would not vanish, leaving no possibility for her resurrection. Thus, she was dead, truly dead, with no chance of returning to life. With a thud, Han Sun was yanked forward by the heavy shackles, unable to restrain himself. Ling Feng kicked him, mockingly inquiring if the loyal and brave Marquis was so ineffectual. Humiliated and ashamed, Han Sun struggled to raise himself, his voice cold as ice. It is said that the Yong Kingdom is a grand nation. Yet I did not expect it to be so tyrannical. To fall into your hands today is a testament to my poor judgment in assessing character.